This is a world where everyone can awaken their martial spirits. Some have awakened the martial spirit of the Holy Seat Angel. Transforming into deities, they guard the borders for tens of thousands of years. Others have awakened the top-tier weapon spirit, the Dragon Abyss Sword. With a flick of their wrists they slay without blinking an eye. Yet during my first awakening I did not awaken any martial spirit. Just as I was unsure how to face the 1.4 billion teachers and students below me, I unexpectedly awakened the infinite martial spirit system. Not only can I awaken infinitely by observing others' martial spirits, but I was also awarded a top-tier martial spirit, the Divine Elephant Dragon Demon, during my awakening, while others become national leaders by possessing a single top-tier martial spirit. I already possess the 10 great beasts from the classic of mountains and seas. At this moment I am solemnly observing the martial spirits of other awakeners. While the system within me continuously informs me of many martial spirits I've awakened, looking at nearly 100 martial spirits in my spiritual world, I am exceptionally satisfied. And the Divine Elephant Dragon Demon has also been elevated to a level 7 War General due to the emergence of numerous beast-type martial spirits. Just as I was distracted thinking about which martial spirit to use for the upcoming awakening, suddenly there were frenzied shouts from the audience. Someone pointed in horror towards the center area. It was Qinyu Yulong, who it is said had awakened his martial spirit early last year. The next moment a grand radiance burst forth from Qinyu Yulong's body, coalescing into a nearly 10-meter tall angelic figure behind him. A cry of astonishment shook the entire venue. This was an SS-class superhero-type martial spirit, the Holy Seat Angel. Director Fong suddenly stood up, his bright eyes sweeping the crowd as he spoke. Today, on behalf of Yanjing Advanced Martial Academy, I greet the new student Qinyu Yulong and bring our academy's commendation for him and the First Martial Academy of Yincheng. The Grand Seal unfolded and streaming lights flew out. This is an S-class divine weapon, the Qingping Sword. May you be as sharp as the sword, overcoming all difficulties and ascend to the pinnacle of the martial path. Qinyu Yulong quickly expressed his gratitude, stating he would definitely not let his teachers down. Below, I watched Qinyu Yulong, who was the center of attention in the entire venue, and those precious treasures. I thought about it and decided I could no longer keep a low profile. At that moment a voice rang out in my mind again, ding. After observing the SS-class superhero-type martial spirit, Holy Seat Angel, you have awakened an SS-class superhero-type martial spirit, Holy Seat Angel. Then someone nudged me, saying, brother, it's your turn. Hearing this, I thanked them and walked to the awakening stage, raising my hand to place it on the awakening stone. I suddenly opened my eyes, and within my pupils, one gold and one black, a divine demonic light burst forth as a terrifying giant elephant entwined with a demonic dragon stepped out from the heavens. In an instant, the entire stadium fell silent while Qinyu Yulong's gaze was fixed on the direction of the experimental academy, his SS-class martial spirit within him roaring, as if in a show of force. Just as the principal was about to ask what was happening, he suddenly felt a disturbance in his own martial spirit. Their martial spirits were in fear. The next moment Qinyu Yulong's martial spirit manifested itself, 6 radiant wings unfurling, enveloping Qinyu Yulong and roaring silently towards the sky. Meanwhile, the many low-level martial spirits in the arena continued to wail as if they were about to die the next instant. Lu Xingwen came to his senses, summoned his martial spirit, and exclaimed, this is the legendary SSS extraordinary martial spirit, the Divine Elephant Dragon Demon. Just as he was about to make his move, he found that Director Fong Buqi had already beaten into it. He saw him holding his weapon spirit, the Hundian Spear, blocking Fong Buqi, having already snatched an SS-class martial spirit, yet still wanting to snatch more. Fong Buqi, unconcerned, dodged the lightning and landed steadily, standing righteously in front of me. Lu Xingwen glared, looking at the serious and respectable Fong Buqi, so angry his teeth itched. And I, the student Qin Hao, greeted the two directors. At this moment Xiang Zhao's face was full of horror and bewilderment. She didn't understand, wasn't Qin Hao unable to cultivate a useless person? Then I looked at Xiang Zhao and said, I hope I haven't embarrassed you, teacher, given your usual care for me. Seeing this, Lu Xingwen's face broke into a thick smile, praising, Instructor Xiang, right? You've taught a good student indeed, not disgracing the military. Rest assured, I will inform the higher-ups and ensure you receive the recognition you deserve. Xiang Zhao was taken aback, unable to grasp the situation. Why was she being rewarded? Fong Buqi shook his head slightly, annoyed that he hadn't reacted sooner and let this old fox beat him to the punch. Principal Shirgu sat back, his face a mix of disappointment and understanding, realizing he had no impression of this genius, so he stopped pursuing the matter. After all, the rewards from the higher-ups wouldn't be lessened. At that moment Chin Hao, who had been standing in front of the dazed instructor, bowed and asked, "Instructor, have you registered me? If so, may I have a number plate? I need to proceed with the subsequent assessments." The instructor, startled, quickly remembered his duties. He hurriedly registered and then handed Chin Hao a number plate. However, before Chin Hao could take it, a large hand intercepted it. Lu Xingwen shook his head with a wry smile. "No need for that. With your talent you can enter wherever you wish. Why bother with an assessment? Come, let's discuss your terms. As long as you're willing to join our Longshan, you can name your terms." Lu Xingwen actually didn't have the authority to make such promises, but he believed that if he could bring an SSS grade student back to the academy, it wouldn't matter if he overstepped his bounds. Even if he had to beat up the director in charge of rewards, that director would have no choice but to turn the other cheek, asking whether he had had enough or if he should continue. "Don't doubt it," such is the terrifying influence of an SSS grade martial soul. Seeing Lu Xingwen's confident demeanor, Fang Buqi was displeased and quickly said, "Our Yanjing Academy offers the same. Name your terms. We'll make sure you are satisfied." Both men eagerly watched the young man in front of them, an SSS grade martial soul. This trip was indeed not in vain. Inside they were roaring with excitement, yet on the surface they maintained a warm and kind smile, the demeanor of experienced mentors. Chin Hao, unaware of the teacher's inner turmoil, bowed slightly, neither servile nor overbearing, and said, "Thank you both for your high regard, but I would still like to follow the rules. We must not forget fairness, otherwise other students might resent me." Hearing this, other students rolled their eyes, wishing he wouldn't participate and thus leave more rankings for them. Of course, Chin Hao's words were also tactical. He intended to participate, aiming for a mysterious martial soul that had not yet been revealed. Mysterious martial souls were rare and usually kept secret by their holders. Now that he had encountered one, he naturally wanted to encounter the holder in the subsequent assessments. However, the two recruiting directors were unaware, only feeling that the boy in front of them was very sensible. Lu Xingwen was greatly relieved and laughed heartily. "Very well, then it shall be as you wish. You participate in the assessment first, and then we can discuss further." With these words, other academy teachers who had been in despair suddenly had a glimmer of hope and quickly pulled out their phones to contact their own principals. They didn't have the guts to snatch someone from these two big shots, but their principals might. "What, principal, you have official duties and can't come? With an SSS grade martial soul here, are you sure you aren't coming?" In this world, no one can refuse an SSS level martial soul. At the same time, Chen Yulong, who was somewhat dazed by the shock of the divine elephant dragon demon, walked over. He slightly bowed to Fang Buqi and said, "Teacher, I would also like to participate in the subsequent assessment." Fang Buqi raised an eyebrow. His student was clearly not convinced. A martial soul could only determine talent. Awakening an SSS level divine elephant dragon demon martial soul didn't mean one's strength was top notch. Chen Yulong had been practicing martial arts since he was young, and his current strength had already reached the 5th realm of warriors. He wondered about the strength of Chin Hao standing before him. If he lost, it might be hard to save face and choose his own path. Fang Buqi was hesitant, but he soon nodded in agreement. A genius with an SSS level martial soul must follow the rules. If Chen Yulong took too many privileges, it would lead to gossip which could tarnish his reputation. Thinking this, Fang Buqi nodded. "All right, it's also time to see the strength of other talents." "I agree, thank you, teacher. Please give me your guidance later," Chen Yulong said with a refined smile. However, in his eyes there was a storm of extreme fury ready to burst forth. Chin Hao noticed his opponent's fighting spirit and reluctance, his expression slightly peculiar as he nodded. "Prince Yulong is too polite." Having said that, Chin Hao took his number plate and walked towards the back. With Chin Hao's departure, the entire stadium finally recovered from the awe of the divine elephant dragon demon. Suddenly heated discussions erupted. No one was interested in the subsequent awakenings. With an SS level holy seat angel and the even more terrifying SSS level divine elephant dragon demon martial soul as precursors, the other martial souls seemed unimpressive. The atmosphere in the stadium plummeted. Simultaneously, various major groups were also sending people to gather information investigating the sudden emergence of this SSS level martial soul. For a time, because of Chin Hao, Yinchang was beset with storms. "He is an SSS level martial soul, he is an SSS level martial soul. How is this possible? This can't be." In the team from the experimental academy, a young man's face was full of shock. He was in the same class as Chin Hao and he had observed Chin Hao's performance over the years. This person, who usually attracted no attention and had never practiced martial arts, turned out to be an SSS-level martial soul. Impossible, he thought. Qin Hao didn't even have a martial soul. The young man was filled with immense doubts. The two directors who had just made their pitches were displaying a humble demeanor, even offering enviable conditions, all for the sake of getting that guy to their academy. He knew these two directors. They were the admissions directors of the Yanjing Higher Martial Academy and the Longshan Academy from the Southern District. What is Yanjing? It is the center of Huagua, a place as prestigious as the Imperial Court, and Yanjing Higher Martial Academy is the top academy in Yanjing City. Even on a national level, only a few can match it. The Longshan Academy in the Southern District, backed by Huagua's military forces, is a place for training top military talents for the entire Huagua military. These two academies stand at the pinnacle of Huagua's educational pyramid, yet despite this the two admissions directors still maintain such a low posture. A feeling called jealousy began to grow in the young man's heart. D140 come over for awakening, the instructor called out again. Finally realizing it was his turn with a nudge from a classmate, the young man looked at the black awakening stone and remembered it was his turn. Indeed, it was time for his awakening. Breathing heavily, he walked up to the stone, pressed his hand on it without a word. A flicker of displeasure flashed in the instructor's eyes. What kind of attitude is that? Even those with SSS-grade martial spirits are polite. What are you? Annoyed inwardly, the instructor silently awaited the result. However, after a few seconds, a dim red light suddenly flashed on the awakening stone. The corner of the instructor's mouth twitched, almost bursting into laughter. He straightened his face and, without looking at the young man in front of him, he loudly declared, Lu Ren F-grade elemental martial spirit. Red flame, the instructor said lightly, then prepared to call the next one. At that moment Lu Ren stood dumbfounded in front of the awakening stone, staring at his hands. Impossible. Why can he awaken an SSS grade martial spirit and I only an F grade? It's fake, all fake. Lu Ren suddenly yelled in anger, continuously slapping the awakening stone, wanting to try again. However, the result would not change. The huge psychological gap instantly inflated Lu Ren's sense of injustice to the extreme. I accuse him, he cheated, Lu Ren shouted with red eyes. Suddenly he remembered the potion he saw Qin Hao drink earlier, his eyes lighting up. He rushed to the instructor as if grasping a lifeline, a ray of hope, and said urgently that Qin Hao, he cheated. I saw him drink a strange potion earlier, his martial spirit must be fake. How could anyone awaken an SSS grade martial spirit? It must be fake, he cheated, you must investigate. The instructor's face twisted, wishing he could slap this man dead. Seeing the jealousy in his eyes, how could he not know this guy has gone mad with envy? A potion, ridiculous. Ever since the advent of martial spirits, though pharmaceutical technology has rapidly advanced, a potion that could awaken an SSS grade spirit, any sane rational person wouldn't believe such a drug exists in the world. If it did, would humanity still be retreating in the face of ferocious beasts? They would have counterattacked into their lairs and then studied their recipes. Take him away, the instructor barked coldly, unwilling to dwell on this matter anymore. Every year there were a few who went mad from scoring too poorly. He had seen plenty of them. The awakening continued, and no one took this farce to heart, except for those with their own ulterior motives. In a corner of the stands where several seats had been cleared, a group of men in black surrounded the area, with only an old man sitting quietly. Not far from the experimental college area, the old man watched the drama unfold clearly. He gestured and one of the men in black came closer to listen. Go ask that boy what happened. Yes, old master, someone said Qin Hao cheated. In the backstage, Lu Xingwen and Fang Buqi sat calmly pondering what terms they should offer to win over Qin Hao. As for why I stopped watching, with an SSS rank in the forefront, other lower grade martial souls just don't hold the same interest, and the idea of another SSS rank emerging? Even if you gave two people an extra head to think with, they wouldn't entertain such an absurd notion. The emergence of one SSS rank is already a stroke of incredible luck. The possibility of another is more unbelievable than the end of the world. So the two of them sat comfortably backstage, contemplating strategies to win allies. Then they received this piece of news from a subordinate. Mr. Lu, what do you think? Fang Buqi squinted at Lu Xingwen. Lu Xingwen smiled and stirred the pot. I think it's possible. Why don't you go to Qin Hao and express your suspicions? Demand he undergo Reawakening, he's like an old dog always up to no good. Fong Duqi snorted coldly, not bothering to respond. If he dared to voice his suspicions, wouldn't that just push Qin Hao towards the opposition? He's not a fool. Director Lu, what should we do about that guy? A teacher who had just entered asked. The experimental college is affiliated with the military, and Lu Xingwen, as a director-level figure from the Dragon Xian and military faction, indeed has the authority to decide what to do. Lu Xingwen scoffed, slamming his hand on the table, ignoring examination rules, assaulting instructors, screaming and slandering fellow students. Such a person is like a rat dropping that somehow infiltrated the experimental college. Inform the president of the experimental college to expel this student immediately and cancel his martial status. Understood. The teacher nodded indifferently, not feeling the punishment was too harsh. In fact, he thought it was too lenient. After all, the slandered party is an SSS rank martial soul holder, and an SSS rank martial soul, if not prematurely deceased, is the future hope of all Huaxia. In these perilous times, hope must not be insulted. This is a consensus within the military. It is also why humanity has managed to stand its ground amidst the ferocious assaults of monstrous beasts up to this day. Qin Hao, unaware of the commotion in the stadium, had arrived at a small venue behind the sports field. Currently, it serves as the site for the final assessments. All candidates who have reached D grade or above come here to participate in the final evaluation. The assessment is straightforward, consisting of PK battles among the same grade of martial souls, D grade versus D grade, and so forth. Then recruitment teachers from various prestigious academies rank the candidates based on their performance. Higher grade martial souls are given priority in admission, and among same grade souls, those with outstanding abilities are preferred. However, the number of admissions at each prestigious academy is limited. Not everyone can be accepted, thus those participating in this level of assessment are fiercely competitive. One step forward could mean admission, one step back could mean elimination. Those eliminated will join the multitudes of ordinary people in the world. At this moment, Qin Hao sat in a corner, unaware of the shocking scene inside the stadium. As for him, the others who had awakened earlier held no particular impression. However, among those from the experimental college, many recognized Qin Hao and were quite curious and surprised by his arrival. Though they did not come over to greet him, he probably just barely managed to scrape a D rank. It really was tough on him. Several students from the experimental academy couldn't help but remark. Afterwards, they felt even more fortunate to have awakened D-level martial souls themselves. Qin Hao, however, was oblivious to their thoughts, his mind a bit muddled. He had just remembered the rules of this assessment. According to the rules, it seemed no one could fight him. He was the only one with an SSS level here. Was he supposed to fight his own left hand against his right? Forget it. As long as he could obtain the mysterious series martial soul, that would be enough. His gaze swept across the crowd, searching for the awakener of the mysterious series. The corners of his mouth twitched as Qin Hao wondered whether to just go over, offer a friendly greeting, and then directly ask him to reveal his martial soul. What are you looking for, Brother Qin? Suddenly, the gentle voice of Chen Yulong interrupted his thoughts. Qin Hao looked up to see this prosperous young noble. In the past, he would never have crossed paths with such a genius in his entire life, but now here was the man initiating a conversation. By Chen Yulong's side stood a woman of stunning beauty and graceful figure. Qin Hao didn't recognize her. Presumably, she had awakened after he had arrived. He nodded slightly at the two of them without further conversation. He didn't know them well, nor did he have much interest in making connections. The beautiful woman's eyes kept wandering over Qin Hao. Her interest clearly piqued. The terrifying sight of his dragon demon martial soul had shocked everyone just moments ago, yet here he was shrinking in this corner like an invisible man. Those unaware would think he was too shy to meet anyone. If it were one of her acquaintances who had awakened such a high-level martial soul, they would probably have been boasting about it to everyone already. Perhaps it was precisely this unflappable nature that enabled him to awaken such a fearsome martial soul. With a couple of clicks of her tongue in wonder, the beautiful woman sashayed over to Qin Hao, extending her hand with a crisp voice. Qin Hao, let's get acquainted. I am Chu Yui from Lianqing Pharmaceutical. Lianqing Pharmaceutical controlled nearly 70% of the pharmaceutical market in Silver City, producing medicines that were essential for many adventure teams. Their medicines were like a lifeline for the adventure teams outside Silver City, and they held a high reputation, and Xu Yui seemed to be the well-known heiress of Lianqing Pharmaceutical. No wonder she was in the company of Chen Yulong, her status equally distinguished. Qin Hao, he replied, nodding slightly without taking her hand. Giggle, you really are shy, aren't you? Chu Yui chuckled lightly, then she took out a golden card, handing it over with both hands. This is our Lianqing Pharmaceuticals gold card. With this card, you can enjoy a 50% discount on our products at any Lianqing branch nationwide. We know this might not seem very impressive, but it's a token of our goodwill. We sincerely hope you'll accept it. Chu Yui bent her knees slightly, lowering her stance. Paired with her dazzling smile, there were indeed few who could refuse such a beauty. Xinhao was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected her to offer something so valuable right off the bat. The products from Lianqing Pharmaceuticals are certainly not cheap. Moreover, it has been calculated that half of a martial artist's wealth in their lifetime will be spent on various potions for healing and saving lives. Thus, the value of this gold card is extraordinarily high. It's just a small token of appreciation. I hope you won't disdain it, classmate Qin. Chu Yui insisted, pushing the card forward again. Xinhao raised his hand to push it back, still declining. Accepting the card would mean owing a favor, and given his current modest standing, it was not wise to become deeply entangled with these major forces. Chu Yui, slightly disappointed, tapped her forehead playfully, causing many young men in the room to blush at her charming gesture. They secretly cursed Xinhao for not recognizing the favor. Well, it seems that I can't bring myself to be so mercenary in front of you, classmate Qin. Please don't take it amiss. Chu Yui sighed softly, rising from her seat. Chen Yulong laughed and shook his head. I told you Qin wouldn't be interested in these things, but you wouldn't believe me. My apologies for the intrusion. Chen Yulong gave Xinhao an apologetic smile full of grace. Xinhao nonchalantly waved his hand and sat back down. Chen Yulong and Chu Yui also found seats and settled down, waiting for the next part of the test to begin. Soon the officer in charge of the assessment arrived with a group of teachers from the academy. Many new faces entered, their gazes sweeping around the room before finally settling on Xinhao. So you're Xinhao, a truly exceptional young talent. Indeed, a person of great demeanor, worthy of being an SSS grade martial soul bearer. Intense gazes fell on Xinhao. All the students in the venue, confused, focused on this group of teachers. What did they just hear? SSS grade martial soul? They couldn't believe it at first. However, as the officer made the announcement, everyone's disbelief turned into profound shock. Some students from the experimental academy looked as if they had seen a ghost, utterly astounded. Xinhao had actually awakened an SSS grade martial soul. Snap! A crisp sound came from one side, drawing the attention of many teachers. A student covering his red cheek chuckled awkwardly. I was just swatting a mosquito, sorry for the disturbance. As the teachers looked away, the student's face twitched with pain, cursing under his breath about the reality of the situation. Many students from the Premier Academy who had arrived earlier, despite their initial disbelief, could see that the teachers' reactions were genuine. They wouldn't show such courtesy to an ordinary student, especially since their academy's top talent Chen Yulong was also present. They knew Chen Yulong well, but now the teachers seemed to ignore him completely, clustering around Xinhao instead. The usually proud Chen Yulong watched quietly, his expression calm, clearly finding the situation reasonable. This was simply outrageous. Does an SSS grade martial soul really exist in this world? Several geniuses from the Premier Academy felt bitter. Their previous arrogance now seemed utterly ridiculous, especially considering their earlier disdainful remarks. At this moment, it was as if slaps were being delivered to their faces, fast and furious. The teachers, for their part, were oblivious to the thoughts of their students, and even if they knew, they wouldn't care. The reason they didn't pay attention to Chen Yulong, another top prodigy, was because he had already joined the Yanjing Academy. Even Long Xian had abandoned the idea, so naturally they wouldn't bother with futile efforts. Xinhao, however, was a different story. Despite Long Xian and Yanjing Academy standing in the way, such matters were ultimately decided by the students. If they could offer better conditions than Long Xian and Yanjing, perhaps Xinhao would choose them. Among these teachers, some were principals who had hurried over from nearby cities. Xinhao, tell us about any difficulties you're facing in life. Rest assured, I will spare no effort to help you resolve them, said an elderly principal with a stooped posture and white beard, coughing twice after speaking, which made everyone around worry he might collapse the next second. Standing before such an elderly figure, Xinhao quickly stood up to support him. Principal, you flatter me too much. I'm perfectly fine and need no trouble on my part. It's all right, don't worry, this isn't a transaction, just an old man's fondness for you, the principal insisted. Bah, old Luke, can't you use some legitimate means? Before Xinhao could respond, a scornful voice came from a short but burly middle-aged man standing nearby. He crossed his arms and looked disdainfully at the old principal. Xinhao, Don't be fooled by him, this old guy is a 7th realm war general, usually very imposing. Don't believe his frail act. Qin Hao's mouth twitched as he activated his martial soul to check, and indeed he found a surging power dormant within the old man. Old Lu, that's not very honest of you. How can you deceive someone just because Qin Hao is kind-hearted? Others also started to accuse. Principal Lu's face turned from pale to green, and after a moment he straightened up and slapped the burly man. You damned little black potato, I guess it's been a while since I've sparred with you. The burly man glared back. As Qin Hao watched the two principals about to come to blows, he quietly stepped back. Soon the situation escalated, involving more and more teachers and principals. Before the students could even start fighting, their elders were about to throw punches first. The entire venue of students watched in silence, unsure of what to say or dare to speak, just silently observing. The instructor glanced at Qin Hao, implying that he had caused this and needed to resolve it. Qin Hao quickly stepped back again, joking to himself that this group was comprised of well-known and influential academy leaders far beyond his provocation. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lu Xingwen from Longshan and Fang Buqi from Yanjing Academy arrived. Seeing the chaotic scene, Lu Xingwen snorted and bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, instantly quelling the noise. Ridiculous. A bunch of teachers and principals acting like hooligans. This is the awakening field, not a common marketplace. Lu Xingwen from the military displayed the iron-blooded authority characteristic of a soldier. A group of teachers and principals immediately ceased their fussing, somewhat disgruntled. Fang Buqi silently nodded in approval. In such times, it was indeed the military personnel who could most effectively control the situation. However, just as he thought this, Lu Xingwen's expression changed as he displayed a sycophantic smile and approached Qin Hao, rubbing his hands together. Young Qin, I hope you weren't frightened. Just ignore what these old fogies said. Choose as you wish, follow your heart. Fang Buqi's eye twitched and he mentally tore apart his budding admiration. The other teachers and principals also displayed looks of disdain. As for the students, they acted as if they saw nothing, keeping their eyes down. Lu Xingwen gestured to the instructor. The rest is up to you, do as you see fit according to the rules. Yes, the instructor nodded solemnly, then started organizing the area with his colleagues. Just as before, the small venue was divided into several sections. Although there were many students with newly awakened abilities, only a few were qualified to enter. Plus, it was still early, so there were only about 100 people in the venue, making it quite empty. New candidates would go to their designated areas according to their number tags. From now until tomorrow, it was a time for assessment, after which the academies would choose their students or the students could pick their academies. These teachers shouldn't have come today, but since Qin Hao was here, the instructor efficiently made arrangements while Lu Xingwen waved Qin Hao over to sit in the area reserved for teacher observation. He planned to use this time to get closer to Qin Hao, hoping to leverage their relationship later. Yet just as Qin Hao sat down, a small old man squeezed next to him. Fang Buqi with a cordial smile said, "What are you chatting about? Include this old man too." Lu Xingwen's face darkened, wishing he could strangle the intrusive old man. Fang Buqi, unafraid, provocatively raised his head. "Scare me, as if I'm easily frightened?" Caught in the middle, Qin Hao felt awkwardly silent. Suddenly he realized that being the center of attention might not be so enjoyable after all. This level of enthusiasm was something he had seldom experienced in his past 15 years, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Just then, a whistle sounded in the arena, signaling the start of the assessment. Despite the presence of Qin Hao and another prominent figure, the students who had managed to enter were not of low caliber. They quickly adjusted their mindset and tried their best to perform. The teachers too put away their smiles and seriously observed each student's performance. This was a matter crucial to the future of their academies, and no one treated it lightly. Realizing that the intense scrutiny had shifted away from him, Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He too turned his attention to the arena, but he was focused on only one person, the mysterious owner of the martial soul. The venue was divided into several areas, each for candidates of different levels, where they participated in duels. Everyone's martial souls had just awakened, so their integration with their own abilities was not high. Thus, the competition relied heavily on the students' prior efforts, as they could cultivate even before their martial souls awakened. Observing the basic strength of the students in the arena, Qin Hao noted that most were fluctuating between the second and third realms. Some possess extraordinary talents, capable of achieving the power of the fourth realm, but they are extremely rare. Up to now, Qin Hao had only found 3 such individuals. To his surprise, one of The individuals he paid close attention to, who possessed a mysterious system martial soul, actually had the strength of the fourth realm. With a delicate face and a slightly thin figure, he had short neat hair and wore black ribbons around his hands, standing there like an unsheathed spear. Especially those eyes, they were sharp, like a knife, staring down each opponent who stepped on stage. Many were intimidated before the fight even began, unable to display much of their strength, and thus were defeated easily. Even those unaffected by his piercing gaze seldom matched him in combat, easily defeated by his swift moves. Qin Hao watched, mesmerized. The opponent seemed to have practiced special combat techniques. His moves appeared chaotic, but there seemed to be a specific method to them, decisive and fierce. This made him stand out among his peers with martial souls. "What are you looking at?" Fang Buqi stroked his small mustache, following Qin Hao's gaze. Upon seeing the fighter, his eyes lit up. The Jiazi martial technique. Fang Buqi seemed to recognize the combat technique used by the owner of the mysterious system martial soul, and he was somewhat surprised. He called over an instructor and asked that student what is his martial soul. The instructor glanced and replied, "Director Fang, his name is Bai Yi. He possesses a C-level mysterious system martial soul." Before he could finish, Fang Buqi interrupted. "Combat will?" The instructor was surprised for a moment and said, "Yes, exactly. Understood, you may go back to your duties," Fang Buqi said with a smile, stroking his beard as he looked at Bai Yi with a hint of admiration. Qin Hao, who had listened intently, was curious. Fang Buqi glanced at him and explained, "The Jiazi martial technique is a legacy combat technique of the ancient martial family, the Bai family, which had achieved great heights in the past. However, the Bai family had since declined, and its members had disappeared. I didn't expect to see a descendant of the Bai family here, and a distinctive feature of this lineage is that all of them awaken to the C-level mysterious system martial soul, the combat will." Qin Hao nodded in understanding. "Is this combat will martial soul powerful?" Fang Buqi pondered for a moment and shook his head. "This martial soul is peculiar. Its strength depends on the mental power of its wielder. If a weakling obtains it, it's no better than the worst F level, but if it's possessed by someone with a strong mind, it can display power comparable to an A level." Qin Hao's eyes brightened. "Good stuff indeed." Unfortunately, the opponent hadn't revealed his martial soul yet, so he couldn't observe from a distance. He still needed to find an opportunity to challenge him personally. This year, many talented individuals have emerged from all over the country, truly a blessing for the nation. Lu Xingwen remarked quietly at the side. "You seem to know something." Fang Buqi glanced at Lu Xingwen secretly. "Naturally, I know more than you," Lu Xingwen replied, picking his teeth with pride. "I would like to test my skills against him." Suddenly Qin Hao stood up. He noticed that Bai Yi, after winning several matches in a row, turned to leave. This indicated that the opponent had reached the enrollment standard for this level of martial soul and didn't need to stay any longer unless he intended to challenge a higher level martial soul, which seemed unlikely. So Qin Hao had no choice but to take action. Lu Xingwen gave him a surprised glance and then waved over an instructor. After a brief discussion, the instructor went to consult with Bai Yi. The matter depended on whether the other party agreed or not. If they didn't, Lu Xingwen was out of options since it wasn't in line with the assessment rules. The instructor explained the situation to the young man, who gave Qin Hao a look from afar. Qin Hao responded with a friendly smile. Then the young man silently walked back to the field, his dark, shining eyes clear as gems. Looking towards Qin Hao, he was issuing a challenge. The young man was impressive indeed. Fang Buqi and Lu Xingwen both nodded in approval and praised him highly. Knowing of Qin Hao's terrifying talent yet still daring to accept the challenge, this was either confidence or foolishness. Clearly, the latter was not the case. It meant he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Qin Hao felt a surge of fighting spirit and jumped down from the stands, taking steps towards the center of the field. Shen Yu, with the spirit of a dragon, had been quietly observing the ongoing battles but became intrigued at this turn of events and stood up to walk to the edge of the field. Chu Yue followed by his side. Although the others didn't come over, they were all closely watching. Even their own matches had paused. Everyone wanted to see the strength of this legendary SSS grade spirit holder. "What do you think would happen if an SSS grade spirit was defeated by a C grade spirit?" A teasing voice sounded from a corner. It wasn't impossible. That C grade spirit holder was a formidable Level 4 battle mage and proficient in a combat technique. On the other hand, Qin Hao didn't seem to have any particular skill. Everyone at the experimental academy knew of his infamous inability to cultivate during his 5 years there. How did he awaken his spirit if he was unable to cultivate? Maybe he hid it, who knows, shrugged a student from the experimental academy. well, if he gets defeated, it will certainly be entertaining. It's unlikely. Even if Qin Hao has never cultivated, just having an SSS grade spirit is enough to crush a C grade spirit. In front of his spirit, a C grade can't muster any power. Whatever, let's just watch. The crowd gradually quieted down. Bai Yi stood calmly, his penetrating eyes not shifting in the slightest, firmly locked on Qin Hao. Qin Hao had never seen such concentration. I've never encountered a mysterious type spirit, so I hope to learn about it, Qin Hao said politely with a bow. Bai Yi silently watched him and then nodded slightly without a word. Suddenly, without any visible movement, a dark red glow surged from beneath his skin, spreading across his body. In that moment, Qin Hao saw Bai Yi transform. If before he was a sheathed spear, now he was a beast ready to launch a terrifying attack, his eyes as aggressive as a hawk's. So this is a battle spirit changing with the user's temperament. Truly fascinating, Qin Hao mused, focusing intently. 2 seconds later, the expected sound rang out, ding. Witnessing the awakening of a C-grade mysterious martial soul battle. Will you have awakened the C-grade mysterious martial soul battle? Will. Current martial soul strength, level 3 battle earth. Having the strength of level 3 from the start is due to the foundation laid by the many martial souls of Qin Hao. Even though it is his first time awakening a mysterious martial soul, he doesn't start from zero. Come on, Qin Hao relaxed his body and waved at the young man. He too was eager to experience the power of the divine elephant dragon demon martial soul. Mr. Fong, what do you think? Lu Xingwen glanced sideways at Fong Duqi. You know quite a lot about the Bai family. What do you think the situation will be? Fong Duqi, like an old man, slightly shook his head and stroked his goatee. After a long pause, he slowly said, Qin Hao will win. Lu Xingwen pursed his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with the answer. Fong Duqi continued, but it won't be easy. The Bai family's battle will martial soul can exert its full power without any need for adjustment, and its characteristic of growing stronger through setbacks is troublesome. However, Qin Hao's martial soul level is too high easily enough to suppress the current young man from the Bai family, but just suppressing the martial soul is not enough. The Bai family's Jiazi battle technique can make Qin Hao suffer. Director Fong, what exactly is the Jiazi battle technique? A teacher from the local high court asked, puzzled. They had heard Fong Duqi mention it twice, and it seemed very powerful. However, they had never heard of this battle technique before. The Jiazi battle technique was active in the Northeast 60 years ago, a terrifying killing technique that made enemies tremble at the border, but it declined too quickly, so it's normal that you don't know about it. Fong Duqi explained briefly, squinting his eyes, staring at Bai Yi in the arena as if reminiscing. And my understanding of it is not extensive, just having seen it by chance. If it's so powerful, why did it decline? Someone asked, puzzled. Powerful things naturally provoke envy, and even if the Bai family was strong, it couldn't survive being hunted by powerful figures from several countries. After that, the Bai family's heritage was lost, they declined rapidly, and the clan leader led people to live in seclusion, unexpectedly reappearing in Yincheng now. Fong Duqi's words were filled with sighs, his gaze towards Bai Yi becoming increasingly gentle. Old friend, I wonder how much of your talent your descendant has inherited. And Fong Duqi actually had one more thing he didn't say, that is, if Bai Yi mastered the complete Jiazi battle technique, Qin Hao might not be his match. The two in the arena had already positioned themselves. Qin Hao's gaze was calm and undisturbed, while Bai Yi, bolstered by the battle will martial soul, was filled with an imposing aura. The instructor, seeing that both were ready, immediately waved his hand to signal, begin. After speaking, he quickly retreated. Boom! Bai Yi stomped his foot, revealing extremely fast speed and surging murderous aura like a released arrow. In almost a breath's time, he reached in front of Qin Hao. Such speed made all the students in the audience gasp, secretly wondering if they could react if they were in his place. And those who had previously sparred with Bai Yi only then realized that Bai Yi had not used his full strength at that time. Level 4 Battle Earth, one punch with 10 tons of force, and if combined with the unique enhancement of the Battle Will Martial Soul, Bai Yi's punch could explode with nearly the strength of level 5. No wonder Director Fong said that Qin Hao would win, but it wouldn't be easy. Everyone finally understood the meaning of his words. What a momentum! Qin Hao's eyes flickered slightly, and the next moment a terrifying aura burst forth from within him. Without moving, the air in front of him violently twisted, and then a golden giant elephant wrapped with a demonic dragon stepped forward and stood before Qin Hao. The majestic posture brought immense pressure as soon as it appeared. The suppressive power of a top-tier martial spirit made all the martial spirits present submit. This was not about strength, but the hierarchical suppression from the martial spirits. Bai Ye's frenzied will to fight quickly receded, and the red glow that lingered around his body converged back inside him. Then the divine elephant with the dragon roared loudly, sending visible sound waves surging forward. In the next instant, Bai Yi, as if hit by an invisible air cannon, stopped his forward charge abruptly and was then violently thrown back, crashing heavily onto the ground. Fong Boqi suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open in astonishment as he stared at Qin Hao, a level 5 combat master. The aura Qin Hao had revealed in that instant was unmistakably the power of a level 5 combat master. Only with such power could he easily crush Bai Yi, who was bursting with combat intent in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, even with the suppression of the martial spirit, Bai Yi would not have been unable to get close to Qin Hao and been directly blown away. Fong Boqi turned his head to look at Qin Yulong at the edge of the arena. This genius, who had been the center of attention before Qin Hao, was also shocked. The usual calmness he maintained was broken in this moment. Is he also at level 5? Qin Yulong's eyes flickered with intense surprise. Having practiced since childhood with the massive support of his family's resources, he had broken through to level 5 at the age of 17 and awakened the SS-grade Holy Seat Angel martial spirit. He thought that even if his martial spirit was not as good as Qin Hao's, his own strength would be enough to contend with Qin Hao, but at this moment he realized he was wrong. Qin Hao was also at level 5. The crowd was in an uproar. Apologies made. Qin Hao withdrew his martial spirit and walked over to Bai Yi, helping him up. Bai Yi slightly bowed, his eyes brightly fixed on Qin Hao as if he had seen a true opponent. Those eyes were filled with fervor and the desire to fight. He still wanted to continue fighting. This thought suddenly flashed through Qin Hao's mind. Without waiting for him to speak, Bai Yi bowed to the instructors on the stage from a distance, then left straight away. Throughout this, owner of the sea-level combat spirit had not spoken a word, but Qin Hao somehow felt that he and this opponent would meet again. Not for any other reason, but because it seemed he had become that kid's prey. Interesting. Is it the after effect of the combat spirit, or are you just a natural-born fighter? Qin Hao watched Bai Ye's retreating figure, silently pondering. Unexpected, isn't it? You've kept it well hidden, Qin boy. Suddenly a hearty laugh erupted from the stands. Old man Fong said your victory wouldn't be easy, but this face-slapping came so swiftly. Well done, you didn't disgrace our military academy students, huh? Fong Boqi's eye twitched, just about to mock the other party that he wasn't your student either, then remembered that the experimental academy was also under the military department. This elder wasn't wrong in what he said, and suddenly, I was at a loss for words, feeling a suffocating pressure in my chest that nearly overwhelmed me. Qin Hao gave a shy smile and quickly returned to his seat. His actions had caused some delay in the examination, and though it wasn't intentional, it was inappropriate for him to stay in the center any longer. The instructors exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes, and then continued to oversee the competition. Let's go, said Qin Yulong as he suddenly stood up. You're not continuing in the competition? Xu Yue asked, looking puzzled. Qin Yulong glanced at Qin Hao and shook his head slightly. There's no need to fight him again when overwhelmed in both martial spirit and strength would be overestimating my own abilities. Xu Yue stared at Qin Yulong, whose face remained calm, but she felt that beneath that calmness his heart was probably not so peaceful. Qin Hao, truly a terrifying genius. Xu Yue sighed softly and followed him out. She had already secured early admission through some means and thus didn't need to participate in these assessments. Your genius seems quite shaken, aren't you? Going to comfort him, Lu Xingwen looked at Qin Yulong, who was leaving his seat, and smirked teasingly. Fong Boqi shook his head and said calmly, letting him know there are others better than him is not a bad thing. His temperament is good, this will only temper him. Lu Xingwen's smile faded, and he cursed. Old man, you've obviously been in touch with him for a while, knowing him so well. Why are you cursing at me? Fong Boqi glared. And why not? Qin Hao, caught between the two, wisely kept silent. The senior officials and several teachers also left their seats. Today wasn't a day for recruitment. They were mainly there to see Qin Hao. As for Qin Hao, having obtained the mysterious series martial spirit he had longed for, he felt settled, yet he did not leave but quietly sat there watching the competition continue. With over 300,000 students, the event couldn't be concluded in one day. There were still many martial spirits Qin Hao had not seen, since students reaching D grade would come here and the competition would inevitably reveal their martial spirits. Qin Hao decided to stay. Unbeknownst to others, in this corner seat a seemingly calm young man was frantically awakening one martial spirit after another. Are you saying that Qin Hao never trained while at school? An old man leaning on a cane asked the person in black next to him. The person in black, bowing slightly, nodded. Old master, indeed. not only during the 5 years at the experimental academy, but even before that Qin Hao couldn't cultivate. We found the doctor who treated him back then. His meridians were congenitally blocked, unable to cultivate. He was destined to be a lifelong invalid. A lifelong invalid. The old man, hands resting on his cane, looked lost as he stared at the square below. The person in black did not disturb him, waiting quietly. Yet he has awakened a martial spirit, and not just any, but a top-tier SSS grade 1, the old man said faintly. Yes, the person in black nodded, hesitating for a moment before adding, and according to the news we just received, in a backstage test Qin Hao fought someone and displayed the strength of a level 5 fighter, level 5 battle master. The old man's eyes flickered slightly as he glanced at the man in black. Is the news true? It is true, all the students present saw it. A man once deemed useless due to his blocked innate meridians has awakened an SSS tier top martial soul and even attained the strength of the 5th realm. The old man muttered repeatedly, finding it bizarre. Shaking his head he asked, and the drink? Have you found out anything about it? He was referring to the drink mentioned by Lu Run. We haven't found anything similar. It appears to be just a regular drink, suggested the man in black. The old man's gaze turned murky, and after a moment he waved his hand dismissively. Leave now, let today's events not be disclosed. And what about Lu Run? He's still emotionally unstable due to the setback, and I worry he might expose our search for him. A look of disgust crossed the old man's face as he said indifferently, find an excuse to take him out of the city and feed him to the beasts. Make sure it's clean. The man in black nodded hastily. Understood. After the man in black left, the old man's gaze turned towards the back entrance of the arena. The stunning moment of the divine elephant dragon demon's entrance replayed in his mind. A day passed quickly. Qin Hao stretched lazily, leaving the venue. With only one more day of evaluations left, he needed to consider what demands to make. The rewards that Chen Yu received for having the dragon were quite tempting. Besides, today's gains had been exceptionally fruitful. His martial souls now included the SSS tier Divine Elephant Dragon Demon and the SS tier Holy Throne Angel in the Beast and Superhuman categories respectively. His strongest martial souls in other categories had nearly all reached A tier except for the Mysterious category. Later, the Mysterious category also showed 2 new additions, albeit D tier, not comparing to Bai Ye's C tier Battle Spirit. Among them, what satisfied Qin Hao the most was the weapon soul, A tier Dragon Scale Purple Gold Knife, far superior to his original Stupa Spear in killing force, with a capability to stun the mind, and it also had a more imposing appearance. Walking back, Qin Hao, seeing no one around, felt a surge of energy in his right arm, which then materialized into a 1.5 meter long purple-red sheathless broadsword in his hand. The style of the blade resembled that of a tang sword, 3 fingers wide and cold as ice at the blade, with a fierce dragon's mouth at the hilt, the blade seeming to extend from the dragon's mouth, forming the handle. This was a 2-handed sword, yet remarkably light and easily wielded with one hand. Qin Hao held it comfortably, the handle warm and fitting perfectly into his palm as if it were an extension of his arm. With the sword in hand, he swung it freely on the deserted streets, the blade humming with each motion. Though he was not yet skilled in martial techniques, his swings already carried considerable force. Qin Hao enjoyed his dance with the blade, but 100 meters behind him, a figure who had been following him for a long time was struck dumb. Rubbing his eyes repeatedly, he stared at Qin Hao until he confirmed that what was in his hand was indeed a martial soul blade. It took him a full 5 to 6 minutes to come to his senses, and watching Qin Hao disappear into the distance, he could not afford to chase after him but hastily took out his phone. Boss, I've encountered a ghost. A few minutes later, on the other end of the phone, the man in black's expression turned incredibly vivid, then shifted to intense shock. Twin martial souls, not just an SSS grade martial soul, but twin martial souls. How is that possible? Stop following him, come back immediately. After hastily giving the order, the man in black hurriedly walked out of the room and entered the adjacent spacious suite. Old master, have you rested? Come in. Upon receiving the command, the man in black quickly pushed the door and entered. What's the rush? Scolded the elderly man who was reading a book. The man in black, however, couldn't care less and quickly whispered a few words to the old man. What did you say? The old man's face dramatically changed and he dropped his book without even realizing it. Where is that person now? I've ordered him to come back. He'll arrive soon. Once he's back, bring him to see me immediately. Understood. The man in black then left the room, leaving the elderly man alone. The usually calm old man found his hands trembling at this moment. He tried to pick up the book but felt overwhelmed by a tremendous sense of weakness. After several attempts, he gave up and slumped back in his chair looking up at the sky. A few minutes later, the old man's trembling heart finally calmed down, his eyes flashing with determination. Soon after, the man in black returned with a visibly startled subordinate. "Tell me in detail what you saw." "Yes." The next day, amid great anticipation, the stadium reopened. The remaining Awakening participants poured in. They also learned about yesterday's event, the appearance of an SSS grade martial soul. "I wonder if I can awaken an SSS grade martial soul today." Dream on. An SSS grade martial soul is a once-in-a-millennium event. Having even one is extraordinary. Hey, if others can, so can I. You're so vulgar. Are these even comparable? Didn't you say if others can, so can you? Get lost. The vast square was filled with noise, and about 90% of it was discussions about yesterday's event. The rest were fantasizing about their own potential SSS grade awakenings. Shin Hao once again entered the backstage. Although the instructors were puzzled by his arrival, they did not stop him. Shin Hao's status had changed significantly. One could say that even the principals of some local high schools might not hold as much sway here as Shin Hao, who had graduated from a military academy. This natural affinity made the instructors amicable. "Shin Hao, what brings you here again?" asked the instructor in charge with a smile. "Just idle at home, came to take a look." Shin Hao chuckled. "Hope I'm not disturbing you." "Haha, not at all, feel free to sit." The instructor waved his hand repeatedly. "Thanks." Shin Hao took his seat looking at the still empty stadium. Wonder how many A grades will show up today. His Dragon Demon martial soul had reached the strength of level 7, and to upgrade further he needed A grade or higher beast type martial souls. Others were of little use now. Shin Hao sat quietly in the corner waiting for the competition to start. Soon students who had met the criteria began to arrive. Shin Hao was immediately spotted sitting in a corner, causing quite a stir. However, the instructor quickly suppressed the commotion and started arranging the contests. Outside, the situation was becoming turbulent. Heads of major academies, having received the news, were hastily making their way to the small town of Yinchang. Many wanted to meet Shin Hao in advance, hoping to curry favor with him privately. However, this idea was ruthlessly punctured by Lu Xingwen. Despite often being at odds with Fang Buqi, the two joined forces at this moment to block the crowd, all in the name of fairness. This was not really a big deal. Lu Xingwen and Fang Buqi, though merely directors, were not taken seriously by many principals, but Lu Xingwen was from the military, and all the instructors and military personnel maintaining order listened to him. If he said no meetings, then no meetings it was. This move infuriated the old principals, who threatened to report him. However, Lu Xingwen did not take it seriously and continued as usual. He scoffed at the idea of these old foxes meeting Shin Hao, fearing they might lure him away, which would mean Lu Xingwen couldn't return to Longshan alive. As time slowly passed, more and more candidates completed their awakening, some joyous, others disappointed. The dream of awakening an SSS tier martial soul was ultimately crushed by reality. Unlike them, in the backstage area, Shin Hao was excitedly clenching his fists. In his spiritual world, the colossal martial soul, the Dragon Demon, stood dominantly before thousands of martial souls, a spectacle to behold with streams of light dancing around it like rainbows. Then the awaited sound arrived. Ding! After observing the A-tier beast martial soul, the Ji Wu Feiwen horse, you have awakened an A-tier beast martial soul, the Ji Wu Feiwen horse. Your Dragon Demon martial soul has advanced to the 8th realm, the pinnacle of Yinchang. Shin Hao was thrilled. After observing 3 A-tier beast martial souls and many above D-tier, his Dragon Demon martial soul had finally reached the 8th realm. Now he was on par with that 8th realm big shot of the Yinchang military. Indeed, coming here to observe the awakening of the candidates was the right decision. Only at such times could one advance so quickly. He wondered what would happen if he could observe the awakening of martial souls globally. Suddenly an idea struck Shin Hao. If possible, he had no doubt that he would immediately become the #1 person in the world. Unfortunately, that was impossible. The world today was isolated by ferocious beasts, not to mention between countries. Even the connections between major base cities were unstable. After pondering, Shin Hao suppressed the myriad thoughts in his mind, stood up and left. On his way back, seeing no one around, he wanted to summon his martial soul sword for a bit of practice. But at that moment his Dragon Demon inside him stirred unusually. With his perception enhanced several times by the 8th realm Dragon Demon martial soul, he sensed a figure lingering behind him from afar. Shin Hao grew suspicious and decided to change his route to test it out. Shin Hao was constantly aware of the figure trailing behind him. As expected, the person changed routes as soon as Shin Hao did, who was watching him. Shin Hao squinted his eyes. he had anticipated that his talents might draw attention, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Had he not reached the 8th realm, he might not have noticed at all. The follower was skilled and maintained a considerable distance, making them difficult to detect. How long had he been followed? Had it started yesterday or just today? If it was yesterday, then they might have discovered him using the dragon scale knife. That meant the person behind this knew his secret of possessing 2 martial souls. Thoughts raced through Qin Hao's mind. Seeing a small shop ahead, Qin Hao turned and entered, casually buying some items before leaving. He had figured it out. The pressing matter was to keep still and respond to changes with constancy. First, he needed to understand the follower's intentions. Without showing any emotion, Qin Hao headed home. The tracker, not sensing anything unusual and thinking Qin Hao was just shopping, stopped following and switched to surveillance. Inside his house, Qin Hao slightly lifted the curtain and looked towards the tracker. The person hadn't left. Watching me. Such sneaky behavior was definitely not a good sign. Qin Hao chuckled, biting into a piece of bread, and let the curtain fall. If they wanted to watch, let them watch. With the strength of the 8th realm within him, Qin Hao feared no demons or ghosts. The next day, after freshening up, Qin Hao glanced out the window. The surveillance person was still there, surprisingly dedicated, he thought to himself before eating breakfast and heading to the stadium. After 2 days of assessments, the rankings were out and were to be announced at the stadium. Heads of major academies would be there to recruit students. Soon he reached the stadium and nonchalantly looked back. The tracker was nowhere to be seen. It seemed they dared not come close, but of course, as the grand annual event of Yincheng, nearly 10,000 candidates would gather here, all of whom were the future hopes of Hua country, and the military traditionally deployed heavy security. It was normal for the follower to keep their distance. Upon entering the stadium, many people had already arrived. A giant screen stood at the front with a circle of tents underneath, each housing 1 or 2 teachers. The scene somewhat resembled a college job fair from Qin Hao's past life, except this was not for recruitment but for elite martial academies to enroll students. Out of over 300,000 candidates, only about 10,000 might meet the enrollment criteria, a brutal selection ratio of 1 in 30. Candidates scattered across the vast field showed various expressions. Some were full of confidence, engaging in lively conversations. Some seemed calm but paced back and forth. Others were visibly nervous, their faces pale as they consulted the recruiting academies one by one. However, none of this concerned Qin Hao. As soon as he entered, he was spotted by Lu Xingwen and Fang Buqi, who had been waiting for him and quickly led him to an office. Inside, 16 people were already seated. Men and women, young and old, were seated in a row at a conference table reminiscent of a meeting room. A seat was conspicuously left empty opposite them, seemingly reserved for Qin Hao. Lu Xingwen indeed directly escorted Qin Hao to the seat, pressing him down into it. "Sit down," he said. "Today you're not the one who should be nervous." "They are." Seeing Qin Hao's puzzled look, Lu Xingwen patted his shoulder and chuckled. Then he and Fang Buqi took their seats as well. A military officer at the door closed it, shutting out the noise from outside. Many had noticed Qin Hao entering through this special passage. They were curious and wanted to approach, but after a few steps, they were stopped by a group of heavily armed military officers, prohibiting them from getting closer. "Who is that, and how did he get in there?" some wondered aloud. "I don't know, I've never heard of this before. Maybe he was caught cheating on the exam," speculated some, eyeing the stern soldiers. "Don't jump to conclusions," said a student, waving his hand dismissively while enviously glancing at the soldiers blocking the door. "That's Qin Hao, the one who's become famous these last few days. The genius who awakened an SSS-grade martial soul, right?" "Yes, that's him." A murmur of astonishment and envy swept through the crowd. Meanwhile, inside the office, envied by many students, there was a profound silence. No more like a quiet tension, including Lu Xingwen and Fang Buqi. 18 people were present, their gazes fixed on Qin Hao as if assessing a rare treasure. Particularly the stares from a few elders made Qin Hao shiver uncomfortably and shift in his seat. He vaguely understood the purpose of this grand assembly. These individuals were likely recruitment officers from various prestigious academies or, like Lu Xingwen and his colleague, directors of such institutions. The other academies, probably not prestigious enough, were excluded by these elites. None of the old principals he had seen at the backfield earlier were present. Weren't they all clamoring to meet him? "I brought the person here, so why are you all suddenly mute?" Suddenly Lu Xingwen gave a meaningful glance around and hummed nonchalantly. As he spoke, the tense atmosphere in the meeting room instantly eased. An elder dressed in a tang suit was the first to stand and introduce himself. He was a special recruitment officer from the War Dragon Academy located in Linhu Base City, one of the most prosperous base cities in Hua country with a population nearing 50 million, 6 times that of Incheon. Many dreamed of owning a home in Linhu, for residing there meant absolute safety. Hua country's top powerhouses stationed in Linhu ensured that no beasts could invade the city. The reputation of War Dragon Academy was not small, it was indeed comparable to Yinqing Academy. The significance of this first introduction was not lost on Qin Hao, who then turned his attention to the remaining individuals, anticipating that their statuses would be equally impressive. And indeed, as each teacher introduced themselves, Qin Hao's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated causing quite a stir, but the magnitude of the forces that had arrived still took him by surprise. 18 individuals, all from the top 10 academies of Hua Nation, and they were not mere recruitment officers. They had been specially sent as envoys by their respective academies with the sole purpose of making contact with him to woo him to their side. It could be said that any one of these teachers stepping forward could cause an uproar among all the candidates present. Qin Hao had not expected the teachers to pay him such attention. He stood up and bowed respectfully. "Haha, no need to be so formal, please sit down," said an elder in traditional Tang attire from the Battle Dragon Academy, waving his hand gently and speaking kindly. "We have all seen the video of your awakening, and it was truly extraordinary. An SSS tier martial soul hasn't appeared in who knows how long. You deserve this level of treatment. Now, why don't you first tell us what your conditions are, so we can have an estimate?" The elder in Tang attire revealed his bottom line with a chuckle, effectively handing the initiative over to Qin Hao, who they wouldn't mind even if he made outrageous demands. The other teachers seemed to have no objections either, clearly thinking that Qin Hao was worth it. "Qin Hao, don't be shy with them, they are all rich, asking for tens or hundreds of billions wouldn't be a problem," Lu Xingwen's voice encouraged from ahead. Qin Hao's mouth twitched slightly as he lowered his head and coughed softly. Tens or hundreds of billions, he was indeed tempted, cough cough, but he was sidetracked. He was not the greedy type. He had anticipated this scene the night before, though the scale was much larger than he had imagined, but that didn't matter. After a pause, under the expectant gazes of many teachers, Qin Hao said, "I would like to see the martial souls of the teachers here. I would like to first see the martial souls of the teachers here." Qin Hao touched his nose and slowly spoke. "What did you say?" Fang Buqi seemed not to have heard clearly and, digging in his ear, asked again. Cough cough, "I'd like to witness the martial souls of the teachers," Qin Hao said somewhat sheepishly. "Why?" Lu Xingwen looked bewildered. Not just him, everyone present was slow to grasp his request. They had imagined Qin Hao making grand demands, asking for various treasures, resources, and the like, but they had never thought that Qin Hao would want to see their martial souls. What was there to see in martial souls? Could it be he was choosing schools based on the strength of their martial souls? Subconsciously, everyone thought of the most likely answer and turned their gazes to a middle-aged, voluptuous woman on the far right. Among those present, this woman was the strongest and 8th realm battle general. If Qin Hao really was judging based on this, then didn't that mean they stood no chance? The voluptuous woman, her hair swept up high, wasn't at all flustered by the many eyes on her and gently smiled, saying, "Perhaps you could explain why you want to see our martial souls." Qin Hao replied, "I have long heard that the teachers of Hua Nation's top 10 academies are all mighty among the mighty. Having never seen them before, I thought that today, having the chance to meet all the teachers, I would like to see and broaden my horizons." Qin Hao's words were full of praise and flattery. Whether there was genuine sentiment behind them or not, the teachers were certainly pleased. Who were they dealing with? An SSS class spirit holder, a top-tier genius encountered only once every 1,000 years. Now, saying that he wanted to witness their spirits to broaden his knowledge, such a statement could only be a matter of great pride if spoken aloud. The teachers quickly understood, assuming that Qin Hao, having stayed in this small town, hadn't seen many spirits and was simply curious. Curiosity is a good thing. It was because of the curiosity of their ancestors that they were able to discover the method of cultivating spirits, allowing humanity to establish a foothold and develop in this dangerous society. The teachers admired his curiosity and agreed without hesitation. It was just a matter of showing their spirits. Since the young man wanted to see, they would let him witness their power. Lu Xingwen was the first to speak. His body straightened and the air behind him began to twist rapidly as a pitch-black spear, the Hun Tian spear, appeared behind him and then fell into his hands. An A-grade weapon spirit, the Hun Tian spear, with the power to suppress and repel thunder, was immensely powerful against certain fierce beasts. In that moment, the aged Lu Xingwen seemed to return to his prime, his overwhelming aura filling the conference room. Xin Hao's eyes narrowed as he felt a disturbance in his own spirit, a reaction to the presence of another's spirit. He quickly suppressed it, then displayed an expression of awe, seemingly overwhelmed by the display. A few seconds later, a system notification chimed in. You have observed an A-grade weapon spirit, Hun Tian Spear. You have awakened an A-grade weapon spirit, Hun Tian Spear. A subtle smile appeared on Xin Hao's face. His request to see the teacher's spirits was precisely for this moment. Being teachers at major institutions, their spirits were undoubtedly exceptional. Without doubt, today would be a rich harvest. Xin Hao turned to the second teacher. Lu Xingwen timely withdrew his spirit, and then Fong Buqi stood up. Boy, watch closely, this old man's spirit is quite special, Fong Buqi said with a mysterious smile, then stirred up his internal power. Unlike Lu Xingwen's domineering presence, it was more like a gentle breeze and flowing water, peaceful. Soon a misty gas appeared around Fong Buqi, lifting him off the ground as if he were flying. This scene had occurred before, when Fong Buqi was awarding Chen Yu a prize, but Xin Hao hadn't had enough time to observe it then. He was very interested in this spirit that enabled flight, a privilege typically reserved for combat kings of the 9th realm and above. However, he wasn't sure what type of spirit it was. After a few seconds, another notification chimed. You have observed an A-grade plant-based spirit, Wanhua Vine. You have awakened an A-grade plant-based spirit, Wanhua Vine. It turned out to be a plant-based spirit. Xin Hao was astonished. He had assumed it would be a mysterious or weapon-based spirit, but it was the least likely plant-based spirit. However, as Xin Hao's spirit connected with this new spirit, he immediately understood. The gas-lifting Fong Buqi wasn't the spirit itself but a derived ability of the Wanhua Vine. The true Wanhua Vine was likely engraved on Director Fong's back. Moreover, this myriad flower vine has a wonderful use. It can replace one's field of vision. If one attaches their mental energy to it and releases the vine, it can be used as a means of reconnaissance, which is quite magical. This martial spirit is also very secretive, allowing for its unexpected use. What a great item! Xin Hao happily accepted it. Following this, the third teacher, the fourth, up to the 17th teacher, all as he expected, were all A-grade. This wave of harvest was only slightly less exhilarating compared to the awakening event of 300,000 students, making Xin Hao exclaim in satisfaction. Just as his gaze fell on the last beautiful woman, an even more surprising scene unfolded. This teacher actually possessed an S-grade martial spirit. Ding! Observing an S-grade plant-based martial spirit, Exquisite Heartgrass. You have awakened an S-grade plant-based martial spirit, Exquisite Heartgrass. Your plant-based martial spirit strength has now advanced to a level 6 Battlemaster, Exquisite Heartgrass, a powerful offensive martial spirit. It takes the form of leaves, controlled at will, akin to flying knives. When used, it is unpredictable and can unknowingly trap an enemy in a deadly situation. It also possesses strong detoxifying and healing abilities, combining both attack and support. Truly worthy of an S-grade martial spirit, Xin Hao briefly experienced the abilities of the Exquisite Heartgrass and was greatly satisfied. Having acquired the martial spirits of all 18 teachers, Xin Hao exclaimed in amazement, incredible, truly worthy of being teachers. These martial spirits are all powerful ones that students encounter for the first time in their lives. Haha, what is this? Wait until you enter our academy, you will see even more powerful martial spirits. Lu Xingwen nodded in satisfaction. He's not your Longshin man yet, Fong Buqi reminded coldly from the side. Others also looked at Lu Xingwen with displeasure. Lu Xingwen, unconcerned, simply smiled. It's only a matter of time. What good things can you guys from that poor place offer? A teacher sneered scornfully, then eagerly looked at Xin Hao. Xin Hao, you've seen the martial spirits, let's talk about your admission now, shall we? Before Xin Hao could speak, Fong Buqi eagerly tapped on the table, drawing Xin Hao's attention. Fong Buqi said, Xin Hao, you've seen the rewards given to Chen Yulong by our Yanjing Higher Institute, right? Now, the reward standards for you have also been set. Why not listen to what I have to say first? Xin Hao was slightly startled, then nodded in agreement. Director Fong's words saved him the effort. It's no joke, Xin Hao had thought all night and still couldn't figure out what he needed. It's not that he didn't need anything, rather he didn't know what was truly valuable. Just like a poor boy who can never imagine the luxurious life of a rich man, so it was somewhat difficult for him to make demands. Since our institute has never encountered an SSS-grade martial spirit before, we were unsure about the content of the rewards and finally decided to triple the standards used for Chen Yulong. Upon hearing this, many in the room were visibly moved. They were aware of the rewards for Chen Yulong, which were genuinely worth a fortune. If we were to increase it by threefold, A few teachers exchanged glances, their smiles tinged with bitterness. After all, the Yenjing Academy was situated in the heart of the empire, far wealthier than their own institutions. The offer included a choice of NES grade weapon, NES grade armor, and NES grade cultivation treasure. During the student's tenure, all cultivation resources would be allocated at the level of a director. All experiments would grant first priority for participation. These were simple terms, yet once spoken, they cast the room into silence. Even Lu Xingwen, who had anticipated Yenjing Academy's generous offer, was taken aback by the conditions presented: 3 S-tier treasures and the key point was the freedom to choose. This meant that Qin Hao could select any equipment he desired. Even among items of the same tier, the value could vary greatly due to their attributes, properties, and the methods of their creation. But now to choose freely, not to mention the director-level resource allocation that followed. This was essentially ensuring that all of Qin Hao's needs during his academic career, from basic necessities to cultivation requirements, were fully covered with plenty left over. These additional resources could even be managed freely by Qin Hao, who as a mere student wouldn't need so much. No one yet knew that Qin Hao was actually a level 8 warrior, treated only as level 5. The priority in experiments meant that Qin Hao could participate in national-level experimental tasks, which could potentially be more beneficial than the previous offerings combined. That old man from Yenjing is willing to offer so much? Lu Xingwen asked with deep skepticism. Fang Buqi glared at him displeasedly. Do you think calling our dean that way means you haven't been hit enough? Lu Xingwen glared back but eventually shut his mouth, clearly intimidated by the dean of Yenjing. Fang Buqi himself hadn't expected such a generous offer either. The first few items were fine, but the last one was crucial. Others might not know, but as the director of admissions at Yenjing Academy, he was aware that a very important experimental project would be transferred to Yenjing Academy at the start of the spring semester, which coincided with the new student intake. Even he had no slot to participate, having only heard some rumors. But if Qin Hao agreed, he would definitely be able to join. Fang Buqi was envious when he learned of this. However, he couldn't hint this to Qin Hao. After looking around at everyone, Fang Buqi sat down. His terms were laid out, and it was now time for others to speak. Many teachers looked somewhat embarrassed. They clearly hadn't expected Yenjing to make such a grand gesture right from the start, and their own preparations paled in comparison. After some thought, they chose to remain silent, waiting to see the other offers. At that moment, a beautiful woman stood up. Student Qin Hao, why not listen to our conditions? Please speak, Qin Hao said with a smile. The woman nodded slightly and said, regarding the treasures, our conditions might be slightly inferior to Yenjing's offer of 3 S-tier treasures. Additionally, our resources are somewhat limited. Many special cultivation materials may not be available, but I can take the initiative to request the principal to accept you as a student. Our principal is a soul master of the 9th realm with an SS-grade martial soul. Moreover, regarding various martial arts, you may browse them as you wish, the beautiful lady said before sitting down. The other academy teachers also nodded slightly. The terms they could offer were generally no more than this. Qin Hao fell silent, pondering. He wasn't particularly concerned about being a student of the principal, as he himself was of the 8th realm and his power did not require cultivation. Merely observing enough martial souls could enhance it on its own. Thus the terms from Yenjing were a step higher. Qin Hao had anticipated this. After all, in terms of financial resources, probably no one present could compare with Yenjing. Indeed, the value of 3 S-grade treasures was immeasurable, and only Yenjing might have the confidence to let Qin Hao choose any. The simple offer to choose any two overwhelmed 90% of the academy's present. As for the remaining 10%, Qin Hao looked toward Lu Xingwen. This old gentleman had always been watching from the sidelines and had not yet spoken. Is everyone done? Lu Xingwen glanced at the crowd and sneered dismissively. Typical of businessmen, nothing to offer but money. The other teachers' foreheads creased and they frowned. Young Qin, we at Longxian are a bit different. We don't have such a rich background, so we might not be able to offer you many treasures. As these words were spoken, the other teachers started to scoff. Without treasures to offer, could it be they relied on selling face? They were eager to see what this old man could do. But we can offer you military power, Lu Xingwen said, causing everyone in the room to turn and look at him, their eyes filled with shock and incredulity. Even Qin Hao hadn't expected this answer. Military power? Lu, have you lost your mind? Such a thing isn't handed out lightly, an elder angrily rebuked. Offering military power to a freshman, such a preposterous thing has never happened before in the history of our nation. Longxian has been established for 231 years. When have we ever treated a freshman like this? Another teacher said sternly. The matter of military power was of great importance. They couldn't possibly overlook it. Lu Xingwen's expression was a bit odd, but remembering the words of that important person, he calmed down. He looked at the previous teacher. This is a joint decision by the head of the Southern District Military Department and our Longxian principal. Ridiculous, a teacher slammed his hand on the desk. Lu Xingwen calmly gestured for calm. Mr. Wu, stay calm. If you have any issues, you can speak with our principal. Don't disrupt me now. After speaking, Lu Xingwen turned to the oddly faced Qin Hao and said, Young Qin, originally I wanted to overstep my bounds and directly offer you 3 S-grade treasures along with some other assorted items. But after communicating with the principal, he gave me a new plan for you to hear. Finishing his speech, Lu Xingwen straightened up, his demeanor solemn as he took out a piece of paper. At this moment, he appeared completely different from before, commanding respect without anger. According to the Southern District Talent Development Regulations, Qin Hao of Yincheng Experimental Academy is hereby granted the military rank of junior captain along with a bonus of 100,000. Several teachers maintained their composure, for this was a reward for Qin Haotian's talent, not a mere entrance bonus. Even if Lu Xingwen hadn't mentioned it, they would have applied for it on Qin Haotian's behalf later. The real rewards were yet to come. Lu Xingwen glanced at Qin Haotian, took a deep breath, and announced solemnly, according to the newly revised Dragon Xian Advanced Martial Academy Special Talent Induction Regulations, the new student Qin Haotian is awarded the military rank of lieutenant and the position of 1,000 household inspector. Upon enrollment, he is to assume the role automatically. 1,000 household inspector. Fong Buki's hand trembled. While the rank of lieutenant might be a common reward, as most who enter Dragon Xian would eventually take up a military post, and thus it was not particularly rare, it could be seen as an honor. But being 1,000 household inspector was different. This was actual military power. Once Qin Haotian accepted, from the moment of his enrollment, he would command a squadron of 1,000 soldiers, able to deploy them at will. For other students at Dragon Xian to receive such treatment, they would either need to accomplish significant feats or serve diligently in the military for several years after graduation, and only then might they ascend to such a rank, and even that was just a possibility. In an unstable world, reaching such a position required genuine participation in wars against other nations, wars against ferocious beasts. Thus, this position's difficulty was further underscored. And now, Qin Haotian merely had to agree to enroll to obtain this. This was unprecedented since the establishment of the school. What is this special talent induction thing at Dragon Xian that I'd never heard of before? Suddenly a teacher beside them looked at Lu Xingwen with skepticism. Lu Xingwen smiled calmly. The dean and the chief commander are currently revising this regulation, and I believe it will be published soon. Everyone present felt a pang in their hearts. This meant that they had specifically amended a regulation to recruit Qin Haotian. Was this even allowed? The poorer academies felt even more bitter. Yanjing and Dragon Xian, one rich, the other powerful. What chance did they stand? Is that all? Suddenly Fong Buki glanced sideways and tapped on the table. Of course not, I haven't finished yet. Lu Xingwen cleared his throat and continued, those are the new terms now for the original terms I had planned. Dragon Xian isn't as wealthy, so you can choose any S-grade treasure and the academy will cover all cultivation resources. That's roughly it. We can discuss the details once you've made your choice, ensuring your satisfaction. Lu Xingwen smirked and sat down. Now all eyes in the room turned to Qin Haotian. It was his turn to choose. Oh, and one more thing I almost forgot to mention, Lu Xingwen suddenly added, our Dragon Xian is different from ordinary academies. There will be numerous trial opportunities, and the variety of martial techniques available is the most extensive among all the academies, given our backing by the military department. Lu Xingwen smiled proudly. Qin Haotian's gaze sharpened. If the position of 1,000 household inspector had intrigued him, the backing of the military department nearly sealed his decision. Within this vast machine that governed the nation, how many influential figures would there be? How many martial spirits? I choose Dragon Xian. Without any hesitation, Qin Hao blurted out his choice, causing the teachers present to exchange knowing glances as if they had anticipated his decision. The moment the term military power was mentioned, it seemed they had no more advantages to leverage. Who could refuse such authority? Ha ha, good lad, you won't be disappointed. Lu Xingwen applauded loudly, laughing boisterously. The other teachers looked on with disdain, scoffing at this unconventional old man. Humph, I'm leaving. I shouldn't have come today, just getting annoyed for nothing, exclaimed one irritably. Folks feel free to visit Longxian more often, we're always welcoming Lu. Xingwen chuckled, trying to see the teachers out, but they coldly brushed him off. Fong Duqi sat there tapping his fingers on the table. After a while he summoned an instructor, whispered a few instructions and sent him away. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was pulled aside by Lu Xingwen for a detailed discussion. In a corner of the massive stadium, a slender figure quietly watched his scores scrolling on the screen. Bai Yi found his ranking, C-class sequence 16 victories, ranked first. With this result he could choose some medium-level martial arts academies. It seemed Bai Yi had already set his sights on one and started walking towards it. Just then a military officer dressed as an instructor approached him. "Are you student Bai Yi?" Bai Yi looked at him and nodded. "Please follow me," the instructor said, leading the way. Bai Yi glanced at his chosen academy, which had quite a crowd in front, and thought it would be no trouble to take a look. Unexpectedly, the instructor led him straight to a small meeting room. Upon entering he saw Qin Hao and the others. And they saw him too. Lu Xingwen glanced at Bai Yi, then at Fong Duqi. "Bai Yi, would you like to join our Yanjing Academy?" Fong Duqi asked straightforwardly. Bai Yi's pupils shrank slightly, a sign of his inner turmoil. Fong Duqi had expected Bai Yi to accept immediately, as with a C-class martial spirit he typically wouldn't qualify for Yanjing. However, knowing the uniqueness of Bai Yi's battle spirit, Fong was willing to invest in his training. To his surprise, Bai Yi did not immediately agree but instead looked towards Qin Hao. "So you've taken a liking to that young man?" Fong chuckled. Bai Yi's eyes filled with fighting spirit as he stared intently at Qin Hao. "That's perfect. Once you're in Yanjing with your unique battle spirit, you'll surely make great progress, and perhaps one day you'll even defeat that young man." Lu Xingwen bristled at these words. No one was allowed to belittle his prized student. Seeing the admiration in Fong's eyes, Lu Xingwen schemed, smiling slyly at Bai Yi. "Remember, you're called Bai Yi, right? How about coming to Longxian? You'll be able to progress alongside Qin Hao. Your unique martial spirit will have more opportunities to be honed there. Yanjing is just an ivory tower, not suitable for you." "Too much, Lu." Fong slammed the table, glaring furiously. Lu Xingwen ignored him and continued, "What do you say? If you're willing, you can enroll right now. Come September you can report to Longxian together with him." In Fong Duqi's widened eyes, Bai Yi decisively nodded. Lu Xingwen burst into laughter. He remembered some records about the Bai family when Fong Duqi mentioned them. Although he didn't know as much as Lu Xingwen, he was aware of some details. He also admired Bai Yi for his resilience and unyielding will, which seemed like the makings of a born warrior king. It was indeed a loss for them not to recruit him to Longxian. Moreover, snatching him from under Yanjing's nose was exhilarating. Lu Xingwen almost wanted to shout in triumph. In front of Fong Duqi, Lu Xingwen processed the admissions for Qin Hao and Bai Yi. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit conference room furnished with 10 seats which were all occupied, everyone sat in silence, seemingly waiting for something. Moments later, the elderly man at the head of the table received a message: "Confirmed to join Longxian Academy." He put down his phone and looked at those present. He has joined Longxian. He didn't specify who, but everyone in the room knew. Longxian, backed by the military, was not to be trifled with. The person to his right spoke first. The person to his left, with an unflappable demeanor, said softly, "It's just a confirmation of enrollment. The report is still 2 months away. This is our chance. I think the priority is to find out about the rewards Longxian offers him, which will reflect how much they value him, and then decide if we should act." Another person spoke. Everyone looked towards the elderly man at the head. The old man shook his head. "Can't find detailed information, but with an SSS grade martial spirit they won't take it lightly." At this mention, everyone's breathing became slightly heavier, followed by more intense expressions. Many faces showed excitement. "I've called you here to plan our next steps, not to discuss whether we should act, so let's not dwell on that. He'll be heading home soon. Think about how we can capture him quickly and covertly. Longxian has significant influence. We must be extremely careful, absolutely not letting them detect us. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for all of us here." The old man's murky eyes swept over everyone. All who met his gaze immediately lowered their heads. "Understood. Qin will be waiting for you at Longxian." At the entrance of the sports field, Lu Xingwen patted Qin Hao's shoulder reassuringly, handing him a card and a badge. "This is your reward, a junior military rank and 100,000 yuan. The rest you'll get after you arrive at Longxian. With this rank you can ask for assistance from the Yincheng military whenever you face difficulties. And I'll notify them." "Thank you, Director Lu." Qin Hao nodded joyously. "Well, that's settled. I'll see you in Longxian in 2 months." Lu Xingwen laughed heartily and got into a car. Clutching the bank card and badge, Qin Hao's heart swelled with boundless expectations. Imagining his life at Longshan, he headed home. Today was June 29th, with the reporting date 2 months away. He planned to use this time to join an adventure team for some real-world experience. Currently, he had the martial spirit and strength, but his combat skills were barely better than a child's. Joining an adventure team to venture out of the city was the fastest way to improve. Additionally, there was that person who had been following him. Qin Hao remembered this and looked back. No longer following. He glanced back only once before turning his head again, puzzled by the disappearance of his follower. Had they not come, or had they given up? Or were they hiding somewhere even more concealed? Qin Hao turned into a street and headed to the same supermarket he had visited before. He wandered around covertly, watching his back. Indeed, the follower was no longer there. Could it be that they gave up after learning I had joined the Dragon Xian? Qin Hao couldn't understand the other party's intentions. He had thought they bore ill will, but now it seemed he might have overthought it. No, he couldn't be too sure. Qin Hao bought some items nonchalantly and returned home, still carrying his doubts. He greeted some neighbors he passed by. They asked about his grades, and Qin Hao brushed them off casually. Reaching his door, Qin Hao was about to enter when he suddenly felt something was off. His door handle was an old-fashioned spherical knob. On the metal sphere, a patch of the coating had worn off, feeling gritty to the touch. When he locked the door, this worn area would face downward. It had been so for years, to the extent that he was used to it, but just now when he grasped the doorknob, that familiar gritty texture was on the side. He slightly loosened his grip, and sure enough, the worn area was on the side. This meant someone had opened the door. Thinking of the earlier follower, Qin Hao's eyes gradually grew colder. At the same time, his heart stirred the supernatural martial soul night shadow he had acquired before. This martial soul allowed parts of his body to shadowize, thus ignoring physical attacks, and at night it could perfectly blend him into the darkness, making him invisible. A shadow appeared behind him. Qin Hao took a deep breath and fiercely opened the door. As he did so, night shadow shadowized several vital parts of his body. However, after opening the door, the room was eerily quiet, with nothing amiss. The house was small, with only 2 rooms and their doors wide open, allowing him to see everything at a glance. Nothing unusual. Had they left? Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief and closed the door, but in that instant a bone-chilling coldness struck from behind, almost instinctively. The power of the martial soul burst forth from within him. The divine dragon demon partially manifested, its aura exploding, blocking the chill at his back for a moment. Qin Hao rolled to the side, dodging. He saw the attacker clearly, a transparent figure currently holding a similarly transparent dagger stabbing towards him. Indeed, someone had set their sights on me. Such advanced stealth technology, the forces behind this person must be extraordinary. Qin Hao's pupils shrank as he fully manifested his martial soul, but just as he was about to use his 8th realm strength to crush the enemy, a thought arose in his mind, causing him to pause. In that moment of hesitation, the door behind him was flung open again, and 2 figures in black suits and pure white masks rushed in. In their hands, they held a rope crackling with electricity, charging directly at Qin Hao. At the same time, the transparent person also charged again. 3 individuals, all at the 6th realm of strength, surrounded Qin Hao in a strategic formation, trapping him in the middle. To deal with me, a 5th realm student, you actually dispatched 3 people. The person behind you must be really cowardly, Qin Hao taunted as he dodged an attack from an invisible assailant and rolled away from the trio. Unfazed by his mockery, they attacked again. Qin Hao suppressed the power within his body, maintaining the strength of the 5th realm. He couldn't afford to reveal his true capabilities. The identity of the adversary's backer was still unclear, even if he managed to repel these enemies now. If they were frightened off, he would lose any lead on the mastermind. To cut the weeds, one must eliminate the roots. He couldn't allow an unknown force to lurk in the shadows, coveting what was his. Given the silent, ruthless manner of the attackers, Qin Hao figured they were likely disposable soldiers, unlikely to yield useful information even if captured. Their backing force must have prepared for the possibility of failure. Thus, the best strategy was to feign weakness, allow himself to be captured, and then infiltrate their ranks before breaking out with his formidable strength. He was not worried about sustaining serious injuries. His 8th realm power was more than enough to dominate Yincheng. With this plan in mind, Qin Hao put on a ferocious but fearful front, threatening, "Do you know I have joined Longshan? If they find out you tried to assassinate me, everyone associated with you will die." However, the 3 opponents seemed deaf to his threats. Clearly, they were mere pawns. Qin Hao's heart sank as he noticed more activity in the hallway, enemy reinforcements were arriving. Within just a couple of minutes, not managing to secure their target, they had called for backup. The decisiveness and ruthlessness of the mastermind were beyond his expectations. Indeed, just seconds after he sensed the disturbance, 6 more figures appeared at the door and windows, all at the 6th realm. As the 6 entered the room, a faint whistling sound zipped past Qin Hao's ear and struck the ground, followed by a rain of similar sounds. Pft, pft, pft. The ground was instantly riddled with holes the size of toothpicks. Gunman, Qin Hao's eyes narrowed as he spotted 4 gun-wielding figures through the shattered window. Despite his quick reflexes, the barrage of bullets was too dense to evade. Within a second he was hit by over a dozen bullets. There was no pain, only numbness. Tranquilizer darts. Feeling his strength rapidly drain, Qin Hao instinctively wanted to activate his Linglong Heart Grass martial spirit, which had strong detoxifying effects. No, he mustn't activate it. The use of tranquilizer darts meant they wanted him alive. There was no danger. This was an excellent opportunity to infiltrate their ranks. Realizing this, Qin Hao immediately abandoned the idea of detoxifying and let the drug take full effect. As Qin Hao fell unconscious, the black-clad men officially tied him up and stuffed him into a bag. Seconds later, a street-sweeping garbage truck passed by. 2 residents carrying an old wooden cabinet downstairs coincided with the truck's passage, and Qin Hao's body was swiftly stuffed into the cabinet. "Old man, I don't need this wooden cabinet anymore, do you want it?" a resident asked as he carried the cabinet downstairs to the garbage collector. With a cheerful response, the garbage man said, "Yes, bring it here." The wooden cabinet, once owned by Qin Hao, was tossed into the garbage truck. Everything seemed so casual, so natural. At the street corner, people came and went, barely anyone paying attention to it. In the meeting room, an elderly man leaned on his cane, waiting silently. Only half of the people initially in the room remained. Moments later, a person dressed in black entered and said, "Old sir, it was a success. Ha, I told you he's just a student. Even if he has an SSS grade martial spirit, what of it? He has no experience in combat, easy to overpower." A middle-aged man in the room smirked with excitement. "Now comes the truly dangerous part. We must transfer him to the destination before the Yincheng military catches on." Another person spoke calmly, "Don't worry, my people are experienced. By the time that boy is where he needs to be, Yincheng military won't even know what happened." The middle-aged man, clearly undervaluing the military, scoffed, "An incompetence suddenly awakening an SSS-grade dual martial spirit. If we can figure out why he transformed this way, we will become the overlords of the entire world." Another participant in the room spoke, his eyes filled with fervor. The elderly man listened quietly to the discussions. After a while, he spoke, "Sever all ties with the laboratory, leave no trace, send all necessary supplies in advance, and do not make contact until the results are out. From now on, everyone forget about this matter." The faces around him quickly changed, hiding their excitement. "Understood." Time passed. When Qin Hao awoke, he heard the howling of the wind near his ears and felt a faint vibration beneath him. It seemed to be a train. Recalling his memories before losing consciousness, Qin Hao tried to assess his situation. He wondered whether the Yincheng military would realize he had been captured. The kidnappers were well prepared, and their actions were stealthy. Moreover, with no one around in the building, if the kidnappers restored the site, it would indeed be difficult for anyone to notice his disappearance. "Who have I offended?" Qin Hao pondered as he surveyed his surroundings and recalled if he had ever offended anyone. Throughout his life he had been a nobody, bullied in his childhood due to his weak constitution. However, that was when he was young. As he grew up, he was placed in the experimental academy by the officials. Even though he couldn't cultivate initially, which caused a stir at the time, it soon calmed down. Besides instructor Xiang Xiao, hardly anyone paid him any attention, thus he had no friends. Regarding offending anyone, he didn't think so. Being a nobody at school, he hardly spoke to anyone. How could he have offended anyone? So the most likely scenario was that those people were interested in his martial spirit. If someone wanted to investigate, they could easily uncover his past experiences, and naturally, they would be suspicious of his sudden burst of talent. Qin Hao considered for a moment and confirmed his guess. Could it be they want to know why I suddenly became able to cultivate and awaken a top-tier martial spirit? Perhaps it was related to the day I revealed my twin martial souls. At this moment, Qin Hao also took a good look around and confirmed that he was indeed on a high-speed train. It was a small compartment with 4 masked men in black constantly guarding him. Heavy metal shackles were affixed to his hands and feet, seemingly suppressing his martial souls. However, Qin Hao tested them and easily broke through the suppression. The shackles were limited in power and couldn't contain his strength. If he wanted, he could easily break free right now. Perhaps out of confidence, these people didn't take any other measures to suppress him. At this moment, two black-clothed individuals wearing red masks entered. Seeing Chin Hao's calm face, they were slightly surprised. "Kid, aren't you scared?" The one on the left stepped forward, pressing close to Chin Hao's forehead and staring down at him, his eyes behind the mask filled with condescension and mockery. "I heard you're an SSS tier genius. I wonder if you'll fight like those lowlifes." The red mask chuckled lowly, then suddenly threw a punch into Chin Hao's stomach. Chin Hao's eyes widened, staring intently at the eyes behind the mask. "You shouldn't have hit me." Feeling the pain in his abdomen, Chin Hao almost lost his temper. "Hot today, I just did." The red mask sneered, ready to strike again, but at that moment someone beside him grabbed him. "He's an important specimen, just have your fun and leave it. If anything serious happens, the old man won't spare you." Hearing about the old man, the red mask's eyes narrowed and he reluctantly stopped. "You're lucky, kid, keep a close eye on him." After checking the shackles on Chin Hao, the red mask instructed the other men in black, then turned and left. Chin Hao silently watched the retreating figures while in his spiritual world a pitch-black bee vibrated its wings, a C-tier beast martial soul, the stinger bee highly venomous. Chin Hao flicked his tongue, a drop of black venom spontaneously appeared, then transformed into a hair-thin needle. He gently exhaled and the poison needle shot into the back of that man's neck. The red mask slapped the back of his neck with a smack. "What's wrong?" the person ahead asked. "Nothing, just got stung by a bug." The red mask thought nothing of it, rubbed his neck and followed the others out. Soon the carriage returned to silence. The light seeping through the cracks gradually disappeared. Time passed unknown how much. Chin Hao felt the train come to a stop. The small door opened again, this time. Four individuals in white masks came in. They unshackled Chin Hao and each took hold of an arm and a leg, carrying him out. Chin Hao was carried through several carriages where he saw carriages full of supplies and armed martial artists, silently shocked by the magnitude of the opposing force. After disembarking, Chin Hao looked around. It was a wild and desolate mountain range surrounded by mountains on all sides, and in front of them a deep and bottomless cave was carved into the mountain. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat accompanied by several warriors waited at the cave entrance. Seeing Chin Hao, the man in the lab coat burst into intense excitement and quickly walked over. His hand hovered above Chin Hao, wanting to touch but not daring to. "Is this the one with the twin martial souls?" The SSS tier soul master, the leader with the red mask, nodded. "Good, very good. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would take on such research. Rest assured I will unearth all the secrets of this young man." The man in the white coat spoke fervently. He then waved his hand, signaling the soldiers behind him to take charge of Chin Hao. The red mask issued an order and a large amount of supplies entered the abyss-like cave with Chin Hao. "The military in Yincheng is really useless. They haven't reacted yet, and here I was worried all the way." A red-masked man silently watched Chin Hao being taken away and breathed a sigh of relief. Soon all the supplies were transported inside. The cave slowly closed as if it had never existed. "Let's go." The lead red mask turned and left. At this moment another red-masked man suddenly raised his hand to scratch his neck. "It's getting itchier," he muttered, scratching vigorously. This time, however, a piece of flesh was torn from his neck. He didn't feel it, only the relentless itch. A few seconds later, thud. The red-masked man fell to the ground, his mask shattered, revealing a face that had turned blue-black. His neck, half scratched away, was spurting dark blood. "What happened?" The leader turned around in shock, his face pale behind his mask. "Don't know, he just fell." His subordinates panicked. Some tried to approach but were stopped by the leader. "Don't get close, it's poisonous." Immediately the group retreated in a rush, all shocked and alarmed. The red-masked man was not yet dead. Pain now showed on his face as he struggled, reaching out with a hand covered in his own blood and flesh towards his boss. "Save me." A subordinate died. The elder, upon hearing the report, furrowed his brows. "Did you find out the cause?" "Before, he seemed to have been bitten by an insect, so we suspected was a highly poisonous mosquito," the leader explained. "Considering the location is in the mountains, it's possible." The elder nodded, not delving deeper. Deadly insects and beasts were not uncommon. Bad luck for him. "How's the research institute doing?" he asked again. "All is well. Supplies have been delivered, enough to last a year. For this year, the institute will sever all contact with the outside world, and our group's records contain no information about this institute, so it's impossible to trace back to us." "Well done, go claim your reward." The elder nodded slightly. "To alleviate the master's worries is my duty." The confidant bowed calmly. "Heh. The military department is the highest command in each city, and the highest commanders of local military departments are known as the chief commanders. Above the chief commander is the chief director of a district, such as the South China District. Whether it is Longxian's Linen City or the current Yincheng, both are under the jurisdiction of the South China District. At this moment, the chief commander of Yincheng's military, Xiang Tianyang, is talking to the chief director of the South China District. Xiang Tianyang stands solemnly behind his desk, continuously nodding at the voice on the phone, his face increasingly joyful. At that moment, one of his subordinates entered, clutching a report. Xiang Tianyang shot him a glare and pointed at his phone, signaling him to keep quiet. The subordinate, not daring to disturb, stood waiting by the desk. 10 minutes later, Xiang Tianyang burst into laughter and said, "All right, I'll definitely visit if I get the chance," and hung up the phone. "Qin, how good lad, you really gave me a huge surprise." Xiang Tianyang couldn't stop smiling as he recalled the praise from his boss over the phone. The boss had even invited him to the linen headquarters for drinks, which clearly hinted at a possible promotion. Having spent over a decade in the remote corners of Yincheng, Xiang Tianyang felt as if he was about to grow sores from sitting so long. Finally, a chance for advancement had come, and he would have to properly thank that young man. Thinking of Qin, how Xiang Tianyang couldn't help but admire him continuously. Only then did he remember the subordinate still standing in front of him. "What's the rush? Didn't you see I was on the phone? How can you be so reckless?" Xiang Tianyang took a sip of tea from his cup. "Bring it here, let's see who's causing trouble now." Yincheng was small and its public security was usually good. Rarely did they encounter major cases, so Xiang Tianyang wasn't very concerned. However, as he looked at the photos in the report, he sensed something was amiss. "Are these bullet holes? Has someone been harmed?" "Report, sir. The invaders used tranquilizer darts and the owner of the house has also disappeared. It appears to be a kidnapping case. Have you found out the homeowner's information? It's outrageous that a gunpoint kidnapping occurred under my jurisdiction. We must take this seriously." Xiang Tianyang grunted, holding his tea in one hand and flipping through the report with the other. "We've got the information. The missing person is a student from the experimental college named Xinhao. Both his parents are deceased and he was living alone. The report was made by his neighbor. We're still unclear about the kidnappers' motives, but we're preparing to visit the experimental college to inquire about the situation, which might give us a lead." The subordinate reported, meticulously unaware that his boss's face was turning pale. "What did you just say? The missing person, what's his name?" Xiang Tianyang's lips trembled as he spoke each word. Without waiting for his subordinate to answer, he had already flipped to the last page of the report. Printed on the A4 paper was a young man's portrait along with all his relevant information clearly listed. It was all too clear at a glance. "It's over." Seeing the familiar name and the face he had just learned about 2 days ago, Xiang Tianyang's head spun and it felt as though the sky had darkened. The glass cup in his hand dropped to the floor and shattered. "Commander, what's wrong?" The subordinate was startled and hurried over to help clean up. Go." Xiang Tianyang shoved him away and roared, "Quick, damn it, deploy the troops." "Damn, I just promised the boss I'd take good care of him, and now you're telling me he's been kidnapped." "Hurry up, damn it, deploy the troops, block all the city's main transport routes, and make sure no one leaves the city." Seeing his subordinate still dazed, Xiang Tianyang kicked him. "Are you deaf? Go now." At this moment, Xiang Tianyang's heart trembled with fear. He had a premonition that if he couldn't handle this situation properly, he might lose his position. No, it was not just about losing his position, his entire future was at stake. No one understood better than the head of the military the critical importance of a class SS top genius to the nation. "Damn it, of all people, why did you have to kidnap him?" Xiang Tianyang was furious enough to tear the kidnappers apart with his bare hands. Promptly, at his command, nearly 80% of the military was mobilized, treating this matter with the highest priority. Major traffic routes throughout the city were blocked and a large number of officers were dispatched to search. Soon a suspicious garbage truck and 2 men carrying boxes were identified. Within less than half an hour, they had information on them. "Where are they?" Xiang Tianyang asked, his face so dark it seemed water could drip from it. "Dead, and they left no useful information behind." It was clear to him that these were no ordinary kidnappers. His subordinates' faces were grave. They already understood the gravity of the situation but felt powerless as the kidnappers had covered their tracks too effectively. Any other clues? According to traffic surveillance, the culprits had boarded a train leaving the city. They likely got off midway and took Xinhao directly into the wilderness. Xiang Tianyang's face twitched. going into the wilderness meant all traces were lost. As long as the kidnappers stayed out of the cities, Qinhao's whereabouts would remain untraceable. Damn it, Xiang Tianyang cursed. Boss, this is no ordinary power. The speed and methods of their operation are beyond the capability of ordinary people. One of his subordinates reported. Xiang Tianyang didn't need to be told, he had already figured it out. The kidnappers had a clear target: to abduct this newly emerged great genius. Not many forces in the city could manage this, he muttered, then slammed his fist on the table. Issue the order. Thoroughly investigate the following groups in the city: Lian Shang Pharmaceuticals, Chenyu Technology, Xin Shang Future Information Group. Boss, under what pretense? These powers have significant backing. It's not easy to just investigate them. Check their water meters, fire safety, whatever. Do I need to teach you everything? Xiang Tianyang barked. Understood, the subordinate replied. Atop the highest building in Yincheng, an old man leaning on a cane looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the sprawling city below. He watched the chaos in the city with a calm demeanor, as if seated above the clouds. Yincheng, he chuckled softly. Chairman, the military has sent someone to inspect our security measures. His secretary whispered to him. Be polite and let them check whatever they want, the old man said with a benevolent smile. Meanwhile, in a secret laboratory embedded in the mountains, Qinhao was locked in a vertical bed, his limbs secured with metal cuffs that contained power to suppress his martial spirit. However, these were no trouble for him. Qinhao surveyed the lab. 3 researchers in lab coats were preparing equipment, and a martial artist stood in each corner of the room. They must be security personnel, each one is armed, and the aura they emit is extraordinary, each possessing the strength of at least the 5th realm. And this is just the power inside the laboratory. Who knows how many more martial artists are stationed outside. At the moment, 3 researchers are casually chatting. Qinhao listens attentively, hoping to pick up some useful information. However, the result is disappointing. These people seem to have lived here for years and are clueless about the outside world. The highest leader they have access to is a director whom Qinhao guesses is the same researcher who brought him in. Beyond that, he hears nothing that could hint at the mastermind behind the scenes. Just as Qinhao considers confronting the director directly, he overhears the 3 researchers discussing something curious. They wonder if his blood still contains any residual energy, mentioning that the director said he seemed to have drunk something before his performance. Whether he drank it or not, a disabled person suddenly awakening a dual martial soul, one of which is an abnormal SSS grade, surely smells fishy. They agree that it merits thorough investigation. Qinhao loses interest in their subsequent conversation. The words he drank something echo in his mind. They must know about the potion he took, attributing his sudden burst of talent to that potion. Although absurd, this is a logical assumption since his previous inability to cultivate is a fact, as is his sudden awakening of top-tier talent. Others don't know about his system, so they naturally suspect the potion he consumed. He hadn't expected his caution at the time to fail, and yet he was still discovered. But soon another question arises. He had taken the potion while queuing, not yet in the arena. Only his classmates were present, so if anyone saw him take the potion, it would only be those few classmates nearby. This implies that the leak must be among these classmates. Does this mean that by identifying and scrutinizing these classmates one by one to see who had contact with suspicious characters, he could uncover the mastermind? A glint of realization shines in Qinhao's eyes as he feels he's onto a clear lead. Just then footsteps approach. Qinhao turns to see a researcher coming towards him with a syringe, apparently intending to draw his blood. The researcher coldly glances at Qinhao, then pats his arm and applies alcohol, preparing to take blood. However, just as the needle is about to pierce the skin, the figure in front of him, previously restrained, suddenly moves. The metal lock snaps as if it were paper, and a large hand grips the researcher's neck. Like drawing blood? Then let's draw. Plenty. Qinhao swiftly grabs the syringe, plunges it into the researcher's neck, and pulls the plunger all the way. The loss of blood turns the researcher's complexion instantly pale, his body convulsing as if he were having a stroke. At this moment, the 4 martial artists in the laboratory finally react. Bullets almost instantaneously hit Qinhao's body. Are they tranquilizer rounds? Feeling that familiar numbing sensation, Qinhao smiled. Did they really think he was afraid of these things? With a spread of his hands, slender grass leaves as thin as fingers appeared in his palms, unfolding like a set of flying knives. S-level martial spirit, exquisite heart grass. Among plant-based martial spirits, few possess powerful offensive capabilities, but exquisite heart grass is one of them. Its primary feature is that it attacks following the user's thoughts. the number of heart grass leaves one can control depends on the warrior's strength. Currently, Qin Hao's plant-based martial spirit was at the level of a 6th realm combat master, allowing him to control 64 leaves simultaneously. If he were to reach the peak 10th realm, he could control up to 1024 leaves. His attack was like thousands of swords returning to their source, not inferior even to the top weapon-based martial spirits. However, 1024 heartgrass leaves were far beyond Qin Hao's current level. 64 were more than enough to handle the 4 warriors before him. Seeing the warriors approaching with guns, Qin Hao's thoughts shifted. The 64 heartgrass leaves suddenly spread out, forming a ring in front of him. Then they shot out. Instantly, whizzing sounds filled the room as green shadows crisscrossed, leaving the 4 warriors with little ability to retaliate, each pierced through by the heartgrass. The piercing alarm bells rang at that moment. Qin Hao looked at the 2 remaining researchers. One of them had triggered the alarm. Seeing Qin Hao's gaze, the 2 shuddered in fear. They had thought he was just a lab rat, an experimental subject, but he had turned into a ferocious wolf capable of tearing them apart. As they looked at the 4 warriors turned into sieves and the researchers still twitching, a chill ran up their spines. Thump. One researcher, unable to bear the psychological pressure, fell to his knees. "Mercy, sir. I know nothing." Just as the other tried to kneel, a leaf blade shot towards him. The immense force knocked him back and pinned him against the wall. The kneeling warrior was even more terrified. He hadn't even seen the trajectory of the attack. Fear engulfed his reason like a tide. Qin Hao spared him no attention for the moment and walked over to the researcher nailed to the wall. He stripped off his protective suit and then removed his white lab coat to wear it himself. Why had they stripped him when they captured him, leaving him in only a pair of shorts when he woke? Qin Hao found this puzzling. The man before him wasn't dead yet, blood continuously flowing from his wounds. Looking into his eyes filled with terror and resentment, Qin Hao shook his head slightly. With a flick of his fingers, 2 leaf blades instantly pierced the man's eye sockets, granting him release. Qin Hao had no mercy. If he wasn't strong enough to defend himself, he would probably have been dissected for research by now. Thus, these people deserve to die. He then turned to the remaining researcher. "No, don't come any closer." The researcher's face twisted in fear as he continuously kicked his legs, trying to scoot backward. In less than a minute, Qin Hao had killed 6 people decisively and ruthlessly, his youthful face showing no discomfort. Where is this supposed to be a student who just graduated from a mid-level martial academy? This is clearly a demon. Answer a question well, and I won't kill you, Qin Hao stated as he stopped in front of the researcher. Ask away, feel free to ask. The researcher hurriedly nodded, despite knowing that the other might be deceiving him. But faced with this only chance at life, how could he not seize it? He was just a minor researcher, his power merely at the 3rd realm, no match for the person before him, who is the highest authority in this laboratory. Qin Hao asked calmly, looking into the researcher's eyes. The jarring alarm blaring right beside them seemed to not affect him at all. The researcher's gaze noticeably flinched, hesitating. However, a second later, intense pain surged. A blade had pinned his knee. The researcher's hesitation vanished instantly. No secret was worth more than his own life. The director, the highest authority, is the director. He organized this experiment, the researcher blurted out in panic. Good, where is he now? I don't know. Seeing Qin Hao's gaze turn cold, the researcher quickly cried out, "I really don't know. The director needs to prepare for the experiment. He might be in the equipment room on the 2nd underground level, or maybe in his office on the 1st ground level, that's where he lives. Or he might be inspecting around." The researcher was nearly scared to death, spilling everything he knew in rapid succession, almost to the point of telling Qin Hao how often the director goes to the toilet. Who was behind this laboratory? Qin Hao asked again. He had little expectation for this question. This minor researcher likely wouldn't know. As expected, the researcher shook his head in terror. I don't know that. Probably only the director knows. The others. He couldn't finish his sentence. A blade had pierced through his head. Your answer didn't satisfy me. Qin Hao glanced, showing no interest in the researcher's thoughts. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the lab. Qin Hao glanced at the escape route map. They were on the 3rd underground level. First, let's check the 2nd level, Qin Hao muttered, wiping his face, putting on a look of terror, and staggered out. Quick, save me. The subject has escaped. He's running away. Qin Hao shouted in panic as a squad of heavily armed guards led by 2 cold martial artists quickly approached. Seeing Qin Hao in a white coat stained with blood, they instinctively made way for him, passing by his side. Qin Hao didn't stop, maintaining his terrified demeanor as he ran towards the elevator, but soon a cold shout came from behind. Stop, Qin Hao slowed his steps, his expression of terror returning to calm. I didn't want to waste time on you, but you're looking for death. Qin Hao murmured to himself, and the next moment, without waiting for them to speak, he made the first move, 60. For blades transformed into the sharpest blades, creating a blade storm in the narrow corridor. Puff puff puff, seconds later, the squad of guards was completely dead, the splashing blood dyeing that segment of the corridor red. The only ones still standing were the two leading martial artists, both strong at the sixth realm. Facing Qin Hao's attack, they managed to hold him off. But even so, a chill rose from the depths of their hearts. He was too fast. In almost the blink of an eye, all the people they brought were dead. They didn't even have the chance to fire their weapons. Wasn't this person just a fifth realm student? The two didn't have time to figure out the reason because Qin Hao was already turning back. His martial soul seemed to be a leaf blade with formidable piercing power. It would be good just to dodge nimbly. After all, how much power could a little kid, even with a powerful martial soul, truly wield? The martial artist on the left spat out a mouthful of blood-spattered saliva, his eyes fiercely fixed on the rapidly approaching Qin Hao. Hearing his words, the martial artist on the right solemnly nodded and tightened his grip on his long sword. The two had been partners for many years, one with a sword and the other with a knife, and together they had even slain a seventh realm ferocious beast. Now facing a kid, they believed they could stop him. Watch out, he's definitely going to lead with the leaf blade. I'll block it and you take the chance to finish him off. The martial artist on the left growled as a large broad-bladed knife appeared in his hand. The blade was as big as half a door. No wonder he was confident in blocking the terrifyingly piercing leaf blade. Good, his partner immediately understood the plan and stepped to the side, positioning himself behind him. The broad blade was in front, blocking Qin Hao's line of sight. Nice idea, but let's see if you can hold it. Qin Hao's pupils flashed with a golden light. Instantly his linglong heartgrass transformed into the divine elephant demon dragon. A golden giant elephant emerged out of nowhere and charged towards the two martial artists, blocking the way. The terrifying oppressive force seemed to solidify the air. Boom! The knife martial soul was directly shattered by the impact, and the golden elephant trampled one of the martial artists underfoot, crushing half of his body to dust. Impossible! Wasn't his martial soul a leaf blade? The sword-wielding martial artist was stunned, but he knew he had to stop this suddenly appeared golden elephant or his partner would surely die. And without his partner he too would face danger. However, just as he raised his sword to strike the golden elephant, a dark purple dragon suddenly lifted its head from the back of the golden elephant, its deep, dark eyes falling on the sword-wielding martial artist. In that moment, the martial artist felt as if he were being targeted by a demon from hell. The terrifying intimidation was so overwhelming that he couldn't muster the will to resist. Clang! He dropped his long sword, falling to the ground like a devout worshipper. As the long sword left his hand, it turned to dust and disappeared. And when Qin Hao approached, the sword martial soul artist was already dead, devoid of life. Divine elephant demon dragon, elephant suppression, dragon soul devouring. With the power of the eighth realm, using the divine elephant demon dragon martial soul against these minor characters was like crushing ants. They couldn't even withstand a single glance from the demon dragon. Easily dispatching the two sixth realm martial artists, Qin Hao retracted his martial soul and headed toward the elevator. Along the way he passed many laboratories similar to the one he had been held in, which appeared to have been conducting experiments. But due to the alarm, the labs were now empty and the researchers were nowhere to be seen. Following the memory from just moments before, Qin Hao found the elevator. Fortunately, the opposition hadn't cut the elevator's power. It was unclear if they had simply forgotten or if they were harboring thoughts of trapping him, like catching a turtle in a jar. According to movie cliches, a bunch of gunmen would fire at the elevator when the doors opened, turning anyone inside into a sieve. But surely these people wouldn't be that foolish, right? As Qin Hao pondered, the elevator reached the second basement level. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Rat-a-tat-tat! Gunfire erupted suddenly. Within mere seconds, countless bullets poured into the elevator. This time, they weren't tranquilizer rounds, but high-energy ammunition capable of threatening martial artists below the sixth realm. Stop! The team leader raised his hand, looking towards the honeycombed elevator. It was completely empty. Qin Hao was nowhere to be seen. Go in and check, the leader gestured. Several gunmen entered the elevator. At the same time, 64 blades affixed to the elevator walls instantly whipped up a storm inside, killing all who entered in just a few seconds. The people outside, in their panic, fired wildly without regard for possibly hitting their own teammates. They failed to notice a dim shadow that had moved behind them at some unknown point. B-level superhero marshal. Soul, shadow body, commander. All corporate entities have been checked and no information has been found, reported a military official in the meeting room of the Yincheng military department where department heads had gathered. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianyang's already grim expression darkened further. The expressions of the others were no better. By now everyone had realized the gravity of the case. With our current capabilities, it's unlikely we'll find any useful information unless we send teams to search the wilderness. A middle-aged man with a mustache spoke gravely. A woman immediately added, "We have already located where the suspect got off the vehicle. If we organize a search in the wilderness, we can offer some assistance." "Ridiculous, the wilderness isn't somewhere you can just wander into," another veteran exclaimed, slapping the table. "Our Yincheng military department's strength is already inferior to those of the big cities. Sending more personnel into the wilderness is akin to a death sentence. What else can we do? Just let them take Qinhao away." "Qinhao is important, but we can't risk our people's lives." As the two sides argued, it looked like a full-blown quarrel was about to erupt. Xiang Tianyang massaged his temples with a headache and pressed his hand down. The room immediately quieted down. After all, he was Yincheng's only 8th realm presence. "How long has it been since Qinhao was captured?" Xiang Tianyang asked. His assistant quickly replied, 8 hours. 8 hours, and not a hair of Qinhao has been found. Xiang Tianyang wanted to burst out in anger, but his words turned into a deep sigh. "Contact the Southern Military Department. This matter is beyond our ability to resolve." Everyone in the room fell silent. They had not yet reported the situation to the Southern Military Department, which meant there was still a chance to turn things around if they could find Qinhao safely. But once the notification was sent up, it meant that their major dereliction of duty was exposed. Everyone present could potentially be dismissed and investigated. Someone struggled to speak, wanting to try again. However, looking into Xiang Tianyang's bloodshot eyes, they couldn't utter a word. Since no one objected, "Then make the call. I will personally explain to the chief." Xiang Tianyang closed his eyes, exuding an air of aged weariness. He had thought that Qinhao's arrival would provide him with an opportunity for promotion, a blessing for Yincheng. However, those damn things had extended their claws towards Qinhao. "Don't let me catch you, or I will surely have you flayed 1,000 times." Xiang Tianyang harbored a beast in his heart, waiting for the moment to devour someone. At that moment, his assistant approached, holding a phone. "Commander, the call is through." Xiang Tianyang opened his eyes. Everyone in the conference room kept their mouths tightly shut, creating a suffocating atmosphere. He took the phone and a hearty laugh came from the other end. "Tianyang, what's up? Are you facing some difficulties? Just say it. As long as it's within my authority, I'll help you out." "Sir, if it were just difficulties, that would be better," Xiang Tianyang said bitterly, slowly beginning. "Sir, I have been negligent. Qinhao has been captured by a terrorist organization." Silence, a deathly stillness, but Xiang Tianyang could feel a storm brewing on the other end of the phone. "Have you found out who did it?" A calm yet commanding voice came through the phone. Xiang Tianyang instinctively stood straight. The enemy had a clear objective and was well prepared, catching us off guard. By the time we realized, it was already too late. "So you're calling for help?" The calmness in the voice made Xiang Tianyang afraid. "Yes," he said firmly. "How long has it been since Qinhao disappeared?" The other side asked. A pang went through Xiang Tianyang's heart and he slowly replied, 8 hours. Silence again like death, and a few seconds later the call ended. Xiang Tianyang seemed to collapse into his chair. At that moment he truly felt as if he was going to die. That kind of terrifying pressure, he hadn't faced it in a long time. He couldn't remember when, but he knew that now it was time for those terrorist organizations to fear. "Commander, how did it go?" a subordinate asked. Softly, Xiang Tianyang waved his hand. "Continue the investigation, the rest is not our concern." Just after he spoke, the phone suddenly rang urgently again. Xiang Tianyang just picked it up when a torrent of curses came from the other end. "Xiang, you really are something. The promising talent I just found is ruined by you." Xiang Tianyang was about to say something, but the call ended. He looked at the number. It was Long Shin, the old dean. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. The entanglement was getting bigger. But this was just the beginning. Another call rang, directed to the operations department. The person in charge of the operations department glanced at Xiang Tianyang, cautiously answering. The call was on speaker and the voice carried into the ears of everyone present. "From now on, I'm taking full control of Yincheng's operations department." Then the call ended. Commander Liu of the Southern Military Region stared rigidly at the phone number before another call came through. It was from the Southern Military Headquarters demanding that Yicheng hand over all information related to the case, call after call. At this moment Yicheng under Xiang Tianyang's jurisdiction was completely taken over. From now on everything would be handled by the Southern Military Headquarters. Amidst these incessant calls, the people in the conference room had become numb. When the pressure is too high you no longer feel the pressure. Then another call reached the information department. This is Team 009 of the Southern Military Region, codename Sky Eye. Have we just discovered that the person was taken off the train midway? The calm and gentle voice stunned the woman in charge of the information department. This was the first person to speak so calmly. The others were either too cold or outright yelling. The woman quickly replied, "Yes, that's correct, and we have also located the specific place." "Well then, please send a team familiar with the information to assist us at the location. We will be arriving soon." After saying this, the call was disconnected. The woman looked pleadingly at Xiang Tianyang, sending a team meant venturing into the wilderness, a place teeming with formidable beasts where entering was akin to walking alongside death. Xiang Tianyang frowned, pondering about the Sky Eye team. The name seemed familiar, but since they were almost there, he naturally had to keep up. This was an opportunity to redeem himself. He immediately ordered to send people over. Just as he finished giving the order, he was startled. He remembered. Team 009 of the Southern Military Region, codename Sky Eye. That ghostly infiltration team, with only 5 members, they had once infiltrated Neon and assassinated 21 high-ranking officers, causing turmoil throughout the nation of Neon. He hadn't expected them to come too. In the laboratory on the second basement level, about 20 gunmen surrounded the elevator entrance, slowly advancing under the lead of a warrior. The first few gunmen to enter the elevator were reaped by blades and friendly fire, their corpses strewn across the elevator, blood flowing across the floor, instilling a nameless fear in the gunmen. It was as if an invisible demon was hiding inside, waiting to claim their lives the moment they entered. Suddenly, the leader's walkie-talkie rang. The sudden noise in these tense moments startled everyone around. The leader cursed irritably and picked up the walkie-talkie. "What's up? Don't you see I'm on a mission? Captain behind you." Shocked, the warrior's heart skipped a beat, and without thinking he swiftly turned around. However, a flash of blood-red light passed before his eyes and he found his viewpoint suddenly elevated. Accompanied by a thud, he saw his own legs standing in front of his face. He remembered those boots. He had polished them carefully when he got up, making them shine. Now they perfectly reflected his own decapitated head. How could this? The thought abruptly ceased as darkness engulfed his vision. Behind him, Qinhao gripped the phoenix-tail sickle in both hands, its curved blade still dripping with blood. With a kick, he toppled the headless corpse in front of him and danced with his twin weapon souls. "I thought you weren't that foolish." He clicked his tongue. "Indeed, art imitates life." Sneering, Qinhao faced the numerous frightened gazes, crouched low, and charged straight into the crowd. In an instant, the blade light was fierce. The phoenix-tail sickle, already adept at reaping, transformed into a deadly weapon at that moment. The gunmen's bulletproof vests were utterly useless, as if made of clay, easily sliced through. Only a single martial artist, his eyes about to split with rage, quickly ordered everyone to scatter. In such a short span, nearly 10 men had already fallen to that blade. And what was even more terrifying was that when the phoenix-tail sickle couldn't switch directions in time, it would immediately vanish, replaced by another weapon, a purple-gold longsword. With the alternating appearance of the dual weapons, these ordinary gunmen stood almost no chance against him. The terrifying speed of the slaughter was hard to believe coming from a student. The remaining gunmen quickly spread out, widening their formation, not giving Qinhao a chance. At that moment, a giant wolf materialized behind the martial artist, its sixth realm aura unreservedly bursting forth. Roar! The giant wolf bellowed, lunging to bite Qinhao on its master's command. The few remaining gunmen dispersed into the distance, continuously firing. Sparks flew. Qinhao pushed off the ground and leapt into the air, bullets closely following him, weaving a dense net below. "Fool, daring to jump into the air amidst such dense fire. Now let's see where you can hide." The martial artist scoffed coldly, directing the giant wolf to attack. However, Qinhao didn't fall after his leap. Inside his clothing, his back bloomed with a colorful vine, the A-grade plant weapon soul from Yanjing Academy's Director of Admissions Fong Buki, the myriad flower vine. This weapon soul allowed him to hover. Wrapped in a misty aura, Qinhao stood mid-air, dodging both the giant wolf's attack and the bullets. Flight, he's a 9th realm. Seeing this, the martial artist's eyes trembled violently, a strong fear surging in his heart. if he was of the ninth realm, not just them but even if everyone in the laboratory combined forces, they couldn't stop him. Everyone in this enclosed laboratory could only wait to be slaughtered, but soon he realized the trick. With the misty aura, no, not the ninth realm, it was the characteristic of the weapon soul that allowed him to fly. But just as the thought occurred, the martial artist was stunned. Weapon soul? Weren't his weapon souls just the two blades? How come another weapon soul appeared? He thought Qin Hao's twin blades were his weapon soul, but then he realized something was amiss. If this vine or the dual weapons were his weapon souls, then what was the thing he used to ambush several gunmen in the elevator? This guy, how many weapon souls does he have? The martial artist seemed to stumble upon a possibility, his pupils dilating dramatically. This was even more shocking to him than if Qin Hao had been of the ninth realm, because such a thing was simply impossible. Kill him quickly. The warrior let out a roar, no longer caring about the command from above to capture the creature alive. In that moment, all he wanted was to kill this monster. To him, anyone possessing multiple martial spirits was undoubtedly a monster among monsters. However, what happened next would become his final memory. The floral vine martial spirit dissipated and a pitch-black demon dragon appeared. Its deep, icy eyes swept coldly over everyone present, and a low humming roar seemed to echo deep within their souls. The next moment, under the warrior's terrified gaze, all his subordinates collapsed to the ground one by one. Thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the floor was like the drum beats of the Grim Reaper. How could this be? How could this be? Endless fear crazily devoured his mind. In the next second, the demon dragon loomed larger in his view. 1 second later, he, like his subordinates, fell to the ground. In just 6 or 7 seconds, this squad of nearly 20 gunmen, including 2 level 6 martial artists, was dead. With the floral vine gone, Qin Hao landed on the ground and looked up. A camera above the elevator faithfully recorded the scene. A flurry of leaves shot out, shattering the camera. Qin Hao then headed towards the equipment room. In the security room, a security officer watched the now dark monitor and felt a chill spread throughout his body. That one glance seemed as though it had pierced through the monitor to see him. He must report it. The people on the second floor can't stop him. No, nor can those on the first floor. Remembering what needed to be done, the officer hurriedly captured the surveillance footage and sent it to the highest-ranking person responsible for laboratory security. Then he sat down, lost and disoriented, constantly recalling the scene he had just witnessed. If he remembered correctly, that man used a total of 5 martial spirits, no, maybe 6. He thought of the sword and the scythe, which might be 2 separate martial spirits. 6 martial spirits? What kind of monster is this? The second floor lacked the numerous labs found below, but instead featured some warehouses storing weapons, equipment, and supplies. There weren't many people, and Qin Hao encountered only 2 squads along the way. Unsurprisingly, he harvested them all. The head of the laboratory had chosen secrecy, likely indicating confidence in capturing him, yet throughout, Qin Hao had not encountered any significant defensive force. Thus, the enemy might be brewing some major trap. Therefore, Qin Hao was not overly pleased but was preparing for all possibilities. This level's layout was similar to a hotel, with a long corridor flanked by rooms on either side. However, compared to a hotel, this corridor was much wider, able to accommodate 10 people walking side by side. A piercing alarm sounded overhead and red lights filled the corridor. Qin Hao searched each room one by one. Meanwhile, on the ground floor, the person who had escorted Qin Hao in was indeed the highest responsible person of this laboratory. But just as he was about to go down, the alarm was triggered, so he immediately returned to his own residence. This place is not only his residence but also the supreme command center of the entire laboratory. The surveillance footage was already in his hands. Behind him stood a tall figure wrapped in a black trench coat. When Qin Hao revealed each of his martial souls, the director's face visibly trembled. His hands, resting on the desk, clenched tightly together, unable to tell if it was out of excitement or horror. "You've seen the video?" the director asked in a hoarse voice. "Yes," responded the tall figure behind him, the chief security officer and the highest combat power in the laboratory, a level 7 martial general named Lian Wu, who nodded slightly. "Can we take him down?" asked the director. "Not alone, but with the combined force of all squads it's possible." "Then let's proceed. No need to capture him alive. Just ensure the body is preserved as intact as possible," the director said, his eyes blazing with a crazed fervor. "Rest assured," Lian Wu replied, perhaps following orders from above, as everyone on the second underground level had already evacuated. Even the security squads were nowhere to be seen. Qin Hao searched through room after room, finding no clues, and finally arrived at the elevator. The power to the elevator was still on, still waiting for me. Shin Hao chuckled, entered the elevator and then smashed the camera inside. Report: the target has entered the elevator. The camera is destroyed, unable to monitor further. The personnel in the monitoring room reported to the man in the trench coat. At that moment, at the elevator entrance on the first underground level, 10 martial squads arranged in formation, tightly surrounding the entire elevator entrance. This was all the laboratory's security forces now summoned here by Lien Wu. Among them, there were 200 armed gunmen and 20 level 6 martial fighters. Beside Lien Wu stood 5 individuals, each emanating a level 6 aura, led by Lien Wu, a level 7, standing in front of the 10 squads. The cameras overhead faithfully recorded everything and transmitted it to the director. Alone in the monitoring room, the director sat with a bottle of red wine beside him, watching the monitor like one would watch a movie. Shin Hao: 200 gunmen, 25 level SAXS, 1 level 7. Let's see how you escape this time. When I capture you, I will slice your body piece by piece and preserve it well. Then the greatest discovery in the world will be born at my hands. I will remember your name well and your contribution to this great discovery. The director, nearly maniacal, stared at the monitor and gulped down a glass of red wine. The strong astringent taste filled his mouth, making him choke a bit. As long as I unlock your secret, it will benefit countless people, including me, so you must die. The director wiped away the wine at the corner of his mouth, which was red like blood, his eyes overflowing with limitless frenzy and greed. Commander, it's just a kid after all, even if he has multiple martial souls, but considering his strength, is all this caution really necessary? Beside Lien Wu, a martial fighter with a high ponytail and bright makeup seemed puzzled. What, Kai Feng, you're getting soft-hearted? Beside the woman stood a man dressed in heavy armor, looking like a steel warbear. Speaking in a deep and resonant tone, Kai Feng shot him a sidelong glance and suddenly broke into a captivating smile. Yes, I've heard that the boy is quite handsome, a handsome man with talent. What woman wouldn't be moved? Kai Feng, naturally graceful, adopted a seductive pose, instantly sending a surge of heat through the plump man, who reached out to pinch her fullness. However, a sudden, sharp pain struck him from below. Unbeknownst to him, Kai Feng had grabbed him firmly, her cold laugh tightening into a fist. You fat fool, you really think I don't know what you're up to? Do it again and I'll crush you. With a hiss of pain, the fat man's face twitched as he quickly begged for mercy. Those who had been eyeing Sai Feng's beauty swiftly turned their heads, feeling an invisible threat looming over them. Quiet, it's coming, the squad leader Lien Wu grunted. The elevator's display now read -1 and the doors were about to open. Everyone ready, no shooting without my command. At Lien Wu's command, 200 gunmen stood ready with their weapons aimed at the elevator door, while a group of warriors summoned their martial spirits, forming a barrier in front. Such a setup would surely mince anyone unprepared who appeared from the elevator in an instant. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened and the warriors tensed up. Jokes aside, they were not taking this young man lightly. The terrifying potential of multiple martial spirits was unknown, and no one knew what might erupt next. Lien Wu felt a quiet concern he did not voice. The true strength of a warrior could not be gauged through video alone. He speculated that Shin Hao might possess the strength of a 6th or even 7th level. Only such strength could easily dispatch a team of warriors. But what if he was wrong? What if Shin Hao was not at the 7th level but something even more terrifying, the 8th level? Lien Wu clenched his fists, pushing down his thoughts as he watched the elevator, which, as he predicted, was empty. However, with lessons learned from the past, he did not rashly send people into the elevator. Instead, he arranged through a walkie-talkie for someone already waiting in the elevator shaft to cut the cable. Crackle! The recently ascended elevator suddenly plummeted down, its pulley screeching against the tracks. As it slid completely down, only the top of the elevator visible. Dozens of thin blades shot out from the dimly lit elevator door. The sharp whistling of the blades was masked by the screeching, unnoticed by many. But Lien Wu, who had been closely watching the elevator, spotted those slender blades. A strong sense of crisis overwhelmed him. Instinctively he bellowed, "Defend!" The warriors, well trained, instantly unfolded their martial spirits to shield themselves. Bang, bang, bang! Shin Hao's plant-based martial spirit, though only at the 6th level, did not cause much damage to these prepared warriors of the same level. However, the gunmen at the back were different. They were just ordinary people at the 1st or 2nd level. Facing a storm of blade-like leaves, all they could do was wait for death. Puff, puff, puff. Countless sprays of blood burst instantaneously among the crowd, revealing a nearly enchanting beauty. In just a few breaths, a dozen people had died, the remaining ones scattered in panic, their formation completely disrupted. Damn it, Lian Wu cursed loudly but was helpless. After striking a blow, Qin Hao had retracted his martial spirit, leaving Lian Wu with no target to attack. At that moment, Qin Hao vanished again. He grabbed the walkie-talkie, ordering the personnel in the monitoring room to locate Qin Hao. There he is, suddenly an astonished voice rang out from afar. Lian Wu turned his head and saw Qin Hao charging towards them, riding a divine elephant dragon demon. A terrifying oppressive force descended. In that instant, Lian Wu felt a sluggishness in the operation of his own martial spirit, and a strong sense of fear surged in his heart. His worries had come true. Qin Hao was a level 8. Who the hell brought this level 8 here? Lian Wu swore internally, but then a wave of fear rose from the depths of his heart. Who could capture a level 8 powerhouse? Such figures, even placed in major cities, could dominate. Who could capture them so effortlessly? Who would dare? Thus, there was only one explanation: the opponent had been captured on purpose. The opponent had intentionally used this as a way to infiltrate. Lian Wu instantly concocted an elaborate conspiracy theory, assuming this was a trap set by the officials of Silver City to eliminate them as potential threats. He looked up bitterly at the camera, a strong sense of powerlessness rising in his heart. However, the situation had reached this point and they had no choice but to fight with all they had. Be careful, the sky is level 8, I'll take the lead, and you guys support from the sides. Watch out for that demon dragon, we're not clear on its capabilities yet, but anyone it targets ends up dead, mysteriously and inexplicably. Captain, you're not joking, right? Kai Feng's pretty face turned pale. Watching Qin Hao approach, a ridiculous thought arose. This guy is level 8, isn't he just a student? I misjudged the information. Lian Wu shook his head, grabbing a crimson spear that appeared in his hand. This kid is just a recent graduate, weak in combat skills, this is our only chance. Lian Wu swept his hand, and the spear tip generated roaring flames that climbed along the shaft, somewhat resisting the divine elephant dragon demon's pressure. He was right, Qin Hao was unskilled in martial techniques and crude in the use of his martial spirit. But with the strength of level 8, he just needed to be careful to handle everyone present. Attack! Lian Wu's gaze turned cold and he charged out at once. Boom! His whole being like a fire dragon parted the crowd and headed straight for Qin Hao. Such an explosive aura. Qin Hao paused, then saw the flaming spear in Lian Wu's hand. Wait! Qin Hao suddenly stopped and his martial spirit halted as well. Lian Wu frowned, not stopping his movements. You have no honor in martial arts, Qin Hao exclaimed, then started to retreat by leaping backwards. Just then he was backing away. This scene instantly bewildered everyone present. What was happening? Was our brigade commander so formidable that he had scared off that young man? Could it be that the brigade commander had misjudged and the young man wasn't at level 8? It must be so. As the crowd pondered, they felt as if they had grasped the situation. The worries and fears in their hearts were swept away and they excitedly followed their leader out. At this moment, Qin Hao was retreating backward, his eyes fixed on the blazing spear in Lian Wu's hands. Time slowly passed. Finally, after a few seconds, the awaited voice rang out. Ding! You have observed an A-grade weapon soul, Crimson Flame Spear. You have awakened an A-grade weapon soul, Crimson Flame Spear. Your weapon soul power has now advanced to a level 6 warrior. It was a success. Qin Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. This spear was as handsome as the dragon scale purple gold knife. Delaying this little bit of time to obtain an A-grade weapon soul was totally worth it. With his goal achieved, Qin Hao turned back around. I told you to stop, but you wouldn't listen, now I will make you stop. Qin Hao clenched his fist and smashed it towards the spear shadows of Lian Wu with a punch. Roar! The golden elephant roared furiously. The terrifying sound waves spread out like ripples instantly. The flames on the spear extinguished in a moment, turning it into a regular spear. Lian Wu, bearing the brunt, felt as if his organs were shifting under the roar. Then the golden elephant charged. Just as Lian Wu attempted to dodge, he felt a stagnation in his internal strength, causing a momentary pause in his movements. He was too close to Qin Hao. The oppressive force was unavoidable. He could only watch helplessly as the golden elephant slammed into his body. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking clearly emitted from within him, and Lian Wu felt an uncontrollable severe pain spreading throughout his body. Then his body was sent flying, knocking down a group of gunmen behind him. Brigade commander! Several warriors cried out in shock, rushing to surround Qin Hao. Lian Wu spat out a mouthful of blood and tried to stop them, but it was too late. The golden elephant bowed its head and a pitch-black magic dragon rose from its back, its deep dark eyes emitting a chilling black aura. In that instant everyone's backs turned cold. "Don't look at it!" Lian Wu shouted urgently, however thump thump thump. 200 gunmen instantly 80% fell like harvested rice stalks in a field, one after another collapsing. No, even harvesting rice wasn't this quick. How could this be? Seeing comrades who had just been beside them now lifeless on the ground, nothing could be more terrifying. The surviving gunman fell into extreme panic. How could this be? A demon? He's a demon. Why were we sent to deal with such a monster? I don't want to stay here. What kind of monster are we even fighting against? Panic spread among the gunmen one after another. 25 warriors, thanks to Lian Wu's warning, were on guard. However, a few were still caught off guard and had their lives reaped by the magic dragon. Watching the squad descend into chaos, everyone's scalp tingled. Under the overwhelming power of a level 8, they were utterly unable to resist. Only Lian Wu still possessed the strength to resist. At the critical moment, it was the previously silent warrior standing beside Lian Wu who stepped forward. With a loud shout, he stabilized the chaotic gunmen and then led a group of warriors to encircle them. He tore a strip of cloth from his clothing to cover his eyes. He relied entirely on his powerful martial spirit and strength for support. As long as we don't see, we won't fear the demon dragon. With our combat instincts and skills, we are well equipped to handle him. The warrior had reached the 6th realm, capable of fighting based purely on sensation. Kai Feng's eyes lit up and she quickly did the same, tearing a strip of cloth to cover her eyes. "Kuang Xiong, you wear heavy armor. The golden elephant is very powerful and we need you to block him. Just withstand it for a moment. We'll launch a surprise attack in that instant. I don't believe we can kill him with so many of us unless he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The warrior clenched his teeth and charged out first. Midway he leaped up and countless giant vines grew from beneath his feet, rooting into the ground and then spreading towards Qin Hao, forming a cage of vines around him. "I've trapped him, attack now," the warrior roared. Numerous sharp vines shot out, stabbing towards Qin Hao. This strike from a great distance locked down all of Qin Hao's space. Without that oppressive power, without that demonic dragon's power, he didn't believe his opponent could escape. The heavily armored fatty growled lowly, pressing his hands against the ground. Behind him, a black giant bear martial spirit appeared, merging with him as they charged forward. The ground rumbled thunderously beneath his feet, as if not a man but a ferocious beast was charging forward. Kai Feng shouted delicately, a dagger appearing in her hands, shadowing behind the giant bear, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. Inside the vine cage, Qin Hao gathered up his divine elephant and dragon demon spirits. Although he could break through with the power of the golden elephant, it would take some effort, as the vines were extremely tough and hard to break by brute force. The opponent had used this tactic precisely because of this thought. However, he didn't need to use brute force. Qin Hao clapped his hands together and 2 balls of pale white flames rose in his palms. The A-grade elemental martial spirit, bone-chilling cold flame from the first academy student, was deftly thrown onto the giant vines. In an instant a towering inferno blazed up. Although the elemental martial spirit was currently only at the 4th realm, plant-based spirits were inherently weak against fire. In just a few seconds the flames had devoured the entire cage, the pale white flames licking upwards, threatening to sweep everything away. The warrior's face twitched, disconnecting his control over the vines. At the same time, the battle bear had also approached. The 4th realm bone-chilling cold flame couldn't even break his defenses. The bear roared lowly, its giant claw tearing through the vines, directly rushing in front of Qin Hao. "You dog, die for me." The fatty's eyes under the strip of cloth flashed with a cruel, murderous intent. The pleasure of killing a top-tier genius by his own hands was more intense than anything else. Simultaneously, Kai Feng also made her move, transforming into a shadow holding 2 daggers behind Qin Hao. Sandwiched between the fatty and another attacker, Qin Hao smirked coldly, his body suddenly dissolving. No, not dissolving, but transforming into a shadow, melding with the ground. Hindered by the cloth strips, the 2 attackers initially failed to spot Qin Hao's whereabouts, aware only of his disappearance. However, the warrior in the sky saw everything clearly and hastened to warn. "Watch out on your right." On the right, Qin Hao had already reappeared. At that very moment the warrior issued his warning. A golden giant elephant emerged, replacing the bone-chilling cold flames behind him. The elephant then charged at the war bear. Bang! The impact sent the bulky body of the fatty flying 3 feet into the air. Then the elephant lifted its massive foot and stomped down. Bang! The fatty's head, encased in a steel helmet, was crushed, spewing blood and brain matter. The war bear whimpered and began to fade away. Kai Feng, witnessing this scene, felt a chilling horror rise within her. Too powerful. In the face of level 8 strength, all tactics are but illusions, easily shattered as if child's play. She turned to flee at once. However, how could Xin Hao let her escape? The golden elephant charged directly at her. No, don't! Kai Feng screamed, running with all her might. But the golden elephant was closing in. Just as it was about to hit her, a long spear suddenly appeared behind Xin Hao. The bone chilling cold made Xin Hao's hair stand on end. Lian Wu, taking advantage of Xin Hao being distracted by Kai Feng, he had found his opportunity. Die! Lian Wu's face twitched, his hand gripping the spear bulged with veins. Already severely wounded, he used all his strength for the strike. The golden elephant was too far to return in time. As for the magic dragon, Lian Wu had already closed his eyes. The dragon's influence could not touch him. This strike was meant to be fatal. Lian Wu's heart surged with joy, however. Clang! A grating sound of steel clashing echoed instantly throughout the area. A circle of blazing storm erupted from the spear tip, sweeping out and forcing back the approaching warriors. Everyone at that moment stared in shock. In the center of the blazing storm, the divine elephant and dragon demon had vanished. Xin Hao was wielding a blazing long spear identical to the one in Lian Wu's hand, thrusting it forth, spear tips colliding. The power of the blaze contended fiercely, realizing the grim situation. Lian Wu opened his eyes to the scene before him. A young man holding a fiery golden spear had blocked his long-awaited strike. How is this possible? That is my martial soul. Thoughts rushed through Lian Wu's mind, but before he could comprehend, he suddenly collapsed. The magic dragon, appearing out of nowhere above Xin Hao's head, with just one glance harvested the life of this level 7 warrior. Then, as the dragon vanished, Xin Hao beckoned with his hand and a vine sprouted from his palm, curling around a spear on the ground. He aimed at Kai Feng, who had already run several dozen meters away, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The tremendous recoil shook Xin Hao's frame. In the distance, the ground under Kai Feng's feet was blasted into a fist-sized hole, frightening her into jumping and speeding up even more. Xin Hao's eye twitched as he continuously pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Kai Feng stopped in her tracks, her face pale as she glared furiously at Xin Hao. If you're going to kill, just kill. Why the need to frighten people? Next to her, the wall bore more than a dozen bullet holes. After shooting Xin Hao a venomous look, Kai Feng raised her hand and shot herself, ending her life filled with fear. Xin Hao looked at the weapon in his hand with disdain and tossed it aside. As I thought, the truly strong disdain such tools. He then turned his attention to the others. Your turn now. He focused his mind, surveying the many warriors around and the sky above. The group's earlier ease was nowhere to be seen. Only sheer terror remained. 2 kilometers from the cave entrance, a young man with a gentle face picked up a pinch of soil. Behind him followed 3 youths of varying expressions, along with a squad of fully armed soldiers. Captain, found something? A playful young man wearing a pure white mask squatted next to Xiao Qi, picking up some soil to smell and even taste. It's a bit bitter and astringent. This soil is unusual, Tong Yan commented. Frowning, Captain Xiao Qi agreed. That's because this isn't just soil, it's the droppings of a fierce beast. Rubbing his hands to dust them off, Xiao Qi saw Tong Yan's pupils shrink as he teleported away, frantically scratching his throat while his teammates burst into laughter. You take over, Xiao Nu. Right here, Xiao Qi instructed, standing up. A young girl in a blue dress, petite and lively, hopped over. Okay. Ling Nu stood where Xiao Qi had been, spreading her arms. A burst of pale blue light radiated from her, spreading outward. Xiao Qi pointed towards the direction of the cave. Trace back from there. The light paused, then contracted, moving towards the cave. A miraculous scene unfolded. Wherever the blue light passed, the ground changed and phantom figures appeared. Soon railroad tracks materialized, followed by a train. Inside the domain of blue light, time seemed to reverse, replaying the events that had transpired. Xiao Qi nodded in satisfaction. Good, it's not too late. If it had been over 12 hours, Xiao Nu's retracing abilities would be significantly reduced. As he spoke, Xiao Qi glanced back at the squad leader, the woman from the conference room, who awkwardly scratched her head, unsure of what to say. Xiao Qi didn't expect her to speak. By now, the blue light had reached the point before the cave opened again. Ling Nu withdrew her power and explained, the adversary has a metal element martial soul. They quickly constructed a railway track leading to a cave 2 kilometers away. I saw the moment that boy was taken inside. Xiao Qi nodded. Let's go then. Wu Peng stopped fighting. Behind the crowd, a young man who was happily pummeling a black bear heard him and quickly responded, sending the bear, which weighed at least a ton, flying with a kick. He then leaped dozens of meters to join Xiao Qi. Tong Yan. With another shout from Xiao Qi, the masked youth who had been clutching his throat in the distance instantly appeared beside them. He maintained his grip on his throat. While tapping on the mask atop his head, the eyes of the mask lit up, engulfing everyone in an invisible wave. Suddenly, they all found themselves before a cave entrance. By the time the Heavily Eye squad reached the outside of the cave, Qin Hao had already eliminated all the enemies blocking him on the second underground level. Without Lian Wu, a 7th realm martial artist, the remaining foes were no match for Qin Hao. The idea of suppressing him with combat skills seemed like a joke in the face of such an overwhelming power disparity. They couldn't even withstand one punch from Qin Hao. Their only options were to flee or die. However, to prevent Qin Hao from escaping, Lian Wu had previously ordered the passageways leading to the upper levels to be sealed. Originally meant to stop Qin Hao, this measure had now become their own burial spot. Countless people pleaded for their lives before dying, but Qin Hao, thinking of the consequences had he not possessed his current strength, mercilessly slaughtered them. At this moment he stood before the wide-open elevator shaft. The elevator had been disconnected on Lian Wu's orders, leaving only the shaft. Qin Hao looked around and realized that his only way up might be through here. With this thought, he switched to his Wanhua Vine martial spirit, his figure buoyantly rising up along the elevator shaft to the first underground level. Breaking open the elevator doors, Qin Hao glanced at the first level. It was a vast square filled with supplies that had been transported. Along with Qin Hao, a group of workers in uniforms operating transport machines were moving goods. They seemed completely unaware of the events below. Seeing Qin Hao flying out of the elevator, many were shocked. However, upon seeing his researcher's uniform, the workers nearby quickly put down their tasks and respectfully stepped aside, clearing the way. Fear and unease were evident on their faces. These people were all ordinary humans, Qin Hao thought to himself as he approached a worker closest to him. Ordinary people referred to those who had awakened the weakest martial spirits and, losing hope of advancement, had integrated into society, abandoning cultivation. Gradually, their power waned, becoming like ordinary humans. Others were those who from childhood did not cultivate at all, their bloodline powers almost non-existent and could not even awaken, which also classified them as ordinary people. This group nearly made up 80% of society. Even with the widespread practice of martial spirit cultivation, the world was still predominantly ordinary. Qin Hao approached the worker, but before he could speak, the man was so terrified that he urinated on himself, trembling uncontrollably as if facing a ferocious beast. Qin Hao was speechless and approached another person, asking, "What are you doing here?" Perhaps because of his gentler tone, the man's face relaxed somewhat, but he hastily replied, "Sir, we are following the manager's orders to organize the supplies. Why didn't you go down to help?" Qin Hao's voice was cold, a sharp glint in his eyes signaling the seriousness of his inquiry. Missteps in response could lead to severe consequences. The worker blinked, confusion etched on his face. "Sir, haven't you forgotten? We can't just go anywhere," he stammered. Qin Hao frowned, urging him to elaborate. The worker glanced nervously at his comrades before swallowing hard, his voice hoarse as he explained, "Ever since we were brought here, we've been confined to this place, working in exchange for basic necessities. If we don't perform well, they punish us." His eyes inadvertently drifted to his own arm. Qin Hao noticed, quickly grabbing the man's arm and pulling up the sleeve to reveal a horrifying tapestry of scars, old and new, the result of brutal whipping. Some scars were even infected and pus-filled. Qin Hao's gaze hardened as he scanned the other workers. Despite their uniforms, it was clear they were all in poor condition. "Were you all captured and brought here?" His voice grew stern as the realization dawned on him. The worker hesitated, unsure how to respond to Qin Hao's intense questioning. "Relax, I was captured by them too. I just escaped from downstairs," Qin Hao quickly reassured them. Seeing the workers' skepticism, Qin Hao produced a Linglong heart herb, placing a leaf on the man's scarred arm and activating its healing properties. In moments, the scars began to heal, eliciting wide-eyed amazement from the worker, who alternated his gaze between his arm and Qin Hao. The surrounding workers gathered, their faces a mix of subdued excitement and hope. After gaining their trust, Qin Hao inquired about the director. Learning that the director should be on the ground floor, in a place where he resided alone, Qin Hao made his way upward. The workers watched him intently, their eyes filled with hope, as if pinning all their aspirations on him. Following the directions given, Qin Hao found a service passage and made it to the first floor, where he encountered another group of workers, also captives. This level was split into two sections. The workers were confined to the left, while the director resided on the right, with a door leading directly outside. Concerned that the director might flee, Qin Hao wasted no time heading to the director's residence. Upon arrival, Qin Hao was surprised by what he saw. The building was less a house and more a secret fortress lavishly decorated as a subterranean castle, flanked by marble columns. 2 automatic machine guns stood guard, designed to deter the workers. However, the guns were now powerless and the door stood open as if the director had given up resistance, welcoming his arrival. Qinhao proceeded cautiously, not entering directly but releasing the Wanhua vine into the palace-like structure. The vine, with its ability to replace vision, slithered through the rooms like a spirit snake, eventually finding a man in a white lab coat sitting in front of surveillance monitors. Apart from him, there was no one else in the room. Seeing that there was no danger, Qinhao entered and went to the surveillance room, where he saw the man sitting on the sofa. A glass of red wine was beside him, half of it spilled on the floor and on himself. "You're here," the director said, turning his head with somewhat red eyes staring at Qinhao as if trying to see right through him. "I didn't expect you to bring me such a big surprise. Calling you a genius would be an insult to you, Qin." How calm and composed watched as the director became increasingly frenzied. He reached out his hand and the dragon scale knife appeared in his grip, resting on the other's neck. The cold blade made the director much calmer. Suddenly, he carefully pinched the blade and said earnestly, "I'm just an ordinary scientist, you don't need to worry so much." Qinhao snorted, his arm shook slightly, and the director's fingers were immediately sliced off by the blade, blood gushing out. The director cried out in pain, quickly covering the wound, glaring at Qinhao through gritted teeth. "I have no interest in what you have to say next, so don't bother trying to persuade me. You just need to answer one question. Answer well and I'll let you live a little longer. Answer poorly and you'll suffer," Qinhao said, pushing the knife forward slightly, cutting the director's skin. "Who is behind you, or what power? Think carefully before you answer, you don't have many chances," Qinhao casually reminded him. The director's face twitched continuously from the pain of his severed finger. He lifted his bleeding hand. "You should let me bandage the wound first so I can calm down and answer your question," the director said, reaching for the first aid box not far away. Qinhao shook his head. "You still don't understand your situation." Saying this, his arm shook again and the entire right hand of the director was severed at the wrist. "You have 2 more chances. If the next answer is wrong, I will cut off your limbs." The dragon scale knife hovered near the director's shoulder and hip. The director bit his teeth hard, holding back from making any noise. "To awaken such a terrifying talent, you are indeed not an ordinary person. What a wonderful feeling, huh?" The director's eyes locked eyes with Qinhao, madness flickering within. "Do you know what your talent means? If you could give me a little blood for my research, I could develop a miracle drug that would change the entire world order. Don't you want such a merit? Give me a chance and give yourself a chance too. Don't you want to uncover the secrets within you? A multi-spirit talent is unprecedented. You are the first. You hold great value." The director said word by word, not caring about his severed hand, just staring at Qinhao. A few seconds later, Qinhao sighed softly. "You still don't understand." Saying this, he prepared to raise his knife. The director's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly said, "I'll talk, I'll tell everything." Qinhao held the knife but did not stop. However, he slowed down. "I am the head of this laboratory and there is a mysterious organization backing me. But every time I contact them, they wear masks, and they never reveal their names." In the face of overwhelming odds, the director made a rational decision to compromise. "As for me, I only cared about my research. I had no interest in their origins or identities. As long as they provided me with money, materials and subjects, that was enough. So, if you're looking to get any information from me, you're going to be disappointed." "Does that mean you're no longer of any use?" Qinhao quickened the pace of his blade. A flash of fear appeared in the director's eyes as he clearly saw the murderous intent in Qinhao's gaze. "Wait, you can't kill me!" the director shouted desperately. "I may not know about that, but I still hold a lot of important scientific data which I can give to you for free. If you kill me, you won't be able to get that vital information." "Oh, weren't you just passionately declaring that as long as you have research to conduct, even losing a hand wouldn't scare you?" Qinhao replied with a mocking smile. The director's face twitched and he forced a stiff smile. "To conduct research, one must first remain alive." "But I don't want you to live." A cold glint flashed in Qinhao's eyes and in an instant he swung his blade. With a sickening sound, the director's right arm was cleanly severed at the shoulder, followed quickly by another swift cut that removed the director's contorted face. Thud, the director's left hand fell limply and a small handgun slid from his sleeve. Qinhao picked up the gun, removed the magazine and found not bullets but a needle emitting a pungent odor. Beneath the smell, he felt his dragon scale martial spirit blade becoming slightly unstable, probably due to some sort of toxin that affects martial spirits. "Fool, always trying to deceive," Qinhao spat. He didn't believe a word from this man, and yet the director continued to perform with his cheap acting skills as if grinding Chin Hao's brain against the floor. Research must have addled his brain, thinking this. Chin Hao kicked over the director's chair. Having witnessed many brutal scenes of beasts devouring humans in this world, he was indifferent to the continuously bleeding corpse beside him and began searching the room. He tapped the floor, the walls, leaving no corner unchecked, even dismantling the large surveillance screen, and indeed he discovered something, a safe hidden behind the screen. Chin Hao tapped it. It was thick, not easily broken into. To avoid triggering any self-destruct mechanism, Chin Hao left it untouched for now. It was secure and he could bring it back for the military specialists to handle. However, despite such a grand and luxurious underground palace, there were none of the gold, diamonds or gems commonly seen in movies and TV dramas. Even without those, cash would have been nice. Sadly, it seemed the director truly lived off others' funding without a dime of personal savings. Chin Hao's hopes for a quick fortune were dashed. He was still poor. Shaking his head, Chin Hao left the underground palace. He planned to gather the workers and lead them out. Just at that moment, a loud booming sound came from behind the palace. Following that, the entire underground structure began to shake as if someone had set off a bomb inside. Chin Hao hurried to the back of the palace only to see that the great door at the end of the corridor had been broken open. Amidst the spreading dust, Chin Hao noticed several figures rapidly approaching. They were martial artists from the military. Chin Hao raised an eyebrow, recognizing the uniforms of the leading few. They were indeed the battle warriors from Incheng's military department. Arranged in 2 columns, they entered swiftly with guns in hand. When they saw Chin Hao, everyone paused momentarily. As the source of the disturbance that shook the entire Incheng, they recognized him at first glance. Report Squad 1 has located the target. The target's condition is currently stable. As soon as the words fell, a young man wearing a white mask appeared instantly in front of Chin Hao, his face carefree and mocking, contrasting with Chin Hao's composed demeanor. Gradually, Chin Hao's eyes widened and his expression grew rich. Ding! Witnessed S-grade mysterious system martial spirit, mask of void. You have awakened S-grade mysterious system martial spirit, mask of void. Your current S mysterious system martial spirit strength has advanced to the 4th realm of battle. Chin Hao's expression was as vivid as it could be. Could it be that heaven, seeing he hadn't acquired any treasure, compensated him in other ways? Mysterious system martial spirits were rare. During his awakening test, out of hundreds of thousands of candidates, only 3 possessed mysterious system martial spirits. And the highest was only a C-grade battle intent martial spirit. Yet this seemingly carefree young man possessed an S-grade mysterious system martial spirit. How could he not be thrilled? Are you Chin Hao? Tong Yin tilted his head, scrutinizing the young man whose awakening had caused tremors throughout Inchang and even the southern China region. To think that such a man had awakened the legendary SS-grade martial spirit without having an extra eye or nose. Unaware of the newcomer's background but knowing he was under the lead of Incheng's military, Chin Hao considered him a friend. Moreover, having just contributed an S-grade mysterious system martial spirit, Chin Hao held a very favorable impression of him. Yes, I'm Chin Hao, and you are brother. Chin Hao extended his hand. At that moment, several more figures emerged from the dust behind them. Leading them was Shao Qi, along with 3 members of the Sky Eye Squad, Wu Pengling Nua and a charming little Lolita. Following behind were more people from Incheng's military department, with the head of the information department quickly approaching Chin Hao. After thoroughly confirming that Chin Hao was unharmed, he sighed in relief, took out his phone to notify the military department, and ordered the other battle warriors to seal the entrance, preventing anyone from escaping amidst the chaos. However, Chin Hao had already cleared all enemies in this underground laboratory. There was no one left to run. Shao Qi, still maintaining his gentle demeanor, squinting his eyes and wearing a faint smile, approached Chin Hao to introduce him. After some conversation, Chin Hao gained some understanding of these people's identities. He hadn't expected that the southern China region would deploy such significant forces for him, even sending this special squad, judging by Tong Yan's martial spirit. The other members of this special squad must be extraordinary as well. Unfortunately, their martial spirits were not as visibly manifested as Tong Yan's, so Chin Hao couldn't discern their abilities. The head of the information department finished his call and approached Captain Xiao and student Chin Hao, saying, "This is the enemy's base, it's not safe to linger. How about we leave this place and let our personnel handle the rest?" The woman looked at Shao Qi as she spoke, clearly trying to take credit and redeem past faults. Shao Qi, unconcerned with the credit, smiled and agreed. Xin Hao didn't rush to leave but explained the situation to the woman. What did you say? You killed everyone, only the workers who were captured are left in the lab now. Upon hearing this, the woman couldn't contain her shock and gasped in surprise. Shao Qi and the others exchanged glances, then gently stomped their feet, sending an invisible ripple through the ground. Xin Hao nodded. Yes, they didn't trap me. When they were about to make their move, I broke free and took care of their defense forces. Also, I dealt with the head of the lab right there in that palace. If you go now, the body should still be warm. The woman stared blankly at Xin Hao as if he were speaking of a myth. She had been ready to mobilize a large force to annihilate this experimental base, and now Xin Hao was telling her it was already done, and he spoke as if he had dealt with mere insects, not formidable enemies. He's right, said Shao Qi, his expression serious. He looked Xin Hao over carefully, his eyes filled with obvious admiration. I just checked. The enemies on the lower 2 floors have indeed been taken care of. Now only the ordinary workers remain in this experimental base. According to Xin Hao, they are victims who were captured by the people running this base. There are over 600 of them. Minister Lu, these people are now your responsibility. Shao Qi looked at the woman. With Shao Qi's testimony, the woman, despite her disbelief, had to accept this shocking truth. Rest assured, I will arrange proper care for these victims. So now, is this matter concluded? Minister Lu felt a sense of absurdity as she spoke. A secret base that had been hidden for many years, gone just like that, all because of an 18-year-old recent graduate. Who would believe such a tale? There must be some secret she was unaware of, but it involved Xin Hao and she dared not ask further. Concluded? Of course not, Xin Hao suddenly interjected. The people behind this experimental base have not been exposed yet. They are well hidden. Until we capture them, this matter is far from over. Xin Hao's gaze was chilling. The members of the Sky Eye Squad looked at him in astonishment, sensing a formidable aura emanating from the young man. Shao Qi nodded and added, that's also the intention of the Southern Military Command. If they dare to reach out their claws, then we will completely cut them off. Only then will they understand the consequences of offending the military. Minister Lu's heart tightened, sensing that Yincheng might soon be engulfed in a storm of blood and violence. She steadied her heart, reminding herself that whatever the case, it no longer concerned her as the Minister of Information. She said, let's discuss this matter slowly once we return. The senior officers are still waiting. Everyone looked towards Xin Hao, who was the main focus of this trip. Xin Hao had no objections. He too needed some time to rest. Since he couldn't learn from the director who was behind the scenes, he would have to investigate on his own. Although he had some leads, unraveling the whole truth was no simple task and it might take a while to yield any results. There was no rush. There was a safe in the palace that might contain important documents. He remembered to remind everyone to bring it as they were leaving. Minister Lu nodded in agreement. All right, Yincheng. The sudden influx of unidentified military forces plunged the entire city of Yincheng into a state of panic, especially the major corporations who thought something serious had happened. Under normal circumstances, the military wouldn't deploy troops lightly, let alone block the city's entry and exit points. However, once Xin Hao's safety was confirmed and the blockade lifted, the troops did not withdraw. At that moment, atop the iconic building of Yincheng, an elderly man once again met with his trusted subordinates. What is it? The old man asked, standing by the window overlooking the city below. The latest news is that the Southern Military Command has dispatched special forces and there's a risk that our laboratory may be exposed. Should we relocate? Asked a man in black, bowing. The old man was silent for a long time. Yincheng wasn't big. From this vantage point he could just make out the military camp on the city's outskirts. Make no moves now. Any unusual activity would surely draw their attention. As long as we stay put, even special forces won't be able to stir up much trouble. As long as I am in Yincheng, the skies of Yincheng cannot be turned, the old man declared, pounding his cane with a commanding presence. His subordinate understood. On the way back, a dedicated car escorted them. Xin Hao and the members of the Sky Eye Squad were seated in the vehicle, the squad members on one side and Xin Hao on the other, staring at each other. The Sky Eye Squad seemed to be sizing up Xin Hao as if he were a rare species. Gentlemen, why keep staring at me like this? Xin Hao touched his nose and coughed lightly. It's one thing for the 2 pretty girls to look at me, but what's with you 3 guys? Are you really an SSS grade martial spirit? Asked a young girl with big eyes sitting beside him. Though she looked like a child, she was actually 21, often mistaken for younger due to her habit of sucking on a lollipop and her twin ponytails. Xin Hao nodded at Anin, who looked like a delicate porcelain doll. Yes, I was fortunate to awaken it. Awesome, exclaimed Anin, giving a thumbs up. How strong are you? Can you beat a bear? Annan's face was full of anticipation. Since you handled all the enemies in the laboratory by yourself, you must be very strong, right? The bear she referred to was Wu Peng, who was sitting in the corner. Because he fights recklessly and fearlessly like a wild bear, Annan likes to call him Bear Dog. Of course, only she and Ling Nuo have the privilege to call him that. It's not allowed for others. These bits of information were inadvertently revealed by Ling Nuo. This girl, gentle as the girl next door, always managed to clear up many of Qin Hao's doubts unintentionally. Wu Peng was also very interested in this. Seeing Qin Hao look at him, he couldn't help but flex his biceps and even threw a flirtatious wink at Qin Hao. Qin Hao twitched the corner of his eye and turned his gaze away. You are the South China Special Squad, the strongest youths in the entire South China region. I can't compare with you, Qin Hao chuckled. His words weren't false modesty. If he wasn't mistaken, the biggest threats present were Wu Peng and Annan in front of him. He estimated that Wu Peng might have the strength of level 8, plus, with his rich combat experience, he wasn't sure he could be a match. As for the always smiling captain, Qin Hao found him unfathomable. He seemed like an ordinary person, but how could an ordinary person lead these geniuses? Hearing Qin Hao's self-deprecating remark, Wu Peng immediately smirked with pride. Seeing Annan about to ask more questions, Qin Hao quickly interrupted, asking first, can you tell me about your special squad? I feel like you all have strong abilities. How, little brother, your feeling is spot on. Just as Qin Hao finished speaking, Tong Yan's laughing face appeared right in front of him, hooking Qin Hao's shoulder and giving a thumbs up. You were right before. We are the strongest youth generation in the entire South China, no, the entire Huagua. Back then I led my teammates to secretly infiltrate Neon Country across the ocean, and with my teleportation technique we traveled through 23 cities in one day, assassinating several Neon officials. Even today the entire Neon trembles at the mention of my name. That's amazing. Qin Hao's eyes widened with interest. Big brother, tell me more about it. If possible, I'd like to see your martial spirits. Being so powerful, your martial spirits must be extraordinary, right? Qin Hao said, showing a shy smile. No big deal, you already call me big brother, how could I not satisfy your curiosity? Tong Yan slapped his chest, readily agreeing. What followed was like a personal stand-up show by Tong Yan. He told Qin Hao about some past missions, like how in South Australia there was a sky-reaching golden tree, a single leaf of which could be sold for millions. Then there was the northern cold region, constantly snowy with temperatures below -70 degrees, yet it was home to the world's only flying dragon beast species, extremely terrifying, feared by all major countries, and many more stories. Qin Hao was vastly enlightened by these tales. Annan and Ling Nuo chimed in from time to time, quickly heating up the atmosphere inside the train carriage. Qin Hao also quickly became familiar with them. However, when Qin Hao wanted to see their martial spirits, he was indeed refused by Shao Qi. Sorry, this is confidential. Without upper-level permission we cannot reveal it casually. Shao Qi offered an apologetic smile. It's nothing. Qin Hao waved his hand nonchalantly, though inwardly he was screaming in frustration. If only he could get his hands on this team of geniuses' martial spirits, his own martial spirit strength would undoubtedly soar to a new level. The car sped along without stopping, heading straight into the military base. As soon as Qin Hao got out of the car, he saw a familiar figure sprinting towards him, grabbing his shoulders in a tight squeeze. It was Lu Xingwen, the director from Longxian. You little rascal, you almost scared me to death. I thought I wouldn't see you again. Lu Xingwen patted Qin Hao's shoulders vigorously, his eyes filled with relief and fear. He hadn't expected that just after he left, Qin Hao would be kidnapped. Had he known, he would have stayed by Qin Hao's side to protect him without a moment's hesitation. Lu, cut the crap. Now that you're back, stop spouting nonsense. A stern-faced old man in military uniform scolded Lu Xingwen as he walked over. In front of many high-ranking officials, Lu Xingwen unusually shrank a bit. General Yan, Lu Xingwen saluted. Qin Hao's eyes narrowed. This title was reserved only for the military commanders. Could this elderly man be? This is General Yan Jin from the Longxian military district, Lu Xingwen introduced to Qin Hao. Qin Hao inwardly exclaimed, as I thought, and then saluted earnestly. To command an army and defend the city against fierce beasts is the work of heroes. Ha ha ha, young man, why bother with such cliches? General Yan Jin, a tolerant old man, laughed heartily. Or perhaps it was only in the face of enemies that he revealed his fierce side, but in front of the young Qin Hao he was nothing but a kindly old grandfather. Come, let's go inside and talk. General Yan Jin patted Qin Hao's back. Leading him into the military headquarters, it was only then that Qin Hao noticed the overall commander of the Yincheng military headquarters standing gloomily behind the group, seeming out of place. "So tell me, how do you plan to deal with those kidnappers?" General Yan asked as everyone took their seats. The room chilled as everyone's gaze turned to Qin Hao. His next words could very well mean the beheading of dozens, perhaps even hundreds, reflecting on the decisive actions of his captors. The subjects he had seen in the laboratory and the workers whipped to the bone. A cold light flickered in Qin Hao's eyes as he declared sternly, "Kill these people, they all deserve to die." "Very good, lad, you've got the spirit of a soldier." General Yan Jin slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. "You're right, those who dare to brazenly kidnap a top genius under military jurisdiction are utterly audacious." "Xiang Tianyang, General Yan, you called." Xiang Tianyang quickly stood up. Technically, as the general commander of the military headquarters, he should have been on equal footing with General Yan. However, he was eager to redeem himself and thus was very proactive. "I need you to work with this young man to thoroughly investigate this matter. Any difficulties with that?" "No, sir, rest assured, I will clarify everything as soon as possible," Xiang Tianyang affirmed. At this moment, Qin Hao was slightly taken aback. Had General Yan misspoken? Who is this man? Seeing his confusion, Yan Lai chuckled and stroked his chin before gesturing outside. "Come in." Following that, a fierce-looking warrior with eyes sharp as a hawk stepped in. He saluted those present and then stood by Qin Hao's side. "This man," Yan Lai introduced, "is the captain of the 1,000-man squad under your command. To help you get acquainted more quickly, I've brought them all here. You can discuss any issues directly with him. Li Xiang, from now on, he will be your superior and your squad will be under his command." Captain Li Xiang of the Dragon Shen Special Squad. A captain saluted robustly, his salute unhesitant despite Qin Hao's youthful appearance. It seemed that in his eyes there were only orders and nothing else. Qin Hao looked at this man of steel, feeling the overwhelming aura of iron and blood, his heart surging with more excitement than when he had obtained an S-rank marshal's soul. He didn't speak, merely returning the salute silently. Then, calming his excited heart, he began to issue his first command. The order was to investigate those classmates who had seen him taking medicine at the awakening ceremony. He laid out the reasons and consequences clearly and listed the possibilities of exposing himself. Step by step, he impressed the veterans present. "Smart kid, you've got the knack." Yan Jin smiled satisfactorily. "Since you've thought it through, I'll leave it in your hands. You can notify me or the commander-in-chief anytime if there are any issues." "Yes, Qin Hao, if you encounter any trouble, just let me know and I'll do my best to resolve it," Xiang Tianyang quickly assured. Qin Hao gratefully expressed his thanks, although he knew that his exceptional talent was what made these people take notice and treat him specially. It was his asset, his fate, thus he felt no discomfort. What he needed to do now was to use the resources and power in his hands to root out the mastermind behind the scenes. After discussing with the veteran officers, he refined the action plan significantly, and then it was time for Li Xiang to lead the troops out. Meanwhile, Qin Hao also learned from Lu Xingwen about Lu Ren's actions during the exam. Therefore, Lu Ren became the primary target. As Li Xiang led the troops away, the room emptied. For secrecy, Qin Hao did not return to his own residence but stayed in the military department. Lu Xingwen went with him. "You young man, why take such risks? You could have just shouted in the streets and those people wouldn't dare touch you again. You're about to go to Dragon Shen and the stage in Yincheng is too small for you. You don't need to worry about the rats here." Lu Xingwen knew that Qin Hao had intentionally allowed himself to be captured. Although he was now safely back, Lu Xingwen couldn't help but lecture him a bit, looking like a grandfather worried about his grandson. "Director Lu, rest assured I wouldn't take such risks without sufficient confidence. I wouldn't do something that could cost me my head otherwise." Qin Hao smiled and comforted the elderly man with a few words, acknowledging that the man's concerns stemmed from care. Yet as he spoke, Qin Hao furrowed his brows again. "You must have heard about the incident in the laboratory, right?" he asked cautiously, glancing at Lu Xingwen. "Such a big event couldn't possibly have gone unnoticed." Lu Xingwen stopped in his tracks, his gaze intense as he looked at Qin Hao. "Give me the full story. So many people were involved. Did you really handle it all by yourself?" "Yes, it was me," Qin Hao confirmed. Lu Xingwen's hand trembled slightly, his voice tinged with shock despite his anticipations. He stared at Qin Hao as if looking at a monster. "Tell me honestly, what is your real strength now?" Qin Hao touched his nose, not rushing to answer. Instead, he posed a question of his own. "I wouldn't hide this from you, but before I tell you, could you share something with me? What is the Southern military stance on this matter?" He looked earnestly at the older man. Ever since returning from the laboratory, this was his greatest concern. He worried that the military would want to study him urgently, just like the director had. Although he had not yet revealed his multiple martial spirits, there would come a day when he would have to. Xinhao hadn't planned on hiding them forever, that would be unrealistic. Thus, the military's attitude was crucial. Lu Xingwen lifted his eyelids, his look half-mocking as he observed Xinhao's serious demeanor. "So you do have worries after all," he remarked with a slight smile. "About that you can rest assured," he responded calmly. He stared into the distance, his voice dreamy as he continued. "Do you know about the current situation in the world?" Xinhao looked at Lu Xingwen in surprise, wondering why he was suddenly bringing up such a topic. Perhaps Lu Xingwen didn't expect an answer, as he continued on his own. "Since hundreds of years ago, when our ancestors awakened their martial spirits and devised methods for cultivating them, humanity has been able to stand firm against the terrifying beasts, securing a foothold for ourselves. However, the threat of these beasts still looms over us like the sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment and wipe out the last sanctuaries of our race. Especially in the last few decades, the beasts have unusually gone into hiding, quieting down a lot, but this could very well be the calm before a storm. And once this storm arrives, it will be a time of absolute despair for all of humanity. In such a scenario, the military, as the guardians of Huaxia, will definitely not act short-sightedly or harmfully. Whether they can develop something truly useful remains to be seen, but you are undoubtedly a top-tier genius, as long as the military isn't foolish. They won't put the cart before the horse and act in petty ways, so you can be at ease." With a smile, Lu Xingwen patted Xinhao's chest as if to ease his heart. After a long contemplation, Xinhao finally revealed a brilliant smile. "With your words I can be at ease," he said. "You rascal," Lu Xingwen chuckled, then taunted. "Now can you finally tell this old man what level you've reached? To obliterate an entire base's defense force is no small feat." "Hee, it's really nothing special, just the 8th realm, an 8th realm warrior." Lu Xingwen looked up in shock. At this moment he wished he could rip off his ears and stick them next to Xinhao's mouth to hear him say it again. An 8th realm warrior, that's someone who can defend a territory. Not to mention anything else, the chief commander of Silver City, Xiang Tianyang, is also just an 8th realm warrior. How could this be possible? How did you advance so quickly? Lu Xingwen's face was full of absurdity. "I don't know, I just practiced casually and advanced on my own." Xinhao shrugged. "Casually practicing?" Lu Xingwen felt like smacking the kid. "Do you realize how much envy your words would attract? The 8th realm isn't that great. I see that there are quite a few in the Sky Eye Squad who are also at the 8th realm." Xinhao thought of Wu Peng. The threat from him was very strong. "Sky Eye Squad?" Lu Xingwen blinked slightly, then looked at Xinhao strangely. "Who told you they are at the 8th realm? Are they not? The one called Wu Peng gave me a strong sense of threat. How could he do that if he's not an 8th realm warrior?" Lu Xingwen's expression became even more peculiar, and after a while, he said softly, "About that, the Sky Eye Squad is somewhat special. You'll understand once you start attending classes at the academy. The classification of martial arts in this world is not as simple as what you currently know. I find it difficult to explain clearly. You will understand when the time comes." Having said that, Lu Xingwen changed the subject and did not dwell on it anymore. Returning to the room, Lu Xingwen did not stay long, only sitting for a while before leaving. After washing up, Xinhao decided to rest early. This day's experiences had been very rich and thrilling for him, and he had also gained a lot. Lying in bed, Xinhao silently thought about what Lu Xingwen had told him. The classification of martial arts in this world isn't so simple. Then what is the reality? If Wu Peng is not at the 8th realm, why did he feel such a threatening power from him? Thinking over this, Xinhao gradually fell asleep. The next day, Xinhao slept until the sun was high in the sky. Someone had prepared food, just waiting for him to wake up and eat. After eating, Xinhao went to the military department, where his identity was already known to everyone and no one stopped him as he went straight to Xiang Tianyang's office. "Commander," Xinhao knocked on the door. Xiang Tianyang looked up, saw Xinhao and immediately showed a smile. "Xinhao, what brings you here so early?" "Commander, I would like to borrow some martial arts techniques from the military if possible." Xinhao thought about it during breakfast. He couldn't leave due to secrecy reasons, so it seemed like a good opportunity to learn some martial arts techniques. Previously he couldn't cultivate, but now it was different. His meridians were open and spiritual energy was gathering within, allowing him to start practicing martial arts techniques. Otherwise, relying solely on his martial soul to overpower others was really a waste. Xiang Tianyang did not refuse, readily agreeing. "What type of martial techniques do you need?" Xinhao thought for a moment and said, "All types." he possessed various types of martial souls so he could practice all types of martial techniques. Xiang Tianyang was slightly surprised but quickly had someone fetch them. I had them put it in your room. You can look at it whenever you want, thanks to the commander. Oh, it's I who should be thanking you. Xiang Tianyang was full of sighs. His words were indeed true. If Qin Hao had met with an accident, his position would have truly come to an end. But now, in less than a day, Qin Hao had returned, reducing the severity of his mistake. Thus, a peaceful week passed by with Qin Hao staying within the military base, never stepping out, until one day Li Xiang came to him with a document. Commander, there's now an 80% chance that we can confirm the target, reported Li Xiang. Who is it? Qinyu Technology. Qin Hao recalled Qinyu Yulong, who had awakened the Saint Seat Angel martial spirit. Was this all orchestrated by forces behind him? Why? To eliminate threats for him. Go into detail. Qin Hao shut down the computer and gestured for Li Xiang to sit down and explain slowly. Li Xiang then elaborated on his investigative path. Overall, by using Lu Rin as a breakthrough, they found the person who had taken him out of the city. Despite their secrecy, as long as someone had acted, traces would inevitably be left. Through some adventurers, Li Xiang successfully gathered clues about the person who took Li Xiang out of the city. Then based on this, a screening was conducted among the city's population. Eventually, they zeroed in on an unemployed vagrant. Although seemingly just a vagrant, Li Xiang discovered that this person had been secretly funded by a certain force. The sharp Li Xiang immediately thought that the other party might be a covert agent. He held his forces and quietly watched. Indeed, yesterday he saw him meeting with a man in black, and after having the man in black followed, it was confirmed that he entered the Qinyu Technology building. Qinyu Technology. Qin Hao took a deep breath, standing by the window. Through the window he could see the towering building in front of him, the Qinyu Technology building. Saying it was the most magnificent structure in Silver City was no exaggeration. Even the Silver City military had some cooperation with them, so without a doubt this was a big fish. Yeah, Commander, what do you plan to do? You're saying you're 80% sure? Qin Hao turned and asked. Yes, we haven't actually investigated inside the Qinyu building, we can only speculate based on the clues, but there's an 80% chance it's them. Good, then let's probe their foundation one last time. Qin Hao took a deep breath and said solemnly, Li Xiang, you immediately leave the city to muster troops, bring 1,000 men all disguised and hidden near the Qinyu building, keep a close watch on their movements, and notify me at once of any odd behavior. Understood. Li Xiang didn't ask why nor did he say anything further, he simply obeyed the order. As Li Xiang left, Qin Hao exited the military base, but just as he reached the entrance, Lu Xingwen stopped him. What are you trying to do? If you go out now, you'll immediately be watched. After speaking, Lu Xingwen paused and then suddenly remembered that the young man in front of him was not a mere lamb but a genuine 8th Realm war general. Li Xiang has already traced the clue to the forces behind this, so I need to go out and force their hand. Found out? Who is it? Lu Xingwen was startled, a flash of anger visible in his eyes. Qinyu Technology. Qinyu Technology. Chen Yulong. Lu Xingwen blinked, recalling this person. This is tricky. If it really is them, Chen Yulong has already entered the Yanjing High Court. If you make a move, it will inevitably lead to a series of troubles. Lu Xingwen could disregard Qinyu Technology, but he couldn't ignore that genius Chen Yulong. No matter where the genius is from, since they want to kill me, they should be prepared to be killed, Qin Hao said coldly. This time, it was only because I was strong enough that I could escape. But what if I wasn't strong? I probably would have been dissected for research by now. So there is absolutely no room for negotiation. With that, Qin Hao strode out the door. As he said, he survived not because of Qinyu Group's mercy but on his own. Since that's the case, let's make it fair. Let the Qinyu Group try their luck in surviving against him. If they can, Qin Hao wouldn't mind sparing their life. Qin Hao's expression remained calm as he walked away with large strides under Lu Xingwen's stunned gaze. Moments later, Lu Xingwen slapped his thigh in frustration and quickly took out his phone to call Fong Buqi. Hello, who is it? Came Fong Buqi's lazy voice. Lu Xingwen couldn't care less. Fong, where is Chen Yulong? On the other end, Fong Buqi was startled and quickly became cautious. Old man, what are you up to? I warn you, I've already brought Chen Yulong to Yanjing. Keep your paws off. Bullshit, there's trouble. Lu Xingwen then informed Fong Buqi about everything Qinyu Technology had done. Fong Buqi was almost driven to high blood pressure. They're insane to do such a thing. So since you brought Chen Yulong to Yanjing, this shouldn't involve him. Keep a good watch on him, otherwise if he comes back, I can't guarantee your precious student's life. Lu Xingwen immediately hung up after speaking. This was a matter of great importance and he needed to find General Yan now. However, General Yan had already heard the news and was monitoring Li Xiang's movements throughout, as he was indeed concerned about Qin Hao. "You're here," General Yan said to Lu Xingwen without any surprise, calmly gesturing. "Sit, want some tea?" "No thanks." Lu Xingwen was in no mood for tea. General Yan Qin Hao has found the forces behind him and now he plans to use himself as bait to lure those people out. "Are you not going to do anything?" General Yan glanced at him. "Why intervene? That's a force that dominates a whole city. Even though Qin Hao is strong, accidents can still happen. You worry too much. Since the boy dares to use himself as bait, it means he's prepared mentally. Let's just watch his performance for now. It's a good chance for me to see this kid's methods." General Yan stroked his chin, showing a hint of curiosity. He had heard from the Sky Eye Squad's report. The entire laboratory, hundreds of people, had been slaughtered by Qin Hao alone. His methods were much harsher than his own back in the day. Lu Xingwen opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. "All right, let's have some tea first. I'll handle any issues." Yan Jin waved his hand and a cup of tea floated towards Lu Xingwen. Lu Xingwen had no choice but to calm down and wait for news to arrive. Meanwhile, Li Xiang led a group of 1,000 men, splitting them up and arriving near the Qinyu building. In the bustling crowd, their presence went unnoticed. Meanwhile, Qin Hao stepped out of the military district and onto the streets. He was immediately spotted as soon as he appeared. The news was quickly relayed to the top floor of the Qinyu building. The elder was inevitably startled and immediately convened a few trusted aides for a discussion. However, as various confidants entered the building, their movements were inevitably detected by Li Xiang and his group. Qin Hao wasn't in a rush. After wandering around the streets for a while, he headed towards the south of the city. It's worth mentioning that he had never left the city in his life. For an ordinary person's survival outside the city was nearly impossible. Therefore, he had only heard of the ferocious beasts outside the city but had never seen them. Today was a good opportunity to go out and see for himself. If he remembered correctly, there was an adventurers' camp in the south of the city, the adventurers of Yinchang. Mostly gathered there, they ventured out of the city to hunt beasts or gather medicinal herbs to sell for money, and over time it had gradually formed into a hub. If anyone wanted the freshest materials from the beasts, this was the place to go. Lower tier beasts could mostly be found here. The adventurers' camp was built right next to the city wall, covering thousands of square meters, with various tents set up inside along with some transport vehicles, creating a lively atmosphere. Stalls lined the aisles on both sides and the vendors even had blood on them. It was unclear whether it was theirs or the beasts. Level 2 Yellowstone beetle shells, 120,000. Level 3 wind sculpture feathers, 11,000 per feather. Level 1 barbaric bull eggs, 2,000,000 each, 2 for 3,800,000. Qin Hao suddenly stopped, staring at the 2 steaming balls hanging from a branch. "Boss, 1 feather from a level 3 wind sculpture costs only 11,000 and you're charging 2,000,000 for 1 egg. Are you swindling people?" Qin Hao curiously eyed the stall owner behind the counter. After all, his entire fortune summed up could only buy 2 of these eggs. Who would buy them at such a price? The vendor, a man with a scar on his face, sneered upon hearing his question. "Young man, you don't understand. Despite its low level, this thing has powerful effects strong enough to keep a man vigorous all night. It's very popular." No sooner had he finished speaking than a bald man pushed aside Qin Hao, saying, "I'll take both," and swiftly swiped his card. Then he left with the 2 eggs tied up with straw rope. "See, these are in high demand. Young man, do you want to try one? I'll give you a discount, 20% off." The vendor smirked. "Seeing you so young and already weak, it's quite pitiful." Qin Hao's face darkened. "What are you saying? I'm strong and healthy, I don't need this." He spat and walked away as the surrounding vendors burst into laughter, teasing him further. Qin Hao walked all the way to the edge of the camp where 2 soldiers were stationed to guard against any disturbances from this group of adventurers. After all, these were men who lived by the sword. A single displeasure could lead to drawn blades. Qin Hao prepared to leave the camp, guessing that in the city those people wouldn't dare to make a move. The guards, noticing Qin Hao's youthful face, reminded him of the dangers beyond the city. Qin Hao thanked them and then stepped towards the wilderness. "Tisk, so young, how much strength can he have? Heading out like this, who knows what for? Hopefully he can return safely," one guard said, shaking his head and wishing Qin Hao well. "Brother, we're heading out too. Please open the gate." At that moment 5 more people approached. The leader was a muscular man, followed by 3 other men and a woman. Each had a fierce aura, clearly seasoned adventurers. The guard didn't hesitate to open the gate for them. As they left, they followed the direction Qin Hao had taken. Didn't expect the Wild Wolf adventure team to be on the same path as that youngster. If the kid runs into trouble, maybe these folks can lend a hand, a guard commented with a smile. Yeah, but did you see that woman in the team? She doesn't seem to be from the Wild Wolf Adventure Team, right? Not sure, but it's common for these adventure teams to change members. True. Meanwhile, Shinhao walked deeper into the wilderness, soon entering a kilometer-deep area enveloped by a thin mist. Abandoned buildings stood in the mist, the dim light creating a post-apocalyptic scene. Gradually Shinhao heard footsteps behind him that had been following for a while but had now quickened. He stopped, listening as the sounds drew closer. There's a kid here too. Who knows, let's just keep going. Should we bring him along? If trouble comes, this kid won't survive. Hen Dogsy, when did you become so kind-hearted? The people behind spoke as they passed by Shinhao. He saw their faces, a muscular man with 4 teammates, a typical adventure team. Shinhao's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile, turning as if to leave. Just then, he sensed a faint whooshing sound from behind. Thud, a dragon scale knife appearing from nowhere had blocked a needle-thin dart aimed at him. The familiar pungent smell drifted with the wind and Shinhao's smile suddenly widened. So it's you guys after all. Don't have the guts unless I'm out of the city, huh? Maybe you should buy some bull's testicles to boost your courage. Shinhao turned around, gripping the dragon scale purple gold knife. In an instant, a swirling surge of energy unfolded, whipping up the sand and soil. Let's go with a muscular man threw away the small handgun he was holding, roared, and his body instantly flashed with a dark metallic sheen, turning him into an iron-like figure. Watch out for his martial soul. He has a twin martial soul that suppresses other martial souls, the muscular man shouted, charging like a human tank, the ground shattering under his weight. The remaining 4 quickly dispersed, encircling Shinhao in their midst. One of them pulled out a long case from behind and assembled a massive sniper rifle, setting it up in the distance. Boom! The sniper rifle fired a thumb-thick metal bullet, tearing through the air with ferocious kinetic energy aimed straight at Shinhao. However, the moment the gunshot rang out, Shinhao turned into a shadow and dodged, but in the next second a muscular man was already upon him. His metal fist, wrapped in a gust of wind, slammed towards the shadow that was Shinhao. Yet with a flash of light, Shinhao reappeared 10 meters away, a white mask atop his head, its eyes glowing. Didn't the lab folks tell you I'm not just a dual soul master? Shinhao sneered at the 5 shocked faces. Oh, I forgot I killed them all so they couldn't notify you. What a pity, you will all bear witness to what comes next with your lives. Shinhao tapped the mask on his head, looking towards the sniper. You start. With those words and a flash of light, Shinhao's mysterious Tier 4 ability allowed him to teleport within 50 meters, it will albeit with a 1-second interval. But these men, they didn't know that. In an instant Shinhao appeared beside the sniper. Alerted by Shinhao's warning, the sniper sensed danger and was about to retreat. However, before he could even stand, a giant scythe appeared in Shinhao's hand. The scythe traced a crescent arc through the air, effortlessly decapitating the sniper. The pressure of the blood sent his head flying several meters into the air, landing in front of the muscular man. Typically, a team setup would include a firepower support, and this sniper was fulfilling that role. Usually such roles are taken by people with awakened healing abilities, so their close combat skills are much weaker. Shinhao had guessed right. The sniper only had Tier 5 strength, making him an easy kill. The intelligence was wrong, this kid is no ordinary fighter. The muscular man's eyes flashed fiercely, staring intently at Shinhao. That bizarre teleportation ability made his strength entirely useless. What good is power if you can't touch your opponent? Give me 10 seconds, I can kill him. Suddenly a soft voice came from behind the muscular man. It was the woman. Remembering her identity, the muscular man nodded and immediately gave the command. Lu Zi, trap him. Go Zi, come with me to block him. The 2 men behind him nodded. Lu Zi, waving his hands, instantly unleashing a chilling aura, centered on him. The temperature within 100 meters plummeted rapidly. A Tier 6 elemental soul? Shinhao's eyes sparkled, focusing on the man. At that moment it was as if an icy domain had opened around that man, and Shinhao felt his limbs gradually losing sensation due to the rapid drop in temperature. Meanwhile, a flash of light in the distance, and a man called Hyena, short in stature, instantly appeared beside Shinhao. A superhuman soul, super speed. Shinhao's eyes brightened again. Kid, roll over here. Hyena stood next to Shinhao, his incredible speed making him seem like a storm rushing at Shinhao with overwhelming force. The reflection in those tiny eyes mirrored Shinhao's slightly joyful face. Joy? This guy must be crazy to still feel joy at such a time. A thought flashed through Hyena's mind as he threw a punch at Shinhao. his speed-enhanced martial spirit not only gave him extreme speed but it also accelerated everything about him, including the speed of his punches. His fist seemed to turn into nothingness, striking Qin Hao's back in an instant. However, before a smile could form in Hyena's eyes, it vanished, hard. Extremely hard. His punch felt like it had hit steel alloy. Almost fracturing his bones, he saw a burst of golden light appear on Qin Hao's body, followed by a giant golden elephant stepping forward. His punch had landed right on the hardest part of the elephant's forehead. Trouble. Hyena's heart sank. He knew what this martial spirit was capable of. The terrifying oppressive power could trap his own spirit, making escape impossible. But before he could move, a dark shadow suddenly appeared before him. It was a pair of eyes, deep and hellish. Under the gaze of those eyes, Hyena felt as if the world around him had darkened. Then with a bang, Hyena collapsed to the ground lifeless. The demonic dragon, seemingly disinterested, withdrew its head back into Qin Hao. In an instant, silence fell over the scene. The remaining 3 spectators stared in horror at Hyena's body on the ground. He had been fine just moments ago. How had he died so suddenly? They had almost forgotten to maintain their own spirits. Hurry, he's coming, suddenly. The burly man roared, crossing his arms in front of him. In the next second, Qin Hao, hidden within the golden elephant, threw a punch. Boom! A terrifying blast of air exploded. The burly man's face twitched as his metallized arms, instantly crushed into a shape, broke through his metallic skin. Phoenix, are you ready yet? The burly man grimaced, his face twitching as he gritted his teeth. If it wasn't over soon, he wouldn't be able to hold on. The figure before him wasn't just a young man. It was a humanoid beast. 5 more seconds, the woman exclaimed in panic. The situation had escalated too quickly. She still needed 5 more seconds to prepare. She hid behind the burly man, her hands forming strange gestures as a dark and obscure shadow continuously moved around her, seemingly ready to burst. Get out of my way. At that moment, Yan Lu, who possessed the ice spirit, rushed forward, his hand wielding a blade formed of ice as he slashed at Qin Hao. Qin Hao stepped back, dodging the attack. Nice spirit. I'll take it, Qin Hao said, his lips curling as he stared at Yan Lu's ice blade for a few seconds. Then, in an instant, he switched spirits. A white mask appeared and his eyes flashed. In a blink, he was behind his opponent, throwing another punch. Yan Lu, not understanding Qin Hao's words, twisted his body to block the punch. Feeling the power of the punch, Yan Lu's eyes brightened as if he had realized something, and he quickly warned his companions. Be careful, he has many spirits, but their strength varies. His power depends on the spirit he's using. Just now, when he teleported, his strength was only at the 4th level. The burly man drank a potion, coming to a realization. So we just need to catch him when he teleports and hit him then. Indeed, Yan Lu's face lit up with joy as he discovered his opponent's fatal flaw. Just as he was about to look for Qin Hao appeared about a dozen meters away. You have good eyesight, so I'll reward you with an ice pop. Qin Hao grinned, clenched his hand, and cold air gathered in his palm, instantly forming an ice spear, which he then hurled at Yan Lu. How is this possible? You also possess the ice element martial soul. Yan Lu's eyes widened in shock, but his hands were quick. He spread his arms and an ice shield appeared in front of him, ready to block the ice spear. However, as soon as Qin Hao released the ice, he switched martial souls again. This time, it was the super speed of the hyena he had just used. He appeared next to Yan Lu like a ghost, kicking and shattering the ice shield. Yan Lu was startled and was just about to create another shield when the ice spear arrived. It pierced his chest in an instant, pinning him to the ground. Blood flowed down the spear, dyeing the blue ice spear blood red. The burly man gasped in horror as he witnessed the scene. Each switch of the martial soul was using his teammates' martial souls. How is this possible? But then he froze in shock. He saw Qin Hao in the distance, his fists touching in front of him, and a dark metallic color instantly covered his body. It was his own martial soul, the B-grade superhero martial soul iron body. The opponent had it too. What kind of monster is this? I'm ready, said the phoenix bird suddenly, and the burly man breathed a sigh of relief. Finally ready. The past 10 seconds had felt like the longest in his life. But as long as she was prepared, there would be no escape for the opponent. The phoenix bird was their real trump card. You killed my 3 brothers, you deserve to die. The burly man gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Hao, who was approaching step by step. Funny, did you think I'd just stand here and let you kill me? Qin Hao scoffed. He didn't rashly approach, he felt an inexplicable threat. The opponent still had a woman who had not shown herself well protected by the burly man, so he was in no hurry. The one who should be anxious was the opponent. Even if it's morning technology, do you think everyone's fate should naturally be dominated by them? Too overbearing, huh? The burly man's face darkened. You really found out? Then today I definitely can't let you go. By yourself? I doubt that's enough. By me. Suddenly, the phoenix bird stood up from behind the burly man. At this moment, she had completely changed her appearance, her entire body enveloped by a pitch black shadow that thrashed wildly. Gradually, the shadow even took on Chinhao's appearance. Kid, you should never have come out. Maybe you have some confidence, but this world is much bigger than you think. Today, to see this martial soul, your life hasn't been in vain. The shadow spoke, initially sounding both male and female, but soon it sounded exactly like Chinhao. At this moment, the phoenix bird seemed to have become Chinhao. The burly man looked warily at the phoenix bird and stepped back. When you die, remember not to awaken such a good talent in your next life. The shadow Chinhao grinned, produced a knife in his hand, and then fiercely stabbed it into his own heart. Meanwhile, Chinhao felt an extremely intense aura of death enveloping him from all around. Instantaneously, he summoned the golden elephant, its radiant light pressing down upon him, warding off the deadly aura. Such a terrifying martial spirit, capable of even blocking karmic curses. However, you're still doomed to die. The shadowy Chinhao roared fiercely as he swiftly drew his blade, stabbing at his body's vital points. Suddenly, Chinhao felt an intense pain. Although he was not injured, he experienced the acute agony of death. A cursed martial spirit, perhaps? Chinhao stared at the impostor before him for a full 5 seconds before the system's voice finally rang out. Ding! You have observed an A-grade mysterious martial spirit, shadow of curse. You have awakened the A-grade mysterious martial spirit, shadow of curse, shadow of curse. Prepare for 10 seconds, collect the target's voice, movements and form. Condense a cursed body identical to the target, and then any damage inflicted on the cursed body will be transferred entirely to the target. Chinhao was astounded by the capabilities of this martial spirit. He hadn't expected such a bizarre spirit to exist. As the increasingly dense aura of death loomed over him, even the suppression by the golden elephant was nearly failing to hold. It seemed this martial spirit's ability could ignore defenses. He wondered if it could also ignore healing. Chinhao transformed into the Linglong heart grass, its powerful healing ability manifesting as bursts of lush green essence filled his body, soothing the pain. It worked. Chinhao felt elated and increased the power of his martial spirit. On the other side, the phoenix bird watched Chinhao, who seemed unaffected, and a sense of absurdity mixed with fear arose in her heart. Why isn't it working? Impossible, this can't be happening. What's so impossible about that? Your damage isn't instantaneous death, it's just transferring the injuries to me. As long as my healing speed is faster than your damage rate, I can completely nullify your martial spirit. Chinhao scoffed, holding the Linglong heart grass in his hand. Seeing the leaf imbued with vibrant life essence, the phoenix bird collapsed in despair. How can this be? How do you even possess such a martial spirit? The phoenix bird screamed, and in the next second, shadows exploded from her body and terrifying wounds appeared on her. She bled profusely as if she were a funnel, and within seconds she breathed her last. The martial spirit had backfired without causing any harm. How could this be? This is the seventh realm. A burly man watched the lifeless phoenix bird with a gradually whitening face. Sent as a trump card by the corporation, he had thought this was almost a certain victory, never expecting such a turn of events. Looking at Chinhao not far ahead, a chilling dread welled up inside him. Chairman, having offended such a monster, will you regret it? The burly man's eyes turned vacant. He dearly wished he could return to the corporation and ask that composed elder, will you regret it? But he had no chance. A fiery spear pierced through his steel body, flames devouring him, leaving behind a charred corpse. Chinhao retracted his martial spirit, looking towards the distant towering city walls. Morningstar Technology, brace yourself for my wrath. Young man, did you really come back alone? When Chinhao went out it was afternoon, and now as he returns it's nearing evening. The two guards looking at Chinhao, who was clean and tidy, exchange puzzled glances. They look outside at the dangerous wilderness and wonder, how is this young man so spotless? Could it be that he was lucky enough not to encounter any vicious beasts? However, regardless of the reason, it's good that Chinhao is safe. The guards quickly open the gate for him. As he passes by the stall selling barbarian ox eggs, the stall owner is still there, and more than half of the eggs have been sold. It seems the owner wasn't wrong. Those things are indeed popular. Hey little brother, it's you again, so have you decided to try one? The stall owner asks with a sleazy smile. That scar on your face really does you a disservice, Chinhao retorts, tossing 2 crystals to the man. These are the only items of value he found on those 5 men he encountered. They are supposed to be top-grade energy stones, popular in the high-end market and full of spiritual essence, useful for cultivation. They even have a catalytic effect on some martial souls, accelerating the integration between the martial artist and the soul. Are these top-grade energy stones? The stall owner exclaims in surprise, rubbing the stones in his hands, then biting into one to test it. Indeed, these are great stuff, young man. What do you mean by this? If you want to buy my barbarian ox eggs, you can take my stall away right now. I must be sick to use these crystals to buy your stuff. Just tell me if you're buying, and if so, give me a price. If it's right, I'll sell them straight to you. Chin Hao says, not wanting to hassle further. He doesn't need these crystals and decides to just get rid of them. He chose this stall owner because he seemed to make a lot during the time Chin Hao was away, likely millions. Simply put, the man isn't short of cash. Sell them. The stall owner's excitement dims a bit as he thinks, then holds out a hand. 500,000 per stone, $1 million for both. I'll take them. The purity of these stones is just passable. I could probably sell them for 550,000 each, but I need to make a profit, right? The owner speaks earnestly, as if pouring his heart out. Chin Hao rolls his eyes. This man thinks he's a fool. Does he really think just because he's young he knows nothing? 1,200,000 each, take it or leave it. No bargaining, I'm in a hurry, Chin Hao states, giving his final offer. Deal. The owner slaps his hand down, surprisingly not even trying to negotiate further, and immediately pulls out a card. What's your card number? I'll transfer it now. Chin Hao's hand twitches, feeling he might have quoted too low, definitely too low. He rattles off a series of numbers, and the owner, being straightforward, completes the transaction quickly. As Chin Hao sees the transaction notification and turns to leave swiftly, the stall owner calls out, Big brother, remember to find me if you have more deals like this in the future. He waves at Chin Hao from a distance. Chin Hao quickened his pace, trying to shut out the noise. By the time he returned to the military headquarters, the sky had completely darkened. Chin Hao's face regained its composure as he summoned Li Xiang. It's confirmed, take action. Control the irrelevant personnel at the lower levels, don't let them cause trouble. Then wait for me, he ordered. Li Xiang immediately took the command and left. Chin Hao sat quietly for a moment, then abruptly opened his eyes and departed without a word. The generals, including General Yang Tianyang and Lu Xingwen, were gathered in the conference room at this moment, and through the window they could just see Chin Hao's departing figure. General Yang, should we also take action? Yang Tianyang inquired. No need, just monitor the entire Yinchang and make sure no one escapes. Let the young man handle the rest. He needs an outlet for his rage. But no buts. If destroying a small group can bring Chin Hao's loyalty back to the military, then it's well worth it, General Yang stated unequivocally. Understood. Yang Tianyang, wiping the sweat from his forehead, sat back down. As the leading conglomerate in Yincheng, the 80-story Chinyu Technology Building was usually ablaze with lights, bustling with people moving about at all hours. However, today, apart from the bright lights at the very top, the entire building was dark, as if the surrounding street lights had dimmed in unison. It was as if this entire area had been erased from Yinchang. 1,000 troops assembled in front of the building. The operation was smooth: secure the perimeter, breach the doors. But upon entry, they discovered the building was completely empty. Standing before the building, Li Xiang's stern face broke into a mocking smile. Fools, daring to reach their claws towards the military. He ordered coldly, everyone rush in, control all personnel encountered, and execute on the spot if there is resistance. In an instant, 1,000 figures entered the building like specters, securing each floor in succession. Li Xiang left out one detail in his report. During their investigation, they were subjected to covert assassination attempts. Although there were no casualties, it infuriated this military powerhouse. Did they really think they could play emperor in their little town? Today the military will make it known to the people of Yinchang who truly rules this land. As the lights on each floor were turned on, it signified control over the building, each bright light devouring the darkness above like a monstrous beast. Meanwhile, the heads of various major conglomerates sat in their homes, casting their gaze toward the towering building. The increasing lights were like a beacon, dispelling the growing darkness in their hearts. This day was changing indeed. It started to rain. Walking through the corridor and exiting the military headquarters, Chin Hao only then noticed the fine rain that had begun to fall. Stretching out his hand, the raindrops fell into his palm, bringing a cool sensation. In this season on the cusp of summer, a light rain refreshed the stagnant air. Good, let it rain. After the rain, the sky clears. Chin Hao ceased his advance and slowly headed towards the towering skyscraper at the end of his line of sight. Bright lights illuminated the top of the building, within which seemed to linger a figure watching him. Soon Chin Hao arrived. Commander, we've secured everything below the 70th floor. There are armed forces in the remaining 10 floors and we have not yet made a move, reportedly Xiang as he approached. Well done. Qin Hao nodded in approval. Li Xiang had proven his capability, now it was time for him to demonstrate his power. Taking the elevator straight to the 70th floor, 300 fully armed soldiers were ready, waiting only for Qin Hao's command to surge forward and crush any and all opposition. Li Xiang glanced at Qin Hao and seeing his nod he immediately waved his hand. Engage. The soldiers split into two groups, one took control of the corridors while the other attached rubber bombs shaped like bricks directly to the ceiling. Beside Li Xiang, an aide carried a small device manipulating a laptop that displayed infrared imaging of the floor above. Nearly 20 silhouettes were visible around the stairwell and elevator entrances, ready to strike fiercely at anyone who approached. Although such firearms might be less effective against top-tier fighters, they could still inflict significant damage on these soldiers. Thus Li Xiang did not rashly lead his men to charge up, they had ample means to gradually wear down their adversaries. With the bombs in place, Li Xiang handed the decision back to Qin Hao. It was Qin Hao's first time overseeing a detonation. Although all he needed to do was give a signal, the sensation was nonetheless distinct, a sense of power that came with commanding hundreds at his behest. With a gentle wave of his hand, the demolition team pressed the button. Bang, 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 the ceiling exploded, opening several holes precisely where the ambushed gunmen stood. Over 20 gunmen fell through, only to be instantly riddled with bullets and a hail of gunfire. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qin Hao led his team upwards. First came various grenades, flashbangs, smoke bombs and concussion grenades to clear the way, followed by the soldiers storming the controlled floors. The 300 well-trained soldiers swiftly reached the 79th floor, eliminating nearly 100 enemies along the way. Each enemy was equipped with high lethality weapons, many of which were explicitly restricted for civilian use. But cornered Chinyu technology still resorted to their use, evidently preparing for a desperate last stand. Commander, only the top floor remains. I'll lead the men to secure the area first, then you can follow, Li Xiang reported with the monitoring screen showing only 3 people above. But anyone with sense knew that among those 3 there had to be formidable opponents. No need. If they're bold enough to wait for us like this, they won't be simple. Sending you up might be a death sentence. Wait here and follow in 5 minutes, Qin Hao decided. Li Xiang hesitated but ultimately chose to obey the command. Alone Qin Hao reached the top floors, symbolizing the highest power of Chinyu technology. Facing the solid wood door before him, he kicked it open with a powerful thrust. Sawdust flew about as Qin Hao, hands in pockets, walked forward step by step. An 8th realm warrior and a 7th realm warrior, this is what you base your confidence on, standing about 10 meters in front of the elderly man. Qin Hao quietly sized up the 2 masked figures in black standing beside him. The aura emanating from these two was sharp like knives, constantly probing the depths of Qin Hao's prowess. If that's all you have, I'm afraid it won't be enough to save you. Qin Hao shook his head as if offering advice. Surrender now and perhaps I might spare your life in consideration of your past contributions to Silver City. You brat. Quite the bold words. Chinyu Jian laughed, a gleam flashing suddenly in his murky eyes. Whether I can be saved depends on your skills. Capture him, but be careful not to kill him. We need a clean getaway. With a fierce wave of his hand, the 2 masked figures sprang into action. Each summoned their martial souls. One wielded a saber soul. The blood-red saber in his hand was like the fang of a demon, radiating a brutal aura. The other, a 7th realm warrior, summoned a healing plant-based martial soul, a tree entwined with vines. A verdant aura infused the masked figure, boosting his strength significantly. The entire floor was enveloped by this brutal atmosphere. You shouldn't have come alone, boy. Chinyu Jian sat back, laughing heartily. These 2 protectors were the foundation of his establishment in Silver City. He had thought perhaps Tian Yang or some high-ranking military official would accompany him, but to his surprise and delight it was just the lone young man. This would make things much simpler. I don't know what you're laughing about. Are you laughing because you're about to die? Suddenly a clear voice rang out from behind Chinyu Jian, accompanied by a cold hand resting on his head. Chinyu Jian's smile froze. Looking forward, Qin Hao's figure was nowhere to be seen. What kind of martial soul is this? Teleportation. A great fear rose in Chinyu Jian's heart. As his subordinates rushed towards him in a frenzy, Chinyu Jian suddenly found the surroundings eerily quiet, so quiet he could hear his own heart pounding wildly. Stop! Qin Hao, wearing a white mask, placed a hand on Chinyu Jian's head, lifting him from his seat. The 2 masked men halted instantly, murderous intent filling their eyes behind the masks, yet they dared not move. Chinyu Jian's life was in their hands. You're quite well trained, it seems. "You're good at keeping dogs," Qin Hao remarked, smiling as he patted Qin Yujian's face. Never in his life had Qin Yujian felt such humiliation. His face seemed to tremble with it. He wished he could order his men to kill this detestable youth on the spot, but he dared not, for his life was held in the adversary's hands. "Your abilities are indeed surprising, young man. Since you have the leverage to negotiate with this old man, let's talk. Money, resources, beauties, just say it, and as long as I can provide it, it's yours." Qin Yujian tried to keep his tone calm as he spoke. "As long as you let go. As long as you let go of yourself," Qin Hao sneered, taking over the conversation. "Dream on, at least make it somewhat realistic, old man." As he spoke, Qin Hao smashed the glass behind him with a punch. Qin Yujian realized what Qin Hao was about to do, and a look of great horror suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Quick, save me." He looked frantically towards his two confidants. However, before they could reach him, Qin Hao threw him out, just like throwing out trash. The scream tore through the night sky, drawing the attention of many passers-by. The head of Chenyu Technologies, who seemed like the underground emperor of Yinchang, was dead, thrown out like trash from the 80th floor. He was smashed to pieces. This news trembled through Yinchang in an instant. When Chenyu Technologies was surrounded, various forces had sent their people to investigate the situation. Everyone was curious about how this would end. Would Chenyu dissolve, or would it be taken over by the military, leaving behind a huge market? They had imagined all possibilities, but they had never expected this one. The president of Chenyu thrown down the building. Now, his shattered body lay in front of the Chenyu building. "This kid is ruthless." In the military, Xiang Tianyang was drinking tea. His hand trembled upon hearing the news. If it were him, he would have forced Qin Yujian step by step to relinquish the assets and technology of Chenyu Technologies, gradually eating away at it until he had driven him to a dead end and then finished him off with a final blow. That would have maximized the benefits. But Qin Hao was different. He was like a hot-headed youth with only revenge on his mind, nothing else. No, he was indeed a youth. Xiang Tianyang suddenly realized he had almost forgotten Qin Hao had just graduated. Indeed, the fiery blood of youth cannot be judged by common standards. "Let's wrap this up." Yan Jin lightly tapped on the table, putting a final period on the matter. The result was that Chenyu Technologies completely disappeared. "Your master is dead, aren't you following him?" At the top of the building, Qin Hao looked at two men in black, making way behind the broken hole. "Even in death, we must avenge the master." The blade-wielding warrior, eyes blood-red, suddenly lunged forward. The blade tore through the floor, leaving cracks in its path. The other, a support type, continuously poured his power into the body of the 8th Realm warrior, boosting his strength. The red flame spear appeared in hand, blocking the incoming blade, but the immense force made Qin Hao stagger back, and a fine mark was etched onto the spear by the blade. Such terrifying power! Is this the advantage of having support? Qin Hao glanced at the plant marshal's soul. "In that case, I can't let you live." With that, Qin Hao vanished, reappearing in front of the support martial soul, a flash of black light gleaming briefly in his bright eyes. "Look at me." The 7th Realm warrior subconsciously looked at Qin Hao. In an instant, it was as if an endless abyss was coming towards him, swallowing him whole. However, just as Qin Hao thought the opponent would die instantly, buzz, a vibrant green light burst forth from his body, the tree marshal's soul materializing to confront the soul-devouring darkness. Blocked. Qin Hao was slightly surprised. His usually invincible demon dragon eyes were blocked for the first time. This move had been an instant kill technique in the past. However, upon reflection, Qin Hao realized the situation. His opponent was a 7th Realm martial artist not far behind in strength, so it was normal to withstand the attack for a while. Previously, his opponents had been significantly weaker, which allowed him to easily annihilate them. Yet, as he observed his opponent's stunned expression, the situation did not seem much better. In an instant, Qin Hao switched to his dragon scale knife and effortlessly decapitated him. The opponent's tree martial soul, still resisting the demon dragon, finally could not withstand and burst into light dust. "You deserve to die, eh?" Hoarse roars suddenly came from behind. A crimson blade light covered several meters in an instant, slashing towards Qin Hao. The terrifying aura made Qin Hao's skin crawl. The golden elephant appeared, using its sturdy body to firmly block the attack. In the next instant, Qin Hao appeared in the distance. With his multiple martial souls, Qin Hao could easily toy with his opponent. "Without your support, do you still hold your previous threat? Kill you, and you'll know." The man in black roared through gritted teeth, his long knife flipping and enveloping in a terrifying bloodlight, slashing down instantly. Qin Hao felt as if the entire world was filled by this one strike, his vision dominated by the blood-colored blade. the power of the eighth realm was fully displayed in this strike. Die, boom! The golden elephant fully manifested, charging head-on into the blade light. Golden and crimson light mixed, exploding instantly, shattering the glass and bursting out into the night sky in a magnificent blaze of fire. This strike was comparable to the explosion of more than a dozen high explosives, sending a terrifying sound hundreds of meters away. Numerous vehicles parked by the roadside set off shrill alarms at this moment. Countless people were startled, all turning to look at the towering building. In the midst of golden and crimson lights, two figures seemed to continuously clash, bringing wave after wave of intense impacts. At one moment, under the shocked gaze of many, another terrible burst of light exploded, and then a figure shot out from the top floor. Someone fell down. Such powerful beings actually fighting directly in the city. Don't they know this is prohibited? Falling from such a height, he's likely to be killed on impact. Hadn't someone died from a fall before? People whispered among themselves, staring intently at the building that had become the focus. At this time, hearing the noise, Li Xiang had already led people rushing up. However, only Qin Hao was found on the rooftop. At this moment, Qin Hao's clothes were torn and his body was covered with blood-red knife wounds, but they were quickly healing under his robust vitality. Regroup and prepare to leave, he said, and then Qin Hao jumped out. Not having reached the ninth realm, he couldn't fly, but with the myriad flowers vine, he feared not the height. He quickly caught up with the falling man in black, then summoned the exquisite heart herb. 64 leaves intertwined and danced, weaving a dense and terrifying blade net in front of him, madly slicing the man in black. Blood splattered continuously. The man in black's mask had shattered, revealing a ferocious face scarred by blades. He desperately swung his knife in defense, but previous clashes had left him grievously wounded, one arm hanging limp, unable to rise. Inevitably, his movements betrayed flaws, and Qin Hao would not miss such an opportunity. 64 blades found every gap, furiously slicing into the man in black's body. In just a few seconds, his chest was a blur of flesh and blood, almost exposing bone. The man in black howled in pain, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Qin Hao. But in focusing all his attention on Qin Hao, he failed to notice the ground rapidly approaching. A second later, boom, a burst of blood exploded as the man's fierce face grotesquely twisted, then violently smashed into the ground. His skull, under the brutal impact, burst open like a ripe watermelon, scattering in pieces. Instantly, Qin Hao summoned the Wanhua vine. Misty gases enveloped him, slowing his descent until he gently touched down. He stood quietly beside the corpse of the man in black. A few meters away lay the body of the head of Xinyu Technology. The behemoth that had stood in Yincheng for decades was toppled in a single morning. At this moment, countless powerful figures who heard the news were simultaneously silenced. Chief Li Xiang held an umbrella over Qin Hao as he looked down at the two corpses, his eyes filled with profound respect. Let's go back. Yes, but things did not end with Qin Hao's departure. On the contrary, this was just the beginning of the storm. Xinyu Technology was huge, and the death of its head did not mean the end of its entangled powers. Therefore, cleanup was extremely important. General Yan had traveled thousands of miles for this reason, to clear the troubles behind Qin Hao. Following the highest command, thousands of troops entered the city. In a luxurious villa area in Yincheng, two middle-aged men who looked somewhat alike sat with worried faces. Around them were several high-level executives who had been evacuated from Xinyu in advance. They had been part of the initial move against Qin Hao. If their ambitions were great then, their panic was just as great now. Xinyu Jian was dead. Along with him, his powerful aide also perished. Their bodies still lay at the building's entrance unclaimed. This was a deterrence as well as a declaration that the flames of this sweep would reach them. The two leading figures were Xinyu Jian's sons, one of whom was Xinyu Youlong's father. If it really comes down to it, we'll go to Yanjing to find Youlong. With his status there, the Qin Hao wouldn't dare touch us. Next to Xinyu Jingnan sat a plump and beautiful woman, her makeup disheveled, her complexion pale and panicked. That's right, we still have one way out, big brother. If we're going to find Youlong, we need to move fast. It might be too late otherwise, Xinyu Jingbei echoed. The rest of the high-level executives felt the same. In Yincheng, their biggest backer had fallen, and they could only seek new protectors to withstand the fierce onslaught of the Yincheng military. Xinyu had a dragon, which made him an excellent choice. Note, this matter was completely unknown to Long from beginning to end. They couldn't drag him into this. Xinyu Jingnan still maintained a sliver of rationality. If this won't work and that won't work, surely we won't just slit our own throats, right? A gaunt middle-aged man grabbed his hair, his face contorted as he growled lowly. It was he who had sent the men in black to kidnap Qin Hao. However, he did not anticipate that his action would stir up a hornet's nest. Now, the entire Silver City was heavily surrounded. The power behind that young man was infuriating. It was all because of him. Qinyu Jingnan felt infuriated every time he saw this man. The middle-aged man's expression grew even more sinister. Just then a loud noise suddenly came from outside the villa. What was that sound? A fat man stood up and walked to the window. In the next instant his chubby face was flooded with endless terror. They're here, the military is here, the fat man screamed, turning to run. But he hadn't run a few steps before a bullet pierced through his skull. Following that, a large group of soldiers, led by a martial artist, stormed into the villa and subdued everyone present. Such scenes were now occurring throughout Silver City. All those associated with Qinyu technology were being suppressed. The entire Silver City was like it had been hit by an earthquake. However, all of this now had little to do with Qin Hao. After returning to his military residence, Qin Hao simply went to sleep. The fight with the Eighth Realm Man in Black had drained all his energy. That battle had also made him acutely aware of his own severe shortcomings: lack of combat experience, insufficient martial skills, and immature use of his martial soul. If not for relying on the transformations of numerous martial souls, it was still uncertain whose life would have ended in that battle. He needed to study hard now. With that thought, Qin Hao fell into a deep sleep, sleeping till the sun was 3 rods high. The summer was raining and the light rain continued throughout the night. The cool breeze, carrying a few strands of rain, blew into the room. Qin Hao stretched his arms and opened his eyes. Oh, you're awake. I was just about to call you. Uncle, you should knock before entering. Qin Hao sat up in bed, speechlessly looking at Lu Xingwen, who had pushed the door and entered. Your door was open. I didn't open it. Lu Xingwen chuckled, pulling over a chair to sit down. You sure sleep soundly. The outside world has turned upside down because of you. I didn't do anything. Qin Hao stretched again, leisurely getting dressed. You haven't done anything? You killed the boss of Qinyu Technology, and because of your action the entire Qinyu Technology is on the brink of disintegration. Do you realize how much turmoil this will cause in Silver City? Qin Hao curled his lip. That's something the commander in chief should worry about, not a student like me. Director, just tell me what you need. Lu Xingwen looked at the young man's unconcerned expression, a remark stuck in his throat. Alright, someone outside is looking for you. It's that girl from Lianqing Pharmaceuticals. You should have met her. No, I haven't met her, Qin Hao said before Lu Xingwen could finish. You can decline for me, I'm not familiar with them. Having said that, Qin Hao had already dressed and left, ignoring Lu Xingwen's dejected gaze. Well, to think such a handsome girl could be ignored. TSK. Lu Xingwen shook his head and departed. Then halfway through he suddenly stopped. Wait, when did I, the prestigious enrollment director of Longxian, become your lackey? However, seeing that Qin Hao's figure was no longer visible, Lu Xingwen had no choice but to proceed on his way. Meanwhile, Qin Hao arrived at Xiang Tianyang's office, but Xiang Tianyang was not there. Only his assistant was busy at work. Student Qin Hao, what can I do for you? The assistant greeted him with a smile, putting aside her work. Officer Lu. Qin Hao nodded slightly. I would like to know where the military training room is located. The training room? Are you planning to practice martial arts? Lu's assistant asked curiously. Sort of. Qin Hao nodded. Alright then, lead. Please take Qin Hao to the training room. He's not familiar with the way. Lu's assistant called someone over to lead the way. Thank you, Qin Hao said with a smile. After the battle yesterday he realized his shortcomings and decided to use the last 2 months to train rigorously. Moreover, the training room had the necessary equipment which would also allow him to test his current strength. Soon Li led Qin Hao to a vast sports stadium. The doors were open, but there were hardly any people inside. Qin Hao, this is the training ground. There aren't many people these days due to heavy tasks, so you can use it as you wish, Li said with a smile, then left on his own. Qin Hao entered the huge venue and immediately heard a familiar voice. Hey Qin Hao, you're here too? The double-height ceiling was hung with rows of bright lights dispelling the darkness in the corners of the gym. Qin Hao looked towards the source of the voice and saw several figures in the corner. Xiao Qiling Nuan and 2 distinctively characterized youths. It was Wu Peng who spoke. He was currently holding a barbell, squatting down doing warm-up exercises with Xiao Qi counting beside him. Don't get distracted, you still have 500 left. Xiao Qi gently kicked Wu Peng, then turned his head to look at Qin Hao with a gentle smile. You're here to train too? Yes, after the battle yesterday I realized my weaknesses and came to make up for them. Qin Hao greeted with a smile, then went to change into sportswear. Returning, he looked at Wu Peng, who was still training, and felt curious. What are you guys doing? Oh, he lost a bet and now he's being punished, Tong Yen explained. A bet? Yes, yesterday Baron the captain bet whether you could make it out of Qinyu Tech building by yourself. Bear said you couldn't and he lost, and then jumped down from her seat, came over to Qin Hao and grabbed his hand. Speaking of which, brother Qin, you're so amazing. We all went to see yesterday, you were so impressive. And Anne's eyes sparkled, a lollipop stuffed in her mouth puffing up her cheeks, making her look adorable. We thought our prediction was already exaggerated, but you in person are even more incredible. Shao Qi also expressed his admiration. Recalling the explosive battle from last night, he felt as though he was back on the neon-lit streets rampaging through his enemies. It was a lucky victory. Qin Hao touched his nose, surprised that the others had actually come to watch the fight. He wondered if they had seen him use Tong Yan's martial spirit, but judging by their expressions it seemed they hadn't. Speaking of which, didn't you leave? I thought you were off on a mission. Since returning from the lab, Qin Hao hadn't seen the Tianyan squad and had assumed they had already left. We're just taking a short break before we leave. The southern seas have been restless these past few days, Ling Nuo said, furrowing her pretty brows with a trace of worry. Just a few ferocious beasts, a minor issue, Tong Yan dismissed with a wave of his hand. With your ability to run faster than a rabbit, of course you'd think. Wu Peng started to say, turning around only to be silenced by a hand slapped over his mouth. Shao Qi's face remained calm. Don't talk, we still have 500 to go. Do you want to finish them or not? Wu Peng's face stiffened. Captain, it was 500 just a moment ago, how come it's still 500 after all this time? He couldn't accept it. I misremembered. Any problem with that? Shao Qi glanced at him lightly. Wu Peng quickly shrank back. No problem. Then hurry up and do them. Qin Hao couldn't help but chuckle as he watched them, then walked over to a clearing on the side of the venue. Along the edges of the venue were various standard weapons and even quite a few firearms. Qin Hao casually picked up a standard military saber and began practicing the martial techniques he had read about. He swung the saber over and over, integrating the shortcomings he had noticed during the battle into his movements. Previously unable to train, he was unfamiliar even with the basics. Now he had to start from zero and practice bit by bit. Fortunately, Qin Hao never lacked tenacity or perseverance. There he was in the venue, drawing his saber, striking and repeating the process endlessly. 3 hours had passed and he was still practicing. In the distance, Ling Nuo sat hugging her legs, her head resting on her knees, staring absent-mindedly at Qin Hao's meticulous practice. And he was practicing the most basic stuff. She wondered why he was doing it, and then cracked her lollipop, puzzled. Shao Qi knew some of Qin Hao's past and smiled lightly at the questions. His experiences differ from others. Now that he has the chance, he will surely not let it slip away. Captain, do you know something? Wu Peng looked at his captain curiously. Tell us, I'm really curious about this guy. It's his personal matter, it's not convenient to disclose. Shao Qi shook his head. You'll know when the time comes. With that, Shao Qi glanced at the time and turned to leave. We should go. Let's go. Tong Yan jumped up, hands clasped behind his head, leaving in a carefree manner. Wu Peng was about to call out, but seeing Qin Hao immersed in training, he opened his mouth and then silently grinned, quickly catching up to his captain. Ling Nuo and also silently waved goodbye. The group left the venue, heading towards the unknown horizon. In the back of the training facility, newcomer Qin Hao was still deeply immersed in his practice as dusk began to fall. The feeling of hunger finally snapped him out of his concentration. It was already 8 o'clock, which came as a surprise to him. He had been so engrossed that he hadn't noticed how quickly time had passed. After grabbing a meal, Qin Hao returned to the training room. But this time he wasn't practicing with the sword. He walked into a small room in the corner, a place designated for testing various physical metrics. Qin Hao started with his weakest martial spirit, a mysterious type that was rare and consequently had a power level of only tier 4. Casually summoning this mysterious martial spirit, Qin Hao felt the energy filling his body and threw a punch at the target in front of him. Thump! The sound echoed as the Rubbermaid target shook violently. Instantly, a string of numbers soared, finally stabilizing at 10,525 kilograms, about 10 tons, which was exactly the standard for Tier 4. The relationship between a martial artist and their martial spirit is symbiotic. A higher tier martial spirit can lead to faster cultivation speeds, higher limits of strength, and greater enhancements. However, this isn't always the case, as each martial spirit has its unique properties. For instance, some A-tier martial spirits that enhance physical strength might be able to exert 11 or even 12 tons of force at Tier 4. In contrast, a plant-based spirit, even at S tier, might not even reach the 10-ton mark with a punch. Therefore, besides syncing with their martial spirit, a martial artist must also cultivate their own strength. The stronger they are, the more effectively they can harness the power of their martial spirit. Unlike others, Qin Hao's major weakness was that he had never practiced cultivation before, he simply needed to observe similar martial spirits to directly enhance the power of his own. For example, during an awakening test, he observed many beast martial spirits which directly advanced his beast martial spirit to tier 8 standards. However, Qin Hao had never practiced cultivation, making his control over this tier 8 power quite immature, thus he needed to practice to adapt to this tier 8 power to truly become a tier 8 warrior. Over the next month and a half, Qin Hao resumed his usual routine, only now instead of the routine of home to school and back it had become residence to training ground and back, a straightforward life with almost no time for entertainment. Qin Hao's continuous presence in the military compound allowed him to become well acquainted with many of the young soldiers there. They realized that this exceptionally talented young man was actually quite mild-mannered, not arrogant or haughty as one might expect. In fact, he was somewhat reserved. Many people wanted to invite Qin Hao out for some fun after missions, but he always declined. He seemed to be completely insulated from entertainment, focused only on cultivation. One day, as Qin Hao walked into the training ground again, a group of young soldiers at the military base shook their heads in disbelief. Is this guy really human, who can say no to karaoke? Not only that, but last time I went to find him in the middle of the night, he wasn't even in his room, he was still training. Huh? Why were you looking for him in the middle of the night? A blind student noticed the key point and looked suspiciously at the girl who was speaking. Wasn't that about asking him out for a late-night snack? The girl's face rapidly turned red and a wave of heat rose from the top of her head. Yes, this big brother is too outrageous. Don't you think he has gotten training syndrome? Another person came to the girl's rescue, curiously stroking his chin. Training syndrome, what's that? You don't know. Training syndrome is used to describe those obsessed martial arts fanatics. In their world there is nothing but training. If they don't train for a day, they feel so uncomfortable they could die. Is there such a disease? That's terrifying. They don't even go for karaoke anymore. Should we find him a psychologist? He might really have some issues. While everyone was discussing this, suddenly a deep voice sounded from behind them. What are you all gathered here for? Xiang Tianyang looked coldly at this group of new recruits. At the commander, everyone quickly saluted. Then, before Xiang Tianyang could lash out, they scattered in a rush, disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Qin Hao went to the training room only to find that it was closed. A sign for routine maintenance hung there, stopping Qin Hao in his tracks. Qin Hao, I knew you'd be here, came Lu Xingwen's voice from behind. You're obsessed with cultivating magic every day. Even though I know you realize your own shortcomings, this isn't the way to train. There should be a balance between work and rest. Otherwise, you'll burn out. Lu Xingwen walked over, slapping Qin Hao's shoulder without much enthusiasm. School starts in a couple of days, you should rest these days and get ready. Enrolling at Longxian is not as easy as you think. Is there something special about enrolling at Longxian? Hey, you'll know when the time comes. Lu Xingwen chuckled mischievously. This demeanor was nothing like the respected and dignified admissions director one would expect. Qin Hao remembered an old neighbor who, despite his age, would sit on a small stool at the stairway entrance all day leering at the young women passing by. In this moment, Lu Xingwen resembled that neighbor. Unaware of Qin Hao's inner monologue, Lu Xingwen led him away. Here are your train tickets. I've already bought them for you. Also, this time Bai Yi will be accompanying you. Both of your tickets are here. Lu Xingwen handed the 2 high-speed train tickets to Qin Hao. The cities were far apart and the only way to travel between them was by armored train. These trains were protected by martial artists and equipped with heavy weapons to deal with minor beast tides. They were the best choice for travel between major cities. However, for the particularly wealthy, there were special jets guarded by martial artists of level 8 and above, much faster than trains but also much more expensive. I understand. Qin Hao took the tickets, then looked steadily at Lu Xingwen. Lu Xingwen felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there anything else, director? Gone. Oh, Lu Xingwen. A few seconds later, Lu Xingwen came to his senses and left, cursing under his breath. Qin Hao didn't stay much longer either and went back to his own home. After going to Longxian, he didn't know how long it would be before he could return. It was even possible that he might not come back for years. After all, he was the only one left in his family now. The damage caused by the fight in the house had been repaired, and some of the decorations had been restored to their original state. However, the house had still gathered a layer of dust over the more than a month. After some effort, Qin Hao cleaned the house. He had never felt so lonely and solitary before, but it was only when he realized that he was about to leave this place of refuge that he discovered he had developed an inseparable emotional bond with this room. After all, this small house held 18 years of his memories. Since the death of his parents, he had lived alone, eating alone, living alone. He thought he would continue to live this way, but the arrival of the system had drastically changed his future. Dad, Mom, you can rest easy now. Xinhao quietly leaned against the foot of the bed, looking at the photograph on the opposite wall, and gradually fell asleep. Longxian Bay City is the most central and bustling area in the entire southern China region. The city's two canals intersect, making its trade exceptionally developed and making it a vital hub for the entire southern China region. And the Longxian Military Department is the highest command center in the whole southern China region. The dual accumulation of trade and power has turned this city into a dazzling pearl of southern China. Compared to Yinchang, which has only a few million inhabitants, Longxian boasts 4 major security zones, the highest security level and defense forces in the blue badge area, followed by the red badge area, then the common citizens gray area and the outer ring. Together, these 4 zones host a population of 75 million, making it a true behemoth. Among them, major powers and top warriors are as common as carp crossing a river. A 6th realm expert who might be a teacher in Yinchang could hardly stir a ripple here. And in this bustling city, the most talked about place is the Longxian Advanced Martial Institute. As the top martial institute in the whole country, countless people have broken their heads and spent all their fortunes just to enter Longxian, because getting into Longxian means a breakthrough in their social class. They will have the chance to move from the gray area to the red or even blue badge area. It's hard to imagine what such a city would be like. Xinhao rubbed his sore eyes, shut down the computer and packed it away. They had already boarded the train to Longxian. Xinhao had thought that Director Liu would travel with them, but only learned at the last minute that Director Liu had returned to Longxian right after meeting him that day. He was the admissions director of Longxian. With the school term approaching, he naturally became too busy. Xinhao looked toward his seatmate Bai Yi. The train had been traveling for a day and a night, and in another half hour they would arrive at Longxian. But what made Xinhao somewhat depressed was that Bai Yi hadn't said a single word the entire time. He still appeared frail, dressed in a simple solid-color t-shirt and trousers, his fists wrapped in ribbons. He sat quietly in his seat, clutching his bag without uttering a word. Even the magnificent scenery outside the window, which drew exclamations of awe from the rest of the carriage, failed to catch his attention. Xinhao poked Bai Yi's shoulder, causing him to open his eyes, those bright, pure eyes staring straight at Xinhao, momentarily suppressing the question that had just risen in his mind. But he couldn't help it. His curiosity was too much to bear. Carefully he asked Bai Yi, "Are you mute?" Bai Yi looked steadily at Xinhao, whose face turned red. Somewhat ashamed, he lowered his head. "I'm sorry, I'm just very curious. You never speak, and it makes one think that you are, well, you know." Bai Yi's mouth moved slightly, and he shook his head. Xinhao's eyes widened in surprise. "You're not mute." Bai Yi nodded. "Then why don't you ever speak?" Bai Yi shook his head again, deepening Xinhao's curiosity. He had always assumed Bai Yi was mute and felt too embarrassed to ask, fearing he might touch a painful memory. But he wasn't. Then why the silence? He was eager to ask more, but seeing Bai Yi close his eyes again, he opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps another time I might find out, he thought. Xinhao took one last look at Bai Yi, pushed his curiosity aside and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, the carriage was abuzz. "Look, we're approaching Longxian. Wow, what a majestic city, it's huge. I've never seen such a large city before. Is that a single-person flyer in the sky? And that, could it be a cannon?" Exclamations echoed throughout the carriage. Xinhao opened his eyes and looked out the window. With just one glance, he was stunned. At the end of his sight, a massive gray wall soaring high into the clouds stood, bridging the earth. Endless at first glance. Atop the gray wall, at intervals, were enormous cannons. Tracks stretched into the wall, a grand scene as if all nations were coming to court. "This is the essence of South China's court," Xinhao murmured to himself. Photos on the internet could never match the direct and awe-inspiring view of reality, not to mention the wall that encapsulated Longxian. It was an architectural marvel. In comparison, Silver City seemed like an insignificant egg. This time Bai Yi also opened his eyes, his gaze equally filled with shock and excitement. "Ding dong, the train is about to arrive at Longxian Station. Please prepare to disembark with your personal belongings," announced the overhead speaker as the train slowly approached the city wall. "Let's go." Xinhao picked up his bag and joined Bai Yi in line at the door to disembark. Soon, they left the train with the flow of people stepping onto this bustling land. "Damn it, what's going on this year? Why are there so many monsters appearing? Where did those old things recruit these freaks from? I thought I could count on Xinhao to take the lead this year, but now it's really uncertain." Damn, it's frustrating. Sitting in the office at Longshan High Court in the Honghu district, Lu Xingwen's office is intermittently filled with bursts of swearing. Passing teachers look at each other in bewilderment. What's going on with Director Lu? He's been cursing since this morning. Who has offended him this time? Hey, you don't know yet? Director Lu went all the way to a distant place to scout a genius, planning to gain some prestige through him. But last night he found out that other recruitment teachers also managed to attract top talents elsewhere. That's why he's so upset. Really? What kind of genius would make the director personally get involved? I don't know about that. Director Lu keeps it secret like a treasure only. He and the dean know the details. Geez, I really need to see this for myself. There'll be a chance. This year's enrollment training is said to be different from the past. It will be fun to watch. Hee. You sound quite scheming. Got any insider news to share? No way, it's confidential. On the bustling streets, Qin Hao and Bai Yi hold a cup of icy oolong milk tea, standing on the busy street like a pair of orphans lost in a foreign land, so out of place among the bustling crowd. They exchange glances, bewildered by the complicated roads. Who can tell them why a city's road planning has to be like this? What is Route B316? And what about Route Special 012? Also, where exactly is the Honghu 022 area where Longshan High Court is located? No signs, no reception for newcomers, nothing at all. Qin Hao looks up at the sky in speechlessness, unable to believe that he, a holder of an SSS-level martial soul, could ever get lost, after wandering around for half an hour. Qin Hao finally calls Director Lu's mobile phone. The two sit outside a cafe holding their now lukewarm milk tea in silence. What are you guys doing here? I've been looking for you for ages. Lu Xingwen's voice cuts through the crowd, lighting up their faces. But then they cool their expressions again. Why are you still sitting? Come on, I've arranged a place for you to stay. You start reporting the day after tomorrow. Lu Xingwen takes a few steps and then stops, puzzled to see Qin Hao and Bai Yi still sitting there. What's the matter now? Haven't paid? Qin Hao points to the wall with a sign that reads half an hour /100 yuan. You don't have money? Lu Xingwen's mouth twitches. Eventually, under Qin Hao's resentful gaze, he painfully pulls out his wallet and pays. It was my oversight. I forgot that the road planning in Longshan is very different from Yincheng, and I didn't prepare a navigation map for you. In the car, Lu Xingwen wipes his sweat trying to take a sip from Qin Hao's milk tea. Qin Hao holds on tightly, not letting go. Take a sip, I'm thirsty. Lu Xingwen frowns. I still want to drink it. I won't finish it. You misunderstand, Director Lu. It's not about thirst, Qin Hao says slowly. Lu Xingwen's eyes twitch as he looks towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi quickly gulps down the rest of the milk tea, then hands the empty cup to Lu Xingwen. Forget it. Lu Xingwen was at a loss for words. He knew that Qin Hao and his companion were upset. It was a scorching day, and getting lost in an unfamiliar place would sour anyone's mood. It was indeed his negligence. He had planned to pick them up, but he had been overwhelmed with handling new student matters in the past few days and had completely forgotten about Qin Hao and his friend. If Qin Hao hadn't called, he might not have remembered at all. Let me first introduce you to the basics of Longshan, he suggested as he drove, pulling down a display screen from above. Take a look at this. And if there's anything unclear, feel free to ask me. The content in the video was similar to what Qin Hao had learned online, but it was more detailed. By the time the video was almost finished, they had arrived at their destination. Is this Longshan Advanced Martial Arts Academy? Qin Hao got out of the car, looking at the sprawling complex of buildings ahead with some surprise. The architecture was a blend of Eastern and Western styles, exuding a majestic aura at first glance. A gate made of white marble 20 meters high and nearly 100 meters long stood on the plaza with 8 gilded characters carved on top. Longshan Advanced Martial Arts Academy. Many figures could be seen shuttling through the air above the campus, flying back and forth, each standing on a skateboard-like flying device. Longshan is quite large, so to facilitate student commutes, each student is equipped with one of these personal flying devices. You'll have one too, Lu Xingwen explained, seeing Qin Hao and Bai Yi's astonished faces. It feels like we've stepped into a city of the future, Qin Hao remarked sincerely. You'll see even more novel things in the future. For now, let me find you a place to stay. Although new students could be assigned a nice apartment within the campus, Qin Hao had not yet completed his enrollment procedures, so they had to find a place to stay outside. Lu Xingwen had booked 2 rooms in a nearby hotel and made a point of reminding them rest well these next few days. Qin Hao recalled what Lu Xingwen had said earlier about this year's new student admissions being somewhat different and understood that Lu Xingwen was subtly warning him. Lu Xingwen's tone was much more serious than when he had joked before. Qin Hao nodded, showing he understood, and Lu Xingwen then left. after sitting on a train for a day and a night, Qin Hao wasn't in the mood to go out. He practiced martial arts in his room, ordered some hotel food, and after eating, as it was getting late, he decided to wash up and go to bed. Suddenly, a golden orb appeared in the sky outside the window, trailing a streak of flame kilometers long, as if slicing a gap in the sky. Qin Hao got up in surprise and went to the window to watch closely. The golden orb seemed to contain a bird-like beast. Such terrifying power, could it be a creature of the ninth realm or higher? Just as Qin Hao was pondering this, a sharp beam of light shot up from the center of the city, instantly streaking across the sky and piercing through the beast. After a piercing screech, the orb exploded in the sky and gradually faded after about 10 seconds. Qin Hao was left speechless by the sight. The scene just now was undoubtedly the work of a powerful being who had slain the beast. Is Long Xian always this thrilling? A strong light gleamed in Qin Hao's eyes. After witnessing that scene, Qin Hao couldn't sleep peacefully all night. A beast likely of the ninth realm was killed from afar by a hidden powerful figure. How terrifying must the strength of that figure be? Could it be someone from the legendary 10th realm or perhaps even beyond? If only I could obtain his martial spirit, Qin Hao fantasized excitedly and decided to seize an opportunity to clarify this matter. But for now it was time to eat. The third morning dawned and Qin Hao was up early. Today was the day to report to the academy. It was said that Long Xian recruited over 1,000 students from all over each year, each one a genius among geniuses. The day of registration was like a treasure appraisal conference, becoming a place for these talents to meet and interact. After breakfast, Bai Yi was already waiting at the door, carrying a long cloth bag that seemed to contain a knife. Bringing a knife to registration as a new student? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. Bai Yi just looked at him quietly, as if to say, is there a problem? Qin Hao shrugged and didn't dwell on it further. Their hotel was next to the academy, so upon exiting they were already at the academy square. Unlike the emptiness of the previous 2 days, the square was now dotted with many young people, creating a somewhat noisy scene. Let's go, Qin Hao said, parting the crowd as they headed towards a table set up in front of the stone gate where senior students were assisting with the new students' registration. Everything was much the same as in Qin Hao's past life. Bai Yi followed closely behind Qin Hao, silent as ever. Just then, a sudden roar of an engine drew everyone's attention, accompanied by a hoarse voice yelling, Move, the brakes have failed, get out of the way." The crowd panicked and cleared a path. Just as Qin Hao turned around, he saw a pale-faced youth gripping the handlebars of a heavy motorcycle tightly, with 2 dark smoke trails spewing from the back, charging towards them. As the bike approached, whipping up a gust of wind, the youth looked ahead at the 2 people directly in his path. His face filled with terror. "Move, the brakes are out." But it was too close, and there was no time to dodge. Bai Yi frowned and reached for the knife on his back. Qin Hao stopped him and stomped his foot. A burst of chill air spewed out, forming a 45-degree angled ice slide just before the motorcycle arrived. The motorcycle youth, wide-eyed and unable to react, shot up the ice slide and then traced a perfect parabola in the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Seconds later, with a loud explosion and a cloud of black smoke, the youth was flung into the air again, landing right in front of Qin Hao. "Brother, awesome!" The youth gasped out a breath of black air, weakly giving Qin Hao a thumbs up. Qin Hao looked at the youth sprawled before him speechlessly. Years of good moral education made him feel he should help him up and take him to a hospital, but real-world lessons taught him to keep his distance. In the end, he wisely chose to back off. The motorcycle looked terribly expensive, and now that it was wrecked, who knew if the other party would try to blame him for it? Better to keep a distance. "Let's go register first," Qin Hao said as he and Bai Yi walked past the young man to the table. Seeing the vibrant and youthful senior sister behind the table, Qin Hao grinned shyly and said, "Senior sister, could you help us with the enrollment?" The senior sister had watched everything that had just happened, and a look of admiration appeared in her eyes as she gazed at Qin Hao. To remain calm in such a critical moment, to think of a diversion and to act on it, these qualities were excellent. At least they were excellent for a freshman, and especially a handsome one at that. "All right, please tell me your name, phone number, and your previous school," she said with a gentle smile, her pale fingers swiftly tapping on the computer keyboard. "Qin Hao, from Yincheng Experimental Martial Arts Academy." "Yincheng? Where's that?" The senior sister blinked, a hint of confusion on her face. "A remote little place, not very famous," Qin Hao replied with a smile. "Sorry, I don't really keep up with these things." She laughed apologetically and entered Qin Hao's information into a magnetic card. "Keep this card safe. After the freshman training, it will be updated based on your performance. This is crucial as it affects the level of resources you can access at the school, and it cannot be replaced if lost." "Okay." Qin Hao nodded and stepped aside. Bai Yi stepped up to the table, and as the senior sister looked at him, he looked back at her. Student, your name, phone number in previous school? Bai Yi frowned slightly. He's Bai Yi, Bai as in day, Yi as in night, Qin Hao quickly explained. As for the phone number in school. At that moment, Bai Yi pulled a crumpled student ID from his pocket. It had a series of numbers and the name Incheng Qingmu Intermediate Martial Arts Academy. It seemed Bai Yi was well prepared. While entering the information, the senior sister curiously examined this young man. How could the academy accept a mute? For an academy connected with the military, a student with such a physical defect should not have been admitted. There had never been such a precedent before. Could it be that his talent is extremely strong? She made a mental note of his name. Let's go. After receiving their respective magnetic cards, Qin Hao had just turned around when he was startled by someone suddenly blocking his path. It was the young man with the crashed motorcycle. Classmate, are you alright? Qin Hao asked with a twitch of his mouth. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Just let me register first. The young man coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of black ash, then approached the senior sister with a grim face. Her expression was priceless. Classmate, maybe you should go to the medical center first. Registration isn't urgent. No, it's okay, he waved her off. Your name, phone number, and former academy. Lu Ming from the First Martial Arts Academy of Jinan Bay City. With his registration complete, Lu Ming approached Qin Hao and Bai Yi, extending his hand. Thanks, brother. Haven't ridden that old motorcycle in ages. The brakes failed. I was hoping to make a flashy entrance, but almost ended up making a fool of myself. Thanks to you, brother, I didn't end up hurting anyone. As he looked at those dark hands, Qin Hao did not reach out to shake them. Instead, he stared at the other person and asked, is there something you need, Lu Tongxue? Nothing much, just wanted to treat you guys to a meal to express my gratitude, came the reply. Qin Hao eyed him suspiciously before following him away, with Bai Yi leaving behind a trail of murmurs. Although Lu Ming let him choose the place, Qin Hao, unfamiliar with the area, randomly picked a modest eatery. Lu Ming washed his face at the water basin, cleaning off the dirt. Qin Hao noticed that this guy actually had quite a refined appearance. Only the tuft of hair the length of a thumb on his forehead was striking, making his image take a comedic hit and appear somewhat foolish. Since they had already eaten breakfast, the meal was simple, just some snacks, and Qin Hao finished quickly. Wiping his mouth, he looked at Lu Ming, who was wolfing down his food. Lu Tongxue, if there's something you need to say, you can say it now, Qin Hao stated. He did not quite believe the other's explanation about just expressing gratitude. Let me finish eating first. Lu Ming waved his hand, stuffing soup buns into his mouth one after another. Then he picked up a bowl of soy milk and gulped it down, belching loudly afterward. Didn't expect the breakfast in Longxian to be this delicious. Awesome. Lu Ming gave the shop owner a thumbs up. Qin Hao looked at him with a puzzled expression. Had this guy not eaten for days? Lu Ming wiped his mouth, looked around sneakily, then leaned closer to Qin Hao and whispered, Brother Qin, you must know about the training session at tomorrow's orientation, right? Qin Hao glanced around, wanting to say that there was no need for such caution. No one was eavesdropping. It was early and not many people were around. Most had gone to the square to watch the excitement. Their table was the only one occupied in the small shop. Yeah, I know about it. What about it? Qin Hao replied. Hey, let me tell you, the outcome of this training isn't simple. The real purpose is to select the strongest among us newcomers and to rank all the freshmen. This ranking will affect our honor and the resources we can access in the future at school. Really? Qin Hao's eyes widened as he listened closely to Lu Ming. And I happen to have some information about tomorrow's training session, so I'm here to see if you'd like to team up with me. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, giving a knowing look. How about it? Interested in forming an alliance? Qin Hao looked at him curiously. You don't even know who I am and you dare to ask me to form an alliance? Aren't you afraid I'll hold you back? Of course not, my instincts tell me you're strong. Lu Ming patted his chest, showing a very confident smile. What about him? Qin Hao pointed at Bai Yi. Lu Ming carefully looked at Bai Yi for a moment, then shook his head. This classmate, maybe not. Bai Yi silently glanced at Lu Ming, then began to unstrap his bag from his back. Wait, let's talk this out. Lu Ming suddenly chuckled nervously, holding Bai Yi's hand from unpacking the bag. Just kidding. Bai Yi is also strong, he can join the team. Qin Hao paid no mind to Lu Ming's frivolous demeanor, but fell into deep thought. The person across seemed to have a premonition of what Bai Yi was about to do. Coupled with what he had just mentioned, knowing tomorrow's training program, this matter was supposed to be confidential. Even Director Lu wasn't informed. How did this guy know? Moreover, he was so certain in seeking him out to form an alliance and even commented on his strength. Could it be? Qin Hao stared at him, testing the waters. Is your martial soul of the precognitive type? Silence, utter silence. At that moment Qin Hao could even hear Lu Ming's heart thumping wildly. It seems he guessed right. Xinhao smiled inwardly. I just remembered my mom asked me to come home for dinner. I must go. Lu Ming suddenly stood up straight, turned his head and walked away. Don't rush, student Lu. The situation reversed in an instant. Xinhao grabbed Lu Ming, waving to the manager. Manager, another basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of soy milk please. Student Lu, are you full? If not, eat more, it's my treat. I'm full, very full. Lu Ming's face twitched, feeling as if there was a hot iron under his seat, making him restless. Student Lu, about cooperating tomorrow, I can agree to it, but on one condition. What condition? Don't laugh at me, but although I was lucky enough to be admitted to Longxian, I actually have very limited experience and am very interested in various martial souls, so I'd like to see your martial soul, brother Lu. Could I? Xinhao gave a mischievous smile, slung his arm around Lu Ming's shoulder and patted his chest. As long as you let me broaden my horizons, I'll agree right away. Not just me, Bai Yi will agree too. Xinhao pulled Bai Yi, who was beside him, closer. Lu Ming's gaze at Xinhao gradually turned strange. Finally, after a friendly negotiation, Lu Ming agreed to Xinhao's request, but it had to be after the training ended. Xinhao readily agreed, and indeed, as Xinhao had guessed, Lu Ming's martial soul was of the precognitive type, an S-class mysterious praelie. Whatever his eyes saw, he could predict its impact on him to a certain extent. It was seeing Xinhao's strong threat that made Lu Ming take the initiative to want to rope him in. As for tomorrow's test, it was his premonition upon seeing the academy, foreseeing a scene of him frantically running through the city that led into some guesses. True or not, he at least had some information. So it's settled then. I'll come here to find you guys tomorrow morning. In front of the shabby restaurant, Xinhao and Lu Ming said their goodbyes, agreeing that Lu Ming would come to the inn to find them tomorrow. Let's also head back. Xinhao looked towards the tall school gate and smiled. If it really goes as Lu Ming has foreseen, tomorrow's training might indeed be a lot more interesting. The next day, Xinhao woke up to a series of urgent rings. He sleepily unlocked his phone and answered. An elegant female voice came through. Student Xinhao, congratulations on being listed on the Longxian hit list. From this moment, you will be hunted by 500 senior teachers and 1,000 senior students. Please do your best to survive the next 24 hours. What in the world? Xinhao muttered wordlessly before stuffing his phone under his pillow and trying to go back to sleep. 2 seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat bolt upright in bed. Could this be the training program? Being hunted by 500 teachers, 1,000 seniors? What a joke! No wonder Lu Ming had foreseen himself fleeing through the city. It was indeed something to flee from. Without a moment to lose, Xinhao hurriedly dressed himself. Then there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was urgent. Xinhao opened the door to find Bai Yi standing there, his eyes filled with urgency. Xinhao understood immediately. You received the notice of the hunt as well? Bai Yi nodded. Just as Xinhao had thought, this training program involved evading the pursuit of teachers. He had initially thought it was merely a competition among students within the academy, but this was far more interesting. Come in, let's wait for Lu Ming, Xinhao said as he pulled Bai Yi inside and closed the door tightly. The project had started so abruptly, but fortunately Xinhao was mentally prepared and not caught completely off guard. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door. Had Lu Ming arrived so quickly? There was no peephole and Xinhao couldn't check who it was, so he just opened the door. It wasn't Lu Ming but a waitress. Room service, she said coyly. Upon seeing Xinhao, she sweetly called out and then lifted the cloth on the serving cart, revealing a black Thompson submachine gun beneath. Xinhao's eyes narrowed and he instinctively kicked the cart away and darted back into the room. Bai Yi, run! He barely had time to shout. The next moment, gunfire erupted. Intense flashes came from the muzzle and dozens of bullets rained down in seconds, shattering the furniture inside. Is Longxian always this violent, using guns? Xinhao's voice rang out in anger and surprise. The female teacher, still gentle in her tone, drew a small dagger from behind her waist. Student, this is just Longxian style. Come out nicely and you might suffer less punishment. Step by step, the teacher approached the bedroom door and then sliced it to pieces with her knife. But Xinhao was no longer there. Looking at the shattered window, the female teacher lifted her red lips slightly. Not a bad reaction. She adjusted the tiny earpiece in her ear and looked out onto the empty street. Target 001 lost, provide me their coordinates. Seconds later, Xinhao's coordinates were transmitted to her. The teacher hitched up her skirt, revealing her long white legs as she climbed through the window and hurried after Xinhao. Let's see if you live up to the high regard Director Lu has for you. In a conference room somewhere in Longxian, a teacher watched the surveillance footage of the bold teacher flashing her legs inside. Lu Xingwen, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a pair of glasses, cleaned them and put them on. I didn't quite catch that. What happened with Teacher Fong? Nothing. It's nothing. At that moment, the large screen in front of them displayed thousands of regions, each with a student at its center. At this moment, every student found themselves in the same predicament as Chin Hao. Some were being chased by teachers, others by seniors. A few who believed in their own strength took on these seniors, only to be overwhelmed as more came to support their comrades and were beaten into a pulp. Unfortunately, they were eliminated. Ding dong, Bian Xinghai eliminated 1236 students remaining. Ding dong, Beixian eliminated 1235 students remaining. Ding dong, Goyen eliminated 1234 students remaining. Xinhao had only been running for a few minutes when he started hearing these announcements overhead. The voice, as if unlocking a shackle, sped up its pace, the intervals between announcements growing shorter. At times, before one name finished, the next student's name was broadcasted. The speed of elimination was alarmingly fast, and this was just the beginning. After the initial panic and having assessed the situation, Xinhao quickly calmed down. Listening to the death knell-like announcements overhead, Xinhao and Bai Yi avoided the chaotic streets outside and turned into a small alley behind the hotel. That's when Lu Ming's call came through. As soon as he answered, he heard a cacophony of screams. "Big brother Qin, help, 8 people are chasing me, where are you now? I'm going to be finished." Xinhao moved the phone away from his ear until Lu Ming's voice quieted down, then brought it back. He could clearly hear the sound of gunfire and attacks from the other end. Xinhao looked around at the numerous shops and locked on a small commodities market. "Head to the street behind the hotel I'm staying at. There's a small commodities market. I'll wait for you there." After speaking, Xinhao and Bai Yi entered the small commodities market. The market had many vendors and a cluttered layout with plenty of cover, perfect for hiding. They casually picked a shop deeper inside. The shop owner was nowhere to be seen, the doors left wide open. Has Dragon Xian always been this explosive, shooting in the streets, chasing people? Aren't they worried about harming civilians? Xinhao mused as he sat against the wall listening to the sporadic gunfire outside. Bai Yi sat opposite, quietly regulating his breath. "If only you could talk, we could discuss this." Xinhao looked helplessly at Bai Yi. Amid his myriad of unanswered questions, Bai Yi merely glanced at him and silently shifted his sitting position. Xinhao couldn't help but smirk. A few minutes later, crisp footsteps suddenly approached. Xinhao's heart skipped a beat. No way. He cautiously peeked out and saw a stunning teacher walking towards them, her skirt hiked up, revealing her long, bare legs. It was Ms. Thompson. Xinhao quickly withdrew his head. How did she know we were here? He was sure that after jumping out of the hotel he had immediately turned the corner, so the teacher shouldn't have seen his route, yet now she had found them in just a few minutes. They must have our location. Even now we might be under their constant surveillance. This thought flashed through Xinhao's mind. As Teacher Thompson approached closer, Xinhao's palm relaxed slightly, his martial spirit ready to strike. Their first encounter had been abrupt, leaving him unprepared and choosing to flee. But now, with the situation cleared, Xinhao was not about to run away again. It was just a teacher. He could handle her. Giving Bai Yi a signal, Xinhao slowly stood up, ready to tackle the approaching woman teacher. However, just then a flamboyant figure burst through the mall entrance. A tuft of hair fluttered in the wind above his head and his fair face appeared somewhat distorted by the strong wind. "Big brother Qin, save me." "Hot, SSS, so beautiful." Lu Ming's voice abruptly stopped as he stared at the female teacher standing before him. His gaze inevitably drifted to a glimpse of her fair skin, then downward. "So white, no wait, a gun." Upon seeing the dark, hard object, Lu Ming gasped in shock. It turned out to be a lost little monkey. The female teacher's red lips curled into a tender smile, then she raised her Thompson gun and started firing. But at that moment a deep blue light shot from behind. Instinctively the teacher dodged, avoiding Xinhao's thrown ice spear. Seeing Xinhao stepping forward, her smile deepened. "The little monkey playing hide and seek has come out. I'm not interested in playing hide and seek with teachers." Xinhao grinned, and as he spoke he lifted his hand. The chill in the air condensed into dozens of ice spikes, sweeping toward the female teacher. Meanwhile, Lu Ming took advantage of the teacher's moment of evasion to rush to Xinhao's side. "Xinhao, we can't stay here long. The 8 people chasing me will be here soon. They seem to know my location no matter how I hide," Lu Ming said urgently. Hearing this, Xinhao's suspicions were somewhat confirmed. The other party indeed had a way to pinpoint their location. "Bai Yi, you and Lu Ming go first," Xinhao said, then pulled a long ice spear from the lingering chill in the air. "I'll hold off this teacher for a while." Bai Yi didn't hesitate and turned to leave, while Lu Ming hesitated. "Can you handle it? What about you coming to hold her?" Xinhao pushed the ice spear forward. "Cough cough, just saying, come on then." With that, Lu Ming quickly followed by Yi. At this point, teacher Fong, who had dodged a barrage of ice spikes, raised her gun again. Little boy, these ice blocks won't stop my bullets. Whether they stop them or not, how can we know without trying? Xin Hao smiled lightly, his feet propelling him several meters forward as he lunged with the spear. By the way, teacher, can you tell your student how you found us? Catch the teacher and you'll know everything, the female teacher replied with a flirtatious wink, retreating while drawing a silver desert eagle from her back waist. Bang, 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 3 fiery bullets trailing flames curved through the air towards Xin Hao. Gun fighting technique? Oh no. It's a martial spirit. Xin Hao was taken aback, but he quickly recovered. Cold air gathered in front of him, forming an ice shield that blocked bullets coming from 3 directions. Impressive technique, I'm becoming more interested in you, he thought. The teacher's smile widened as she discarded the Thompson and, with a swift motion of her left hand behind her back, she drew a desert eagle. This time, Xin Hao saw clearly that there was nothing behind the teacher. She had conjured the gun out of thin air, a firearms-type martial spirit. This is a first for me, he mused, his hunter's instinct peaked and he shelved the idea of retreating for the moment. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, an old man was stunned into silence. An ice martial spirit? That shouldn't be possible. Doesn't he possess the divine elephant dragon demon spirit? Lu Xingwen sat bewildered, staring at the screen showing Xin Hao wielding an ice spear, doubting his own eyes if not for the familiar face. Director Lu, what's wrong? Asked a teacher beside him, puzzled by Lu's distracted state. Could it be distracted by a beauty? Surely not. Is the dean in his office right now? Suddenly Lu Xingwen jerked upright, grabbing the teacher's shoulder. I don't know. He might be. Without another word, Lu Xingwen hurried out of the surveillance room. You rascal, how much more are you hiding from me? Translator's note: the author apologizes for the delay in updates due to rushing the first show last night, which led to a drop in state throughout the day until recovery in the afternoon. More updates to follow during the debut period. Regular updates typically occur between 8 to 9 p.m. Chapter 51, Identity Swap. Bang, bang, bang. The harsh sound of gunfire echoed continuously in the small commodity market. Xin Hao, wielding his ice spear, was protected inside a circular ice shield, with bullets striking it and scattering countless ice shards. Teacher, I've told you your bullets don't affect me much. Xin Hao leapt up, swinging his long spear. Behind him, endless cold air swirled, gathering into countless fine ice needles as thin as cow hair. After spending a month and a half in Yincheng, Xin Hao's control over his weaker martial spirit had greatly improved, allowing him to multitask with both the ice shield and the ice spear. However, creating so many fine ice needles still proved strenuous. His forehead twitched, pulling at his nerves. The next second, Xin Hao stopped controlling the ice needles and shot them all at the beautiful teacher, while his ice spear, hidden within the chilly barrage of needles, precisely aimed at the teacher's throat. The teacher, spotting the cold tip of the spear, raised her eyebrows and swung her hands rapidly, weaving a barrage of gunfire in front of her. The gushing flames heated the air in front of her, rapidly increasing the temperature and melting the fine ice needles. But at this moment, the tip of the gun was already close at hand. Just as Xin Hao was preparing to see how this teacher would defend herself, he suddenly saw the female teacher's lips curl into a seductive smile. Not good. Xin Hao instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. The next second, he saw the beautiful teacher clap her hands together, and the 2 desert eagles merged into one in front of Xin Hao's astonished eyes, forming a hand cannon. The caliber of the hand cannon was as big as an adult's fist. Let's see if you can catch this shot, kiddo, the beautiful teacher murmured as spiritual energy surged into the hand cannon. Brilliant radiance began to brew within the barrel, and then, boom, the air in front of her slightly stagnated. A beam of light 1 meter thick burst forth from the muzzle in a millisecond, piercing through the entire shopping mall and straight into a residential building 100 meters away. Lu Ming, who had just escaped to the front of the building, only felt a tremor in the air behind him. Before he could react, the wall of the building in front of him was instantly penetrated by a huge hole. The hole had a diameter of 1 meter, and through it one could even see several other buildings also pierced through. Looking backwards, the small commodities market he had just fled from also had a straight large hole with the glamorous teacher standing at the end of it. My goodness! Lu Ming stared dumbfounded at the attack that spanned several hundred meters. Beside him, Bai Yi strained his neck, swallowing a gulp of saliva hard. 100 meters away from the small commodities market, 8 swiftly running figures suddenly stopped, looking up at the dazzling beam of light. It's Teacher Fong's cannon rose. She actually used her ultimate move. We need to get there fast. Leading them was a middle-aged teacher carrying a straight sword, his brows furrowed as he quickened his pace. 7 young men and women in dark-colored uniforms followed. Behind the middle-aged teacher, their eyes filled with amazement. "Moin, what happened with Teacher Fong?" The middle-aged teacher pressed his earpiece and asked. A second later, a voice came through. "Didn't see clearly. It seems like our target and Teacher Fong's target have teamed up. There are masters among them, forcing Teacher Fong to use her big move. Can you provide their current location? Let me check." Far away, a figure atop a church roof slowly moved his sniper scope, searching for the target. A few seconds later, several figures appeared in the scope's view. Recognizing the familiar tuft of hair, the sniper's lips curled up, notifying the middle-aged teacher. "Target located. Both parties have converged. Currently behind the small commodities market. You guys circle around from the right. You can intercept them." "Understood. You hold them off. We still need some time to get there." "Hey, no need to tell me. I was thinking the same." The sniper watched the running figures, gently pulling the trigger. Boom! The air around vibrated instantly. A bullet as thick as a thumb burst out of the barrel. Qin Hao, who was in the process of retreating, abruptly stopped. Without thinking, he grabbed Lu Ming by the collar and threw him aside. Almost the moment Lu Ming was airborne, the bullet came whizzing by, grazing Lu Ming's buttocks and striking the ground. Bang! The asphalt surface instantly cracked with a web-like pattern. Everyone present was taken aback. This horrific power was enough to easily kill a warrior of the 6th realm. Did these people know what they were doing? And that female teacher just now, Qin Hao knew her strength from that final strike, a warrior of the 7th realm. If her method of attack were used on a battlefield, the lethality might even be more terrifying than that of an 8th realm warrior. Yet here she was using it in the city without any regard for him as a student or even the ordinary people around. I might have guessed something. Qin Hao raised his head, looking up at the bright sun. He hadn't paid much attention before, but when all these impossibilities converged, even the most improbable answer had to be the truth. This world, it's fake. Only this reason could explain why those teachers dared to act so recklessly. Only this could explain how they could know his and others' locations in real time. Yet, last night he was sure he had returned to his hotel to sleep. Still, he unwittingly found himself wrapped up in this fake world, the orchestrator behind this possessing a power that seemed almost unimaginably strong. Was this the power of Long Xian? Qin Hao clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the sun above. If he hadn't noticed before and thus hadn't minded some discrepancies, now that Qin Hao considered this possibility, those discrepancies seemed magnified instantly. The sun was too white. Before he had simply thought it was the glaring sun and hadn't given it another thought. But now, looking carefully, he realized the sun was abnormally white. Moreover, the sunlight wasn't blinding, even though he was staring directly at it. His eyes felt no sting. It seemed my guess is very likely true, so next, it's time to verify. Qin Hao suddenly stopped walking. Lu Ming and another person looked at him puzzled. "Qin Hao, why have you stopped? Those teachers will catch up soon." "No, from now on the roles of hunter and hunted should be switched." Qin Hao's mouth curled into a smile as he suddenly turned to look at the distant sniper. The figure was prone on the spire of a church nearly 300 meters away, with some outlines faintly visible. "What are you talking about? Hunter and hunted? Wait here for me." Qin Hao spoke, and then a white mask appeared above his head and his figure instantly vanished. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes revealing an expression of, "Just as I thought." Lu Ming stood still, his mouth open, tremblingly pointing at where Qin Hao had just been standing. The control room. 2 elderly figures walked into the control room, staring at the screen where an image had flashed by, their bodies instantly stiffening, followed by a resonant and forceful command. "All personnel below the director level withdraw immediately. Remain in the outer hall on standby. No contact with the outside world until Secretary Chang Yuchen from the Secret Affairs Department arrives." What happened? Why are we suddenly being evacuated? Many teachers followed the orderly group out of the control room, each as confused as the next, looking at each other with puzzled expressions. Each of them managed a different section of the area, and without special attention one would hardly notice any abnormalities on one of the screens. Thus, only the teacher responsible for the area where Qin Hao was located noticed something unusual. Due to Qin Hao's recent clash with Teacher Fong, this teacher had been paying close attention to Qin Hao, a powerful newcomer. He noticed the anomaly first: ice spirit powers followed by instant teleportation abilities. If it had been a similar type of spirit, perhaps an additional attribute could be explained, but an elemental spirit could not possibly evolve to include teleportation. Amidst the crowd, the teacher's mind replayed that moment over and over. Twin spirits, the concept flashed through his mind momentarily. At that moment, even if reluctant, he had to believe it. Looking back at the control room, the teacher felt his heart pounding like never before, and never had he been so excited. No wonder this had alerted the old dean, who, disregarding the ongoing evaluation, ordered the evacuation of all staff below director level. Perhaps it was to keep a secret. A group of teachers gathered outside the control room in the hall, whispering among themselves. Inside the control room, the old dean looked at Lu Xingwen, seemingly seeking confirmation. There's no mistake, that indeed was a spirit ability, Lu Xingwen murmured. The dean clenched his fist. If this were the case, then together with what Lu Xingwen had reported earlier, wouldn't that mean 3 spirits? Qinhao, how many secrets are you hiding? Both Lu Xingwen and the dean thought this simultaneously. What's happening, dean? Why the sudden evacuation of everyone, Ding Tai? The head instructor from Longxian approached curiously. We'll discuss this later. You organize the directors and continue the training, the old dean said, shaking his head without elaboration. The massive withdrawal of staff caused certain disruptions in training, as the teachers could no longer track the students' positions. The head instructor, puzzled, glanced at Lu Xingwen, who looked profoundly secretive, his forehead lined with question marks. Soon, a burly man entered. Dean, you called for me? Chang Yuchen asked, puzzled by the large group of teachers gathered outside as he pushed the door open. Chang Yuchen, how many seeds of forgetfulness are left in the Department of Secrets? Chang Yuchen was slightly startled, glanced at Lu Xingwen and the old dean, and replied, there are 3 left. However, 1 has been reserved by the Sky Eye Squad, so only 2 are available. The old dean waved his hand. Bring 1 out now. Dean, the seed of forgetfulness is the core of a 10th realm beast king, extremely valuable. You must tell me the reason for its use. Otherwise I cannot explain it to the military department, Chang Yuchen said. A student has awakened 3 spirits, Lu Xingwen whispered into his ear. What, 3? Are you out of your mind? Chang Yuchen's face changed color instantly, almost shouting out. Lu Xingwen quickly covered his mouth, sweating profusely. Many in the control room and even outside turned their gazes curiously towards Chang Yuchen and Lu Xingwen. Yes, it was my fault. Chang Yuchen took a deep breath to calm the turbulent emotions inside him. He wanted to ask more, but seeing the piercing gaze of the old dean, he immediately understood. He covered his mouth to indicate he should remain silent. Then he formed a strange seal with his hands in front of him, and a mysterious fluctuation began to ripple from his palm. Soon a pitch-black crack appeared in the space before him. Chang Yuchen glanced once more at the old dean, saw his resolute gaze, and without hesitation reached into the crack to pull out a crystal glowing with a blue light. The crystal resembled an acorn but was crystal clear with tiny streaks of lightning continuously moving within it. Go, there might be some teachers outside who witnessed what just happened. Erase everything that occurred within the last 3 minutes. The borders are unstable now and spies from several countries are everywhere. We must prevent any leaks. This is to protect Qinhao and also the future of our Huaxia. The old dean slightly closed his eyes. Just a seed of forgetfulness, but if it can protect Qinhao even for just 1 day, it is worth it. Chang Yuchen could easily grasp the gravity of the situation without any doubt, holding the seed of forgetfulness as he went outside. Ladies and gentlemen, teachers, please look over here. The door of the control room closed and Chang Yuchen's voice faintly transmitted from it. The old dean said to Lu Xingwen, go inform the directors about this matter. I need to notify the Dragon Xian military headquarters immediately. Understood. Lu Xingwen, abandoning his usual frivolity, nodded solemnly. One by one she passed the message to the directors. Backed by the military, those who could sit as directors were all military officers and were trustworthy, as expected. As Lu Xingwen spread the news, the control room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was even afraid to breathe loudly, as if afraid to awaken from this dream. Someone had enlarged Qinhao's surveillance footage to fill half of the large screen. Watching the spirited young man in the video, every director felt their hearts pounding. Qinhao has already displayed an SSS tier Divine Giant Dragon Demon Martial Soul, a B tier Frost type Martial Soul, and an unknown teleportation ability. These are the 3 known martial souls, and whether there are more I'm not sure, Lu Xingwen said with a bitter smile. He was even unsure whether Qinhao had only these 3 martial souls, showing how deeply shaken he was. It wasn't just him, everyone else felt the same, each person staring fixedly at the screen at the young man, just minutes ago. This kid, why is he looking at me? It's kind of creepy, a sniper perched on top of a tower thought as he peered through his high-powered scope and saw Qinhao's gaze directed at him, a gaze as fierce as that of a tiger or wolf, which sent a chill up his spine. Then where did he go? The sniper's fingers trembled. The figure that was just in his sight had now vanished. No, not vanished. Is he teleporting over here? Teleportation? The sniper was dumbfounded as he watched the figure flickering in and out of sight in mid-air. The distance between them was closing rapidly. In just a moment of distraction, the newcomer was less than 100 meters away. Had he used teleportation to trick Teacher Fong into using his ultimate move, the sniper hadn't seen Qin Hao using the ice soul and mistook Qin Hao for possessing a teleportation soul. This left him somewhat puzzled. However, since he was able to force Teacher Fong's hand, it indicated some capability. Regardless, he couldn't afford to take him lightly. His excellent combat training allowed the sniper to quickly adjust his state. He no longer aimed but instead propped his sniper rifle on his knee and fired 4 consecutive shots. As expected, in the face of that ghostly teleportation, the sniper was as if non-existent. The 4 bullets posed no threat, not even touching a hair on Qin Hao. Let's see what skills you have to force Teacher Fong to use his ultimate move. The sniper watched the young man who would arrive in the next second, smiled excitedly and put down his sniper rifle to grab a ring-headed great saber from the void. Sniper was just his sideline. His real profession was a skull cleaver. Moin, a senior student in the 3rd year at Dragon Xian with an A-grade weapon soul, Owl Skull Blade, a level 6 battlemaster. Clutching the blood-dripping ring-headed great saber, Moin's playful demeanor vanished instantly, transforming into a demon as if emerging from hell, filled with ferocity and brutality. His smile stretched almost to his ears and a deep ominous aura oozed from his features. I wonder what it tastes like to chop off your head. Watching the figure now within arm's reach, Moin swung his saber down in an instant. Where the saber light passed, a mottled bloodstain was branded in the air. This was a unique ability of the ring-headed great saber. Anything it chopped would become withered and decayed, even spiritual energy. The somber saber light quickly enlarged in Qin Hao's eyes, and in the next moment, he vanished again, appearing behind Moin. Not sure what you're laughing about, acting like a villain. Qin Hao, looking at Moin who hadn't turned around yet, grasped the void and a fine and luxurious tang saber appeared in his hand, the dragon's mouth spewing the blade, an A-grade dragon scale purple gold saber, plus the strength of a level 6 battlemaster. With just one strike he pierced Moin through. Watching Moin stiffen for a moment, Qin Hao frowned. Next, it was time to verify his suspicions. Since the teachers could recklessly use their ultimate moves on their students, then he could certainly do the same to these teachers and seniors. Qin Hao gripped the long saber, exerting force in a slash that directly split Moin into 2. Moin turned his head stiffly, his face still bearing a trace of ferocious smile. However, his consciousness quickly sank into darkness. Moin's body fell from the top of the tower and Qin Hao quietly watched his corpse. As the body was about to hit the ground, something strange happened. Moin's body turned into a cluster of light points and disappeared. I guessed right, a flicker passed through Qin Hao's eyes as he lifted his head, staring at the pale sun above. It was as if through it he could see the directors of the prestigious Dragon Xian Academy behind it. The directors, facing his calm yet piercing eyes, remained silent for a long time. Another martial soul. Lu Xingwen, with his neck craned and eyes tightly shut, clenched his fist so hard that his body trembled slightly. At that moment he thought of Fong Buqi back in Yanjing. Oh Fong Buqi, we have competed all our lives, but what would your expression be if you knew Qin Hao's true talent? Would it be extraordinarily spectacular? But there will be plenty of opportunities in the future for Fong Buqi to witness it. Qin Hao's secret can't be hidden forever, so there's still a great chance to see Fong Buqi's twisted old face. Lu Xingwen laughed silently to himself. In the center of Dragon Xian, nearly 1,000 pod-like devices were neatly arranged in the sports arena. At that moment, one of the pods opened and Moin sat up from it. He shook his head and his scattered consciousness quickly recovered. His head ached terribly. What just happened? Rubbing his forehead and looking around at the orderly pods, Moin was confused. After a while, he suddenly remembered that he was supposed to be participating in the freshman training. It seemed he was dealing with a freshman. But it was strange, he couldn't remember who it was. It shouldn't be. I'm so formidable. How could I be the first to die? Moin, troubled, looked at the field of pods. Everyone else was still in the virtual world, only he had come out, and he was the first. Moin walked to the door only to find 2 teachers guarding it. Hello teachers. Moin, right? One of the teachers glanced at the documents in his hand and nodded. There was some malfunction with the equipment. For your safety, come with me to check it out. So it was a malfunction. No wonder I can't remember what just happened, not even how I died. Moin showed an understanding expression. That makes sense, he thought. I'm too strong to be the first out. It must be bad luck encountering a faulty machine that kicked me out. the two teachers exchanged glances, not bothering to explain further, and one of them led Moin away directly. Qin Hao, just now was that teleportation? Lu Ming waited until Qin Hao returned, still unable to suppress his shock. But isn't your martial soul the ice element? Well, due to certain reasons, my martial soul might have a bit more, Qin Hao said, rubbing his chin casually. A bit more? Lu Ming's eyes widened. What kind of answer was that? It's a twin martial soul, how can you mention it so lightly? Alright, let's go. I just confirmed one of my speculations, let's leave here and plan our next moves. Patting Lu Ming's shoulder, Qin Hao said no more and led the way. Lu Ming was puzzled, but since Qin Hao didn't want to elaborate, he didn't press further. He looked at Bai Yi thinking perhaps he might know something. However, when he saw those eyes fixed intently on the figure of Qin Hao, Lu Ming understood immediately. The expression on that face was strikingly similar to his own from moments ago. So you came along with Qin Hao and you didn't know either. What, Moin was eliminated? The middle-aged teacher holding a knife, who was hurrying towards the back of the mall, stopped in his tracks, completely baffled. How could that be? Who killed him? Could it be that several students teamed up and ambushed him? The teacher transferred the knife from his left hand to his right, his mind in turmoil. How many seconds had passed since they last spoke with Moin? Half a minute. They had just heard Moin firing his gun and now they were telling him the man was already gone. It was like when four teammates were ready to join forces and push through the enemy base, only for the teammate left guarding home to report it had been stealthily taken over. No, wait, it was like the enemy typing in public chat, your base is gone, is still pushing? This frustration and helplessness deeply troubled the teacher. He felt a rush of frustration that he couldn't relieve unless he spoke about it. Can you tell me how he was eliminated? Hearing this question, the director turned his head and looked back at the old headmaster. The headmaster pondered for a moment and then nodded. Tell him he was eliminated by Qin Hao alone. This batch of students includes some strong contenders and he should not take them lightly. The director nodded and relayed the message truthfully. At that moment the headmaster added, distribute Qin Hao's whereabouts to all teachers and students, including the trainees. Headmaster, what do you mean by this? The headmaster quietly watched the composed young man on the screen and said, he has already revealed 4 martial souls. Do you know if he has any more hidden? What if he has a 5th martial soul? Having 4 is already extraordinary, having 1 more isn't impossible. Therefore, why not put a little more pressure on him and see where his limits lie? Lu Xingwen was dumbfounded. This isn't very likely, right? For is already outrageous. If there's another, wouldn't he be a monster? Isn't he already a monster? The headmaster gave him a look. Cough, you have a point. Lu Xingwen choked a bit, looking at the figure of Qin Hao, suddenly feeling a strange thrill and excitement surge within him. Moin was taken down by a freshman. This year's freshmen are quite strong. The middle-aged teacher felt a bit of pressure. He had just heard from another teacher who had suffered a defeat at the hands of the student ranked number 002. Now they were telling him another of their people had been eliminated. Teacher, should we still pursue? A student asked, glancing at the beautiful teacher Fong next to him. They had met up with teacher Fong upon arrival and had learned some information about Qin Hao. To be able to dodge an almost instant major move, Qin Hao undoubtedly possessed great strength. With just their own capabilities, it would likely be difficult to easily eliminate him. Just then, a message arrived on their phones. It was Qin Hao's moving route along with his appearance and other details. However, it concealed the matter about his multiple martial souls. It seemed the headmaster was prepared to let them discover that on their own. What surprised them was a notice included at the bottom of the message. Anyone who captures or eliminates Qin Hao will receive an extra reward. Students will get 100 merit points and teachers will receive an additional month's resource allocation. Holy smokes, the academy has issued a wanted notice. Is this because Moin was killed, angering the teachers? Regardless, we can't miss this opportunity. It's 100 merit points. It would take me a whole month of non-stop tasks to accumulate that many. The teachers also seemed quite eager. An extra month's resource allocation is indeed tempting. Meanwhile, all around this virtual world, freshmen, senior students and teachers puzzledly took out their mobiles to view the announcement. A reward of 100 merit points and a month's resource allocation. For who is this Qin Hao that they have directly issued a wanted notice? No matter who it is, since there's such a good deal, we should hurry over before someone else beats us to it. Several seniors and teachers, their eyes glowing with excitement, stared at their phones, tracking Qin Hao's movements. A kilometer away from Qin Hao, a young man wrapped in a red scarf was leisurely strolling, seemingly unconcerned about the Assassination order. Hearing the alert on his phone, the young man took it out. 100 merit points. I heard it's pretty tough to earn Dragon Shin's points, and now they're giving away 100 just like that. Could it be some criminal has slipped in? Raising an eyebrow, the young man then smirked and pocketed his phone. Regardless, I'm taking those 100 points. With those words, he tossed his red scarf into the air, transforming it into a giant fiery red dragon. Rose-red flames burned on the dragon's body, flicking tongues of flame as a powerful aura spread out. The young man leapt onto the dragon's head, soaring into the sky. Behind him, several seniors watched with a headache before finally giving up and leaving. Elsewhere, a beautiful young girl in a black dress was washing her face by a pond. Her eyes, cold as frost, looked like stunning sapphires exuding a mysterious power. Hearing her phone ring, the girl took it out to check the message, then silently stopped her actions and in the next instant, like a ghost, appeared 10 meters away, leaving behind a trail of deep blue ice. And then there were others, like the boy who stood on a rooftop laughing wildly at the seniors and the young teacher who sat in the center with a dozen seniors following him, and many more figures, prompted by this announcement, were converging toward where Qin Hao was located. At this moment, Qin Hao was like a piece of exquisite honey attracting bees from all directions. Qin Hao himself had also received the message. What does the school mean by this? Lu Ming also saw the announcement and was immediately shocked. Scared, are you? Qin Hao glanced at Lu Ming, scared, as if. Lu Ming stiffened his neck, defiant, but after a few seconds under Qin Hao's calm gaze, he faltered. Well, maybe a little scared. He waved his hand, explaining, you don't know, it's really tough to earn Dragon Shin's points. They're essential for exchanging resources at school, and normally you can only get them through tasks issued by the academy, and those tasks are hard. Usually someone would need over a month to accumulate 100 points. 100 merit points are enough to drive those veterans crazy, so you must be prepared. Right now, there are over 1,000, no, over 2,000 people out to take your life. Lu Ming shuddered at the thought. His martial spirit allowed him foresight, but he wasn't strong in combat, only possessing the strength of the third realm till now. The task was difficult. Qin Hao chuckled softly, pocketing his phone. Trust me, trying to catch me will be the most difficult task they've ever encountered. Let's go. Since so many people want to play with us, we might as well head to the central square. It's spacious enough. Let me entertain them properly. A glint named greed flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. What is he planning to do? In the monitoring room, several high-ranking officials watched Qin Hao with puzzled expressions. After learning that he was being hunted, instead of hiding, he boldly walked the streets. It's as if he was afraid that others wouldn't be able to find him. According to his route, he seemed to be heading to the central square. A grade director glanced at the map, a hint of surprise arising in his heart. Could he be planning to directly confront everyone there? Someone thought of a shocking possibility. The monitoring room fell silent momentarily. This wasn't impossible, Lu Xingwen thought to himself, feeling that this was very likely. He believed he understood Qin Hao somewhat. A swift, decisive approach was very much in his character. Currently there were more than 2,500 people in the area, with 60% showing interest in the announcement. If so many attacked Qin Hao at once, he might not last even a second. It must be said his courage was truly great, a risky move indeed, but it held that sort of vigor. Some expressed concern, others admiration. Meanwhile, Qin Hao along with Bai Yi and Lu Ming were getting closer to the central square. Shadowy figures had begun to appear around them, lurking in the dark, sizing them up, yet they chose not to strike, given that the academy had issued a warrant for him. Qin Hao obviously had some special qualities, and since they didn't understand him well, no one dared to act rashly. Everyone thought it best to let someone else test the waters first. Qin Hao, my brother Qin, you don't really intend to just go straight to the square and face everyone head on, do you? Lu Ming followed at his side, eyeing the subtle glances around them, his heart tightening. Qin Hao glanced at him, saying, don't you have a foresight martial spirit? Why not take a peek at what will happen in advance? Lu Ming rolled his eyes. If only it were that powerful. My martial spirit needs specific conditions to trigger. It's not something that comes whenever I want it to, and most of the time it's useless. Then your martial spirit is quite useless, Qin Hao casually remarked, nearly choking Lu Ming. Pointing at Qin Hao, his finger trembling continuously, Lu Ming finally dropped his hand weakly. You think everyone has as powerful a martial spirit as you, or multiple spirits at that? Being able to foresee briefly is already quite overpowered, you know, and besides there's another even more useless spirit. Lu Ming snickered, glancing towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi paused, then slowly turned around. With a trace of combativeness on his youthful face, he stopped and provocatively beckoned Lu Ming with a gesture. What did he mean by that? Lu Ming looked questioningly at Qin Hao. Xin Hao glanced at him, uttered a no, and explained he wants to fight. You've successfully ignited his fighting spirit. A madman, huh? He wants to fight me just like that. Lu Ming took a step back, eyeing Bai Yi strangely. He hadn't really said anything, had he? Indeed, anyone who associates with Xin Hao is no ordinary person, Lu Ming concluded. But now wasn't the time. If he wants to fight, let it wait until after training. Xin Hao held back the restless Bai Yi. The central square was not far away. Lu Xingwen had passed it when he brought them here, and Xin Hao had a deep impression of that vast square. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the central square. Many had anticipated Xin Hao's intention and were already there waiting for him. Conversely, Xin Hao looked around and noticed that ordinary people were almost entirely gone. Before, you could still occasionally see some passers-by like NPCs in a game, but now not a single one was in sight. Only their fellow trainees and teachers remained. While so many people, Lu Ming roughly counted the number and instantly gasped. Xin Hao, do you feel confident? Lu Ming asked quietly. Xin Hao responded indifferently with a hum and moved forward. His demeanor was calm and composed, exuding the invincible aura of a hero facing a multitude alone. What does mean, big brother? Give me a straight answer. If it's not okay, I should run far away to avoid collateral damage. Lu Ming wanted to ask clearly but understood that it was unlikely. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Xin Hao had protected him up until now because he promised to show him his martial spirit after the training. The relationship hadn't reached that deep level yet, so Lu Ming hesitated, unsure whether to follow Xin Hao. Over 1,000 people, that's enough spit to drown someone, martial spirit or not, it wouldn't make much difference in this situation. As he wavered, out of the corner of his eye he saw a thin figure closely following Xin Hao. Bai Yi. Lu Ming looked at Bai Yi in surprise. He had never seen Bai Yi make a move. It was only because, during their time in the restaurant, he felt a slight threat from Bai Yi, so he thought Bai Yi might be slightly capable. But this threat, compared to Xin Hao's overwhelming presence, was like the difference between a stream and the ocean. So why would such a slightly stronger skinny guy dare to follow Xin Hao so calmly? What kind of freaks were these two? Suddenly Bai Yi stopped, turned back and looked at him. The look in his eyes was questioning, as if wondering why he wasn't following. Just like before, he beckoned Lu Ming with his hand. But this time it wasn't a challenge, yet the consequence might be even worse. Clenching his teeth, Lu Ming suddenly hardened his heart. Damn it, let's do it. I've been a weakling all my life. Rare to have a big shot protecting me. Can't I stop being a weakling now? With that thought, Lu Ming mustered courage from who knows where and quickly caught up with Bai Yi. Two figures followed closely behind Xin Hao, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. Lu Ming activated his martial soul to scrutinize each individual they passed, and the results startled him. Every single person was incredibly powerful, far surpassing him. Those who dared to come here were truly fearless. Particularly when he caught sight of a male teacher sitting on a bench at the edge of the square, the overwhelming sense of threat caused him a severe headache. The teacher seemed to notice Lu Ming's gaze and casually glanced back at him. Zing! The air crackled with tension. Lu Ming felt an unbearable stabbing pain and immediately shut his eyes, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Level 8. The teacher was actually at level 8. Lu Ming's heart pounded wildly, the terrifying sense of threat reminiscent of the time he had encountered the city's top commander. Xin Hao, with a level 8 teacher ahead and thousands of students, what do you have to compete with them? Lu Ming, with reddened eyes, stared intently at the calm figure of Xin Hao ahead. Xin Hao stopped in his tracks. Ahead, 10 figures blocked the path. A youthful voice, neither light nor heavy, carried through the air with a hint of curiosity and scrutiny. Are you the Xin Hao wanted by the decree? Met quite ordinary looking. I thought you'd have 3 heads and 6 arms, huh? What did you do to make the academy go to such lengths to issue a warrant against you? Among them, a striking young girl with her head held high asked arrogantly. Being the subject of a warrant was not just enmity for Xin Hao. To these students it represented a form of honor, a recognition from the upper echelons of Longshan Academy. Not just them, but everyone present, including the teachers, was filled with curiosity about this question. Everyone here was a chosen talent from various regions, none acknowledging the superiority of others, yet suddenly there was someone among them who had prompted the academy leaders to expend great efforts in issuing a warrant. Want to know? I won't tell you. Xin Hao chuckled as he looked at them, his fiery red short hair and slender figure accentuated by the sunlight gleaming on his long, straight legs revealed some muscle definition, undeniably a beauty of over 9 points. Especially with that unyielding spirit and pride, she was like a rose with thorns. So would it be thrilling to fight her? Xin Hao thought to himself as he scrutinized the girl. Opposite him, Yi Honglian's pretty face tensed. Qin Hao's gaze too bold and aggressive for her liking. Since he won't speak, I'll force it out of him. Yi Honglian frowned, whipping out a fiery red long whip from thin air and charged towards Qin Hao first. The 9 behind her followed suit without delay. Instantly, all eyes in the area turned towards them, closely watching Qin Hao. These 10 were not unknown, many recognized them. Originating from the same city and academy, they moved as one, their actions coordinated, and they were even trained in combined attack techniques. Having them lead might just reveal the extent of Qin Hao's capabilities. With that thought in mind, everyone turned their attention to the center of the arena. However, in the next second, everyone was stunned. Yi Honglian, who had just been full of aggressive energy, now stood frozen in place with a huge hole in her chest, her face written with shock and confusion. She didn't understand how she had died. It wasn't just her. No one had seen clearly what had happened. It seemed that in the moment of distraction, something unbelievable had occurred. The only person who might have seen clearly was Lu Ming, who had been watching Qin Hao from the beginning. At this moment, his face was filled with horror, as if he had seen a ghost, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. In that instant, Qin Hao seemed to transform into light, instantly appearing beside the woman and then instantly morphed into a spear. With just a simple thrust, he pierced through Yi Honglian. Then he switched back to another martial soul. It seemed as if he had done nothing, yet he had killed Yi Honglian. Another martial soul. Lu Ming clenched his teeth, surprisingly feeling less shocked than before, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Honglian. The 9 people behind changed their expressions and quickly surrounded her. Be careful. Yi Honglian, with a trace of fear remaining in her eyes, uttered a warning before her body turned into dust and vanished. I don't know if you are aware, but in this world there is no need to fear death. This seems to be a fictitious world, so you can freely unleash your most powerful strength. Qin Hao appeared like a specter in front of several people, a faint smile on his handsome face. In his spiritual world, a fiery red whip had already appeared. Ding, you have awakened an A-grade weapon, martial soul, Crimson Claw. Ding dong, Yi Honglian eliminated 985 students remaining. The announcement echoed over everyone's heads, causing a sense of bewilderment. In just a few seconds, a student had been eliminated. This was the first student elimination by another student. Attack, kill him. Possibly stimulated by the elimination announcement, one of the 9 youths roared, and dark blue veins emerged on his cheeks. He transformed like a cheetah, his entire being undergoing a massive change. The remaining 8 spread out, encircling Qin Hao in a coordinated attack. Bring it on. Qin Hao's eyes gleamed with a fiery light. Activating his high-speed martial soul, he began to move swiftly within that small space, dodging attacks while constantly observing and copying their martial souls. Spread out. Xiaozhou, trap him. The youth with the cheetah martial soul was also fast, closely chasing Qin Hao, but still a bit behind. Frustrated, he yelled loudly, understood. Xiaozhou, a girl and a cute one at that, heard her brother's voice, immediately retreated, and then summoned her own martial soul. How dare you treat third sister like that? Watch how I beat you. The girl glared at the series of afterimages, tangled with her brother, raising her hand to summon a golden bracelet, hurling it towards Qin Hao. The bracelet, imbued with a profound force, grew larger as it flew. Let's see how you can escape now, the girl snorted with a smirk, tightening her grip on her bracelet, which suddenly expanded to a massive size, enveloping both her and her opponent within its confines. Suddenly, her older brother let out a sharp cry of alarm. Before the girl could react, a chill ran down her spine. Nice spirit weapon, little girl. Qin Hao appeared behind Xiaozhou, complimenting her. Then, with a surge of cold from his palm, he froze her neck and with a light flick, broke it, eliminating her from the competition. Ding dong, Yi Zhou eliminated 984 students remaining. Without its master's support, the bracelet quickly dissipated. Another one eliminated. The expressions of the onlookers changed slightly. In just a few minutes, 2 participants were consecutively eliminated. If the first elimination was unexpected, the second made it clear there was something amiss. This Qin Hao definitely has some tricks up his sleeve. Did you clearly see what just happened? A young man asked his companion at the edge of the arena. No, it was too fast. All I saw were afterimages. These 10 are closely matched in strength, and now 2 have already fallen. They probably can't defeat this Qin Hao, he continued, echoing the thoughts around him. Indeed, as they spoke without even forming their assault formation, their tactics were instantly shattered. Against Qin Hao, whose strength was at level 5, it was a one-sided battle. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining 8 followed their comrades' fate, and Qin Hao claimed 8 new spirit weapons. Ding dong, Yi Feiyu eliminated 983 students remaining. Ding dong, 976 students remaining. As the bodies of the 8 turned into dust and light, Chin Hao stood in the center of the plaza calmly looking around at the crowd. Anyone else? He challenged, his demeanor overly arrogant, sparking irritation among the spectators. This guy is so damn arrogant, I can't stand it anymore. I want to take him down. Watching this makes my teeth itch. How can someone be so cocky? Someone exclaimed, his disdain for Chin Hao evident. This guy's swagger is even greater than mine. I must admit defeat. Is there anyone else? Let's take this guy down. He's too arrogant. I can't watch this anymore. The simple words seemed to ignite the crowd's anger. Seeing figures standing up one after another, Lu Ming swallowed hard, his mouth dry. Big brother, please hold back a little. We've just established some authority, making them hesitant to act, and now you're provoking them even more. Give your brothers a way out. But the commotion wasn't over yet. Chin Hao quietly watched the area from where the challenges were coming. You disagree? Then I'll start with you. Lu Ming's legs trembled. Big brother, I'm kneeling down now. Please stop talking. Can't you see more and more people are standing up? Bold. You think just because you handled a few level 5 weaklings you can disregard us all? A loud shout came from a muscular man standing on a distant rooftop, his arms crossed and eyes glaring angrily at Chin Hao. Chin Hao glanced up at him, then casually looked away as if the man was beneath his notice. The muscular man's face twitched, his teeth grinding loudly, but in the next second Chin Hao had already transformed into a black shadow, whipping up a fierce storm across the plaza. He charged towards the group of shouting people. As he had declared he would strike them first, they dared to come at him. His brothers would deal with him, and 100 merit points were right before their eyes. They all rushed him together, intent on showing him that they were not to be trifled with. Damn it, finish him off. Hoo. His extreme speed generated a 30-meter-long wind dragon trailing behind him, shattering the floor tiles in his path and leaving behind a trail of broken fragments. He surged across the earth like a streak of black lightning. He's coming. Block him. Who has a soul-trapping weapon? Trap him. He's too fast for us to catch. The enhancers positioned themselves in the front while the ranged fighters hid behind. Everyone keep order. Shouts of alarm rang out. The dozens of people in front of Chin Hao quickly organized into a conical defense formation. Leading them was a muscular giant, his body gleaming with a dark bronze light, standing tall and immovable like a piece of obsidian. Various colorful and powerful soul weapons appeared above the heads of the people, distorting the air above them with their intense presence. The overwhelming pressure swept across the area. There were almost 50 people. How could Chin Hao alone withstand them? Yet he was still accelerating. What was he thinking? The dark wind dragon emitted a deep moan, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. He's coming. Block him. A loud shout. The crowd instantly unified, focusing intently on the head of the dragon, their power building up, ready to deliver a devastating blow to Chin Hao upon his arrival. However, suddenly Chin Hao stopped abruptly, his legs sinking deep into the ground, instantly halting his massive momentum, his stature unyielding. The abrupt switch from motion to stillness created an awkward sensation among the distant onlookers. The wind dragon behind him reversed direction, rushing towards the crowd. The fierce wind, carrying debris like bullets, pelted them, causing waves of pain. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Chin Hao's lips. He reached behind his back and pulled out 2 silver desert eagles. With a flick of their handles, the 2 guns merged into one formidable hand cannon wrapped around Chin Hao's hand. The dark muzzle pointed directly at the group ahead. Thanks for gathering together, saves me the trouble, he said. As he spoke, a blinding light began to brew in the muzzle. His weapon soul might only be at the level of a 6th realm warrior, but at that moment the group opposite was blinded by the backdraft, unable to see Chin Hao's strike, and even if they had noticed, it wouldn't have mattered. Among those present, those above the 6th realm were mostly teachers, and these students were merely at the 4th or 5th realm. They had no chance of retaliating before his cannon fired. Boom! The scene of Teacher Fong's cannon blasting through dozens of buildings was recreated. With destructive light, it instantly penetrated the defensive formation in front, shooting into the buildings beyond the square, stirring up clouds of dust. In that moment, the entire place fell silent. Teacher Fong, standing on the sidelines, watched with a stunned expression while a middle-aged teacher next to her swallowed hard, staring blankly at her. Sure, Teacher Fong is right here. Who is that person up front? Isn't that Teacher Fong's signature move? Why, does that kid know it too? At this moment, the most bewildered person has to be Teacher Fong herself. After all, she had personally sparred with Chin Hao. His troublesome frost spirit made her quite a headache, even forcing her to use her powerful moves. But now he wasn't using the frost spirit anymore. Instead, he was using her cannon rose. Could it be that a person's spirit could randomly change? As the dust settled, everyone hurriedly looked towards the center of the arena, only to be struck dumb. Out of the nearly 50 people formation, now only 2 or 3 remained. The muscular man at the forefront managed to last until the end, but he was charred all over as if he had been roasted by a great fire. He staggered forward a few steps, then collapsed to the ground, turning into dust, his last breath exhausted. The few martial artists who were lucky enough to survive behind him suffered less damage because the muscular man had blocked them from the front, but Qin Hao, who had already quietly arrived at their side, effortlessly eliminated them from the competition. Then the scene was just like before. Qin Hao stood there looking indifferently across the field, his gaze conveying 3 words, "Who else?" But this time, in front of the 100-meter-long gaping hole, no one dared utter the word "show off." When you have real strength, it's not showing off, it's being awesome. And Qin Hao, with his absolute power, told everyone that he had the capital to be arrogant. In the monitoring room, the front wall, which had previously shown split screens like little boxes, now displayed a single complete image. Since 90% of the participants had moved to the square, there was no need for separate surveillance anymore. Everything was integrated. At this moment, looking at the dominating figure in the center, the directors exchanged glances, then all turned to look at Lu Xingwen. Their eyes seemed to ask, "Has this kid always been this arrogant?" Lu Xingwen awkwardly touched his nose. He hadn't expected Qin Hao to so openly reveal his spirit. He thought Qin Hao would hide his skills, entangle others bit by bit, and then, leveraging the advantage of having multiple spirits, sneakily strike and clandestinely win, thus maneuvering among so many people. But he had underestimated the boy's audacity and determination. He chose to intimidate others directly, showing his strong side, outright eliminating anyone who dared to confront him. Overbearing, domineering, unstoppable, Lu Xingwen felt a great relief. He clearly sensed a change in Qin Hao. The last 1.5 months had boosted his confidence. Previously, although confident, he wasn't like this, not so sharp and prominent. Naturally, Lu Xingwen understood the reason. Qin Hao didn't have much concept of his own strength, and deep down he lacked self-assurance. Just like those nouveau riche, after the initial excitement and thrill they would fall into worry and insecurity, concerned that they couldn't protect their wealth, their actions hesitant and reserved, still holding onto the mindset from their poorer days. Qin Hao was like this before. However, after enduring the ordeal in the laboratory, he had changed significantly. He became more confident. Alone, he faced hundreds of enemies, among them were experts of the 7th and even 8th level. In the end, he single-handedly defeated them all. This gave him ample confidence in his own strength. Coupled with a month and a half of rigorous training before the semester began, Qin Hao had now shed his mundane shell and transformed into a true star of hope. General Yan was right. The downfall of Amir Group not only endeared the military to Qin Hao but also facilitated a tremendous transformation in him. This deal was a bargain. Lu Xingwen clenched his fists in silence, feeling happy for Qin Hao. Indeed, anyone who drew such immense resources from the academy to be hunted must be extraordinary. A young man with a red scarf approached step by step. His bright eyes rested on Qin Hao, his admiration unmistakable. "Qin Hao, you are worthy to be my opponent." The young man pointed at Qin Hao, seemingly issuing a challenge. Qin Hao looked at him, furrowing his brows, and asked in confusion, "It's summer, aren't you hot wearing a scarf?" "I said I kill without blinking. Do you ask if my eyes are dry?" "Qin Hao." The young man's face turned red with embarrassment, his fists clenched tightly. "Stop talking, come and fight me. I want your bounty. Where did this Chinibu kid come from? Are you even an adult? I'm not interested in playing with you." Qin Hao looked at the young man's height of 1.5 meters and rolled his eyes. "Damn it, I hate it when people comment on my height." The young man got angry. He ripped off his scarf and threw it into the air, and with a whoosh, the air ignited spontaneously, revealing a 20-meter-long fire dragon. The magnificent flames danced fiercely, emitting a threatening aura. At this moment, to Qin Hao's right, a young girl in black slowly approached. Each step she took covered 10 meters. With just a few steps, she moved from the edge of the square right up to Qin Hao. Teleportation. Qin Hao focused on the girl, but after a moment he shook his head. It wasn't teleportation, but a top-tier elemental spirit. With every step she took, her body would turn into countless ice crystals, then reassemble far away, making it seem like she was teleporting. He had heard that top-level elemental spirits could transform into elements, possessing incredible power. He never expected to see it on a young girl. "Hey, look at me, I was here first." The young man saw Qin Hao's gaze on the girl and immediately jumped up. He leaped onto the fire dragon, steering it towards Qin Hao. Meanwhile, other figures began to appear from around the area. After the initial intimidation, the real prodigies were drawn out. They watched Qin Hao with fervor. At this moment, it wasn't just about the reward anymore. It was about proving their own genius, a student who was hunted by the academy at great cost. If they could subdue him, undoubtedly their reputation would soar instantly. For many prodigies, this was an irresistible temptation. More and more people were entering the square, 10 to 20, 30, 50, 100. Lu Ming watched the rapidly increasing crowd with a sinking heart. The worst scenario had unfolded. Qin Hao's arrogance had triggered a rebound from the crowd. Now it was no longer just about the reward, more so it was about proving one's genius. Under the influence of herd mentality, even those who knew they were no match for Qin Hao stepped forward, hoping for a stroke of luck. What if they could snatch a victory in this chaos? Wouldn't that be a huge gain? Bai Yi, maybe we should back off a bit, Lu Ming suggested as he turned his head, only to find that Bai Yi was nowhere to be seen. Startled, he turned around and saw Bai Yi, who had at some unknown point run to the back, kick down a street lamp and then carry the 4 to 5 meters long iron pole in his arms, charging towards Qin Hao. Lu Ming's eyes twitched madly, nearly losing his composure. What in the world was this? Couldn't there be one normal person around? With a groan, Lu Ming suddenly felt a chill in his heart as a profound sense of threat loomed over him. His martial soul automatically alerted him. He quickly glanced around and noticed that many in the crowd were now setting their sights on him, probably because he had arrived with Qin Hao and was thus considered a target as well. Really? Does it have to be like this? Lu Ming's heart sank even further, feeling like he was caught in an impossible situation. Bai Yi, wait for me, he called out, hurrying to catch up with Bai Yi. Now only by staying close to Qin Hao did he feel a semblance of safety. Brother Qin, my life is in your hands now, Lu Ming shouted as he ran over. Qin Hao grabbed his shoulder and threw him aside, dodging a fire dragon's attack. Bai Yi, protect him, Qin Hao commanded. Lu Ming, just tell me who poses the greatest threat. On the field, Qin Hao dodged the fire dragon's assaults with agile movements, his golden elephant spirit appearing faintly behind him. Each time the fire dragon approached, he simply raised his fist and effortlessly pushed it back, much to the frustration of a young man who was shouting angrily, the biggest threat, that teacher. Lu Ming suddenly pointed towards a calmly seated teacher at the edge of the field. Just as he pointed, the teacher opened his eyes and looked over. 5 flying swords gleaming with gold, green, blue, red and brown lights appeared behind him. A terrifying sword aura surged towards the sky as if it could split the heavens. The 5 flying swords rose into the air, circling in mid-air, causing the sky tinged with the colors of the 5 elements to change. The students looked at each other, each feeling a chill shooting up from their feet to the top of their heads. This can't be real, right? How could we possibly escape his pursuit? The academy is determined not to let us pass. His power seems even greater than the city's commanding officer. If he wanted, he could easily eliminate all of us, yet it seemed he was targeting Qin Hao. Suddenly someone remarked. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then realized that from the moment the teacher opened his eyes, he seemed to have been sizing up Qin Hao, paying no attention to anyone else. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Logically, being targeted by such a powerful figure meant certain elimination, but on the other hand, it also signified extreme importance given by the school authorities. If he were just an ordinary person, why would such a powerful being bother to intervene? Suddenly, the crowd's gaze towards Qin Hao became even more complex. Especially those prodigious students surrounding Qin Hao seemed to vaguely understand something. The girl in black, covered in a layer of ice crystals, backed away. The youth riding the dragon sat astride the fire dragon, stroking his chin deep in thought. Several others who hadn't approached and remained hidden in the crowd also had their gazes flickering uncertainly. Qin Hao focused his gaze on the 5 swords in the sky. A few seconds later, ding, after observing the SS-grade weapon soul. 5 elements Dragon Abyss Sword. You have awakened the SS-grade weapon soul. 5 elements Dragon Abyss Sword. Your weapon soul strength has now advanced to the 8th realm of combat generals. Qin Hao's pupils contracted. After observing the weapon souls of various students and adding this teacher's weapon soul, his own weapon soul strength had finally reached the 8th realm. In his spiritual world, the divine elephant dragon demon roared, and on one side the 5 elements Dragon Abyss Sword led many weapon souls in a continuous hum. Terrifying powers flowed into Qin Hao's body. Compared to the heavy suppressive might of the divine elephant dragon demon, the Dragon Abyss Sword was more inclined towards sharp attacks. From afar, Gai Zhuang, known as the Dragon Abyss Sword Honor, his usually calm face imperceptibly changed. He stared intently at Qin Hao, sensing a very familiar aura within him at that moment, and the next second Qin Hao spread his arms. Endless spiritual energy converged, and the 5 flying swords appeared one by one: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The swords of the 5 elements formed a ring around Qin Hao, each emanating a chillingly terrifying aura. How could this be? Gai Zhuang's face drastically changed. He couldn't sit still any longer. He suddenly stood up, the 5 flying swords above his head seeming to sense their master's mood, instantly bursting forth with a blinding brightness. A sword swept down, however, at that moment the 5 flying swords surrounding Qin Hao soared into the air, likewise striking out with a sword. The 2 terrifying beams of sword-light collided mid-air, then exploded. Neither could overcome the other. What is this situation? The many students were stunned. They felt that the development of the events had exceeded their expectations. They had thought that the teacher's appearance would bring the situation to a conclusion, but instead Qin Hao also possessed the same weapon soul, and he even blocked the teacher's attack. Though it was just an autonomous attack by the weapon soul, it was still terrifying. At least half of the students present believed they didn't have the ability to block it. You really have some tricks. It wasn't in vain that the old dean specifically asked me to test you. Gai Zhuang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He pointed his sword from a distance. Swoosh, the 5 flying swords flew out as if directed by his hand. Let's test this young man together, Gai Zhuang murmured softly, causing the astonished teachers around him to change their expressions. Feeling a bit incredulous, Mr. Gai actually asked others to join him in the attack. Is he lacking confidence? In fact, Gai Zhuang indeed harbored some inexplicable concerns. When the Dragon Abyss sword appeared, he had felt another different, more powerful and robust aura within Qin Hao. This made him dare not take it lightly. The old dean personally requested his assistance in testing, and he naturally intended to execute the task flawlessly without the slightest error. 5 flying swords spiraled together mid-air, merging into a sword interwoven with hues of black and white. This was the true might of the Dragon Abyss sword's martial soul. Around him, after receiving their instructions, the other teachers followed, albeit without fully understanding. Suddenly the entire plaza was engulfed in tumultuous winds and clouds. The atmosphere, now 100 times more intense than before, continuously assaulted everyone's spirits. Suddenly a student, seeing the group of teachers charging forward, had excitement sparkling in his eyes. Let's join in, maybe we can sneak our way to success, and if we score some rewards we'll make a fortune. The student's voice carried far, and the initially shocked crowd quickly caught on. Right. Isn't this the perfect chance to fish in troubled waters? Immediately a group charged forward, howling. Qin Hao glanced sideways, giving a cold look to the one who spoke. With a flick of his finger, the fire spirit sword instantly flew out, whistling through the crowd, and precisely assassinated that student. However, this scene did not deter the other students, but instead excited them even more. Since no one truly dies here, once the teachers dealt with Qin Hao, they would likely be eliminated too, so they might as well take this opportunity to steal a victory. If they managed to succeed, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Qin Hao frowned, thinking of dealing with these ruffians first. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a frail figure holding a massive street lamp. With a slight smirk, Qin Hao decided to ignore the students and focus on the teachers confronting him. Bang! Bai Yi, holding the street lamp, landed heavily behind Qin Hao. The over 4-meter-long lamppost hitting the ground startled the nearby group of students. What the heck? It's Qin Hao's little lackey, ignore him, kill Qin Hao, a chubby student scoffed coldly, his eyes narrowing with disdain, ready to bypass Bai Yi to target Qin Hao. However, the next second a dark and thick shadow suddenly struck from the side, rapidly enlarging in his pupils, then heavily slammed onto his round forehead. Bang! Ah, my handsome face, the chubby student wailed, covering his bleeding nose, glaring at Bai Yi. The next second Bai Yi leaped up, his fingers digging into the pure metal lamppost, and with a mountain-splitting force he swung the lamppost down thunderously. Boom! The chubby student didn't even have time to react and was smashed into a cloud of light dust, instantly eliminated. The crowd's hearts trembled simultaneously. This guy's so violent. Bai Yi silently stood still, holding the lamppost, guarding behind Qin Hao with merely the strength of a level 4 realm. Lu Ming twitched at the corner of his eye. He had not expected this usually silent mute boy to have such a violent side. After a moment of thought, he took a deep breath and ran to Bai Yi's side. Firstly, for safety, and secondly, he could provide some assistance too. I'll inform you of dangers in advance, but you need to stay within 1 meter of me. If you're too far, I can't look out for you. You have a good teammate. Gai Zhuang glanced at Bai Yi and immediately recognized that Bai Yi's strength was only at the 4th realm. Among the new recruits, this was considered average, but he still stood resolutely behind Qin Hao without hesitation. Gai Shuang appreciated this quality and loyalty. He's indeed very good, Qin Hao said with a light smile. At that moment, Gai Shuang's sword was already upon him, its sharp aura chilling Qin Hao to the bone, as if the next second he would be sliced by the sword light. This was different from the self-activated attacks of the martial spirit, it was more threatening. Qin Hao stepped back, sheathed his long yuan sword, and then, under the shocked eyes of Gai Shuang and the other teachers, he threw a punch. The divine elephant dragon demon appeared behind him, and with this punch it heavily slammed into the void in front of him. Crack, the void shattered like a mirror riddled with cracks. The divine light-filled sword blade was blocked by the giant elephant, unable to advance an inch. Feeling the profound oppressive force, Gai Shuang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with intense seriousness. This aura was exactly the threatening presence he had felt. He controlled the power of the 5 elements with his sword, but the opposing golden elephant directly suppressed him, a significant restraint against him. And Qin Hao's strength also surprised him, an 8th realm warrior, such a young 8th realm warrior. Gai Shuang could hardly imagine, given enough time, what level Qin Hao could reach. Don't hold back, everyone attack with full force, Gai Shuang shouted lowly, raising his sword as the black and white flying swords returned to his hand. But Qin Hao took advantage of the momentum and advanced. Teacher, I have trained alone for many days, improving my integration with the martial spirit, but I have never had the chance to test it in real combat, so I have many doubts that remain unresolved. Today I hope the teacher can clear these doubts for me. Qin Hao grinned, showing a confident smile. Using me as a whetstone? Gai Shuang thought for a moment and laughed. You are the first person to say this since I joined Longxian. I am honored. Qin Hao's head was suddenly adorned with a white mask, and his figure instantly appeared behind Gai Shuang. Then, the mask disappeared, and with the long yuan sword in hand, he thrust out a sword strike. But before the sword could strike, a teacher appeared behind Gai Shuang, a round shield emerging, blocking his attack. Qin Hao wasted no time, teleporting to a distant spot. Then, the Sandhawk dual pistols clicked together, transforming into a hand cannon, its muzzle emitting a dazzling light. Bring it on, Teacher Fong's eyes twinkled slightly, shaking his long legs from a distance and launching a similar attack. 2 beams of light collided in midair, an energy ripple sweeping out. Eventually, Qin Hao's strength overpowered Teacher Fong, who was at the 7th realm, swallowing Fong's attack and striking toward him. But another teacher appeared just in time, saving Teacher Fong from a close call. Meanwhile, from a distance, 2 long-range attacks from martial spirits were launched. Bang, 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 a layer of ice shield appeared. Having observed the elemental martial spirits of a group of students in previous battles, Qin Hao's elemental martial spirit had advanced to the 5th realm, but facing the average 6th realm teacher's attacks, even 2 attacks, it still didn't last long. It exploded into a sky full of ice shards. The sunlight shimmered like orbs of light, granting Qin Hao ample time. He's vanished. Be careful, a teacher urgently warned. Amid the shattered ice crystals, Qin Hao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Gu Zhuang, wielding 5 dragon abyss swords encircling him, scoured the surroundings for Qin Hao's trace. This kid, although uneven in his martial spirit strength, has too many abilities that synergize and make him as slippery as an eel, utterly uncatchable. What a freak, Gu Zhuang thought, then recalled someone. Is Teacher Lu Yanhong around? A voice responded from afar. I'm here, Teacher Gu. Good Teacher Lu, isn't your martial spirit the spirit lock mouse? I'll create an opportunity for you to lock his spirit energy, even a few seconds will suffice. Understood, Teacher Lu responded. Just then, another teacher gasped, the kid's up in the sky. Gu Zhuang was startled and quickly looked up, indeed spotting Qin Hao's figure 30 meters above the ground, and 9th realm? No, that's wrong, it's a spirit that can control flight. Gu Zhuang felt a twinge of envy. This kid's spirits were just too numerous. How many had he displayed so far? 4, 5, 6. He couldn't remember clearly, only that it seemed too many. At that moment, Qin Hao, floating in midair, swapped out the 1,000 flowers vine for the cannon rose. Despite plummeting rapidly, Qin Hao didn't care. Feeling the biting wind whistling past his ears, he aimed his hand cannon at the teachers gathered below and fired. Propelled by the powerful recoil, his body rose again. Qin Hao continued to rise and fall in the sky, launching long-range attacks. Beams of light shot down from above, leaving the teachers on the ground extremely frustrated, nearly reacting defensively. Before long, about a dozen teachers had made defensive errors and were struck by the beams, torn to shreds. Teacher Gu, we can't catch him, lamented a teacher while dodging the beams. The ability to fly is a privilege of the 9th realm besides relying on a spirit. Gu Zhuang massaged his temples, feeling the situation was very tricky. It's like he's cheating. My flying sword can travel that far, but at that distance I can't control it perfectly, only relying on the sword's inertia to attack. Watching Qin Hao's figure flit about in the sky, Gu Zhuang had to abandon the idea. The teacher's face turned bitter. To give those students a chance to win, the teachers who can fly didn't enter. Even us are mostly at the 6th realm, only those in charge of the 001 and 002 sequences are at the 7th realm. 001 sequence must be this guy Qin Hao, who's in 002. The teacher nodded towards a tree in the distance. There, a young man in a tank top lay sleeping on the ground, a duckbill cap pressed over his face, concealing his features. Who was he? Gu Zhuang only knew of Qin Hao's details. The old dean hadn't informed him about the other students. However, this teacher was well aware and stated from Yanjing Experimental Academy, Chu Xiao's Serial 002's class. Superhero Martial Soul, the Void Body. Strength Level 6 Combat Master. The Void Body, the martial soul that can control gravity, correct? Gai Shuang looked at the young man who was deep in sleep, his eyes flashing with an unspoken brilliance. What are you talking about? You want me to help you fight that kid? Chu Xiao took off the duckbill cap on his head, looked strangely at the teacher beside him, and then glanced at Qin Hao, who was displaying his divine powers in the sky. A twitch in the corner of his eye, he put the cap back on. No way, there's a reward. Still not doing it. I'm not stupid. Helping you means definitely getting beaten by that kid. I'm no match for him. No way. Chu Xiao spoke in an uncompromising tone and finally even turned around, leaving the teacher with a view of his back. At that moment a sword filled with the essence of water flew in, hovering above his behind. A chill seeped out, causing Chu Xiao to shiver. What do you mean by this? Chu Xiao looked warily at Gai Shuang walking towards him. It means nothing other than if you're unwilling to exert effort, then I can only eliminate you ahead of time. Gai Shuang approached, followed by 4 flying swords. You're threatening me? Chu Xiao's face turned cold. A circle of invisible wind was faintly visible around him, the air subtly distorting. However, in the next second, a sword of earthy yellow stabbed into the ground before him, the turbulent aura instantly calming down. Gai Shuang nodded slightly. Eliminating students like you is my task. Whether I eliminate you first or Qin Hao doesn't really matter to me. But for you, it's a different story. The implication was clear. If Chu Xiao helped them eliminate Qin Hao first, then Chu Xiao's ranking would naturally be ahead of Qin Hao's. The rewards he would receive would also be more substantial, even including those designated for eliminating Qin Hao. Chu Xiao lowered his head in contemplation. A few minutes later, Chu Xiao gathered several teachers with strong close combat abilities around him, then lightly tapped them. Instantly, the group levitated, as if gravity had ceased to exist. At the same time, a repelling force rose from beneath their feet, pushing them upwards. Gai Shuang's eyes revealed a look of admiration. This martial soul, if used well, is undoubtedly an extreme weapon. He's a promising talent, Gai Shuang praised as he glanced at Chu Xiao, who still wore a somewhat resentful expression. Protect him well, don't let Qin Hao eliminate him, Gai Shuang instructed. Understood. Several teachers crowded around, guarding Chu Xiao tightly. Chu Xiao looked up at the sky where Qin Hao was already entangled in combat with several teachers. The recoil of the rose cannon did not allow him to shoot straight while in midair. Otherwise the sheer force would send him flying to who knows where, thus he could only continue using the Wanhua Vine. Fortunately, though the Wanhua Vine lacked in combat power, it possessed impressive defensive and healing capabilities. Being at level 6, these teachers couldn't do much to him for now. After watching for a few moments, Gai Shuang's heart was set at ease. If things continued this way, it wouldn't be long before Qin Hao was brought down. Gai Shuang shifted his gaze towards the distance where Bai Yi was entangled in combat with a group of freshmen. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Just moments ago, the boy was at the 4th realm. How had he advanced to the 6th realm so swiftly? Gai Shuang was deeply astonished. Bai Yi seemed like a war god, gripping a segment of a lamppost, his body enshrouded in a deep red aura, every move and style carrying an indescribable rhythm. This deterred most of the students around from getting too close. One man holding off hundreds of students. No, not alone. Gai Shuang noticed Lu Ming right beside Bai Yi. This fellow had been closely following behind Bai Yi, occasionally pointing at certain spots. Whenever he pointed, within half a minute a life-threatening attack would strike from that direction, but thanks to his foresight, Bai Yi always managed to turn danger into safety. Gai Shuang watched these two students in admiration, a look of appreciation for talent filling his eyes. These two, especially Bai Yi, were truly born for battle. As he prepared to continue observing, a sudden exclamation from a nearby teacher caught his attention. Qin Hao had descended, Gai Zhuang quickly shifted his gaze towards the sky. Indeed, in just a few minutes Qin Hao, escorted by several teachers, was gradually lowering his altitude, now about 20 meters above the ground. Finally, Gai Zhuang thought with a pleased expression as he flicked his sword finger, merging 5 flying swords into one, shooting towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao responded by switching to his long yuan sword to collide with it. For a moment the sky was crisscrossed with sword lights, forcing the teachers to hurriedly defend themselves. One of them shouted, "Students, let us down now." Xu Xiao glanced over and rolled his eyes, waving his hand. The repulsive force locking several teachers vanished, allowing them to descend safely. However, Gai Zhuang noticed a flash of joy in Qin Hao's eyes. Not good. Protect Xu Xiao, he instantly realized as the long yuan sword split into 5, forming a protective circle around Xu Xiao and his group. "So your name is Xu Xiao?" Qin Hao remarked, eyeing the young man now tightly encircled, noticing the faintly oscillating air around him. Seconds later, a notification chimed. "You have awakened an S-rank superhero-type spirit, the Void Body. Your superhero-type spirit strength has risen to the 6th realm. The Void Body controlling gravity. No, not so exaggerated. The effect was much weaker, but still formidable." Qin Hao, feeling the ability of this spirit, was amazed. The moment he recognized this power, he thought of a powerful move. At this moment, as Qin Hao was descending only 10 meters off the ground, suddenly a fierce gust surged beneath his feet, lifting him up once again. "Classmate, your ability is impressive, but using it to fly people is a waste. We should discuss this further when you have the chance. For now, please exit the stage and rest," Qin Hao said with a smile, waving his hand as a white mask appeared and his figure instantly vanished. "Protect Xu Xiao," Gai Zhuang shouted in alarm, his chilling aura enveloping Xu Xiao. But in the next instant, a figure ghostly appeared beside Xu Xiao. A long sword embodying yin and yang materialized in hand, effortlessly slicing through Gai Zhuang's aura, beheading Xu Xiao. The last thought in Xu Xiao's mind was, "I knew I shouldn't have fought this guy. My teacher set me up." After that thought, he vanished into a cloud of light dust. "Damn kid, wait up." Gai Zhuang's eyes twitched as his golden spirit sword split into thousands of sword lights, swarming towards Qin Hao, surrounding him at 360 degrees. But to Qin Hao, who could teleport at will, this was futile. His ability to switch martial spirits was effortless, requiring only a thought to connect with his martial spirit and teleport away. The thousands of sword lights missed their target, leaving deep marks on the ground. Just as Gai Zhuang thought, Qin Hao would repeat his aerial attack strategy. An intense sense of danger emerged from behind, causing his hair to stand on end. "Careful, teacher Gai," the surrounding teachers shouted. Instinctively, Gai Zhuang turned around and thrust his sword without looking. However, before the sword could strike, he saw a pair of pitch-black eyes. "Look at me." A shadowy dragon illusion surfaced on Qin Hao's face, its abyss-like eyes staring at Gai Zhuang. The dark eyes of the dragon filled Gai Zhuang's vision, replacing his entire world. His eyes rapidly darkened, with ink falling into a daze. Seizing the moment, Qin Hao raised his hand and the dragon abyss sword appeared, decapitating Gai Zhuang in a swift motion. Suddenly, Gai Zhuang turned into light dust and dispersed. The teachers halted their actions, staring at the spot where Gai Zhuang had vanished, speechless for a long time. "Is teacher Gai dead just like that?" A male teacher grimaced at the spot where Gai Zhuang had disappeared. Even someone as powerful as Gai Zhuang was no match for this freshman? The endless variety of Qin Hao's martial spirits had completely reshaped their worldview. Suddenly a message arrived on the teachers' phones. "Let's end this here, the rest is up to the students." The tone of the message was clearly from the old dean. The teachers, looking quite displeased, realized that it was no longer about rewards that drove them to continue confronting Qin Hao, but rather a sense of not wanting to admit defeat. Qin Hao, strong as he was, still was just a freshman, and yet he had defeated a group of teachers. How could they face him in class now? But since the dean had spoken, there was nothing they could do. Reluctantly, the teachers glanced at Qin Hao one last time before slowly retreating. Qin Hao blinked, suddenly realizing, "I haven't seen all of your martial spirits yet. Don't go, keep fighting." But the teachers had already left. Qin Hao felt a pang of regret, annoyed at himself for not paying more attention to the teachers' martial spirits during the fight. What a loss. But then Qin Hao looked towards the hundreds of students in the distance. Well, at least there are still these people. He breathed a sigh of relief and in a flash appeared in front of Bai Yi. Bai Yi almost struck him with a stick, but stopped upon seeing it was Qin Hao. "You're at level 6 already, looks like it was a fierce fight," Qin Hao said, surprised. The battle spirit, martial spirit, grew stronger with each fight, and Bai Yi had escalated to level 6 in a short time, indicating the intensity of the battle. Bai Yi shook his head, dropped two battered lampposts, and gave a thumbs up, his face breaking into a gratified smile. This form, as if they hadn't fought enough, elicited awe from Qin Hao. Brother Qin, have you dealt with it on your side? Lu Ming approached, glancing at the teachers who had vanished in the distance, his face marked by surprise. They were surrounded by people, all of whom were fighting fiercely and had not noticed the commotion afar. They have stopped fighting, Qin Hao mentioned, his heart aching with discomfort. You guys take a break. Let me handle it. Qin Hao stood in front of Bai Yi, who nodded and retracted his martial soul. His aura rapidly decreased, soon returning to level 4. A pale hue appeared on Bai Yi's face. Elevating his martial soul to level 6 had greatly taxed his body. Had Qin Hao been any later, Bai Yi might have collapsed without anyone else's attack. But now they could rest. Do you need my help? I can be quite useful, just ask Bai Yi, Lu Ming said, supporting the weakened Bai Yi and turning towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked into his eyes, where deep within seemed to rise a faint golden flame exuding an inexplicable charm. With a slight smile, Qin Hao responded, no need, go and rest. With that, a repulsive force carried them to a distance. The S-Class Mysterious System Preller's Iha, quite a useful martial soul. Qin Hao observed the golden flamed eyes in the spiritual world, feeling some of his gloom dissipate. Many freshmen, upon seeing Qin Hao's arrival, did not rashly attack but instead retreated far away, warily watching him. Qin Hao noticed they were subtly divided into 5 groups: a dragon-riding youth, a girl in black, a jovial young man, and 2 other girls. These 5 seemed to be the strongest among the new students, having vaguely become leaders in the previous battle. Did you enjoy the fight? Qin Hao calmly looked at these 5, then his gaze moved past them to the large group of students behind. Each student at Longxian was a chosen talent from various places, with the weakest martial soul being above B class. In just a few seconds, Qin Hao awakened more than 50 martial souls. His elemental martial soul, stagnant for a long time, was upgraded from level 4 Battle Earth to level 5 Battle Master. However, there were no significant upgrades in other martial souls. After all, with increased strength, the number of martial souls needed for further enhancement grows significantly. If you didn't enjoy the fight, I can join you. Qin Hao opened his hands, and numerous exquisite grass leaves appeared, flying around him. Perhaps intimidated by Qin Hao, no one made a move for a moment. Qin Hao's lips curled. If you won't come, then I will. With that, 64 exquisite heart grass leaves fluttered up, slicing through the crowd like blades, instantly eliminating several participants. Brothers, let's get him. Charge. Who cares how many martial souls he has, let's finish him. Someone shouted, instantly stirring up the crowd. They roared and charged forward. The outcome goes without saying, even the teachers couldn't handle Qin Hao, let alone these new students. From a distance, Bai Yi watched Qin Hao walking calmly through the crowd, his eyes blazing, his fists clenched tightly. Lu Ming remained, constantly sucking in the cold air. Geez, this death is just too gruesome. He's been completely chopped up. Damn, even crows are flying on planes now. Might does it have to be this violent? Young lady, how can you use such moves? Please put on some clothes and come at me if you dare. I can't bear to watch this. Lu Ming, like a commentator off the field, continued his narrative with a twisted face. In the monitoring room, the dean found a seat and sat down, shaking his head as he watched the almost one-sided situation on the monitors. The head of discipline and Lu Xingwen sat on either side of him. Have you figured out anything after watching for so long? The dean asked softly at that moment. Lu Xingwen pondered for a moment and replied, he's deliberately forcing those people to reveal their martial souls. What's his purpose? The dean glanced at him. Lu Xingwen cleared his throat and slowly said, I think perhaps this is the source of his numerous martial souls, a copying ability. His initial awakening was the divine elephant dragon demon martial soul, and we actually don't know much about this soul, relying only on the records left behind. So, is it possible that this martial soul also possesses a copying ability? The head of discipline's expression turned strange. That explanation does make sense, but isn't it a bit too far-fetched? Lu Xingwen, emboldened by his support from Qin Hao, now dared to stare down the head of discipline, who was senior to him. He pointed at the screen showing the slaughtering Qin Hao and said, isn't it far-fetched enough already? The head of discipline's eye twitched, realizing the truth. Right, with over a dozen martial souls already, how much more absurd could it get? We'll ask him when he comes out. If he truly has the ability to copy other people's martial souls, then we should help him. Things have been unstable lately, and it's good for him to get stronger quickly. The old dean gently patted his knee, looking at Qin Hao with a thoughtful gaze. Ding, observed a B-level plant-based martial soul. Ding, observed an A-level elemental martial soul. Ding, observed a B-level elemental martial soul. Ding, observed a B-level weapon martial soul. In the mental world, a series of notifications had been ringing non-stop. Shinhao eventually blocked out the noise and focused on dealing with the people in front of him. Time passed unknowingly, the crowd of freshmen around him had disappeared and the area was filled with dissipating points of light. It's just you left. Do you come on your own or shall I help you? Shinhao carried the red flame spear, its tip scraping the ground leaving a scorched mark. Across from him, the 5 strongest freshmen had lasted till the end. The previously arrogant dragon-riding youth was no longer haughty. His face drooped and his fire dragon also lay listless on the ground. Sticking out its tongue, gone was the previous majesty. The surging flames had turned into tiny flickers, even occasionally sputtering out. On one side, a black-clad young girl, her hair wet with sweat, her body flickering like a crashing program. Next to her, a young man with both arms broken lay on the ground, his chest heaving like he was gasping for air. 2 other girls, also severely injured, lay on the ground, having tried several times to stand up but failing each time. In the end, due to the severity of her injuries, the girl with short hair transformed into a beam of light and vanished. On the vast square, only 4 people remained standing in front of Shinhao. You, where did you even come from, you freak? The dragon-riding youth said with a bitter smile, then lay back as if giving up, collapsing onto the back of the fire dragon before he too became light and disappeared. He chose to eliminate himself, sparing the pain, although this world was an illusion. It still contained a certain realness of pain. Shinhao looked at the remaining few. The girl in black, her eyes icy blue, stared at Shinhao, a flicker in her gaze. The coldness on her face relaxed slightly as she nodded coolly. I'll remember you. With those words, she too was eliminated. Only 2 people were left, still defiant, especially the man with both arms severed, who was still clamoring for a quick end. Shinhao rolled his eyes. Is this a movie to you? Yet his actions were swift. He threw his flaming spear, piercing the man's head, and eliminated him. The last woman, seemingly frightened, her face deathly pale, hastily eliminated herself. Ding dong, Lu Xinshin eliminated. 201 people remaining, still 200 left. These were either uninterested in the rewards or knew better than to engage. They were scattered throughout this illusory city, and finding each one would be a hassle. Shinhao felt a headache coming on, unsure of what to do next. Just then his phone received a real-time map marked with the positions of the 201 students. Shinhao's lips curled into a smile. He glanced at the sun overhead and swiped 2 fingers across his forehead. That cheeky kid, Lu Xingwen cursed with a laugh from the outside. You guys rest here, I'll go handle the remaining freshmen, Shinhao said as he approached by Yi and another person. Big brother Qin, I'll go too. Lu Ming quickly raised his hand. However, Shinhao had already turned into a fading shadow and disappeared from the spot. Lu Ming smacked his lips in envy, watching the direction Shinhao had gone before sitting down. Soon after, one elimination announcement after another could be heard overhead. More than an hour later, Shinhao returned. Ding dong, Mu Dongyi eliminated. 3 people remaining. Lu Ming looked up at the sun and chuckled. It's comfortable following the strong, securing 3rd place by lying down. I'll take my leave first. Saying so, Lu Ming voluntarily exited. His unexpected entry into the top 3 left him more than satisfied. Then it was Bai Ye's turn. In the end, Shinhao was the only one left in the world. He noticed that the ground beneath his feet, the distant houses, various buildings and green plants all began to blur and fade. At the same time, a colossal tree reaching into the heavens stood at the center of the world, ethereal and hazy, exuding an inexplicable majesty. Its canopy spread far and wide, covering the sky above. It seemed as if this world was built around this giant tree. What kind of spirit is this? Shinhao was filled with awe. He tried to get a clearer look at the tree, but a compelling force of rejection surged from all around, pushing him out. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, Shinhao, who appeared to be asleep, suddenly sat up from the bed. As he looked around the familiar room, he touched his head, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. After a few seconds, he remembered what had happened. Had the training ended? Shinhao looked at the many new martial spirits deep within his spiritual world and breathed a sigh of relief. He checked his phone. It was already 3 in the afternoon. There was also an unread message. Student Shinhao, congratulations on surviving until the end of this training session and becoming the top new student in the training competition. Please proceed to the Dragon Shen Academy's building number 4, 1st floor before 6 o'clock this evening to process your new student ID card and receive your training competition rewards. Shinhao closed the message, thought of something, and checked his call logs, only to find no record of the call that should have notified him the trial had begun. It seemed that they had pulled him into that illusory world while he was asleep, and everything had unfolded as it would in reality, perfectly presenting each person's martial spirit and strength. The strength of this martial spirit owner was unimaginably terrifying. If possible, he definitely wanted to meet this martial spirit owner. With that thought, Qin Hao put away his phone and got out of bed. It was just past 3, and he had until 6 to report to the school, so there was no rush. He would eat first. Having lain in bed all day, his stomach was now growling with hunger. Just as he was about to ask the hotel to send up some food, Lu Ming and Bai Yi arrived. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Ming with his silly hair lunged at him. Quick as a flash, Qin Hao stepped aside and Lu Ming crashed to the ground. "What are you doing?" Qin Hao squinted at him. Nothing. Lu Ming got up, dusting himself off and chuckling. "I just wanted to thank Big Brother Qin for leading me to 3rd place. From now on you are my sworn brother. Just give me a shout and I'll be there, no second words." "Is that so? Well, that's great because I haven't eaten yet. Today's dinner is on you. Bai Yi, let's go grab something to eat." Qin Hao put on a hat and motioned to Bai Yi, leading the way out. "What's this about? I guarantee you'll have a good meal today," Lu Ming boasted proudly behind him. An hour and a half later, Lu Ming holding the bill fell silent. "Waiter, your restaurant isn't running a scam, right?" At Dragon Xian in the dean's office, the head of teaching pushed open the door and entered. "Dean, it's all taken care of." Apart from Professor Gai Zhuang, all teachers and students' memories have been blurred. They will only remember that Qin Hao eliminated them all with his formidable strength, nothing else. Gai Zhuang, as an 8th realm, held a unique and high status in the academy and was considered trustworthy, so he wasn't included in the memory blur. The dean nodded, took a sip of water and visibly relaxed. "Thank goodness we specifically asked Qin Shi from the military department to help test the BattleNet this year, otherwise this kid's secret wouldn't have been so easily concealed." Thinking of the numerous martial spirits blooming, the high and mighty dean of Dragon Xian's eyes visibly shimmered with shock. After sipping his tea, he looked up at the head teacher in front of him. "Please get the new students enrolled as soon as possible and arrange their corresponding rewards without delay." "Don't worry, it's already in process," the head teacher reassured. "That's good, now go on with your tasks." Upon entering Longshan Academy, the ground was marked with intelligent AR indicators showing the way, ensuring that no one would get lost despite the vast campus. Qin Hao and Bai Yi walked ahead while Lu Ming trudged behind with a gloomy face, his head drooping and a crumpled ticket in his hand, mumbling repeatedly under his breath, "Why is it so expensive? Why is it so expensive?" In front of Building 4-inch there was a square where many new students had already gathered. Some senior students stood at the entrance ready to solve any problems the newcomers might have. To the right of the square, various club booths were lined up, including Kendo Club, Dance Club, Martial Arts Club and Music Club, among others, each bustling with activity. The Kendo Club was particularly lively, not least because of the 2 strikingly beautiful girls at its booth, one a cool beauty with shoulder-length hair and the other a cute girl in a fiery red dress with a ponytail. Their presence instantly overshadowed the other booths. Even the disheartened Lu Ming perked up a bit, straightening the single strand of hair on his head, seemingly interested in joining. "Big brother, look at the crowd. Shall we check out the clubs first? I've heard that these clubs at the Advanced Martial Arts Academy can only be run by the elite within the academy. They get access to more resources than the average student, and some resources are even exclusive to the clubs. Joining one has many benefits." "Oh really? Which club do you want to join?" Qin Hao glanced at him and chuckled. "The Kendo Club." Lu Ming's expression brightened, but noticing Qin Hao's calm demeanor, he quickly changed his tune. "Actually, any club is fine, big brother. I'll go wherever you go." "I think Bai Yi feels the same, right?" Lu Ming looked at Bai Yi, hoping to gain an ally. However, Bai Yi simply ignored him and threw him a cold look. "You go ahead, I'm not interested in joining any clubs right now." Qin Hao shook his head and walked forward. Why not?" Lu Ming puzzled, unwilling to leave the sight of the cool beauty at the Kendo Club, hurriedly catching up to Qin Hao. "Not wanting to was reason enough," Qin Hao said as they reached the ground floor of a building with only one room marked New Student Affairs. There was already a line and Qin Hao quietly waited at the back. Wearing a hat pulled down low, he went unnoticed as he quietly observed the room, which was set up like a bank counter where several teachers were efficiently processing identity cards for the new students. After completing the process, students were given a wristband. The procedure itself was not complicated. Then Qin Hao noticed an odd figure, dressed in a nylon overcoat, sitting with legs crossed next to a small table adorned with tea and sunflower seeds. He had the look of a middle-aged uncle with a scruffy beard. At the moment he was cracking seeds and squinting as he sized up the students around him. Qin Hao glanced at the ground littered with seed shells at the man's feet and could not help but purse his lips in annoyance. Who was this person brazenly littering with no one to reprimand him? What are you looking at, kid? The uncle suddenly asked, noticing Qin Hao's gaze, his voice steady. And what are you looking at? Qin Hao blinked and retorted. The uncle frowned, puzzled. I wasn't looking at you, you were looking at me. Qin Hao chuckled. If you weren't looking at me, how did you know I was looking at you? The uncle was at a loss for words. Next, called a teacher from the front and seeing that it was his turn to, Qin Hao no longer engaged with the uncle and hurried forward. Behind him, Lu Ming looked disdainfully at the unkempt man. Uncle, no offense, but at your age you should know better than to litter. It's going to be a hassle for the cleaning staff later. Have you no shame at your age? He criticized. Crunch. The uncle's grip crushed the seeds in his hand, his eyes twitching with irritation. What's your name, kid? Lu Ming laughed, chest puffed out in defiance. What, you gonna hit me? I'll tell you my name if you really want, but what about yours? Me, my name is Qin Ru Ming. Now it's your turn to tell yours, the uncle replied, dropping the seeds, his eyes gleaming with a threatening light. Qin Ru Ming, huh? Lu Ming smacked his lips and shook his head, then laughed coldly. Still, the same goes, I'll speak if you really want me to, but it's embarrassing for me. After saying this, Lu Ming walked back to stand behind Qin Hao, ignoring the dark-faced uncle. The teachers at Longshan Academy all wore name badges, but this man had none and looked like a scruffy loafer from outside the school. Lu Ming wasn't intimidated at all and even planned to report him to the teachers after registration for his littering behavior. Are you Qin Hao, the one who ranked first? The teacher processing Qin Hao's ID card exclaimed loudly, her voice filling the room. Qin Hao, who among the new students didn't know that name? Instantly, all eyes turned to him, locking onto Qin Hao. The uncle's cold expression quickly faded as he raised his eyebrows and stepped closer to Qin Hao. Lu Ming raised his hand to stop him. Look, uncle, didn't you see my brother is busy? What do you want coming over here? Qin Hao glanced at the uncle and then turned away, touching his nose. If it's about being first, then yes, that would be me. Could you please process my ID card? The teacher, coming to her senses and masking her surprise, quickly finished the process and handed over a wristband. Your identity information has been registered. Congratulations, Qin Hao. From now on you are officially a freshman at Longshan Academy. This bracelet serves as a student terminal. Once you bind it with your identity card, you will be able to log into the Academy's network. There you can check out the Academy's events, tasks, earn credits, and exchange resources, among other small features that you can explore on your own. Qin Hao took the item as the teacher added, oh, and don't forget to pick up your personal flyer on the second floor, otherwise you'll be measuring the vastness of Longshan with your legs. The teacher cracked a small joke. Qin Hao smiled wryly and nodded. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. All right, next please. Qin Hao prepared to leave. Just then he noticed an older man beside him who hadn't left and was sizing him up. Qin Hao frowned. Sir, do you need something? What, sir? Do I look that old? Qin Ruoming said with slight annoyance, patting Qin Hao on the shoulder. Qin Hao instinctively tried to dodge, though the rough hand still landed on his shoulder. A moment of shock passed through Qin Hao's mind. This man was no ordinary person. Kid, not bad, you're pretty good, Qin Ruoming said, patting Qin Hao's shoulder heavily, his face filled with satisfaction. Come and visit the military department when you're free, I'll be waiting for you. With that he turned and walked away. It seemed as if he had been there specifically to meet Qin Hao. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, who was processing his identity card up front, stiffened and turned his head awkwardly to ask, brother, did he just say he's from where? The military department. The military. I'm done for. Qin Hao paid no attention to Lu Ming's lament and curiously searched his brain for the name Qin Ruoming, realizing he had never heard it before. This sparked his curiosity. Meanwhile, his arrival had inevitably caused a stir. As a terrifying figure who single-handedly eliminated nearly 1,000 students, everyone shuddered internally upon hearing his name. At the club recruitment area, a girl in black stopped filling out a form and looked toward the classroom, in front of the combat club. A talented young man whose arms Qin Hao had broken twitched his forehead and clenched his fist. The students around buzzed with excitement, crowding towards the classroom door. He's coming out. It's really Qin Hao. I'll never forget his face. During training he kicked me to death without a hint of mercy. Such a steel-hearted man. I can almost feel my butt hurting. Qin Hao hadn't expected such enthusiasm. The doorway was completely blocked. Everyone, could you make some room, please? Qin Hao gently asked. Whoosh! The crowd instantly parted to create a wide path. They stared intently at Qin Hao, some with excitement, some with resentment, and others with fear. Yet at Qin Hao's words they instinctively dispersed. Qin Hao sighed softly. He hadn't wanted to cause a big scene, which is why he had purposely worn a hat. still he was exposed by the teacher. Ah, such are the woes of being famous, Qin Hao murmured as he quickly left the scene. Is that really Qin Hao? Before the martial arts club, a young man in a tank top, his bronzed skin exposed, stood with his arms crossed, sizing up Qin Hao from a distance. Gu Ming nodded. Yes, that's him. I heard he single-handedly eliminated all the new students in your cohort? The young man beside him chuckled. Brother, I know you think we might be exaggerating, but this guy, he's really a freak. Gu Ming took a deep breath, looking seriously at his older brother Gu Peng. You know my strength, but he broke both my arms with just 2 palms and then shattered my skull. Recalling the moment his skull was pierced, Gu Ming's face turned pale. Gu Peng frowned, looking at his usually proud younger brother. You are afraid? Yes, his strength, it made me despair. I can't even remember clearly how he defeated me. It seemed like in an instant I was lying down like a dead dog. Gu Ming clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly as he watched the approaching figure of Xian Shang. You are a Gu family member, no matter what, you shouldn't fear anyone to this extent. Gu Peng's face showed a stern expression. He gripped his younger brother's shoulders firmly, then made a decision. Wait here, I'll show you. He's not invincible, you just need to train diligently rather than indulging in such useless self-doubt. Saying this, Gu Peng stepped toward the approaching figure of Xian Shang. Gu Ming's face twitched. Brother, be careful, he's really strong. Gu Ming grimaced. He felt as though he had forgotten something terrifying. All he remembered was being instantly defeated by Qin Hao, remembered how hundreds of students were defeated step by that demonic young man. But he felt there was something even more shocking he couldn't recall, which frustrated him to the point of wanting to smash his own skull. Little brother, you really disappoint me, Gu Peng said as he stretched his limbs and stood before Qin Hao, who frowned at the youth blocking his path. After a moment he stepped aside, trying to bypass him. However, the youth took a step to the right, blocking him again. What's up? Qin Hao asked. Gu Peng was well known in the academy, and as he blocked the way, more and more people gathered around. Behind the swordsmanship club's table, a frost-faced ice maiden noticed the commotion and opened her eyes to look in their direction. In front of the music club, a young man sitting on the ground playing the guqin covered the strings to stop the music. Amidst the crowd, a youth holding a new edition of the Campus Beauty Contest booklet put it away, pulled a red armband from his pocket, slipped it on and pushed through the crowd to the front. Gu Peng, what are you doing? If you have a problem, go to the sparring area. Private fights are forbidden in the academy. Gu Peng gave a sinister smile. Hey Chairman Lu, don't worry, I know the rules. He glanced at Qin Hao and nodded. Good to know. Buddy, please come with me. Qin Hao's frown deepened. Sensing trouble brewing, why, he looked at Gu Peng. I heard you're the top freshman, so I wanted to have a match with you. A match? Qin Hao blinked his eyes, then stepped to the side. Not interested. Come on, give me some face, don't make it hard for me, Gu Peng said with a grin, his slightly sinister gaze sweeping over Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked at him oddly. What does your embarrassment have to do with me? Are we close? After saying that, Qin Hao shook his head, speechless. However, Gu Peng still stood in his way, blocking him from leaving. Qin Hao's expression darkened, realizing that the other party was deliberately looking for trouble. He didn't expect that just by showing up someone would want to prove themselves. Were they that bored normally? Move aside, Qin Hao said coldly. Let's spar on the martial arts platform, I will make it easy for you. Gu Peng continued, still grinning. Completely ignoring Qin Hao's threat. Ridiculous. A cold light flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. The head of the disciplinary committee raised his eyebrows and quickly said, fellow student, private fights are forbidden by the academy. Qin Hao didn't care. He threw a punch directly. Roar! Behind him, the golden giant elephant emerged, its tremendous strength bolstering him. Gu Peng was just about to counter when he shockingly found that the strength in his body seemed to have frozen, unable to move. And Qin Hao's fist was already upon him. In great shock, he hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his face. Bang! Crack! Qin Hao's fist landed directly on his arms, a crisp sound echoing throughout the arena. Gu Peng's face instantly turned pale. At that moment, he felt like a prehistoric beast had slammed into him. He had never experienced such an overwhelming force, not even when facing wild beasts in the wilderness. With a loud bang, he was flung back almost without resistance, crashing heavily to the ground, his arms twisted into an unnatural angle. The crowd instantly fell silent. The seniors recognized Gu Peng, the president of the combat club, a solid 6th level combat master peak. His 100-battle demon ape martial spirit should have placed him in the top 50 within Longshan Academy, yet now he couldn't even release his martial spirit and was directly defeated, even his strongest arms broken. Lying on the ground, he looked utterly pitiful. the head of the disciplinary committee Lu Hongyun changed. His expression and hurried over to help Gu Peng up, then gestured to a few students wearing armbands who stepped out from the crowd. Quick, take him to the medical room. Lu Hongyun watched Gu Peng's pained expression and twisted arms, his eyelids twitching. Such a ruthless and decisive freshman. Was this the top freshman of this year? What kind of martial spirit was that so terrifying? Thoughts raced through Lu Hongyun's mind for a good 10 seconds before he managed to suppress the shock on his face and stepped in front of Qin Hao. Do you want to spar with me too? Qin Hao squinted his eyes, seeing the ferocity in his eyes. Lu Hongyun twitched the corner of his eye and hurriedly said, No, don't misunderstand, it's just that private fighting is forbidden by the academy, a rule set by the dean. Although it's not your fault, you still need to come with me to make a record. Even towards such a powerful individual, Lu Hongyun retained a trace of awe, since he was almost as strong as Gu Peng, and since Qin Hao could easily defeat Gu Peng, that meant he could beat him just as easily. He certainly wouldn't create trouble for himself. Moreover, it was indeed Gu Peng who initiated the conflict. Qin Hao frowned, glanced at Lu Hongyun's helpless expression and nodded. Wait until I've picked up my things. Good. Lu Hongyun sighed in relief. It was best if Qin Hao wasn't too difficult to talk to. Watching Qin Hao ascend the stairs, Lu Hongyun stroked his chin, endlessly amazed in his mind. The dominance and strength of this newcomer were beyond his imagination. In the distance, Gu Ming watched his older brother being defeated cleanly, his face twitching violently. He wanted to step forward and stop Qin Hao, but though he lifted his foot, he couldn't bring it down. After a few seconds, he turned and followed his brother. However, the impact of this incident was far from over. It would inevitably spread throughout the entire academy via the mouths of those present. In the distance, a young man playing the guqin closed his eyes, recalling the grace of that punch, and a smile appeared on his lips. A spirited Guanling San emerged spontaneously from his fingers. What happened? I just saw Gu Peng seemed hurt. Was there a private duel here? A deep voice sounded from behind Lu Hongyun. Director Lu, what brings you here? Lu Hongyun, seeing it was Lu Xingwen, changed his expression and hurriedly relayed the incident to him. You're saying Gu Peng blocked the way and demanded a duel, and then Qin Hao injured him? Lu Xingwen asked with wide eyes. Yes, Lu Hongyun nodded stiffly. Surprised to have been caught by the director himself, he had hoped to suppress the matter since he, as the head of the disciplinary committee, was present, yet it still resulted in injury. This was his negligence. Don't worry, I will ensure Qin Hao reflects on this properly, Lu Hongyun assured. However, to his surprise, Director Lu seemed unconcerned. Lu Xingwen casually waved his hand. Never mind, go about your business, no need for any reflections. After all, it was Gu Peng who instigated the trouble and he was simply not as skilled. You can't blame anyone else. Besides, where is Qin Hao? I actually need to see him. It took Lu Hongyun a few seconds to process Lu Xingwen's words. Hastily, he pointed upstairs. He went to collect a personal flying device. Lu Xingwen nodded and waved him off. All right, go about your business, I'll go find him. Saying this, he directly headed upstairs, leaving a stunned Lu Hongyun behind. What was going on? Was this still Director Lu? As the head of admissions, Director Lu had always been upright and resisted countless attempts by people trying to use power or money for their own ends. He was known throughout the school for his strict adherence to rules. Lu Hongyun had thought this would be a difficult situation, yet Director Lu had said to let it be, and even mentioned that Gu Peng's injury was self-inflicted. Confused, Lu Hongyun left perplexed. Several students from the disciplinary committee approached, asking in bewilderment, Boss, why did you leave? Isn't that new students supposed to come with us for a review? Exactly, boss, I think we really need to handle this properly. That Qin Hao needs to understand the rules of the academy. To injure a senior student right at the start, if we don't deal with it seriously, it will surely encourage a negative influence among the new students, making future management difficult. Indeed, this undermines the dignity of our disciplinary committee. Several members were arguing back and forth, almost ready to severely punish Qin Hao, whom they saw as a thorn in their side. Lu Hongyun, with a peculiar expression, reminded them, don't let Director Lu Xingwen hear you say that. Lu Hongyun had already noticed that Director Lu held Qin Hao in extremely high regard. No, not just high regard, but immense, unparalleled regard. Why, you ask? His subordinates still didn't understand. Lu Hongyun didn't find it appropriate to explain and annoyed kicked them. If I say not to mention it, then don't. Why ask so many questions? Go back and copy the Dragon Xian Discipline Management Guide 10 times. Oh no, not that. Please, big brother, I was wrong. Forgive me, big brother, they pleaded. Just as Qin Hao was about to leave with his hoverboard to wait for Bai Yi and the others, he ran into Lu Xingwen at the door. Seeing him, Lu Xingwen's stern face lit up with joy. He grabbed Qin Hao by the arm and said, "Qin Hao, come along, your reward has been prepared." A reward? Qin Hao's expression changed slightly, excitement rising in his heart. He always remembered the rewards Lu Xingwen had promised him before. The choice of an S-class treasure and all the cultivation resources covered by the academy. This was why he hadn't spent any money on resources yet, waiting for the academy to fulfill its promise. Okay, after going downstairs, they just happened to run into Lu Ming and Bai Yi, who had just finished getting their identity cards. Lu Xingwen raised an eyebrow and had them collect their hoverboards first, then follow along. After all, as the top 3 in training, they too had corresponding rewards, especially Bai Yi. Lu Xingwen remembered that after training ended, Gai Zhuang, a level 8 practitioner, had specifically asked for information about Bai Yi, intending to take him as a student. Lu Xingwen was also happy for him. This student, whom he had taken on a whim, was beginning to show his unique talents. In Dragon Xian, there is a very special building, the Dragon Xian Spire. Standing right in the center of Dragon Xian, this 150-meter tall spire, like a pillar reaching into the heavens, stands between heaven and earth. No matter where one is in Dragon Xian, just by looking up one can see this iconic structure. And this place is the resource distribution center of Dragon Xian. Lu Xingwen led Qin Hao and the other two through the bustling hall, entering a room on the right side of the hall. The hall was full of students exchanging points and handing over tasks, very noisy, but upon entering the room, the noise was immediately suppressed to the lowest level. There was already a male teacher waiting in the room. Seeing the 3 of them enter, the teacher put down his teacup and stood up with a smile. "Are these 3 the top performers of this session?" "Yes," Lu Xingwen chuckled and nodded. 2 of the top 3 were his recruits, and the third had ridden Qin Hao's coattails. This glory made Lu Xingwen very happy. Director Lu's insight is as sharp as ever. Truly young talent. "Don't stand, please sit," the teacher lightly complimented, gesturing with his hand. Once everyone was seated, the teacher took out 3 boxes and placed them on the table in front of them. The boxes each bore the names of the 3 individuals. Realizing what was inside, the trio felt a surge of excitement. Each box contained a magnetic card detailing their apartment accommodations and class schedules. Moreover, there were rewards for their grades. The third-place recipient would receive 1 resource exchange opportunity and 1 session of personal guidance from a director-level teacher. The second-place recipient would get 2 resource exchange opportunities, 2 sessions with a director-level teacher, and 1 A-grade martial technique of their choice. As for the first-place winner, they would receive 4 resource exchange opportunities, a personal guidance session with the dean, and 2 A-grade martial techniques of their choice. The teacher smiled and said, "Everything is inside, just scan with your bracelet and you can transfer the rewards to your personal account. 1 resource exchange opportunity can be exchanged for 50 credits of training resources, and you can check the prices of various resources using your bracelet. When needed, you can place orders directly on your bracelet or log in through a computer with your bracelet ID." Listening to the teacher, Qin Hao took a gold magnetic card from the box labeled with his name. It had a passcode that could be scanned with a bracelet to load the information securely. Qin Hao immediately set to work, activating his bracelet's scanning feature and aiming it at the gold card. Seconds later, the bracelet's small screen displayed the card's information. For resource exchanges, 1 Dean's guidance session and 2 martial arts techniques, all readily accessible with a click. Very convenient. "Thank you, teacher." Qin Hao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." Lu Ming and Bai Yi also finished checking their rewards and showing delighted expressions. "Quickly thanked the teacher. "You earned these yourselves." "No need to thank me," the teacher responded with a smile and a wave of his hand. At that moment, Lu Xingwen said, "Okay, Lu Ming and Bai Yi, you go ahead to the apartment and take your time to look over everything. The information should already be in your bracelets." Qin Hao, "Stay back. I have something else to discuss with you." "Alright, goodbye, teacher." Lu Ming and Bai Yi wisely stood up and left the room. Lu Xingwen turned to the teacher, who nodded knowingly, took Qin Hao's bracelet and connected it to a laptop. "Next, we'll upgrade your bracelet to a super privilege level. From now on, whenever you need resources, you can purchase them anytime and they will be delivered to your designated location," Lu Xingwen explained, smiling lightly in response to Qin Hao's inquiring look. "All resources will be free of charge." Qin Hao's eyes widened as he could almost hear his heart pounding with excitement. However, Lu Xingwen added, "I must remind you that although we do not restrict students on how to utilize resources, I hope you will use them wisely and not waste them. After all, the Academy's resources aren't conjured from thin air." Xin Hao paused, then quickly responded, "Don't worry, Director Lu, I won't squander them." Good. Lu Xingwen nodded with satisfaction. After a while the teacher finished the operation and handed the enhanced bracelet back to Xin Hao with a look of admiration. While reading the information from the wristband, he naturally saw some data about this top new student. Staring at those terrifying numbers, even he, a teacher from the resources department, couldn't help but be shocked. "Xin Hao, among your rewards, one is the right to choose an S-level equipment. I can't handle this here. You'll need to see Teacher Chang from the secret items department for that." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Mr. Wang, you may go on with your other duties," Lu Xingwen said with a chuckle. Mr. Wang nodded, said no more, and stood up to leave. Now only Lu Xingwen and Xin Hao remained in the room. Lu Xingwen's expression grew serious. Knowing there must be something important to discuss, Xin Hao sat upright and waited quietly. After a few seconds, Lu Xingwen began to speak cautiously. "Xin Hao, we called you here not only to give you your rewards but also to discuss two other matters. First, can you clarify something for me? What's the deal with your numerous martial spirits?" Lu Xingwen's gaze was intense as he looked at Xin Hao, a suppressed excitement in his eyes. Xin Hao wasn't too surprised. He had anticipated this. Since he had used his abilities, it was inevitable that they would be revealed, and he had no intention of hiding them. Moreover, he was prepared with his answer. "Teacher Lu, are you aware of the true capabilities of the divine elephant dragon demon?" Xin Hao asked calmly. Lu Xingwen's eyes narrowed and he seemed to guess the answer. The divine elephant dragon demon, behind its formidable combat power, possesses a most terrifying ability to replicate martial spirits. Lu Xingwen's breathing became heavy. He was right, and this replication, what does it require? Lu Xingwen's voice trembled slightly. Xin Hao shook his head. "It doesn't require any conditions, just a few glances and I can replicate." "No conditions? Fantastic, fantastic!" Lu Xingwen exclaimed excitedly, pacing around the room and repeating the word fantastic. Suddenly he approached Xin Hao, grabbed his shoulders with joy and said, "Indeed, having you here is a fortune for Long Xian." Lu Xingwen took a moment to calm his emotions, thinking he was prepared, but Xin Hao's answer still surprised him greatly. After a few minutes, Lu Xingwen finally regained his composure, took a deep breath and sat down again. "Now on to the second matter," he continued. "This also comes directly from the dean, who instructed that it could only be discussed after confirming the first matter." "The dean himself instructed this?" Xin Hao listened intently. "Given the uniqueness of your martial spirit and your formidable strength, the dean has decided to cancel your regular training classes and switch to martial spirit observation. For the next month, the dean will mobilize all teachers and students in the academy in secret to display their martial spirits for you to replicate. Meanwhile, this month will be a time for you to focus fully on enhancing your skills. We will request military instructor Qin to come and, along with the dean, teach you about martial spirit capabilities, various martial techniques and tactics. I believe you also understand that your combat skills and understanding of martial spirits are actually quite shallow." Xin Hao nodded. He was well aware of his situation. Previously, due to blocked meridians, he couldn't even perform basic physical exercises. As frail as a chicken, no, even weaker than a chicken. At least a chicken can run and jump and dare to peck at people, but him, a little overexertion would severely affect his cardiopulmonary function, and even the oxygen supply throughout his body couldn't be adequately provided. That day, when he suddenly awakened, he didn't have much time to refine himself. The only period was during that more than 1.5 months of training in Yincheng. At that time, people at the Yincheng military base even thought he had training syndrome, but only he knew that he was just trying to make up for what he had missed before. Xin Hao clenched his fists, feeling a surge of excitement. The old dean's arrangement was undoubtedly the most suitable for his situation. It would allow him to improve significantly in a short time, not to mention advancing the divine elephant dragon demon to the 9th realm. Even adding a few more to the 8th realm would be excellent. This would greatly enrich his techniques against enemies. At that moment, Lu Xingwen continued, "Do you remember the question you asked in Yincheng?" Xin Hao's memory flickered back to that conversation in the corridor. Lu Xingwen had said, "Cultivating a martial spirit is not as simple as you think." Could it be? As seeing the expression on Xin Hao's face, Lu Xingwen gave a faint smile. "You guessed right. Wu Peng is indeed not at the 8th realm. In fact, he has just entered the 7th realm, but he made you feel the threat comparable to the 8th realm. All this is because of Wu Peng's exceptional understanding and skilled use of the martial spirit. The martial spirit is far more complex than you think. The dean will explain the details to you later. I won't go on about it here." After speaking, Lu Xingwen chuckled, patted his buttocks and stood up. by the way, the dean hopes that you try not to reveal too much about the martial spirit in the future, otherwise it might attract some trouble. Lu Xingwen seemed to recall something and warned. Xin Hao nodded. Okay, I understand. Alright, then there's nothing else for now. You should go back and check on your apartment now. I'll come to find you tomorrow morning and take you to the dean. Lu Xingwen patted his back and turned to leave. Just then Xin Hao suddenly remembered something. By the way, Director Lu, who you mentioned, Master Qin, who was he? To be able to teach alongside the dean and even have Lu Xingwen address him as Master Qin, his identity and strength must be extraordinarily high. Master Qin. You should have met him. Lu Xingwen looked at Xin Hao in surprise. I heard he was waiting for you at the registration after he finished training. Didn't you see him? Waiting for me at registration? Xin Hao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered the old man who randomly spat trash everywhere. Is that Master Qin called Qin Rumming? Xin Hao's eyes twitched. That's him, but try to respectfully address him as Master Qin in the future. Lu Xingwen waved his hand and left. Try to respectfully address him. Xin Hao felt particularly speechless. Not only had he called him by his name, but he had also mocked the man. Recalling the way they had bantered, Xin Hao unconsciously tensed his feet, digging his toes tightly into the soles of his shoes. How awkward. No way. Xin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. It shouldn't be him feeling awkward, it should be Lu Ming. That guy sure had a lot to say back then. Xin Hao hadn't forgotten how Lu Ming had mocked Master Qin before. Tisk tisk tisk, brother Lu, you're done for. Ha ha ha. At Yanjing Higher Martial Institute, Chen Yulong sat on his bed silently staring at a piece of paper in his hand. The paper simply read, Xin Hao possesses a twin martial spirit. This information was given to him almost as soon as he arrived in Yanjing, just when the head of the Chunyu Corporation learned of Xin Hao's twin spirits. But he only spread this news, and then Xin Hao, with a thunderous force, led people to completely obliterate the Chunyu Corporation. This news had puzzled Chen Yulong for over a month. He couldn't understand why the old man suddenly shared this information with him. Was it to make him wary of Xin Hao, or was there some other scheme? But now, having just learned of the destruction of the Chunyu Corporation, he understood. It wasn't that the old man didn't tell him, but that he didn't have the chance. Considering the old man's usual tactics, Chen Yulong almost instantly understood the cause and effect. It was simply that the old man was interested in Xin Hao's talent and was curious to study it. However outmatched, he was instead destroyed. Yet words were just words, and after all, he was a Chunyu. This vengeance could not be ignored. Chen Yulong's handsome face twitched slightly, his hands tightly clutching the crumpled paper. He had looked at this note numerous times over the past month, now filled with creases, yet he could never decipher its significance. Now finally knowing this message became his sharp sword to strike at Xin Hao. Xin Hao, you're doing quite well. Chen Yulong closed his eyes, recalling the scene at the Awakening field where the young man was spirited in the center of attention. He did not hate Xin Hao, as it was his family's just deserts, but likewise he would not let Xin Hao go because his name was Chen Yulong. Brother Long, the director is looking for you. A voice came from outside the apartment. Chen Yulong opened his eyes, swallowed the piece of paper, and then his face regained calmness. Walking out with a spring in his step. All right, I'm coming. Hello, who is this? Hello, speak please. Bai Yi held the phone in one hand and pinched a piece of paper with another. The paper bore a number, the name Gai Zhuang. Listening to the continuous inquiries from the phone, Bai Yi's throat moved, but he couldn't speak. Oh, Bai Yi, you're in this apartment too? What are you doing? At that moment, Xin Hao returned from the resource distribution center and entered the student apartment, seeing Bai Yi sitting stiffly in the living room. Bai Yi showed him the phone. Making a call. Xin Hao realized Bai Yi couldn't speak, so he walked over and took the phone. I'll speak. Who is this exactly? From the other side, Gai Shuang was still asking. Xin Hao glanced at the piece of paper, remembering the other party's identity. Teacher Gai Zhuang, I'm Xin Hao. Yes, Bai Yi's friend. Oh, it wasn't me who called, it was Bai Yi. However, due to certain reasons he couldn't speak, so I took the liberty of making the call on his behalf. Gai Zhuang was momentarily stunned. If he can't talk, why make a call? Can't he just send a text? He asked reflexively. The call was on speakerphone and Bai Yi was right beside, listening clearly. Send a text. Xin Hao paused slightly, blinked and turned to look at Bai Yi beside him. Bai Yi's face, still somewhat youthful, quickly turned crimson, his body trembling slightly, his legs tensely stretched out. Xin Hao understood this reaction all too well. Perhaps if Bai Yi took off his shoes he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes right then and there. Bai Yi swiftly snatched the phone away and hung up, then sent a message. Hello teacher, this is Bai Yi. Gai Zhuang, looking at the disconnected call, blinked in confusion. Isn't this kid overthinking it? the call was already made and he knows who you are, why not just speak directly? Xin Hao coughed lightly, choosing not to address the awkwardness of the situation. He sat down his belongings and began familiarizing himself with the surroundings. Meanwhile, Bai Yi sat alone in the living room, rapidly tapping on his phone. The apartment was a standalone unit with a courtyard 2 stories tall, with each level having its own bathroom. It seemed only he and Bai Yi were living there, as Qin Hao only saw 2 bedrooms, besides the study, kitchen, training room and even a media room. The spacious and thoughtful layout pleased Qin Hao. After touring the entire apartment and getting acquainted with it, Qin Hao carried his belongings up to the second-floor bedroom. From then on, this would be his second home. With a slight excitement, he began to arrange his room, busy until late into the night before he went to sleep satisfied. The next day, Qin Hao got up early. The month and a half of rigorous training in Yinshang had ingrained in him the habit of early to bed and early to rise. It was just dawn and Qin Hao thought Bai Yi was still asleep, but after washing up and coming downstairs, he saw a breakfast already laid out on the table, 3 simple buns and a bowl of white porridge still steaming. Qin Hao grinned and ate heartily. Stepping outside into the courtyard, he saw Bai Yi as usual, dressed in a plain white short-sleeved shirt, his hands wrapped in satin ribbons, practicing boxing. His movements were either robust and straightforward, breaking the morning mist with a punch, or soft like silk, brushing leaves without moving them, or cruel and treacherous, aiming at the body's vital points. The mysterious and ever-changing techniques mesmerized Qin Hao. He thought to himself, this must be the Jiazi combat technique that even Director Fang of Yanjing High Court couldn't stop praising. At that moment, Bai Yi noticed Qin Hao. After finishing his set, he stood and looked at Qin Hao with an increasingly intense gaze. A few seconds later, he raised his hand and beckoned to Qin Hao, looking for a sparring partner. Qin Hao realized, his face showing delight. Good, let's do it. He walked down the steps, and during this process a layer of red light appeared on his body. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, stepped back 2 steps, and a deeper red light emerged from his fists, gradually spreading over his entire body. Up the breeze passed by, stirring the grass and dropping a few dewdrops. In a flash, Qin Hao and Bai Yi moved simultaneously. Bang! The two covered several meters in a single breath, their fists glowing red colliding with a heavy impact. Whoosh! A ring of airwaves burst from their fists, pushing back the morning fog. A smile crept over Qin Hao's face. Again, he exclaimed. Bai Yi, unfazed, matched Qin Hao's punches with equal ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists meeting flesh was relentless. The force of their punches scattered the morning mist throughout the courtyard. Bai Yi grew stronger as the battle progressed, his fighting spirit escalating with each punch, each one fiercer than the last. Qin Hao, though possessing a mysterious martial soul of only level 5 strength, had undergone a baptism of formidable power which significantly enhanced his physical condition, surpassing Bai Yi's. Thus, despite being somewhat weaker in combat skills, he could still withstand Bai Yi's assaults. Unaware of how much time had passed, the street lamps outside the courtyard had already turned off and more students began to appear. Suddenly, a coughing fit interrupted the two combatants. They stopped and stepped back. Lu Xingwen walked in looking annoyed. It's good to train diligently, but moderation is key. If I hadn't stopped you, Bai Yi, you might have advanced to level 6. Don't you realize how taxing your martial soul is on your body? Do you still want to attend class later? Bai Yi grinned. However, Lu Xingwen was right. Bai Yi's martial soul grew stronger through continual combat, which also significantly drained his physical energy. Once during training as a freshman, Bai Yi had nearly collapsed from exhaustion. You'll have more chances to train in class later. Has Teacher Guy looked for you? Lu Xingwen asked. Bai Yi nodded. Then you better hurry over. Waving his hand, Lu Xingwen turned to Qin Hao. You two, the dean is already waiting. Come with me. With that, he turned and left. The passing students watched their backs with envy. Undoubtedly, Qin Hao was being personally mentored by the dean. Considering Qin Hao's formidable strength, they sighed. Envy was indeed hard to muster. Following Lu Xingwen, Qin Hao arrived at the dean's office. There he saw the elderly man sitting behind the desk and a disheveled uncle seated in the guest chair. Young man, we meet again, said Qin Ruoming with a meaningful smile. Qin Hao hesitated for a moment before bowing respectfully. Master Qin, I didn't agree to help. Just to hear that, Qin Ruoming chuckled, waving his hand dismissively and looking at the dean, who was scrutinizing Qin Hao. Dean, since he's here, why don't we start? Lu Xingwen tactfully closed the door and left. Just as Master Qin wishes. I too can hardly wait, the dean replied with a cheerful nod. Qin Hao was taken aback. Even the venerable dragon Xian Dean addressed this uncle as Master Qin. Just who was this man? At that moment, Qin Ruoming flicked his fingers gently. A glimmer of light flashed from his fingertips. The next second the space around them rippled like water as if doorways were opening in front of Qin Hao. A familiar world unfolded before his eyes. Qin Hao once again entered the world he had been in during freshman training, location the central square. Qin Hao looked around in astonishment at the familiar surroundings, then he abruptly turned to face the unkempt man before him. Could it really be that this scruffy-looking individual was the architect of that fictitious world? Unbeknownst to many, he had drawn thousands of people into this realm. With such power, it was no wonder even the dean respectfully addressed him as Master Qin. "All right, enough showing off," the old dean said irritably, walking up to Qin Hao with his hands behind his back. "Before we begin your training, Qin Hao, we need to first teach you the true method of cultivating the martial soul." The true method of cultivating the martial soul. Qin Hao furrowed his brows and listened intently. "No need to be so formal, sit down and listen," Master Qin said, clapping his hands. Immediately a chair appeared behind the three of them and a tea table materialized in front with 3 cups of steaming fragrant tea. An invisible force nudged Qin Hao to sit down, and he did so without resistance, quietly taking his seat. The old dean picked up a cup of tea, moistened his lips, and began to explain. Intermediate martial academies should have taught that the martial soul stems from one's bloodline. To temper the muscles, bones, and bloodlines is to temper the martial soul. Thus, from a young age, children begin to toughen their muscles and refine their vitality to enhance the power of their bloodlines, thereby awakening a powerful martial soul. Qin Hao nodded slightly. The old dean was correct, these were indeed the teachings of intermediate martial academies. The primary role of intermediate academies is to guide students in their cultivation before awakening. Once awakened, one can enter higher-level martial academies to study more profound methods of cultivation. However, the dean shifted his tone. This explanation is not comprehensive. There are actually 2 aspects to the martial soul. One is the muscles and flesh, and the other is the spirit and heart. If intermediate academies teach the tempering of muscles, then higher-level academies teach the integration of spirit and heart. Qin Hao's eyes widened in surprise. He had never read such knowledge in any of the scattered books he came across, but then he thought perhaps such profound methods were kept in the hands of the national elite as they should be. "I heard from Lu Xingwen that you once asked him why Wu Pun, despite not reaching the 8th realm, possessed such formidable strength," the old dean said with a smiling gaze at Qin Hao. Qin Hao nodded. "Yes, Director Lu said you would have the answer for me." The old dean chuckled. "Indeed, I can provide you with the answer. It's all because Wu Peng has begun to achieve unity with his martial soul. Only by doing so can he fully unleash his martial soul's potential, maximizing his cultivation efficiency. The difference in power that one can exert by merging with one's martial soul, compared to merely using it, is vast. It's like a warrior wearing armor, which certainly increases his defense and attack power. But compared to a robot made entirely of metal, he still falls short. After all, inside the armor is still a fragile human body. But becoming one with the martial soul is akin to becoming the martial soul itself. This not only enhances control over the martial soul but also smoothens the flow of power, leading to a qualitative leap in strength. And concerning this, there's an even more important hypothesis." The old dean's gaze deepened as he fixed his eyes on Qin Hao. He instinctively tensed up, his mind racing with a thought. Once one merges with their martial spirit, could they possibly control multiple spirits at once? Qin Hao's eyes narrowed sharply, nearly unable to keep his composure. Controlling multiple martial spirits simultaneously, headmaster, is this really possible? "It's just a hypothesis," the old headmaster explained with a trace of regret on his face, which quickly disappeared. "After all, we haven't found a second person with dual martial spirits to test this theory." Even though they hadn't encountered anyone with dual martial spirits, they had met Qin Hao, a man more freakish than any dual spirit wielder. This hypothesis might just be proven true with him. The old headmaster placed great expectations on Qin Hao, who was deeply stirred and took a long time to calm down. He drained his cup of tea in one gulp, slightly alleviating the dryness in his mouth. "This speculation is truly earth-shattering," he chuckled. "So, you must diligently cultivate, merge with your martial spirit as soon as possible, and then see if this hypothesis can be verified, if it turns out to be true." The headmaster didn't finish his sentence, but Qin Hao could already imagine the scenario. Following this, the headmaster began to explain various methods and conditions for merging with a martial spirit, greatly benefiting Qin Hao, who soon entered a state of cultivation. He summoned a beast martial spirit and tried to merge his mind with it, attempting to penetrate its core mysteries. This process was not simple, and in fact the headmaster did not expect Qin Hao to master it in a short time. Today's main goal was to explain the relevant concepts to him just to give him a preliminary understanding. Time passed slowly. Xinsher set up a chessboard and was playing against the headmaster. No point in playing anymore. How long has it been? Seeing that he was about to lose again, Xinsher casually scattered the pieces across the board, messing up the game. The headmaster immediately flared his nostrils and glared. "You sore loser, if you can't win you start cheating, no point in continuing this game." Xinsher rolled his eyes, leaned back and asked again, "How long has it been?" "About 4 hours." The headmaster grunted, reluctantly dropping the chess piece. "It's been a whole morning and it seems today won't be the day to find the way. Let's start my teaching then." He stood up and lightly patted Qin Hao's shoulder. At that moment Qin Hao's body shook violently and the B-level beast martial spirit behind him seemed to come alive, leaping into his body. Instantly Qin Hao's body underwent various changes, showing signs of beast transformation. The headmaster stood up suddenly, a flash of brilliance in his eyes, his beard quivering. "He's touched the threshold." Xinsher was also surprised. Although Qin Hao was only using a B-level beast spirit, to have glimpsed the path in just 4 hours was remarkable. He looked at the headmaster. "What's the fastest record in the academy?" After a moment's thought, the headmaster replied, 18 hours, also with a B-level spirit. "He's nearly 5 times faster." "What kind of monster is this boy?" Xinsher's eyes gleamed, staring transfixed at Qin Hao, who was sitting cross-legged. Soon the abnormal transformation on Qin Hao's body faded and he slowly came to. "Dean, I think I've touched upon some kind of threshold," Qin Hao suddenly realized, turning to look at the old dean with excitement in his eyes. "Yes, you have indeed touched the threshold and it took you only 4 hours." The old dean sighed wistfully, his gaze upon Qin Hao somewhat peculiar, as if he wished to dissect him and see what unusual breed he belonged to. In the vast central square the old dean held a cup of fragrant tea sitting at the edge of the square. On the deserted square the figures of the old and the young constantly clashed. The sound of their swords clashing was incessant, like the ringing of iron. "Too slow, faster." Qin Ruoming's voice echoed lightly across the square. Qin Hao, gripping the dragon scale knife, launched a deadly attack on Qin Ruoming at his fastest speed, each move targeting vital points. His figure even started to produce multiple afterimages indistinguishable to the ordinary eye as to which was real and which was fake. However, Qin Ruoming easily saw through it. Holding an ordinary Shin iron sword, his stance steady as he effortlessly blocked Qin Hao's attacks. "Let's stop here. Your speed is still too slow." At one moment Qin Ruoming forced Qin Hao back with a single sword strike, his face solemn as he looked at the young man before him. "You possess the power of the 8th realm, but you wield it like a child. Perhaps relying on switching between multiple martial souls allowed you to defeat Gai Zhuang. But once you are limited to using one type of martial soul, your shortcomings are immediately apparent. This won't do. The world is full of bizarre martial souls as numerous as the stars in the sky, and you never know when you might fall into an enemy's carefully laid trap. Thus, you must be able to unleash 100% of your power in any situation. Please teach me, Master Qin." Qin Hao stood at a distance, panting heavily, intently listening to Qin Ruoming's admonishment. With a casual flick, Qin Ruoming's Shin iron sword merged into the void and vanished. He walked over to the old dean, a chair appearing out of nowhere, and he sat down with a thump. "Now that you know your shortcomings, let's begin training your speed and reaction time. You can move on to the next subject once you meet the standard." Just as Qin Hao wondered what kind of training it would be, the ground of the square suddenly began to tremble. The ground cracked open, unleashing countless tiny earth spikes. At a glance there were at least tens of thousands. "When you can perfectly dodge every single earth spike, you will have met the standard," said Qin Ruoming, waving his hand. Immediately Qin Hao felt an immense gravitational force pressing down on him, nearly crushing him to the ground. His flesh trembled as if it wanted to detach from his body and join the earth. In such a situation, moving even a step was difficult, let alone dodging the countless flying spikes. Qin Ruoming gave him no time to react. Earth spikes shot towards him almost instantaneously. Puff, puff, puff. In just a second, Qin Hao was hit by a dozen earth spikes, leaving needle-sized blood holes all over his body. Pain engulfed Qin Hao's spirit like a tide. Minutes passed and Qin Hao, now a bloodied figure, could no longer support his body and collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless as if dead. The old dean furrowed his brows, glancing at Qin Ruoming. "Isn't this a bit too much? After all, he has only been at level 8 for a short time." Qin Ruoming looked at Qin Hao and confidently smiled, saying, "Don't worry, old dean, this kid, he's not as fragile as you think." At that moment Qin Hao, who had been lying down for a few minutes, started to stir. A faint green light emerged from within him, healing his injuries. His body also began to gradually adapt to the powerful gravity. Half an hour later, Qin Hao stood up. The healing green light filled his body, continuously repairing his injuries. No sooner had an injury healed than it would be pierced again, but Xin Hao kept going. Another half hour passed and Xin Hao was able to slowly move and even start swinging his weapon under that terrifying gravity. This made his situation much better. Another hour passed. The old dean had already finished 4 cups of tea. By now, Xin Hao was able to run briefly. As earthen spikes attacked, he could block most of them with his sword. Then he would use his healing spirit to treat his wounds. After healing, he continued to practice. This cycle repeated. Xin Hao seemed to have forgotten the 2 watchers lost in this blood-filled training. The terrifying training brought terrifying progress. Another 2 hours passed. Xin Hao was now able to sprint under that heavy gravity, the earth spikes hardly able to injure him anymore. The injuries on his body became fewer and fewer, until 2 hours later, he was able to easily dodge the attacking earth spikes, and that terrifying gravity no longer affected him. He moved like a nimble dancer, freely dancing through the barrage of earth spikes. His extraordinary adaptability and learning capability left the old dean lost in thought, uttering words filled with emotion. Qin Rumming sat with his arms crossed, quietly watching. After a long while, a gratified smile appeared on his rugged, weather-worn face. There is hope for China. He will surely surpass me and step into the despair-inducing 11th realm. In just a few words, astounding information was revealed. Qin Rumming, the martial god of China, invincible at level 10. Teacher, I am willing to join the experimental project. After a night of thought, Chen Yulong pushed open the door to the office of the director of the Yanjing Academy Experimental Department. Looking at the national elders sitting behind the desk, a man holding countless resources, Chen Yulong maintained the utmost respect. He bowed slightly, standing 2 meters in front of the desk, expressing his willingness. The director Jie Woming lifted his head, his slightly aged face showing a hint of gratification. Good, Yulong, you really didn't disappoint me. I heard that during the recruitment in Yincheng you encountered an unprecedented SSS-grade martial spirit. Yes, his name is Qin Hao. Chen Yulong replied with a gentle smile. His talent really amazed everyone, stunning all the teachers and making the students envious. Haha, envy is good. Envy gives them the motivation to surpass. Jie Woming waved his hand grandly, handing over a document to Chen Yulong. Take a look. The experiment has reached its final step. We just need a suitable subject. And your Holy Throne Angel Martial Spirit is the perfect experimental subject. With it, the success rate of this experiment could reach over 70%. By then you will be the focus of not just all of China but the entire world. Not to mention an SSS-grade martial spirit. Should another one appear, it would merely serve as a foil to you. These encouraging words from Jie Woming brought a faint smile to Chen Yu's face, though he was somewhat skeptical inside. 2 SSS-grade martial spirits just as a foil, how could that be possible? However, when he looked at the title on the cover of the document, his breath stopped for a moment. No wonder the director dared to make such a bold statement. If this project succeeded, what would merely an SSS-grade martial spirit compare to? The plain white cover starkly displayed the words, "On the experimentation of artificial martial spirit transplantation / multiple martial spirits symbiosis, example 24, Celestial God Project." The next morning, Qin Hao woke up early, completely healed thanks to the treatment of the exquisite heart herb. After eating the breakfast left by Bai Yi, Qin Hao practiced again with Bai Yi in the courtyard. Following yesterday's reminder from Lu Xingwen, the two only briefly sparred to warm up before ending the session. Afterwards, Qin Hao once again visited the dean's office. Qin Rumming was already waiting. As usual, the dean taught Qin Hao how to merge with his martial spirit, followed by training with Qin Rumming. In front of a level 10 martial artist, Qin Hao was almost completely overpowered. Without the slightest ability to fight back, Qin Rumming always pushed him to his ultimate limits, then squeezed out his potential. In this brutal trial of blood and pain, Qin Hao's progress was visibly rapid, thus he continued in both pain and pleasure. This routine lasted for half a month. One day Qin Hao went to the dean's office as usual, but today Qin Rumming did not appear. As Qin Hao wondered, the dean stood up with a smile, saying that they would not practice today. The path of cultivation should balance work and rest, and too much is as bad as too little. So today let's check out the academy's activities and relax a bit. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, sensing something, and quickly followed the dean out of the office. Inside the open-air stadium that could accommodate 40 to 50,000 people, the atmosphere was incredibly charged. Numerous new and old students, along with teachers, gathered here. According to annual tradition, today was the day of the Longxian Academy's yearly martial combat convention. to inspire the students' enthusiasm for cultivation and also to showcase the academy's vibrant spirit and strength. Every year at this time, Longxian would hold a martial combat convention where students of all levels could freely sign up to compete in the top 100 ladder rankings. Also, students from various top martial academies in Longxian Bay City would gather together to participate, although they could not enter the top 100 ladder rankings. Winning would still bring generous rewards and also significant reputation. After all, as the strongest academy within Longxian Bay City, Longxian Academy had become an invincible symbol. It would indeed be a glorious achievement for a student from the outer academies to defeat a student from Longxian. Not only would it bring honor to the individual, but it would also bring immense prestige to their academy. Just imagine during recruitment saying, "Our students have defeated those from Longxian." That alone would be a golden advertisement. I wonder if Longxian has any top talents this year. Those old faces have become too familiar. It seems there are a few. I've heard that some individuals have been quite prominent in Longxian these past 2 weeks. This year's Bidahai and Jingshi academies seem to have produced some extraordinary talents already preparing for this martial arts conference. I wonder how many from Longxian they can defeat. Xinhao followed the dean into the venue, overhearing a conversation among a few passing students. From their uniforms, they were not from Longxian. Today is the day for the martial contest among students from various top academies in Longxian City, and you're free to observe to your heart's content, the old dean smiled gently, explaining. Moreover, this time I and the deans from various academies have revised the rules to allow teachers to participate as well. Don't miss this great opportunity. The old dean patted Xinhao on the shoulder, placing great expectations on him. Xinhao felt a warmth in his heart and thanked him earnestly. He knew that the old dean did all this to facilitate his quick growth. It must have cost the old dean a lot to get the agreement of so many other deans. Moved, Xinhao stepped into the special viewing stand where many teachers were already seated, including several deans and senior figures from the major academies of Longxian City. Dean Wen, it's been a long time. Your spirit is as good as ever, greeted the teachers one after another. Dean Wen nodded and smiled in response, taking a seat in the middle while Lu Xingwen hurriedly moved a chair to just behind and beside the dean. Xinj, take a seat. It's about to start, the old dean said to Xinhao. Only then did many of the teachers notice the student following the old dean. They had thought he was just an ordinary student who had come along the way, but now from Lu Xingwen's actions and the old dean's care, they realized the student was not simple. Dean Wen, who is this child? Oh, him. The dean glanced at him and said nonchalantly, just a student I recently took in, brought him here to see the world. Xinhao smiled shyly and said humbly, greetings to all the teachers. After speaking, he sat up straight and watched intently as the martial arts conference on the stage was about to begin. A student of the old dean, the teachers were taken aback, scrutinizing Xinhao more closely. To be a student of the dean and treated so affectionately, the student was definitely not simple. Dean, why not let your student go up and showcase his skills? The dean of Jingshi Academy asked with a chuckle. No, his learning is still shallow. Let's not flaunt it, the old dean refused outright. That's a pity, the dean of Jingshi Academy said, smacking his lips somewhat regretfully. After a brief introduction by the host, the martial arts competition officially began. The atmosphere in the arena instantly ignited. Many people shouted the names of their academies, boosting their own morale. Watch closely, the old dean whispered to Xinhao as he patted his hand. Indeed, the competition had begun. To Xinhao's surprise, the first to step onto the stage was Bai Yi. Rumor had it that he had been taken as a disciple by Gai Zhuang, the swordmaster of Longxian. Xinhao had experienced Gai Zhuang's strength firsthand. His attacks were sharp and his sword strikes thunderous. After training with Gai Zhuang for half a month, Bai Yi had also acquired some of Gai Zhuang's imposing aura. As soon as he made his move, he unleashed an onslaught as fierce as a storm. In no time, he defeated his opponent from Jingshi Academy, earning cheers from the Longxian students. Xinhao enthusiastically applauded, both happy for Bai Yi and for having another martial spirit in his academy. After this victorious start, the enthusiasm of the Longxian students soared even higher. One by one, they took to the stage, matching skills with students from various top academies across Longxian Bay City. Powerful and mysterious martial spirits were revealed one after another, keeping the atmosphere intensely charged. In the stands, a young man couldn't help but beam with pride. Today was destined to be a fruitful day for Xinhao. Longxian Academy, Hang Xingyan wins, the referee announced loudly. The young man on the stage stepped down with a triumphant air while his defeated opponents slunk away dejectedly. With that, Longxian secured its 18th consecutive victory. The students of Long Xian, as if injected with adrenaline, shouted excitedly, their taunts causing the faces of students from other academies to turn ashen. However, in the face of such overwhelming strength, they found themselves unable to retort. Think you can climb over us, Long Xian, to the top? Look at yourselves first, one Long Xian student mocked. Frogs in a well, not knowing the vastness of the sky. Long Xian, being one of the top academies in the country, isn't afraid to let you challenge us. The students from other schools had come with a clear purpose: to enhance their reputations by stepping over Long Xian. Thus the students from Long Xian did not hold back in their mockery. So frustrating, these people are too arrogant. How can none of our academies find someone to beat them? A female student from another school declared. Isn't it said that Jingshi and Bai Tao have strong freshmen this year? Where are they? Have they chickened out? What nonsense are you spouting? Are Long Gu scared? Then let him show up. Amid the noisy scene in the spectator stands, Qin Hao shook his head silently and turned his gaze to the competition stage. The 19th match had already begun. Both students from the opposing sides entered the arena. This competition had few restrictions. If one side sent a person up and someone from the other side believed they could defeat them, they could join the fight. But as one of the nation's top academies, those who entered Long Xian were geniuses from various regions, nurtured with abundant resources. The chances of these outsiders defeating a student from Long Xian were slim indeed. As expected, within minutes Longshuan's contestant claimed victory again. Meanwhile, Qin Hao acquired 2 more martial spirits. Throughout 19 battles, Qin Hao had amassed a total of 35 martial spirits, including 3 from freshmen whose spirits he had duplicated during training. Now, Qin Hao's capabilities in various martial spirit categories were as follows. Both beast and weapon spirits had reached the 8th realm of war generals. After training with the freshmen, both elemental and superhero spirits had advanced to the 6th realm of war warriors. Plant spirits were at the 7th realm of war generals, while the mysterious spirits were at the 5th realm of war warriors. At this level, with the exception of the mysterious category, enhancing further would require many high-level spirits. Although the mysterious spirits were easier to upgrade due to their lower level, they were exceedingly rare, making them just as challenging to improve. In contrast, the beast spirits, already at the 8th realm, held the most potential for a breakthrough. Having accumulated many throughout the training and being one of the most common types of spirits, there was a hopeful chance for advancement to the 9th realm of war kings among the many students present. A gleam of anticipation flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. Suddenly, a roar like a tsunami erupted from the surrounding stands. Qianlong, 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 the top freshman of Jingshi Academy. Qianlong. Qin Hao's curiosity piqued, and he leaned slightly forward to look at the pathway below. A figure with hands in his pockets, head held high and chest out, strode forward. The students from Jingshi Academy cheered even louder, as if a savior had descended to rescue them from peril. Qianlong stood proudly on the competition platform, looking up at the stands, boldly declaring, I am Qianlong from Jingshi Academy, the top freshman of this year. So, I'd also like to challenge the top freshman of Longxian Academy this year. Who might that be, and would they dare to come up and spar with me? A stir went through the students of Longxian. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. He was their top freshman. But soon they scoffed. How could the top freshman of Jingshi Academy compare to Longshuan's? You think you can challenge our top freshman just like that? I'm more than enough to handle you. A snort echoed from the stands. Immediately after, a slender figure raised his hand, and the fiery red scarf wrapped around him transformed into a dragon tens of meters long in the blink of an eye. The young man leaped onto the dragon's back and rode it to the stands. It was Xing Yan, the fire dragon, who seemed to be one of the last few eliminated by the great Demon King. Yes, it was him. This guy just hates it when others bring up the Demon King. He must be fuming inside. Stop talking about it, just mentioning that guy makes my butt hurt. A freshman grimaced, covering his rear, the painful memories too much to bear. Qin Hao's feat of defeating Gu Peng with a single punch had spread like wildfire throughout the academy, coupled with his invincible demeanor during freshman training. This earned Qin Hao the title of the Great Demon King. Of course, Qin Hao himself was unaware of this, as he had been training with the old dean since the start of school, paying no attention to these school dramas. Who are you? Qianlong looked disdainfully at Xing Yan, not taking him seriously at all. I, Xing Yan, do not change my name or sit by another surname. Remember my name, it will haunt you for the rest of your life. Xing Yan commanded, the fire dragon flames billowing fiercely behind him, his small figure exuding a mighty aura. Xing Yan, Qianlong smirked sinisterly, unimpressed by the onrushing Xing Yan. He straightened up and threw a punch. This guy is crazy, blocking a fire dragon's attack with his body. Could it be a superhuman martial soul that has strengthened his body? The crowd was puzzled, but in the next second Qianlong provided the answer. Just as Xingyan was about to collide with Qianlong's fist, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The fire dragon wailed and vanished instantly, leaving Xingyan falling flat on his face, utterly bewildered, and Qianlong's fist landed squarely on that somewhat baby-faced visage, sending Xingyan flying backward with blood gushing from his nose. One punch, Xingyan defeated. What happened? I don't know. Why did Xingyan retract his martial soul? That's rough. This kid might just have developed another psychological shadow. Something was off. This Qianlong seemed peculiar. The crowd looked on, their expressions grave. Lu Xingwen turned in surprise to the dean beside him. Dean Su, what's the story with this student of yours? I didn't even see what happened clearly. It seemed in that instant Xingyan's connection to his martial soul had been severed, causing the fire dragon to disappear, and he appeared defenselessly in front of Qianlong, ultimately defeated by a single punch. Dean Su chuckled proudly, shaking his head. Director Lu, this is my student's secret. I'm afraid I can't disclose it. The old dean seemed to have noticed something but wasn't entirely sure. Who else? Qianlong stood with his hands behind his back on the dueling platform, looking disdainfully at the many Longshan students below. Some senior students were agitated and wanted to challenge him, but even though there were few restrictions in this duel, as seniors challenging a freshman, even if they were of equal strength, would still be ridiculed. Even if they won, it wouldn't be honorable. On the stands, perhaps the only one who truly understood Qianlong's capabilities was Qin Hao. Ding, you have awakened an S-grade mysterious soul skill. Name Binding Soul Severer. Name Binding Soul Severer, using the target's name as the cause and soul reduction as the effect, severing the connection between the target's body and their soul skill. So it turns out to be something like a cursed soul skill. Interestingly, using a name as bait, Qin Hao slightly curled his lips, somewhat pleased. Although the soul skill has significant drawbacks, it can indeed have unexpected effects when used by surprise. For instance, among peers, Qianlong easily defeated Xingyan in the vast dragon Xian. Is there no one brave enough to step forward? Qianlong looked around and sneered. Even if the newcomers of Dragon Xian are angry, few dare to make a move without understanding the capabilities of his soul skill. After all, the strongest among them, Xingyan, was mysteriously defeated. Others fear they wouldn't fare much better. Where is the number one newcomer of Dragon Xian? Are they too scared to show up? If that's the case, then Dragon Xian really doesn't deserve its reputation as one of the top 10 elite schools. Qianlong's words became increasingly provocative. Principal Wen glanced faintly at the principal of the Shocking World Academy, not believing for a second that he hadn't instigated something behind the scenes. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes and still no one stepping forward, Qianlong shook his hands in disappointment. Well then, it seems Dragon Xian is nothing special after all. Damn it, where is the great devil? Come out. You were so impressive during the freshman training, and now someone is defecating on our heads and you still won't show yourself, claiming to be the best. Amidst the excitement of the newcomers, they continuously searched for Qin Hao's figure. At that moment, behind the old principal, a tall and distinguished figure stood up, instantly attracting the attention of the entire audience. The newcomers immediately recognized him. The great devil has come out. Big brother, destroy this poser and let them know who the real king of kings is. Boss, it's time to show your prowess. Observing that figure standing uniquely amidst the crowd, especially the single strand of hair moving with the wind on his head, Qin Hao's eye twitched, almost losing control and slapping the poser. Principal Su, surprised, looked at Qin Hao. Principal Wen, this is, he is this year's number one newcomer of Dragon Xian, Principal Wen said with a smile. The surrounding principals narrowed their eyes, sizing up Qin Hao. Qianlong also noticed Qin Hao. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, he learned Qin Hao's name. An insidious smile quietly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Hao, today you will forge my glory. Qianlong. Qin Hao walked leisurely onto the martial arts platform, looking at the young man opposite him, and nodded slightly. Qin Hao, fortunate to be Dragon Xian's top newcomer. So you are this year's number one newcomer. I thought you were going to be a coward hiding away, Qianlong said coldly with his hands behind his back, utterly disregarding him. Qin Hao smiled calmly, looking towards the side at the referee. The referee understood, waving his hand. Begin. Qianlong's expression suddenly turned fierce. He swiftly charged towards Qin Hao. Today I'll let you know, the so-called number one of Dragon Xian is nothing in front of me. Qianlong Shenlong smirked coldly, throwing a heavy punch while secretly preparing his soul-severing skill ready to cut off Qin Hao's connection to his martial soul the moment it was revealed, yet Qin Hao seemed utterly unconcerned by the attack, merely watching him quietly. Could it be a superhuman-type martial soul? Some of these do not manifest outwardly when used. With this thought, Shenlong hesitated no longer and launched his soul-severing skill. However, the power of his martial soul vanished without a trace, eliciting no response whatsoever. What's going on? Had it already succeeded? Shenlong's thoughts raced as Qin Hao drew closer. Deciding not to overthink, he swung another punch directly at him. The fist grew rapidly in Qin Hao's view until it was almost upon his forehead. That's when Qin Hao finally moved. He opened his mouth and uttered a single word: retreat, retreat my foot. Shenlong cursed inwardly, but in the next instant he found his body acting beyond his control. His arm muscles tensed against the tremendous inertia, forcibly retracting, and his legs moved backwards step by step away from Qin Hao. What is happening? Shock filled Shenlong's mind as he struggled fruitlessly. He felt like a puppet manipulated by unseen hands into various poses. Kneel down. Qin Hao spoke again. Boom! Shenlong's knees uncontrollably smashed into the ground, cracking the hard stone tiles. His face twisted in agony. He roared in anger and pain. What have you done to me? Shenlong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his neck. In contrast, Qin Hao appeared as serene as a gentle breeze, watching with a faint smile, and the calmer he was, the more it filled Shenlong with dread, the fear of the unknown. His was an SS-grade Holy Seat Angel martial soul with a unique ability: sacred word, command follows word, an immensely powerful ability. However, using this martial soul comes at a cost proportional to the user's strength. Simpler commands carry lesser or no cost, while more complex commands have a greater cost. For example, if Qin Hao were to command the world to end, he would likely die on the spot instead of achieving it. For most, possessing this martial soul would mean unstoppable power, but Qin Hao had many other martial souls to combine, making this one somewhat underwhelming for him, hence seldom used. The only reason he used it now was that Shenlong had repeatedly mocked and scorned Long Xian. Being at the sixth realm, controlling Shenlong still came at a cost, like the aches now spreading across his body. He wielded this power also to craft an aura more mysterious and formidable than Shenlong's to intimidate these visiting students. The venerable Dean Wen had treated him with great sincerity, and naturally he felt compelled to relieve the Dean's worries. Moreover, this mere pain was nothing compared to the hellish training under Master Qin. Although Dean Wen said nothing, as the esteemed head of Longshan Academy, he certainly felt uncomfortable with his school being belittled by students from another school. As a student of the old dean, Qin Hao naturally had to stand up for his mentor. At this moment the audience was utterly stunned by Qin Hao's mysterious power. With a simple command to step back, Shenlong found himself involuntarily walking backwards. When told to kneel, Shenlong complied without hesitation. What exactly was this eerie ability? It was far more terrifying than Shenlong's inexplicable victory over Xingyan. Do you have anything else to say? Qin Hao asked calmly, looking at Shenlong. Shenlong's face was a ghastly shade of pale blue, his mouth uncontrollably opening and closing, emitting a raspy sound as if a ghostly hand was trying to claw its way out of his throat. He had to speak. If he didn't, his throat felt like it would be torn apart. Realizing this, Shenlong's body shook with fear. Looking at Qin Hao's gentle face, even the sunlight seemed chillingly cold. I admit defeat. Shenlong, trembling, finally managed to speak. Suddenly, the obstructive sensation in his throat vanished. He began to cough violently, finally able to breathe freely again. Good, Qin Hao said with a thickening smile. The referee, stunned, only snapped to action after Qin Hao shot him a glance, hastily waving his hand. Victory to Longshan Academy. Immediately, teachers from the astonishing Jingshi Academy rushed to the stage to attend to Shenlong, only to find him still kneeling rigidly on the ground, as if unable to move unless Qin Hao commanded it. Realizing this, Qin Hao apologetically smiled. Sorry, I forgot to retract my power. He then withdrew the power of his sacred throne angel martial spirit, and Shenlong collapsed limp and carried away by the teachers. As he was leaving the stage, Qin Hao kindly reminded, no matter who tempts you in the future, you should still hold a sense of reverence for things that deserve it. Shenlong's heart twitched, almost thinking Qin Hao had used his power again. Thankfully, no anomaly occurred. Qin Hao's voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by the teachers in the stands. The smile on Dean Su of Jingshi Academy's face disappeared, returning to his usual unfathomable calm. But everyone knew that his heart must be churning with tumultuous waves at this moment. Qin Hao's words were undoubtedly a veiled criticism. Dean, when this student of yours is quite extraordinary. What exactly is his martial spirit? Dean Su asked calmly, looking at Dean Wen. Dean Wen chuckled and replied, Dean Su, that's my student's secret which I'm not at liberty to disclose. Just as Dean Su had previously told Lu Xingwen, Dean Su's eyes twitched, almost unable to control his expression. Regardless of the excited Longxian students in the stands, Qin Hao looked towards Beitao Academy. He had heard that 2 academies had recruited a genius student this year. Having already dispatched the one from Jingshi Academy, only Beitao Academy remained. Though he hadn't spoken, Qin Hao's gaze said it all. The students of Beitao Academy exchanged glances, then looked towards a striking figure in the crowd. Meeting Qin Hao's gaze, the young girl took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. Beitao Academy, Yao Chanxian, the top freshman of this year, please enlighten me. Fellow student Qin. Yao Chanxian gave a slight bow, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Hao. Qin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after the referee announced the start of the match, Yao Chanxian immediately summoned her S-class beast soul, the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Like Chen Long, who was also at the 6th realm, Yao Chanxian, having seen Chen Long's miserable defeat, did not dare to underestimate Qin Hao and quickly put some distance between them. To this, Qin Hao chuckled lightly and said indifferently, you should just surrender. With a puff, the 9-tailed fox soul was retracted. Yao Chanxian's face turned pale, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably as if resisting some inexplicable mighty force, but her efforts were in vain, and slowly she raised her hand and shouted, I surrender. Her voice was loud and firm. The stands fell into a moment of silence. Everyone looked at Qin Hao as if they had seen a ghost or god. What if he told someone to commit suicide, or to strip off their clothes or something? Shiver. Some of the girls turned deathly pale, feeling as if they had encountered the nightmare of their lives. The referee declared the victory and Qin Hao withdrew the power of his beast soul. He smiled and nodded at Yao Chanxian, then turned and returned to his seat. From his arrival with just 3 sentences, he had defeated the top freshmen of the Jingshi and Beitao academies. Such strength was truly terrifying. Many students from other schools were horrified, staring fearfully as Qin Hao walked back. This was the top freshman of Longxian, truly terrifying as such, someone murmured, instantly gaining everyone's unanimous agreement. Among the crowd, a flamboyant figure laughed heartily with his hands on his hips, proudly exclaiming, see that's my big brother. What's the best of other schools compared to him? If my brother wishes, he could be the national champion. Yes, brother Lu, please take care of us juniors in the future. We're all freshmen, so we hope for your guidance. Well done. Back at his seat, the old dean patted Qin Hao's hand, smiling kindly. Of course, Qin Hao replied with a slight smile, then turned to look at Dean Su, who had a troubled expression. Sorry, Dean Su, I wasn't careful and went a bit too hard. Dean Su's face twitched and he managed a strained smile. It's fine, just a friendly match, these things happen. Dean Su was so magnanimous. Qin Hao gave a thumbs up in admiration. You cheeky brat, Dean Su roared internally, but still maintained a harmonious smile and nodded slightly. Old Dean Wen chuckled as he watched the 2 bicker, then gestured with his hand, let the match continue. Let Dean Su witness the prowess of our Longxian. Next up, Longxian's freshman Ran Bing versus Huangmu High Academy's freshman Ren Yishu. As the referee spoke, the 2 figures greeted each other and took their positions. Meanwhile, Qin Hao secretly activated his healing beast soul to alleviate the pain in his body while watching the ongoing match. The competition continued. One after another, figures full of youthful pride stepped onto the stage, displaying their talents, and Qin Hao, sitting quietly on the high platform, absorbed the power of everyone's beast souls, strengthening himself. In the depths of his spirit world, one beast soul after another appeared. The constant tinkling sound echoed in his mind. His strength was also increasing at a terrifying speed. Ding, witnessing. Ding, witnessing. Ding, witnessing. Ding, witnessing a B-class elemental spirit martial soul. Radiance, you have awakened the B-class elemental spirit martial soul. Radiance, your elemental spirit martial soul strength has advanced to level 7 War General. Ding, witnessing an A-class Superman martial soul. Annihilation body, you have awakened the A-class Superman martial soul. Annihilation body. Superman martial soul strength has advanced to level 7 War General. Qin Hao, who was watching the competition from the stands, slightly raised his eyebrows. Having been here almost a day, he had finally made a breakthrough. Moreover, it was a simultaneous breakthrough in 2 different martial souls, which gave him quite a surprise. With this, except for the mysterious class, all other classes had been elevated to level 7 or above. His strength had once again seen a significant improvement. However, the only downside was that the mysterious martial soul was still at level 5, there was no helping it as awakeners of mysterious martial souls were exceedingly rare. Initially, among 10,000 qualified candidates, only a handful possessed a mysterious martial soul, although Dragon Xian Bay City was much larger than Silver City, the number of mysterious martial souls was still few. Glancing at the time, it was already 5 in the afternoon and today's competition was about to end. This citywide martial arts competition was set to last 3 days, originally planned for 2, but an additional day was added due to principal when introducing a new competition among the teachers. Tomorrow would be the battle for the ranks on the Sky Ladder. Only students who had won today could participate in tomorrow's Sky Ladder competition, so Qin Hao didn't need to come tomorrow. As principal when delivered his final speech, today's competition came to an end. Many students chattered as they left the arena. Today's event had seen many significant occurrences and had brought to light several talented individuals. This trend would likely continue for at least half a month, becoming a favorite topic of conversation for many. Among them, Qin Hao was the most notable. Mysterious, powerful, enigmatic, these words converged around Qin Hao, turning him into a huge enigma. Everyone was guessing what Qin Hao's martial soul could be. Of course, Qin Hao didn't care about these speculations and headed straight back to his apartment. Bai Yi had already returned and was practicing combat techniques in the yard. Qin Hao watched for a while and noticed some irregularities. Bai Yi's aura was no longer as stable as before, fluctuating unpredictably. After a brief thought, he immediately realized that these were signs of an impending breakthrough. Qin Hao did not disturb him and went back inside to practice integrating with his martial soul. He had never ceased this aspect of training over the past half-month and his progress was very promising. He estimated that in another day or 2 he should be able to fully integrate with this B-class beast martial soul. Once he got the hang of it, integrating with other martial souls should become much simpler. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Qin Hao got up early and found Bai Yi still in the yard, his clothes damp with dew. "Have you been practicing all night, Qin Hao?" furrowed his brow, worriedly watching the young man. Bai Yi remained silent, slowly punching and retracting his fists like a stubborn machine operating according to a set program. "Don't get too obsessed. The path of cultivation is all about moderation," as Qin Hao gently reminded. Bai Yi's martial soul is at level C, which makes his breakthrough much harder compared to those geniuses at level B or A. This is the sad reality for those with lower level martial souls. They need to expend many times more effort and resources to reach the realms that geniuses can achieve effortlessly. However, there's a big difference between putting in effort and stubbornly obsessing over something to the point of fault. Failing to distinguish between the two could lead to adverse effects. Seeing Bai Yi completely absorbed and oblivious to the world outside, Qin Hao decided not to say more and thought to himself that he'd check on him later that evening. He then made his way to the dean's office. Since the dean was hosting today's competition, he wasn't in the office, leaving only Qin Ru Ming there by himself. Upon arrival, Qin Ru Ming, who was enjoying his pancake roll, greeted Qin Hao and offered him one from the table. "Want one?" "Thank you," Qin Hao replied with a smile, taking it and eating with great relish. "Delicious." He gave a thumbs up. Since Bai Yi had been cultivating all night, Qin Hao had skipped breakfast. It was like fate had sent a pillow when he was dozing off, and the office was filled with the aroma of pancake rolls, which made Qin Hao's mouth water, prompting him not to hold back. He mused that perhaps the dean had left early to avoid being overwhelmed by the smell. While eating, Qin Hao suddenly coughed and asked, "Qin teacher, do you have any water?" He looked up at Qin Ru Ming, whose messy beard was dotted with pancake crumbs and his thick eyebrows furrowed together, forming a deep crease. He tried to say that he was just being polite. As Qin Hao's gaze drifted towards the soy milk on the table, Qin Ru Ming's eyes narrowed and he swiftly reached out for it. But in the next second, an invisible force burst from Qin Hao's palm, drawing the soy milk towards him, even catching the few drops that spilled. "Stop!" Qin Ru Ming with wide eyes lunged forward to prevent him. "Gulp, gulp." Qin Hao sighed contentedly, setting down the empty soy milk glass, and blinked in confusion at the stupefied Qin Ru Ming. "What's the matter, teacher Qin?" Qin Ru Ming's face twitched and his fingers whitened as he gripped the pancake roll. "You youngster, do you even know how to spell polite?" Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and turned serious. "Teacher Qin, what are you saying? It's because, when an elder offers, one must not refuse. I truly couldn't decline your kindness, and it wasn't because I skipped breakfast." "Then how do you explain the soy milk?" "I didn't say it was for you." Qin Ru Ming sat back down, his face drooping. "Well, actually I saw that you hadn't touched it and I was worried it might get cold and upset your stomach, so I took care of it for you." Shin Ruming's eyes twitched, him a mighty level 10 expert getting his stomach upset from cold soy milk, what a joke. However, a few minutes later, Shin Ruming's face suddenly turned strange and an odd rumbling sound came from his stomach. Shin Hao looked at him suspiciously. Teacher Chin, this looks. Oh no, it's coming out. Before Chin Hao could finish speaking, Shin Ruming's face suddenly changed and the rumbling in his stomach intensified. He immediately clutched his stomach and left, not forgetting to swipe a pack of tissues from the dean's office desk on his way out. Was he really suffering from diarrhea? Shin Hao was also stunned. Could it really be such a coincidence? Just then Shin Hao's face changed too, as his own stomach started rumbling loudly. He stood up abruptly, feeling the urge about to burst with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His eyes quickly searched around, but after looking around he still couldn't find any tissues. Out of desperation he grabbed a magazine and hurried into the bathroom. In the city center of Longxian on the essential route to the High Court of Longxian, a breakfast stall was hastily packing up. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't gotten my breakfast yet and I've already paid. A customer anxiously looked at the stall owner packing up. There's an emergency at home, we're not opening anymore. The owner hurriedly waved his hand. Then give me my money back. The customer insisted, pressing down on the stall to prevent the owner from leaving. Hey, what's the matter with you? The owner snapped angrily, yet the customer stared back undeterred. At this moment a young man came out from a house behind them and threw a 100 yuan note to him. Hurry up and leave, don't delay our packing up. Receiving the note, the customer looked strangely at the blue-haired young man and turned to leave. A quiet mutter came through. What an idiot, just giving back a 100, asshole, what did you say? The owner was furious, shouting at the retreating figure. The man glanced at them disdainfully and quickened his pace into the crowd. Stop arguing, let's pack up and leave, the young man said quietly without concern. The owner's face tightened, showing a trace of subtle respect. Yes. The young man glanced at the passers-by, then turned and went back inside the house. Inside, 3 people with the same blue hair looked at him. What happened? Nothing much. The young man waved his hand dismissively, sat down and asked the middle-aged man on the far left, how much time is left? 10 minutes, the middle-aged man checked his watch and replied softly. If an outsider were here, they would know that he was not speaking in the language of Hua country, but in the language of that island nation overseas. These people were all from Neon country. The young man closed his eyes and after a few seconds opened them again, his eyes revealing a fierce excitement. 10 minutes is enough. According to Chin's habits, after he drinks 2 cups of soy milk, the suppressant drugs mixed in them will react enough to make him lose all his strength within an hour. Then our moment of revenge will come. Hearing this, the breaths of the people present heated up. Lord Zhuqi is truly wise. To prevent the target from noticing something amiss, he divided the suppressant drug into 2 parts to react inside the target's body in the final step. This way, no matter how powerful he is, he absolutely won't notice anything wrong until it's too late, and by then our plan will already be successful. The young man enjoyed the flattery from his subordinates, squinting his eyes with pleasure and smiling. This also includes your merits. Rest assured, when we return I will definitely report to the Grand General and commend all of you. Thank you, Lord Sasaki. The 3 of them became excited at once. However, this will only happen after our plan succeeds. Moyi-san, how are preparations on your end? The young man looked towards another person. My lord, the bridge between the 2 realms has been established. We only need Liao-san to succeed. Once the area is flooded, I can summon the 9th realm Beast King covering everything in darkness, said Zhechuan Moyi with a sinister smile, his eyes gleaming as if he could already see the annihilation of Longxian. That damned heavenly ice squad has been causing trouble in my Neon Empire. Today we will let them know that the Neon Empire is not to be trifled with. Another person raised his hand fervently, shouting, Long live Neon, long live Neon. The 4 of them stretched out their hands, chanting in unison. At this moment, the old shopkeeper outside finished packing up his stall, closed the shop door and walked in. Is this really foolproof? Qin Ruming is a 10th realm powerhouse. Even the great general suffered a great defeat by his hand. The normally simple-looking shopkeeper seemed like a different person now, speaking in a hoarse voice, his eyes flickering with resentment. The contrast to his previous image was stark. The young man glanced at him with disdain. Ghost Division, you should step back first. That filthy swine-like appearance disgusts me. The Ghost Division quickly nodded, and then a black light emerged from his facial features, gradually forming a short figure. The shopkeeper's body deflated rapidly like a deflated balloon. The young man kicked it aside. Ghost Division has met Lord Sasaki and all my colleagues long time no see. The short Ghost Division bowed his sneaky face, revealing an ugly smile. The three bowed together. Then the ghost division repeated his previous words worriedly, saying, "We must pay attention to Qin Rumming's strength, otherwise all our plans might go to waste. As long as you can ensure that both cups of soy milk are drunk by Qin, there should be no problem. The great general has personally tested the power of the soul-suppressing drug and it won't fail." The ghost division quickly replied, "Regarding this, I guarantee with my life that Qin always has 2 cups of soy milk and 2 servings of pancake fruit without exception. If so, what are you worried about?" The ghost division hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Perhaps I'm overly concerned." Don't worry now, just wait quietly." As the conversation ended, everyone inside the room fell into silence, quietly waiting for the right moment. Outside the director's office, Qin Rumming propped himself against the wall, his face pale as wax and tinged with a hint of green, slowly moving towards the office. "Damn it, I will definitely shut down that unscrupulous shop later using expired beans to make soy milk." Qin Hao followed behind Qin Rumming, equally drained. "Master Qin, where did you buy that soy milk? Let him apply for a constipation remedy, it really works." Qin Hao leaned against the wall, feeling his legs weaken. He swore he had never felt so jittery in his life. Qin Rumming's face changed. "Don't mention that word, it's coming again." Shinru tightened his substantial gluteal muscles, visibly clenching, then twisted his legs, moving faster and faster towards the bathroom. Shinhao looked up to the sky and sighed deeply, swearing never to snatch someone else's breakfast again. Rumble. Suddenly his stomach roared again. Feeling that almost unbearable urge, Shinhao's face suddenly turned pale. "Nope, this can't go on." The thought of nearly turning his insides out made Shinhao tense up, and he quickly tried to activate his Linglong Heartgrass martial soul to see if it could heal. As an S-grade martial soul, the Linglong Heartgrass possessed powerful detoxification and healing effects under his current level 7 strength. Unexpectedly, it quickly took effect. A warm sensation welled up from deep within, gradually dispelling the discomfort. That's better." Shinhao sighed deeply. It was only after completely emptying himself that he could appreciate the comforting warmth returning. He looked towards the bathroom. "Master Qin, I found that the healing martial soul works. Do you want to try it?" A second later, a spraying sound came. Shinhao's face twisted and he turned to leave. "Master Qin, I'll wait for you in the office. You take care of things first." Shinhao, supporting himself on the handrail, headed towards the office. At that moment, a damp sensation came from his palm. A layer of mist had formed on the handrail unexpectedly. Why has the air suddenly become so moist? Is it going to rain? He looked up at the sky, feeling a strange anxiety. At the stadium, an intense gladiator fight was underway. Tens of thousands of spectators cheered and shouted enthusiastically, watching these students. Brimming with enthusiasm, "I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's teachers' battle." An old principal stroked his beard, smiling broadly. Principal Wen nodded happily. "You're right, I'm looking forward to it too. If it goes well, we might continue this tradition, showcasing the teacher's prowess to the students." Another principal laughed. Principal Wen glanced at him, this time not agreeing. "What's going on? It feels like it's going to rain." Lu Xingwen suddenly looked at a metal railing beside him. A thin layer of moisture clung to it, leaving a water streak on his finger. When he wiped it, it was clear just moments ago. Why is there so much moisture now? Lu Xingwen looked at the sky, which although sunny before now seemed somewhat overcast. A slightly moist wind blew, taking away the previous dryness. "Principal, something seems off," mentioned the Dean of Discipline Ding Tai, who had already noticed something strange and seeing Lu Xingwen's actions felt even more puzzled. "What is it?" The old principal had been engrossed in the match and hadn't noticed the crowd behind him. "It's too moist." Ding Tai pointed at some walls where moisture had accumulated. "The spiritual energy of water has suddenly become so rich, I'm worried it might indicate a problem." The principal wiped his hand on the metal railing, indeed leaving moisture on his hand. His brow furrowed and he asked Chan Yuchen if he has noticed anything unusual. As the head of the Secret Affairs Department, Chan Yuchen was also responsible for campus security. He had many treasures that could detect anomalies. Ding Tai nodded, immediately took out his mobile phone and contacted Chang Yuchen. At this moment, more and more people gradually began to notice the bizarre scene unfolding. Many were quite surprised, but few took it seriously. It's just another rain, they thought. They did not understand that the sudden surge in water spirit energy could have serious consequences. A few minutes later, Ding Tai reported back. Dean Chang Yuchen said that 5 minutes ago, the water spirit energy content in the air rose from 1.5% to 5.62%, and it's still increasing. However, there's no response from the Gao Shizhong. The Gao Shizhong, a device used by the Dragon Shen Academy to predict danger, would automatically ring if any stimulus affecting its domain occurred. The old dean nodded slightly, saying let him keep an eye on it and report back immediately with any issues. With no alarm from the Gao Shizhong, Ding Tai's anxious heart eased slightly. Perhaps it's just some kind of spiritual energy tide, Ding Tai muttered to himself, relaying the dean's instructions to Chang Yu-chun. In the crowd, Lu Ming grumbled as he rolled up his sleeves to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This crazy weather, it was so hot just now, and now it looks like it's going to rain and wind. Isn't that the truth? And it looks like it's not going to be a small rain either. Rain isn't too bad though. Look at all these young ladies dressed so lightly. If it rains, right? A sleazy voice chimed in. The crowd paused, then showed a knowing smile. He, Lu Ming chuckled lewdly, looking towards the front of the stands. There sat three enchanting figures, the president and vice presidents of the swordsmanship club who had recruited new members that day, the mature beauty and the lowly. Only after joining did Lu Ming discover that above these two beautiful women there was an even prettier, more ethereal club president. The three sitting together were a sight that attracted countless gazes. In my lifetime, if I could date one of the vice presidents, I'd be satisfied, Lu Ming mused, even deciding what his children would be named. Lu Ming turned his gaze away from the three beauties towards the martial arts platform. Along the way he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the distant sky. In an instant Lu Ming was dumbstruck, his eyes shimmering with a terrifying vision. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead and dripped down. How is that possible? How is that possible? Lu Ming's face twisted as he murmured to himself, "Bro, what's wrong?" Nearby students noticed his state and patted his shoulder in confusion. Lu Ming jerked, barely able to sit still, and he suddenly yelled to run. "There's a flood coming." The crowd quieted for a moment, everyone turning to look at Lu Ming strangely. Even the two vice presidents looked back at this young man in confusion. However, Lu Ming paid no attention to the two beauties looking at him, stood on his seat and screamed, "Everyone run, there's a flood coming." Never had Lu Ming felt such fear as he did at that moment. Just now he witnessed a terrifying flood several hundred meters high, cascading from the horizon, instantly crushing the entire stadium to smithereens. Tens of thousands perished in that moment. The horrific scene almost shattered his sanity. He knew it was his martial soul giving him a warning, thus he couldn't hesitate. "Dean, old Dean, there's danger." Lu Ming stood up and shouted, waving his hands frantically towards the old Dean's seat. People around him looked embarrassed, not understanding why Lu Ming suddenly went mad. Fortunately, Ding Tai had been paying attention to this odd situation, not watching the competition, and noticed the disturbance among the students in the distance. "Go and find out what's happening." Ding Tai sent someone over. Half a minute later the teacher returned, his face full of bewilderment. The student said he saw a great flood coming soon. "What's the matter, Director Ding?" Lu Xingwen came over to ask. The teacher repeated the story. Lu Xingwen looked towards the unassuming corner and noticed the figure with the cowlick, his expression changing instantly. Was it the student with the cowlick who said this? The teacher, not understanding, nodded. "Yes, him. This is bad." Lu Xingwen's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly approached the dean. "Dean, we need to evacuate the people immediately. There's a flood coming." "Director Lu, what's going on? Why do you believe him just like that?" Ding Tai followed up, puzzled. Lu Xingwen's face was extremely grim. "Because he has an S-class precognitive martial soul." "Precognitive?" Ding Tai's face turned pale. Upon hearing this, the old dean reacted immediately. Just then a tremendous force surged out. The old dean's voice thundered like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the venue. "All activities stop now. All teachers immediately arrange for students to evacuate orderly. Directors and deans of all schools stay behind to cover the retreat. Move quickly, this is an order." The crowd instantly became chaotic. Dragon Shen Academy, true to its military academy roots, reacted swiftly, while teachers and students from other academies were still stunned. Dragon Shen's teachers immediately stopped what they were doing and began evacuating students. Soon after, others followed suit. Old Dean, when usually kind and gentle, now resembled a lion baring its fangs, commanding with an imposing aura, his penetrating gaze turning to the other school deans. "Fellow deans, a great disaster is imminent. Please join me in buying time for the students to evacuate." Then the old dean looked towards Ding Tai. "Go bring that boy here, I need to clarify some matters." While a teacher went to bring Lu Ming, old dean when briefly explained the situation to the other deans and teachers. Upon hearing that Lu Ming possessed an S-class precognitive martial soul, many deans showed envy in their eyes, looking towards the figure with the cowlick. In times like these, the importance and power of a precognitive martial soul became evident. Without him, those present might have faced a tremendous disaster. but now thanks to Lu Ming's early warning they had a few extra minutes to prepare. Soon Lu Ming was brought over by a teacher. Describe in detail what you saw. Dean Wen didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. Lu Ming had already organized his thoughts. At this moment time was life, he quickly and methodically described the scene he foresaw of the great flood overturning everything. The flood would arrive in 4 minutes, 4 minutes, 4 minutes. Everyone present was shocked, exchanging glances. It wasn't that 4 minutes was too short, but rather too long. 4 minutes was enough to do a lot. Dean Wen's expression softened slightly and he patted Lu Ming on the shoulder approvingly. You've done well, now hurry and evacuate with the teachers. The dean nodded to the teacher who had brought Lu Ming, who then led Lu Ming away. 4 minutes was not short, but to evacuate from Longshan Academy was still not enough. Therefore, I decided to have all teachers lead the students to the first and second academic buildings for refuge. These buildings have the strongest defense measures in the whole school and are very close to the supply distribution center, ensuring enough resources to survive this disaster. I also asked other deans to notify their faculties and have their students head there as well. The other deans did not hesitate and immediately passed on the orders. Dean Wen looked towards the distant sky. According to Lu Ming, a 100-meter-tall flood would come from that direction in 4 minutes, but now other than the increased humidity which was a precursor, no other signs appeared, thus a natural phenomenon could be ruled out. This must be a man-made disaster. In other words, this was a terrorist attack targeting Longshan City. With thoughts racing, Dean Wen immediately took out his phone to inform the Longshan military. The military had already noticed the anomaly and had been closely monitoring the situation, so the moment Dean Wen's message arrived, it was taken very seriously. A large number of powerful individuals from the military were deployed searching the city for suspicious individuals. Afterwards, Dean Wen contacted Qin Rumming. Hello Dean, what do you need? Hearing the weak voice on the other end of the phone, Dean Wen was slightly puzzled. However, he didn't think too much about it and quickly relayed the situation in detail. I understand. Qin Rumming paused slightly, his expression turning solemn immediately. Beside him, Qin Hao's hand was pressed on his stomach, using the power of the Linglong hard herb to treat him. Thus Qin Hao also clearly heard Dean Wen's words. What do you think? Qin Rumming asked Qin Hao. Qin Hao withdrew his hand first, asking, feeling better, much better, just a bit drained. You do your thing, I'll be fine for now, Qin Rumming said. Qin Hao nodded, retracting the Linglong hard herb soul and switching to Lu Ming's S-rank soul. Prail's eye. He opened his eyes, looking out towards the sky. A few seconds later his vision darkened, the world in his eyes turned black as a 100-meter-high wave with the force of annihilation approached from afar. The scene was like the end of the world. A few seconds later, Qin Hao withdrew his soul and returned to the office. Looking at Qin Rumming's grim face, Qin Hao nodded. In 3 minutes and 30 seconds the flood will arrive. Qin Rumming clenched his fists, a killing intent flashing across his pale, tense face. He took a deep breath and looked at Qin Hao. What do you think? Qin Hao sat down, closed his eyes and silently pondered for a few seconds before saying, this must have been a premeditated terrorist attack. As Master Qin said, with Master Qin's strength he shouldn't have been tormented by a cup of soy milk like this, and me carrying an S-level healing spirit, Linglong heart grass, I almost ended up with a prolapsed rectum. Hearing this word, the expression on both of their faces visibly worsened. They did not want to revisit that nightmarish experience. The attack was targeted at Longshan Base City and they inadvertently discovered Master Qin's presence. Because of their concerns, they chose to use this method to delay Master Qin, buying time for their operation. Qin Hao gently tapped his leg, piecing things together. Just by causing diarrhea, they thought they could hold me back, Master Qin sneered, showing utter disdain. At a critical moment, no matter how embarrassing, he would step forward to save the day. He still had that level of determination. What if their initial goal wasn't to cause diarrhea? Qin Hao suddenly interjected. Qin Rumming's eyes shifted slightly and looking at Qin Hao he feigned confusion and said, go on. Both cups of soy milk were clearly drugged. The dosage in one cup was enough to affect you like this. If the amounts from both cups were combined, it might have been lethal. And because I took one cup from you, accidentally took the hit for you. As he spoke, Qin Hao's face turned bitter, yet he also sighed in relief. Like he said, if the drug had fully taken effect, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Now, having only diarrhea was a relatively small price to pay, Qin Hao thought to himself. Qin Rumming's lips curled into a slight smile and he nodded. You make a good point. Anything else? Of course. Qin Hao spoke confidently, his thoughts becoming clearer. Clearly, the person was able to precisely drug your soy milk. indicating they had been observing you for a long time and knew about your habit of having 2 servings. So the prime suspect has already emerged. It's the breakfast stall owner. Qin Hao shrugged, feeling the case was not challenging at all. What are you planning to do? Qin Rumming asked, sipping a cup of hot water. Go directly and catch the person to clear things up. Not afraid of alerting them. Qin Hao's eyes twitched. Master, even if you want to test me, you don't need to ask such silly questions. Why worry about alerting them when the snake is almost biting us to death? Coughing, Qin Rumming suddenly spewed out the water from his mouth. He glared at Qin Hao. Is that how you speak to your teacher? Qin Hao, uninterested in arguing, simply spread his hands. Since that's the case, you handle the capture of the suspect this time and take the opportunity to show your face in front of the military folks. Qin Rumming glared at him again, then set down his cup and said lightly. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, eager to meet the military experts of Longxian. You stay here and rest for a while. If I fail later, we'll still need your strength to stop the deluge, Qin Hao said. Having said that, he turned and left. Wait a moment, Qin Rumming suddenly called out to him. Under Qin Hao's puzzled gaze, he retrieved a black mask from the void in front of him. This is, your identity should not be exposed to the enemy just yet. Use this to cover up, Qin Rumming stated, without elaboration. That makes sense. Thank you, replied Qin Hao, accepting the mask with a smile before swiftly departing. Qin Rumming sat back in his chair, quietly watching Qin Hao's retreating figure. Seconds later, his eyes opened wide again, filled with a ferocious aura. The mask, crafted from some unknown alloy, felt cool to the touch, with a texture akin to jade. Simple patterns were outlined in red around the eyes and mouth, giving the black mask a somewhat sinister and fierce appearance. Qin Hao gently placed the mask over his face. It had no fastenings, yet it clung directly to his face as if tailor-made, staying securely in place no matter how much he shook his head. Additionally, the area around the eyes felt slightly warm, expanding his field of vision by dozens of degrees, and his perception of spiritual energy became much clearer. The flow of energy within his body also became smoother. Qin Hao was amazed. This mask was undoubtedly a very powerful auxiliary treasure. However, he would be even more astonished if he knew the deeper significance of this mask. Holding the address given by Master Qin, Qin Hao took to the skies, propelled by a tremendous force under his feet, shooting through the sky like a meteor over Longxian Academy. He observed Principal Wen below, orderly directing numerous directors and teachers in constructing defensive fortifications, and also saw the retreating figures of students. Principal Wen saw him too. They exchanged brief glances, and the principal nodded encouragingly. Qin Hao took a deep breath and accelerated further. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars echoed across the sky as Qin Hao's figure pierced through the air, creating rings of turbid white sonic clouds with a diameter of hundreds of meters, drawing the gaze of countless people below. At this moment, his speed had reached its limit under the repulsive force, causing his muscles to tear painfully, but the effect was terrifying. In just a few seconds, he had left the territory of Longxian Academy and entered the city area. Deep in the city, in the Blue Emblem Zone, recognized as the highest security area, a dazzling beam of light shot straight into the sky, and a semicircular shield slowly expanded to encompass the entire city. However, this would take time, and Qin Hao was not sure of its effectiveness. Because the great flood was emerging from within, the air was becoming increasingly saturated with moisture, even condensing into tiny droplets suspended in the air. In a breakfast shop, a young man named Zhuo Zuiqi and his 4 subordinates stared intently at a bright blue pearl in front of them, their eyes filled with a frenzied look. Soon, very soon, just 15 more seconds, soon we will become the greatest heroes of the Neon Empire, and everyone will chant our names. With Longxian as one of China's major bases, if we can disrupt its operations, the entire southern China region will fall into chaos without a leader. Sasachi was completely absorbed by the azure bead, envisioning the scenes of his dreams. The middle-aged man counted down the seconds, one by one. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, success was imminent. Indeed, these fools from Hua country were nothing but simpletons under the calculation of our great general, merely waiting to be slaughtered. 2 seconds, suddenly a fierce storm shattered the droplets suspended in the air. Qin Hao had already arrived above the breakfast shop, and through his spiritual perception he sensed a terrifying surge of water spirit energy accumulating wildly within the shop below. Hundreds of military warriors were rapidly approaching from the streets in the distance. In front of him, space slightly fluctuated, and Qin Hao saw cracks forming on the earth as a horrifying flood erupted from underground, shooting up 100 meters into the sky. In the next instant, Qin Hao spotted an azure bead surrounded by 5 figures with blue hair. he could read their lips counting down, 2 seconds, 1. In a flash, Qin Hao's consciousness withdrew from the premonition, his pupils constricted, and he shouted explosively, "Freeze!" A grand angelic radiance burst forth behind him, sweeping across a kilometer. Deep within his soul, an unknown bell tolled. Qin Hao instantly felt a tearing pain. However, the world in front of him also came to an instantaneous halt with shattered raindrops suspended in mid-air. The splashing water maintained its splashing shape, the panicked expressions on the faces of the passers-by remained unchanged. At this moment the world seemed like a movie scene paused, falling into a strange silence. Inside the snack shop, the middle-aged man's expression was frenzied, with the last of his strength about to surge into the azure bead. Sasa Chi's crazed expression froze on his face. But in the next instant, Sasa Chi blinked fiercely, looking around at the still scene. His pupils contracted, and he burst forth with terrifying power, shattering the stagnant force of time, then grabbed the middle-aged man, smashing the bead into his brain. Boom! Qin Hao arrived, his terrifying sword chi interwoven with yin and yang, instantly splitting the breakfast shop into two halves, and Sasa Chi's hand holding the bead was also severed, but it was too late. When he switched to the Dragon Abyss Sword Martial Soul, the power of the stagnant time had already disappeared. The bead had already entered the middle-aged man's brain, beginning to crazily devour power. The middle-aged man didn't have time to react. His mouth mechanically counted the last second and his head exploded instantly. Blood dyed the bead red. Subsequently, the bead emitted a terrifying glow, shooting straight into the sky. Simultaneously, earthquake-like tremors emanated from beneath the ground. Around Longshin, the earth began to crack open. Rich water spirit energy burst forth from underground, and in an instant a torrential downpour fell from the sky. The scene Qin Hao had foreseen had indeed come true. Ha ha! Hua country, you are too late. Sasa Chi, clutching his severed arm, glared at Qin Hao in the sky with a ferocious look, staring at that slightly sinister mask. An 8th realm warrior. Qin Hao swept a glance at the young man, understanding his strength clearly. Then he controlled the sword light to instantly grind him into dust. Qin Hao landed and, while recovering from his injuries with the help of the Linglong Heartgrass, seized the remaining few as subordinates of the Zhuozhua banner. They were significantly weaker and no match for Qin Hao. However, Qin Hao was currently not focused on them. Behind his mask, his face was grave as he stared at the growing crack on the ground. In just a few seconds, the crack had widened to over 10 meters, and that wasn't all. The spirit energy of water in the air was also increasing exponentially. The sky grew dark, and under the previous blue light column, a terrifying vortex that covered the entire Dragon Xian appeared in the heavens. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The Wanhai Pearl had been activated and Dragon Xian was doomed today. The ghost occupying the body of the sweet shop owner let out a mad roar, his ugly face twisted into a ferocious smile. He raised his hands high, knelt on the ground and bowed in the direction of the east. Then, before Qin Hao could react, he committed suicide on the spot. Seeing that the others were about to do the same, Qin Hao quickly reacted, shooting several pieces of Linglong Heartgrass to pin down their arms and legs to prevent their suicides. It's useless, ha 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 ha. Today, with the sacrifice of tens of millions of souls from Dragon Xian, I die without regrets. Long live the great Neon Empire. Listening to the shouted cries, Qin Hao's eyes hardened with ruthlessness. He shot out Linglong Heartgrass, shredding their tongues. Blood gushed from their mouths, yet they still looked at Qin Hao with a sinister smile, blood dripping down their chins like malevolent spirits. At that moment, military warriors from afar had also arrived at the scene. The leader was a dignified middle-aged man with a stern face. Seeing the mask on Qin Hao's face, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly saluted. Third Commander of Dragon Xian Zhuo Qiandao greets General Wu Chang. General Wu Chang. Because of this mask, Qin Hao's mind raced and he nodded slightly. These are the ones who planned the attack. Interrogate them well. Although their tongues were shredded, that wasn't a problem. The military had ways to restore them or even extract their secrets without needing them to speak. Rest assured. Zhuo Qiandao waved his hand and several warriors stepped forward to seize the neon spies. Qin Hao's gaze returned to the crack on the ground. He must quickly find a way to seal the crack and disperse the dark clouds above, or else the predicted great flood would still descend. The mention of the Huanhai Pearl gave him hope that someone in the military might know about this pearl. His thoughts deepened. Stop him! Suddenly a cry from Zhuo Qiandao came from behind. Qin Hao turned around just in time to see one of the neon spies breaking free from several people's restraint and madly charging at him. The warriors startled drew their weapons. Seeing the sinister smile on the neon spy's face, Qin Hao felt a sudden urgency and shouted, "Don't kill him!" However, gunshots had already rung out, a barrage of bullets poured forth. Qin Hao only had time to set up an ice shield behind the neon spy, but along with the bullets came Zhuo Qiandao's blade. With a swift slash, the sharp standard-issue combat saber cleaved through the ice shield, instantly bisecting the neon spy who had broken through the suppression. It was only then that Zhuo Qiandao heard Qin Hao's voice and, filled with shock and uncertainty, halted his actions. The spy's head rolled to a stop near Qin Hao. The grotesque smiling face was facing up, meeting Qin Hao's gaze. The spy's body began to disintegrate bit by bit. A mysterious fragrance wafted from his corpse, a scent so potent that not even the pouring rain could dilute its spread. Although uncertain of its nature, a deep sense of imminent danger enveloped Qin Hao, as if something terrible was about to unfold. Suddenly a dull thud resonated faintly. "Did you all hear that?" Qin Hao asked, looking towards Zhuo Qiandao and the other warriors. They shook their heads, but a second later a deeper thud sounded, louder this time, and everyone heard it. Then another even heavier. It was coming from underground. Zhuo Qiandao's brow furrowed deeply, and disregarding the blood-soaked ground, he pressed his ear to the earth. Something was rapidly approaching from below. Zhuo Qiandao's eyes narrowed and he quickly moved from his position. Simultaneously, Qin Hao sensed the danger, sharply instructing everyone to retreat swiftly. Seconds later, the already cracked ground burst open violently as a pale fleshy tentacle, about 2 to 3 meters in diameter and 70 to 80 meters long, erupted from beneath. As soon as it appeared, the tentacle began to thrash wildly. Buildings within its reach nearly collapsed upon contact, crushed into rubble. If not for the military warriors having evacuated the civilians beforehand, the devastation would have caused massive casualties. This was summoned by the dead spy. His death had triggered some mechanism. Qin Hao landed in front of Zhuo Qiandao and the others, his gaze heavy upon the tentacle. From it, he sensed an overwhelming aura of oppression and savagery. "Retreat first and inform the military to immediately block this area," Qin Hao commanded, gesturing for Zhuo Qiandao and the others to withdraw. "General, what about you?" Qin Hao waved them off. "Don't worry about me. I can leave whenever I want. Your task now is to report this quickly and extract any information from those spies. I'm worried there might be other spies in the city." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhuo Qiandao's expression darkened, and without further hesitation he and his men quickly retreated with the captured spies. Once they had left, Qin Hao raised his hand and 5 elemental flying swords appeared before him. The swords transformed into countless attacks, raining down on the wildly thrashing tentacle. Amidst the torrential rain, man and tentacle clashed fiercely. The long Yuan sword, inherently meant for slaughter, combined with Qin Hao's 8th realm strength, unleashed a terrifying force, continuously slicing huge chunks of flesh from the tentacle. A furious roar filled with rage echoed from below. The struggle of the beast seemed to accelerate the cracking of the earth, which now spread out hundreds of meters. Groundwater gushed out like a fountain, submerging the area. "It's almost done," Qin Hao muttered as he watched the increasingly severe situation unfold before him. He clasped his hands together and 5 spiritual swords merged into a single flying sword intertwined with black and white. Then, like lightning, it shot out. With a splurge, the battered tentacle was cleanly severed at the base. The monster beneath the earth let out a terrifying roar, but its momentum quickly subsided. The monster retreated. Whether it would return, Qin Hao did not know, but for now it was scared away. The cracks had already spread across the entire street. Now less than half a minute remained until the flood foretold by Lu Ming would begin. That is to say, in just a few dozen seconds the flood would fully erupt. This half-minute was the last few seconds they could fight for. Outside the eastern high wall of Longshan City lay a vast plain. At this moment 10 figures clad in black tight suits stood silently, staring at the slowly rotating vortex above Longshan. A cold voice emanated from the leader. "Evacuation plan failed, they've been spotted." "Since that's the case, proceed to the second phase," the general guessed. "Right, these fools really can't escape. It's better if they die, all the credit will be ours." The people behind him snickered softly. The leader remained indifferent and simply said, "Begin." As he spoke, small mounds of earth rose under their feet, swiftly carrying them towards the high walls of Longshan. Within minutes, they reached a point 100 meters outside the wall. Then, as if of one mind, the 10 made synchronized movements. Humming sounds filled the air as identical soul force lights appeared around them. They then channeled their soul force into the plain beneath their feet. In an instant the ground rippled like water, and seconds later a 100-meter-long wall of flowing sand erupted from the earth. The 10 stood atop the sand wall, controlling its continuous rise higher and higher until it finally towered over Longshuan's high walls, standing like a colossal barrier outside the city. In his office, Qin Ruoming drank a large cup of hot water, which soothed his stomach and finally stopped his legs from shaking. Phew, these hairless brats dared to poison me. Recalling the horrifying scene earlier, Qin Ruoming was filled with murderous intent. Setting down his water cup, he went to the window. The heavy rain poured down, obscuring his vision as if the world had turned to water. Such heavy rain had never occurred since the founding of Longshan City. The huge vortex in the sky brewed a terrifying aura, plunging the entire city into great panic. If not for the military martial artists calming the citizens everywhere, chaos would have erupted. Qin Ruoming took out his phone and contacted Longshuan's chief, Ran Zai. "Old Ran, how's it going?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Those despicable creatures don't dare face me, only daring to use underhanded tricks, but it's all settled now." "Alright, I'll take it from here. Just keep the citizens calm." After speaking, Qin Ruoming ended the call. He closed his eyes and stirred his martial soul. A flicker of tree shadows passed behind him, and then Qin Ruoming's eyes snapped open. Divine proximity. An invisible wave of energy burst from his body, spreading rapidly in all directions. In just an instant it enveloped the entire Longshan Academy and then continued to surge outward. The old dean, who was organizing personnel to set up defensive facilities, felt that familiar wave and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Dean, when this is..." Several visiting deans were startled as they too felt that terrifying aura. It was as if a celestial being was standing overhead looking down upon them. Dean Wen's face relaxed into a smile. "Someone from the higher-ups has made a move. We don't have to worry now. Director Ding Yu and Director Lu, take some teachers to transport supplies and tell everyone that this disaster will soon pass. There's no need to panic." Ding Tai nodded and along with Lu Xingwen departed. At that moment the rain beside them stirred and a transparent silhouette emerged from nothingness. "Dean, how are things?" The transparent figure solidified into Qin Ruoming's form, with the rain parting automatically within a few meters around him as if an invisible force field enveloped him. "Don't worry, we old bones can still make a move to protect these students," the old dean replied. Qin Ruoming nodded. "Then I'll check other places." Dean Wen nodded. "Go quickly, that boy might not be able to hold on his own." Qin Ruoming grinned, took a step and vanished into thin air. The heavy rain quickly filled the spot where he had been standing. "Dean, who is this person?" The visiting deans, witnessing Qin Ruoming's startling disappearance, had their expressions rich with surprise. Longshan Academy was actually hiding such a high-level powerhouse, and they had been kept in the dark. To this, the old dean just smiled and remained silent. On a tall building near a breakfast shop, Qin Hao looked down at the cracking streets with a grim expression. The cracking ground destabilized the building, which could collapse at any moment. Moreover, he heard the roar of the underground monster again. The creature had not left. It seemed to be waiting for a chance to burst forth, a chance likely provided by the Great Flood. Qin Hao looked up, the dark vortex in the sky growing more ominous, with black clouds pressing over the city as if within reach. "Boy, how are things?" Qin Ruoming appeared beside him, looking up at the vortex in the sky as if he had been there all along. "Not too optimistic." Qin Hao shook his head, briefly explaining the situation. "The Huanhai Pearl, huh? It's normal for you to struggle." Qin Ruoming chuckled lightly. The Huanhai Pearl was the brain crystal of a 10th realm beast king, capable of causing massive elemental upheaval. Once activated, it was nearly impossible to intercept. "So it's not your fault," Qin Ruoming explained, then said, "There's a problem in the eastern part of the city now, go check it out. I'll handle things here." After speaking, the ground shook violently, followed by strong jets of water shooting up from the ground. Vast swaths of land were upheaved. The time had come. With a roaring sound, dark purple lightning flickered in the great vortex. It could no longer be called rain, it was a deluge. Billions of tons of water burst forth from the heavens as if a gate had been opened. It was as though a hole had appeared in the celestial river. In no time, a waterfall that connected heaven and earth materialized. Its thunderous roar echoed throughout Longshan. Qin Ruoming flashed into position beneath the great vortex. His figure, not particularly imposing, now seemed giant-like as he faced the waterfall ascending against its flow. Behind him, a tree emitting a glaze-like glow appeared, its silhouette as if branded into the void, casting mesmerizing lights. At this moment, Qin Haoxing felt a sense of dreamlike wonder, as if the city beneath his feet were an illusion and the real city existed within that tree. Qin Ruoming spread his arms, and the luminous tree shadow behind him expanded rapidly, morphing into a towering tree within seconds. It took root in the fractured earth of the city, its treetop slicing through the flood and piercing the dark clouds. The thick clouds were cleaved in half, revealing a deep blue pearl hidden within. Found you, Qin Rumming curled his lips, a scornful smile appearing on his rugged face. Even in death, you restless creature, thought you could come back to life? Die for me. Qin Rumming's hand shot out, and the glaze-like radiance burst forth from his palms, shredding the vast curtain of water and enveloping the Hanhai pearl. The Hanhai pearl vibrated intensely, shooting out blue air blades, but they were no match for the surrounding luminous brilliance and were tightly grasped. Following that, Qin Rumming opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the Hanhai pearl. The torrential downpour abruptly stopped, as if a tap had been suddenly turned off. The dense clouds continued to roll, seemingly gathering strength, yet countless branches of the glaze light pierced through them, quickly shredding the clouds. Looking at the floodwaters accumulated on the ground below, Qin Rumming flipped his hand with a grasp. In an instant the world transformed, as if clearing the fog. Longxian returned to clear skies and the floodwaters disappeared without a trace. The ground was even exceedingly dry, as if the entire ordeal had been a dream and there was no flood at all. However, the cracks remaining on the ground told them that everything that had happened was real. Qin Haoxing stood below, staring at the transformed Longxian, deeply swallowing his saliva. The scene of changing heaven and earth with a single hand was terrifyingly powerful. This was the power of the 10th realm. Chapter 82. At this moment, with the sword energy soaring to the sky. Why haven't you left yet? Qin Rumming returned, looking at Qin Haoxing, who remained in place, puzzled. Qin Haoxing's face twitched, looking at the unkempt uncle in front of him as if seeing him for the first time. Qin Rumming noticed Qin Haoxing's expression and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Kid, were you overwhelmed by my power? Qin Haoxing nodded. Ha! Such a fuss over nothing. This is just a trifle for me. If it weren't for those bastards drugging me, I would have solved this problem long ago. Qin Rumming laughed triumphantly, thoroughly enjoying Qin Hao's shock. However, he quickly waved his hand, saying, "Go now and take care of the trouble outside the city. Remember, do not let anyone escape. Anyone who dares to strike against Longxian must learn the cost of offending us." Qin Hao nodded emphatically. Rest assured. With that, he leapt into the air and left. Qin Rumming then turned his gaze towards the deep fissures in the ground. His penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through the earth, spotting the figures desperately fleeing underground. Thinking of running now, too late. In the Longxian military headquarters, Ran Zai, who holds the highest authority in the South China region as the general director, appeared to be a middle-aged man under 40. Dressed in a black suit, his hair neatly arranged, his face clean-shaven, he stood by the window like a refined scholar, watching his light return to the world and letting out a slight sigh of relief. Knowing that Qin Rumming was in Longxian, he was not overly worried about this disaster, for he was well aware of the terrifying power of the 10th realm's invincibility. With Qin Rumming there, Longxian would be safe. What he considered, however, were certain issues revealed by this incident. Minutes later, his secretary entered the room. "General Director, the Secret Investigation Department has indeed found some information." Ran Zai's eyes narrowed slightly. "Speak." The commander of Haihu City recently acquired a batch of premium sea beast materials from the ocean, estimated to be worth 680 million. Haihu City, built by the sea and serving as the first line of defense against the eastern sea area, regularly encounters sea beasts, so obtaining premium sea beast materials is not unusual, Ran Zai said calmly. The secretary, understanding the implications, stepped forward and whispered, "However, this batch of sea beasts belongs to a deep-sea species that should not be appearing near the shore. Moreover, after obtaining these sea beasts, the commander of Haihu had them transferred for scientific research purposes without going through the Marine Inspection Department. This is the only batch in recent months that wasn't inspected. If there was something hidden inside." Ran Zai's expression darkened, and after a few seconds he ordered assign more personnel from the Secret Investigation Department to thoroughly investigate. If the commander of Haihu is truly a traitor, spare no one involved. With a calm tone, Ran Zai issued these chilling commands. "Understood." The secretary nodded, firmly saluted, and then retreated. East of the city, a fierce battle erupted on the plains just outside the city walls. 10 black-clad assassins using flowing sand tried to rush towards the city walls, but the cannons on the walls and the city's warriors firmly held them back, not allowing them to advance an inch. The black-clad men were furious, continuously cursing in neon language. However, they were met with the chilling blade lights of the Longxian warriors and the dense artillery fire from behind. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the towering wall of sand came close, it was torn apart by cannon fire, requiring them to laboriously reassemble it. Damn it, why aren't they dealing with the city's problems instead of sending so much high-level power to intercept us? The leader of the black-clad men was baffled. The city was nearly flooded, yet these people were still relentlessly besieging them. Do they really not care about the lives of the people in the city? The people of Hua Nation, they are indeed a bunch of hypocritical gentlemen. A man in black cursed softly. He muttered something unintelligible in a foreign tongue. The warrior opposite him responded with a shout, wielding his martial soul sword fearlessly and charging forward again. All 10 assassins were powerful beings of the 8th realm. Such strength even the Dragon Xian army couldn't muster unless they gathered the entire city's forces, which was clearly impossible. The situation had arisen suddenly, and with many troubles within the city, it was unrealistic to expect reinforcements to arrive quickly. Thus, it was up to them, the warriors on routine duty, to hold the attackers at bay with their sheer numbers and cannons. Boom! 100-meter-long sand tentacle slashed out, striking a warrior who couldn't dodge in time, severely wounding him. But soon another wave of fighters took his place. The injured warrior was immediately carried away for treatment. By trading blows for wounds, they successfully stopped these 8th realm assassins 100 meters outside the city walls. And because of this, the black-clad men of the 8th realm were even more enraged. As key subordinates of the great general, they were stopped in their tracks by a bunch of 6th and even 5th realm folks. If this news got back to Neon, even committing seppuku would not spare them from severe punishment. Kill all these stupid pigs of the Hua Nation. At the back of the city wall, Wang Jinan, responsible for the eastern section, had just finished instructing his deputy and was preparing to join the battle himself when he received a message from the rear. The hidden threat within the city had been eliminated and reinforcements were on their way. Wang's face lit up with joy, and then he heard a tremendous roar from behind. It sounded like a supersonic fighter jet whizzing over his head. That was Wang Jinan looked up, focusing on the rapidly approaching figure. Moments later, a black mask came into view. Wang's face changed. It was General Wu Chang. Outside the city, both sides of the battle heard that piercing roar. Where their gazes fell, a dark shadow pierced the air at a terrifying speed, descending with an unstoppable momentum. Brothers, our support has arrived. A warrior grinned, wiping the blood from his face, and charged forward again. Damn, how could such a powerful being have come? The man in black's face paled, feeling the terrifying aura. He quickly pushed back the person in front of him, preparing to focus on the newcomer. However, just then the rapidly approaching dark shadow abruptly vanished. Before the men in black could react, a terrifying killing intent enveloped them. The leader of the men in black changed his expression and dove into the sand wall first. However, the others reacted a bit slower. A long sword intertwined in black and white instantly pierced one of the men in black, then sword light surged, tearing him to shreds. The others finally reacted, controlling the sand tentacles to come to their aid. But before the tentacles could attack, Xin Hao had disappeared again. What followed was a terrifying flying sword flashing with 5 colored lights. At that moment, on the plains 100 miles outside the city, sword energy soared to the skies. Such powerful sword energy damage was which he had not told us a single thing about him. One of the men in black watched the cold sword energy fill the sky, his face turning slightly pale. Captain Ingzhou scanned the surroundings only to find that they were completely surrounded by numerous Dragon Xian warriors with no escape routes left. The great vortex covered by Dragon Xian was also dispersed. This plan was undoubtedly a complete failure. The Zhuozhua flag had been left behind and they had lost a teammate. The captain glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, still spewing blood, his face growing darker. Suzuki, you lead a team to break through from the left, I'll take the right, spread out. Whoever escapes must report this swordsman's situation to the Grand General. At the top of the quicksand wall, a man in black on the far left nodded heavily, shouting something in Neon language. 3 men split from the group and charged left with him. The rest followed the captain to the right to break through. Xin Hao shifted his gaze and charged directly towards the left. His sword light flickered like a shadow, instantly mingling among the 4 assassins. Boom, boom, boom. 8 quicksand tentacles intertwined and struck, but a flash of aqua sword light appeared out of nowhere, dispersing the tentacles, followed by fierce fire that turned the soft quicksand into hard sand blocks. Finally, it was pierced by a golden sharp sword light, shattering it into dust. Wang Jin, who was in charge of the east city wall, seeing Xin Hao blocking the left, immediately directed his men to attack the right. Make sure no enemy escapes. The booming energy cannon emitted a terrifying glow, striking where the captain and his 5 were at the forefront, slowing their pace. The face of the Neon gang leader turned extremely ugly. On the other side, behind Xin Hao, 5 flying swords intertwined, casually smashing through the attacking quicksand tentacles, gradually closing in on the four assassins. Damn it, kill him! The leader known as Suzuki finally couldn't bear the multiplying sense of oppression and turned back, wielding a long knife transformed from quicksand, slashing at Shinhao. Mr. Suzuki, don't act rashly. The others were shocked and hurriedly tried to stop him. But it was already too late. The sword light behind Shinhao suddenly disappeared, and then his figure flashed, appearing behind Suzuki. A pale glowing hand exhaled a sharp sword aura, gently touching Suzuki's neck. Offend Dragon Xian and 100 deaths cannot absolve your sins. A cold light flashed in Shinhao's eyes and a sharp sword light burst from the palm of his hand instantly. Pfft. Suzuki's body, which was rushing forward, suddenly stiffened and his head exploded violently, blood sprayed, staining the area red. And you too? Shinhao withdrew his hand, looking at the remaining three. Their faces were already pale as frost. They couldn't see how Shinhao had appeared behind Suzuki, nor could they understand how, in the blink of an eye, Suzuki, second in strength only to the captain among them, was dead. The black mask with red hooks at this moment truly seemed like the mythical black impermanence claiming souls. Buzz, a fleeting brilliance, another eerie scene. Shinhao vanished abruptly and reappeared just as suddenly. He quietly arrived behind the three wary assassins. 5 spirit swords merged into one, with black and white energies swirling around, sweeping across the 3 men in an instant. Hiss. One sword pierced 3 men like skewered candied hawthorns, with a large hole in their chests, spewing blood and even their quivering organs visible. The 3 faces turned ashen, their eyes brimming with intense fear and confusion. However, they no longer had the chance to contemplate further. Thud, 3 bodies fell from the quicksand wall, shattering upon impact. Without their control, the towering wall of quicksand crumbled instantly. 5 more to go. Shinhao gazed at the last 5 assassins who had already fled a kilometer away. As the leader of the 10, his strength was naturally the greatest. With him paving the way, despite the artillery fire and numerous earth barriers, he forcefully carved a kilometer-long path in such a short span of time. Yet, they were still unable to escape their fateful demise. Just as Shinhao was about to make his move, he suddenly stopped and switched his martial soul. A lustrous tree flickered into existence behind him, barely perceptible. Following that, Shinhao narrowed his eyes and looked towards the 5 desperately fleeing assassins, extending his martial soul power slowly towards them. With his divine domain covering reality, as long as the domain was large enough, he could teleport thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. This was the super speed movement technique Shinhao had seen from Master Qin, and he was now ready to test it. He didn't possess the terrifying power of Master Qin that could cover the entire Dragon Xian, but a mere kilometer was nothing to him. As his domain expanded, Shinhao felt as if his spirit was spreading out as well. In that moment, he existed in every inch of space within his domain, able to appear instantaneously with just a thought. What a magnificent application! Shinhao murmured in admiration, then with a thought, he vanished abruptly. Lead the way, everyone else spread out and find the weak points to break through. The leader of the Neon Assassin team shouted. He had already seen the deaths of the Suzuki 4, but that didn't matter. His plan was to use them to disperse the enemy's strength. Being able to restrain the strongest among them was excellent. However, these defenders of the city were too tough to deal with. He glared at the numerous Dragon Xian warriors continuously surrounding them, his murderous intent boiling, yet he forcibly suppressed his raging killing intent, knowing now was not the time. He needed his teammates to buy him time to escape. As long as he could get back, this battle wouldn't be a complete failure. A burst of vitality spurred the assassin leader to keep rushing forward. His 4 teammates as he wished dispersed, seeking to break through the formation's weak points. But just then, from the corner of his eye, a dark shadow shot towards him unexpectedly. The assassin leader, startled, misstepped and dodged the shadow. The shadow smashed into the ground, shattering upon impact. When he clearly saw what the shadow was, the corner of the assassin leader's eye twitched and a surge of boundless rage welled up within him. It was the head of one of his subordinates. He swiftly turned his head to look. Indeed, one of the members who had been to his left was now gone. Damn it! The assassin leader roared like a beast, his speed increasing yet again. Moments later, another dark shadow came hurtling towards him. The assassin leader's face turned furious and he leaped up to grab the shadow. Sure enough, it was another subordinate's head. Damn these Chinese pigs! He screamed, crushing the head that still bore a trace of horror, biting his tongue tip and fully activating his martial soul power. The shadow of sandy yellow rose like a giant from beneath his feet, enveloping him completely. In this moment, he seemed to transform into a towering sand mecha taking giant strides as he fled into the distance. Sons of Hua, my grand neon empire will not let you escape. Gentlemen, march to your deaths. The assassin team leader roared to the sky, leaping 100 meters in a single bound. The last two members of his team exchanged looks, their faces set with resolve. Shouting the name of their martial path, they turned back, ready to pave the way for their leader with their lives. But in the next second, two long swords, one fiery red and the other golden, flew towards them, pinning them to the ground. Martial path, I am here to end it, declared Qin Hao, appearing suddenly and crushing the grotesque heads underfoot with a sneer. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Inside the mecha, the assassin team leader truly panicked. That dark mask seemed ghostly, appearing and disappearing with ease, effortlessly slaying his 9 level 8 subordinates. Overwhelmed by such terrifying power, he felt no urge to resist. His only thought was to flee, escape, back to Neon to have the Grand General avenge us. He muttered to himself, controlling the sand mecha to leap dozens of meters high, speeding away. The ground trembled slightly under the enormous footprints, and the dragon Xuanwu warriors dared not approach. The cannons too were now out of range and could no longer halt his escape. Fall back, tend to the wounded, and be on high alert for other assassins. A clear voice suddenly rang out overhead. The warriors looked up eagerly, spotting a figure flashing above them. It's that lord, they exclaimed, thrilled. Qin Hao issued a command and then dashed after the fleeing mecha. His twin-colored sword of red and gold continuously absorbed fire and metal essence, gradually forming a 50-meter-long sword on his back. As he ran, the sword grew even longer. In a moment, Qin Hao neared the mecha, leaped into the air, and with a horizontal swing of his massive red and gold sword tore through the clouds, enveloping the area in unmatched red flames as he struck down fiercely. Boom! The mecha turned hastily, gathering thick walls of sand to shield itself. You cursed thing, why do you keep blocking me? The team leader bellowed angrily, his right arm swinging a massive blade of sand at Qin Hao. Qin Hao with one arm swung the 100-meter sword in a sweeping arc through the air. The air twisted from the intense heat, pushing away for kilometers. At that moment it seemed as if a fiery red moon had risen on the battlefield, a majestic sight that stunned the warriors. Die! The leader's sand blade struck, colliding heavily with the red and gold sword. Bang! A sound like a great bell exploded, as if a bomb had been dropped into a tranquil lake, instantly sending up waves of dirt tens of meters high. Qin Hao, with a grasp of the void, wielded the giant sword to block the strike, his figure blasting back 100 meters. Driven to near madness, the assassin team leader unleashed unprecedented power. Absorbing the recoil of the strike without flinching, he advanced rather than retreated, one hand wielding a sand shield, the other a sand blade. He charged towards Qin Hao with large strides. The ground thundered and shook. What does it feel like when a near 100-meter-tall giant rushes at you? The terrifying oppression, even from a kilometer away, caused many warriors to pale with fright. It felt as if the heavens were collapsing, a boundless aura of death looming overhead, so oppressive they could hardly breathe. This was the might of a top-tier level 8. Qin Hao's eyes blazed with fervor. Stomping his heel, he cracked the ground beneath him. His arms lifted, and the 100-meter sword surged once more. A terrifying fiery red vortex appeared around the sword, spinning continuously, drawing in the spiritual energy of the entire plane to increase the sword's mass. Inside Longshin City, countless people witnessed the terrifying sword that pierced the heavens. But it wasn't enough. Qin Hao grinned. At that moment, all the weapon spirits in his spiritual world began to wail, as if they were about to merge into the Dragon Abyss sword. A surge of extreme sharpness erupted, tearing through the air, shredding the ground beneath his feet. Web-like cracks appeared across the earth, as if it couldn't bear the horror of this sword. You scum of Hua Nation! Inside the Gundam, the assassin captain's eyes turned blood red. He leaped high, his sword slashing towards Qin Hao. Boom! Facing the Sand Gundam, Qin Hao swung his arms forward mightily. Hiss! At that moment it seemed as if the world split in two. All eyes saw only that overwhelming fiery red sword. The towering sword chopped straight down. The Sand Gundam hadn't even approached when it was scorched by the intense heat into rigid sand, gradually turning into a statue-like form. The raised sand blade barely touched the sword's edge before it was torn to shreds. Then it shattered piece by piece. The giant sword pressed down inch by inch, and the Gundam shattered inch by inch, until at last the kilometer-long blade slashed into the ground, sending up thick black smoke and the heavy scent of scorched earth sky-high. In front of Qin Hao, a black crack tens of meters deep opened in the ground, starting from the sword's edge. How can this be? Inside the Gundam, the assassin captain stared blankly, dazed, at the distant tiny figure. As his words fell, he turned into black dust scattering with the wind. Inside and outside the city walls, silence fell dead as the grave. At the top of the Longshan Sports Stadium, a handsome male teacher stood with his hands behind his back, his mouth twitching continuously. His eyes still seemed to hold the splendid sight of that earth-shattering sword. After a long while, the male teacher looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself, "My martial soul, can it really be used like this?" At Longshan Military Department, Ran Zai and Qin Ruoming stood quietly in front of a window. That startling sword, even from this central location in Longshan, could still be clearly seen. On Ran Zai's pale beardless face a look of unshakable astonishment lingered. "How about that? This seedling isn't bad, right?" Qin Ruoming, stroking his scruffy chin, smiled proudly. Ran Zai nodded deeply. But then he looked quizzically at Qin Ruoming's proud expression. "But what does this have to do with you? He's a student that I and Chancellor Wen spent a lot of money to recruit. You just came into this halfway, what's there to be proud of?" Qin Ruoming's smile froze and he spoke with displeasure. "That kid has been training with me for half a month, mastering the control and application of strength to perfection. Otherwise, do you think he could unleash such a heaven-shattering sword? If it weren't for my discovery, you wouldn't have encountered this promising talent." Ran Zai gently shook his head, disagreeing with Qin Ruoming's statement. "Good gold shines everywhere." Qin Ruoming snorted. Ran Zai squinted his eyes and said lightly, "How without my discovery you wouldn't have met him now?" Qin Ruoming immediately glared at this supreme commander of Dragon Xian beside him. "You really have no shame." Ran Zai smirked disdainfully, unfazed. Qin Ruoming pointed angrily at the middle-aged man for a long while, then finally conceded, "Fine, let it be you who discovered him. I'm not competing with you. Why get so agitated? You're not competing, but people behind you are," Ran Zai replied indifferently, giving him a slight smile, clearly pleased with his submission. "Behind me?" Qin Ruoming touched his chin, then burst into a strange laugh. "But I've already given him the black Wu Chang mask." Ran Zai's face, usually calm and composed, suddenly changed as he turned sharply to stare at the rugged old man. After a moment he gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out a word: "Scram. Just a title, is it worth this fuss?" "Humph!" Qin Ruoming snorted disdainfully, his face still sporting a triumphant grin. Qin Ruoming turned and left. Just as he was about to close the door, a voice came through the gap: "Bring him to see me." Got it. Qin Ruoming hummed a tune, closing the door carelessly behind him. The aftermath of the 10 assassins would be handled by the city's defense forces, and Qin Hao did not stay any longer. After dealing with the assassins, he went straight back to the academy. Although the final catastrophe was averted, the torrential rain still caused significant trouble for Dragon Xian. The overloaded drainage system broke down, many facilities were damaged due to water infiltration, and with the ground cracking, many buildings were at risk of collapse. All these required military coordination for repairs. On his way, Qin Hao saw many troops from the Dragon Xian military district pouring into the city to participate in the reconstruction and repairs. He put away his mask and walked like an ordinary student through the chaotic streets. Dragon Xian is a crucial hub city. It couldn't remain unresponsive after such a sudden attack. This time, it was fortunate that Qin Ruoming was there. Otherwise, the scene of Dragon Xian flooded could have become a reality. Such a scale of attack could not be carried out by just a few individuals. The planning and coordination behind it must have been immense. And to enter and infiltrate Dragon Xian so silently for so long was definitely not an easy feat. To say that there were no internal collaborators, Qin Hao would not believe it for a moment, but all these were matters for the military. The bigger the role one carries, the bigger the responsibilities. Qin Hao would not concern himself with matters too far removed from him. "Steamed buns, hot steamed buns." Suddenly a voice called out nearby. Qin Hao looked sideways to see a half-destroyed shopfront where a simple-hearted shop owner was propping up a stall on the cracked road surface. Several steaming baskets of baozi were laid out, wafting an enticing aroma. "Boss, the disaster just happened and the place isn't fixed up yet, and you're already back to business." Qin Hao picked a large meat bun, nibbling and talking at the same time. "What can I do? If I don't set up my stall for a day, I don't make any money that day. I don't have the skills to hunt beasts outside the city, so I have to rely on my craft to make a living. By starting early, I get ahead of others and sell a few more." Saying this, the owner grinned and continued calling out to passers-by, and indeed, selling warm food at this time, there really were many buyers. Soon, the baskets of large buns were all sold out, and the owner couldn't stop smiling. Qin Hao watched for a while, then turned and left. Those ordinary people, unable to become warriors due to their weak martial spirits, they are the true foundation of the city. With them, Longshan stands. Their wishes are simple: a place to live and make a small living selling buns. Yet even such simple wishes are sometimes thwarted. What are you thinking about, lad? Qin Ruoming appeared slowly like a ghost from nowhere, walking alongside Qin Hao on the street. Thinking these buns taste quite good, much better than the ones you bought, Master Qin. Qin Hao chuckled lightly, finishing the last bite of the bun and tossing the bag into a trash can. Is that so? Too bad I was a step late and didn't get any. Qin Ruoming clicked his tongue regretfully, glancing back longingly at the bun shop. Did Master Qin need me for something? Qin Hao looked at the man who single-handedly resolved the catastrophe of Longshan's upheaval. Someone wants to meet you, Qin Ruoming said. Is it urgent? Shouldn't be. No. Oh, Qin Hao nodded. Then I'll postpone it. I need to go back and check on something. Going back to see your little sweetheart? Qin Ruoming raised an eyebrow playfully, a sly look on his face. Sweetheart? Qin Hao looked puzzled at Qin Ruoming. What sweetheart? The one you share a room with, isn't it? Bai Qin Hao twitched the corner of his mouth. Master Qin, what are you thinking? Bai is a man. A man? Qin Ruoming touched his chin in confusion, his eyes skeptical. That shouldn't be. That kid has a face as white as jade, a slender body, and his eyebrows carry a softness that's all indicative of a female, not a man. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, lifting his head to point at his own Adam's apple. He has an Adam's apple and it's even bigger than mine. I used to suspect that Bai Yi with his thin body and youthful face might be a girl, even thinking he deliberately kept silent to maintain his disguise, preventing a female voice from giving him away when speaking. But later I realized that Bai Yi has a more prominent Adam's apple than mine. Quite obvious. Moreover, he truly can't speak. In sudden situations everyone instinctively makes a sound, even the mute will involuntarily let out a cry. But Bai Yi is different. His vocal cords seem completely sealed off, not a single sound can he make. Even in the face of sudden situations he opens his mouth as if to shout, but still no sound comes out. Qin Hao had since then confirmed the fact that Bai Yi was indeed a man. Well, that's something. Didn't expect I'd have a day when I misjudged, Qin Ruoming admitted. Qin Ruoming moved his mouth helplessly, looking somewhat gloomy. Hearing this, Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh. Master Qin, you speak as if you've seen countless women. You don't know about my charm. Back in the day, people used to call me jade-faced young master. Back then I roamed around Yanjing, capturing the hearts of countless ladies. The line of women chasing after me could stretch from Longshan to Yanjing. There's something you might not know. What's that? Wherever I, Qin Ruoming, have been within 10 miles, there's bound to be an ex-girlfriend, Qin Ruoming declared proudly, his head held high and a smug look on his face. So Master Qin, you're actually a major playboy? Qin Hao tilted his head, looking at the proud Qin Ruoming. Qin Ruoming's face turned red, then he slumped down displeased and slapped Qin Hao on the shoulder. You rascal, watch your mouth. Qin Hao chuckled, a glimmer of lily light twinkling behind him, and in one step he was 100 meters away. Qin Ruoming stared blankly at Qin Hao, who blinked away with each step, feeling a tingling in his scalp. This kid, just by seeing my divine spaceless technique once, he's already learned it? Back at the apartment complex, the door to the apartment was wide open and there were signs of water damage everywhere. Qin Hao hurried into his own room to search. He was anxious to return to check if the photos he brought from Inchang and the belongings left by his parents were damaged. After all, if all the students had evacuated, no one would have been around to watch over these apartments. His personal belongings now seemed to have vanished, as if thieves had visited, leaving only the larger items like tables, chairs and beds untouched. Before he could think further, noise came from outside. Qin Hao hurried out only to see Bai Yi squeeze through the door, each side of him laden with a bag nearly as tall as a person and his hands carrying several loosely tied smaller items looking like a human-shaped cargo rack. As Bai Yi squeezed through the door step by step, the pale face caught between the two large bags lifted into a smile, raising the bag in his hand as if to say, "Don't worry, I've got them protected for you." Chapter 86. The nations traitor in this world. Some protect their small homes, others their large homes. If Qin Hao undoubtedly protects the larger home, Bai Yi seems to be guarding the smaller one. Qin Hao quickly went over to take the large and small packages from Bai Yi. Occasionally, remembering what Master Qin said, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Bai Yi, if only you were a girl, I think I definitely would have fallen for you." Bai Yi rolled his eyes and made a spitting gesture before carrying his things inside. Qin Hao, unconcerned, set down the items and called into Bai Yi's room. "I just checked. Some of the furniture is water damaged. Do you want to replace it with a new set?" A few seconds later, a bank card flew out. Qin Hao glanced at it, noticing the pin written on the back. With a light laugh, he said, "You're not afraid I'll max it out." After that he turned and left to buy some new furniture. Just as he stepped out of the apartment, he saw Qin Ruoming leaning against the doorpost, already waiting for him. "You little rascal, you've unknowingly learned all our techniques." As Qin Hao approached, Qin Ruming muttered something under his breath, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy or perhaps something else. Noting the bank card in Qin Hao's hand, Qin Ruming guessed his intention and said, "Just give Lu Xingwen a call, they will deliver everything to you, there's no need for you to go yourself, I'll take you to meet that person first. Are you in a hurry?" "Yes, he's a busy man with little free time." Qin Ruming nodded. Qin Hao agreed and then took out his phone to contact Director Lu. Sure enough, Director Lu heartily assured him that everything would be taken care of. "Let's go," Qin Ruming said, grabbing Qin Hao's shoulder and stepping forward. In the next instant, Qin Hao found himself in an antique-looking office. A refined and unassuming middle-aged man stood by the window, accompanied by a secretary-like figure holding a stack of documents. "Master Qin." Upon seeing Qin Ruming, the secretary respectfully greeted him and then glanced at Qin Hao, his eyes showing a flash of awe. "Here they are." Ran Zai turned around to face Qin Hao. Although he had seen him countless times in documents, this was the first time he had seen him in person and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Qin Hao stood quietly, also sizing up the other party. He seemed just like an ordinary person, devoid of any imposing aura. Qin Hao had only seen this type of demeanor in one other person before, the captain of the Sky Eye team, Shao Qi, who also appeared refined and unassuming, yet both, whether it was Shao Qi or the middle-aged man before him, held high positions of authority. "Qin Hao, indeed a young talent, I have long wanted to meet you, please have a seat," Ran Zai said, gesturing to a chair. "I brought the person you were so anxious to meet, so if you have something to say, better say it quickly," Qin Ruming commented as he sat down, casually grabbing an apple from the fruit plate, wiping it and taking a big bite. The crunching sound echoed in the quiet room. The secretary twitched his mouth, opened it as if to say something, but Ran Zai, looking displeased at Qin Ruming, decided not to intervene further. Turning to Qin Hao, he smiled faintly and asked, "Do you know who I am? Aren't you just the chief commander of Longxin, the regional head of South China? Why beat around the bush, just get to the point," Qin Ruming interjected, wiping the juice that had splattered on his face and rolled his eyes disdainfully. The room fell silent momentarily. Qin Hao glanced at Qin Ruming and silently lowered his gaze while his mind was filled with turmoil. He had known that the person before him held a high position, but he hadn't expected it to be the highest in the region. Describing him as someone who could cover the sky with one hand in South China was not an exaggeration. After a moment, Ran Zai's eyes twitched, his gathered aura momentarily shattered, and he pointed towards the door. "Get out." Qin Ruming shifted in his seat, turning away dismissively. The secretary silently turned his head, pretending not to notice. Ran Zai took a deep breath, chuckled, and said to Qin Hao, "Is it surprising that such a high commander looks like this?" Appearing completely harmless, Qin Hao touched his nose but did not respond. Ran Zai didn't expect an answer from him either. After finishing his point, he waved over to his secretary. The secretary immediately handed over some documents, and Ran Zai said, "Do you remember the terms we offered you when you joined Longxian? These are your appointment papers. With them you can directly take up your post in the military district. If you don't want any hassle, just mention it to my secretary Lu and he will take care of it." Ran Zai pointed at the secretary. Qin Hao nodded immediately. "Then I'll trouble Secretary Lu." "No big deal," Secretary Lu replied with a nonchalant smile. Ran Zai continued, "That's one thing. Next, it's about the rewards for this incident. Something significant has just happened and I will be quite busy. I rarely get a moment to spare, so I thought it best to meet with you first. After all, you are the great talent of southern China, and seeing you puts my mind at ease." Ran Zai smiled warmly. "If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. Longxian will do its best to accommodate you." Need? Qin Hao pondered. He currently didn't feel in need of anything. As a loner, he had food, shelter, and all his cultivation expenses were covered by the academy. He even held a position in the military with 1,000 men under his command. At his age, achieving this was 1 in 100,000. He felt fulfilled in life. Seeing Qin Hao's hesitation, Ran Zai chuckled. "If you can't think of anything now, just keep it in mind for later use. Also, when you're free, do visit here more often. Get to know the people in the military better. It will make things easier should any troubles arise." These words were undoubtedly a significant gesture of care towards Qin Hao. Such invisible power and position, if known to others in Longxian, would surely cause a stir. As Ran Zai and Qin Hao were catching up and fostering their relationship, the secretary received a phone call and stepped out. A few minutes later, he returned with a grave expression. Looking at Qin Ruoming and Qin Hao, he hesitated, prompting Ran Zai to say, "Just speak up, we're all insiders here." Taking a deep breath, the secretary reported, "The situation with the commander of High Lake City has been confirmed. He indeed engaged in treason. Over the past 3 months, he disguised himself to enter a bar several times, suspected of passing on intelligence. Moreover, his family's bank account has received several large transfers recently totaling 230 million, and the secretary paused, his expression turning ugly. Continue, Ran Zai said calmly. Additionally, high-ranking officials from 6 major departments in High Lake City, including logistics, intelligence and patrol, are involved in this affair, the undercover agents report. It's feared that all of High Lake might have turned traitorous. Damn it, Ran Zai could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and roared loudly. Xin Hao's eyes were downcast, his hands spread on his knees, and anger surged within him too. Traitors, despicable, they must be killed. In times of national crisis, powerful enemies are not what one fears most, nor is a weak army. It's the traitors hiding behind you, the most terrifying and despicable, because you never know when they will stab you in the back. This time, the commander of High Lake City secretly assisted neon assassins to enter the country. Had it not been for Qin Ruoming being at Longxian, their schemes might have already succeeded. By that time, the waters will flood Longxian and countless lives will be lost to this calamity, all due to the treacherous acts of a city's commanding officer. Outside the eastern city gate, to prevent assassins from approaching, numerous city defenders surged forward one after another. Despite their injuries, they resolutely blocked the enemy, keeping them beyond the last 100 meters. Yet now, the 1,000-mile stretch from High Lake City to Longxian has been easily conceded by traitors. What does it mean to be a traitor? This is the epitome of treachery. Xin Hao felt he had begun to understand the situation, especially since it wouldn't be easy for a dozen neon assassins to enter the territory of Hua country. However, when his secretary laid out the details, he was still shocked by the greed of these people. High Lake City, the facade of the southern district facing overseas, boasts abundant marine resources, making it an extraordinarily prosperous city. Holding a commanding position in such a city is indeed a lucrative assignment, yet even such wealth could not satiate their greed. Ran Zai's face turned ashen as he slowly paced towards the window. Xin Ruoming stopped eating his apple halfway, his gaze dark and brooding. Old Ran, let us go and slaughter those beasts. Xin Ruoming too had a fiery temperament and could not tolerate such acts of betrayal. To kill, of course we must kill. Secretary Lu Yu, arrange. Ran Zai suddenly paused, turning to look at Xin Hao, who sat in his chair. Xin Hao, I ask you, how do you think these people should be dealt with? Ran Zai stared intently at Xin Hao, his expression eerily calm. Secretary Lu stopped his note-taking and also looked towards Xin Hao. Not one should be spared, Xin Hao replied without any hesitation. What if I hand you this knife and you do the killing? Xin Ruoming's expression changed, about to say something, but Ran Zai stopped him with a hand. Me do the killing? Xin Hao raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. This isn't a task just anyone can handle, is it appropriate? Xin Hao asked. Of course it's appropriate. Don't forget you also bear the title of 1,000 household inspector. What do you think the duty of an inspector means? Ran Zai seemed to have made up his mind, a slight smile appearing on his face. If that's the case, I am willing to go. Xin Hao pondered for a moment, then volunteered himself. This task would be a trial for him and also an opportunity to encounter various martial souls, especially since there might still be neon people in High Lake City. After duplicating the martial souls of 10 San's assassins, Xin Hao discovered something unique about the neon people's martial souls. Out of 10, he only managed to duplicate 1 martial soul. The rest seemed almost illusory, sparking much curiosity in him. Well then, you will secretly go to High Lake City to handle this matter, although I will also send another team openly to distract the enemy. If you encounter any issues, you can make contact with the opponent. After discussing this, Ran Zai also taught Xin Hao some tactics to handle certain situations. Finally, Xin Hao left. Xin Ruoming stayed in the office, unable to sit still. As soon as Xin Hao left, you're joking with his safety, you know how important he is. Xin Ruoming barked, his eyes emitting a piercing chill. Once his situation is exposed, do you understand the kind of crisis it could bring? Have you even considered it? Ran Zai waved his hand, signaling Secretary Lu to leave. He sat down, took a piece of fruit and bit into it, savoring the juice bursting in his mouth. Ran Zai narrowed his eyes slightly. It's precisely because I know his uniqueness and importance that I had the sudden idea to send him to High Lake. Are you using him as bait? Xin Ruoming suddenly realized, his face contorting fiercely. Ran Zai remained silent, pausing for a moment before slowly saying, as you know, the South has been unstable lately. The Sky Eye Squad has been there for nearly a month and the situation has not eased. I suspect that this isn't just a simple case of beast turmoil. So what? So you're willing to let a young kid go and risk his life to pay for your actions? After spending over half a month together teaching him, Qin Ruming had grown quite fond of this diligent and resilient boy. He had even given him his unpredictable mask, fully intending to groom Qin Hao as his successor. This is your concern clouding your judgment. Ran Zai glanced at Qin Ruming, his lips curling slightly. Rest assured, I care about him no less than you do. You've seen his incredible swordsmanship. 10 assassins of the same rank couldn't best him. He has grown, and Ran Zai paused briefly, finishing the last bite of his apple and tossing the core into the trash can with precise aim. And this young man needs to enter the top echelon sites sooner rather than later. He can't stay in Longxian or in the academy forever. Entering this world full of crises sooner is better for him. After a moment of silence, Qin Ruming's lips twisted venomously and he spat out a thick wad of phlegm. You're full of grand principles. I can't argue with you. Just know this, if anything happens to him I will make sure you pay dearly. With that, Qin Ruming stepped forward and vanished in an instant. Ran Zai remained seated staring at the disgusting thing on the fruit plate, his face twitching slightly. He clenched and unclenched his fist, taking a long time before finally exhaling deeply. Xiaolud, come in, back to the academy. The trip to High Lake can't be rushed. We need to wait for the Longxian military personnel to depart first, otherwise if he goes too soon he'll be the one facing the enemy's fire. Back at the apartment, Qin Hao found that all the furniture and fixtures had been neatly arranged. Bai Yi was holding a broom sweeping up dust and debris. What surprised him was that Lu Ming was also there helping to clean the dust in the house. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Lu Ming immediately stopped, excitedly asking, "Boss, did you see that sword light outside the city earlier?" "I tell you, I saw it clearly from the top of the teaching building. My goodness, that sword was huge, it went straight into the clouds. I don't know who did it, but if possible I really want to take him as my master. Yes, not only did I see it, but that person was also me, so come and kowtow to take me as your master." Qin Hao secretly scoffed in his heart, his face showing a hint of confusion. "How come you're here?" "Oh, Bai Yi sent me a message to come help out, and since I didn't have classes, I just came over." Qin Hao nodded and seeing that the second floor had not yet been cleaned picked up a broom to sweep the dust upstairs. He was busy until the evening when Qin Hao treated everyone to a meal out. After a satisfying dinner everyone headed home. On the way Qin Hao remembered something and asked Bai Yi, "Have you made a breakthrough in your strength?" That morning Bai Yi had practiced all night in hopes of a breakthrough. Qin Hao had intended to ask him about it after training, but an unexpected incident had made him temporarily forget. Now, with some free time, he remembered to ask. Bai Yi's eyes dimmed as he shook his head. "Don't worry, have a good rest tonight, you'll surely succeed tomorrow," Qin Hao encouraged, patting Bai Yi on the shoulder. He decided to consult Master Qin on his behalf. This was the sorrow of having a low-level martial soul. Their limited potential made their breakthroughs much harder than others. Bai Yi smiled and nodded, walking back to the apartment with Qin Hao. Meanwhile, far away in Yanjing the lights were still bright in a research laboratory at the Yanjing Academy. Dozens of researchers in white coats were bustling about the lab. At the center of the laboratory was a large glass chamber. Inside, Chen Yulong, shirtless, stood on a metal platform surrounded by several mechanical arms. Each arm ended with a probe as thin as a cow's hair, 10 centimeters long. The head of the experiment department, Jie Wuming, along with several researchers, stood behind a control panel. Watching Chen Yulong, who was ready in front, Jie Wuming took a deep breath and asked through the microphone, "Yulong, how do you feel now?" Chen Yulong's eyes were tightly closed, a holy radiance flowing under his skin, making him look like an angel. Hearing Jie Wuming's question, Chen Yulong did not open his mouth, yet a voice emanated, "I'm in good condition." The voice, ethereal and echoing as though both male and female, resonated around the lab. A monitoring staff member nodded at Jie Wuming, signaling that everything was ready. "Then let's begin the second phase of the Heavenly God project, the transfer of martial soul." Jie Wuming pressed a button with force. Instantly, jets of cold air burst out and Chen Yulong's body temperature visibly began to drop. Simultaneously, the mechanical arms moved their thin probes, piercing into his body, one at the forehead, one at the back of the head, one in each arm, and one at the base of the spine, penetrating deep into the bone marrow. Chen Yulong's previously calm face twisted in pain. As taught before, mobilize your martial soul to help your body adapt to the changes, Jie Wuming immediately reminded. Suddenly, a holy angelic figure appeared behind Chen Yulong, then stepped forward, merging with his body. Chen Yulong opened his mouth, uttering mysterious spell-like phrases. His expression gradually eased. "The fusion is going well," a monitoring staff reported with joy. Jie Wuming's eyes shone with excitement. "Yulong, well done, everything is normal now. Hold on." Chen Yu Haolong did not respond. At this moment he seemed to have lost his humanity, having completely fused with the celestial angel Marshall's soul, morphing into the appearance of the Marshall's soul itself. His figure was enveloped in a bright radiance, making it impossible to discern his features. The only way to monitor his condition was through the dozens of surveillance cameras that had been set up in advance. Time slowly passed, everything seemed normal, as if proceeding in an orderly fashion. Suddenly an observer casually noticed a data point and furrowed his brows. "Director, something seems wrong. Xinyu Haolong's mental fluctuations are abnormal." No sooner had he spoken than a series of beeping alarms resounded. Xinyu Haolong's bodily data began to change wildly, as though every part of him was malfunctioning at once. "This is bad, Director. Xinyu Haolong's muscles are dissolving. Director, his blood is evaporating. His heartbeat has dropped to 30, on the verge of stopping. No, wait, it's back up to 250 now. How can this be?" In front of the heart rate monitor, the researcher looked as if he had seen a ghost, staring at the drastically fluctuating figures on the screen, his face filled with disbelief. "His breath is weakening, extreme cold air is invading his body," another researcher exclaimed in horror. Jie Woming's eyes trembled, and through the dense white fog he looked towards the faintly visible figure inside, the originally calm figure now convulsing wildly as if electrocuted. The extreme cold air that was supposed to stabilize his vital signs churned violently like boiling water. "Cut it off immediately," Jie Woming ordered decisively. "It doesn't matter if the research fails, Xinyu Haolong must not be harmed, whether considering him as an excellent experimental subject or because of his innate talents. Xinyu Haolong is too valuable to lose." Researchers quickly sprang into action, shutting down machines one by one. However, to their horror, even with the machines turned off, Xinyu Haolong's condition did not cease. He was now like a vortex, continuously devouring the surrounding extreme cold air and the artificial martial soul substance within the probes. Some researchers turned pale, a wave of fear surging in their hearts. Experimental anomalies are the most worrying, especially with human experiments, because you never know what kind of monster you might create. "Angel, or demon," Jie Woming gestured forcefully. "Sever the connection, we must save Xinyu Haolong." Warriors, donned in protective gear, rushed into the mist. They dragged Xinyu Haolong away from the machinery. As for those machines, they were outright destroyed. At this moment Xinyu Haolong had fallen into a coma, his originally pearly white body now interspersed with strands of dark light mingling with the holy light drifting across his skin. "Quick, take him to emergency care," Jie Woming immediately ordered. The remaining staff were instructed to save all data, as this was their first human experiment and extremely important to protect. Furthermore, everything witnessed today must be kept strictly confidential, with violators treated as traitors. The group of researchers looked at each other and nodded hastily. Jie Woming watched as Xinyu Haolong was taken away, sighed deeply and massaged his temples as he looked at the chaotic lab. Now, the experiment had undoubtedly ended in failure. He needed to think about how to write the report on this experiment. But did the experiment really fail? The abnormalities on Chen Yu's dragon-like body gradually subsided as he was carried away on a stretcher, his holy light receding. However, at a certain moment, the unconscious Chen Yu suddenly opened his eyes, which were as white as jade, completely devoid of any human emotion. His forehead skin twitched and a crack slowly appeared between his eyebrows, revealing a turning pitch-black eyeball, as if assessing the world. Yet the black pupil disappeared in an instant, unnoticed. Chen Yu then fell back into unconsciousness. The next day dawned, the sky just beginning to lighten, still carrying traces of thin dispersing fog. As autumn approached, the air turned cooler. Xin Hao pulled on a long-sleeved jacket after washing up. As he descended the stairs he heard the sound of punching from the yard. Without a second thought, it must be Bai Yi. After breakfast Xin Hao stepped outside only to find an additional figure in the yard. "Master Qin, why are you here? I was just about to look for you." In the yard, Qin Ruoming stood with his arms crossed at the doorway, quietly watching Bai Yi practice his punches. Qin Ruoming hummed softly in response, "The old dean needs to handle the academy's affairs, so I won't bother him. I'll stay directly at your place for the next couple of days, it's more convenient." Oh, Qin Hao nodded and asked, "Have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet." "Do you still have food here?" "Unfortunately, it's all finished." Qin Hao spread his hands. "Then why did you ask?" Qin Ruoming frowned slightly. "Just being polite." Qin Hao grinned, then turning to Bai Yi, Qin Hao said, "Master Qin, please take a look at my roommate's situation. He's been stuck at the fourth realm for 2 days now, unable to break through." "No problem, we'll train together today." Qin Ruoming casually nodded and snapped his fingers. The martial soul space unfolded, enveloping the entire apartment. the scene shifted and they returned to that square. Bai Yi stopped in surprise and looked around. Kid, what's your martial soul? Show it. Bai Yi looked at Qin Hao, who nodded slightly. This is Master Qin, who has been teaching me for the past half month. His strength, well, it's formidable. Do as he says. Knowing Qin Hao's strength, Bai Yi understood that anyone capable of being his mentor must be powerful. With this thought, a look of joy appeared on Bai Yi's face as he immediately released his fighting spirit martial soul. Red light enveloped his body, instantly altering his aura. Fighting spirit Qin Ruoming recognized it and rubbed his chin. I think I know what your problem is. Kid, spar with him a couple of times. Qin Ruoming gestured to Qin Hao. Qin Hao was about to suppress his strength for the duel, but Qin Ruoming said don't hold back, he needs strong pressure to give him enough challenge. Without hesitation, Qin Hao released his suppressed power. Bai Yi took a deep breath, summoning all his strength and gestured to Qin Hao. Boom! The two collided instantly. In the realm of level 8 before Qin Hao, Bai Yi's power was as fragile as a candle in the wind, instantly extinguished. With a single punch from Qin Hao, Bai Yi was sent flying, skidding a long mark on the ground. However, Bai Yi quickly stood up, not retreating but advancing, charging towards Qin Hao. Boom! The golden elephant martial spirit flashed and disappeared. Qin Hao threw a heavy punch and a turbid white wave of energy exploded vertically from the ground. Like a mortar shell, Bai Yi was blasted back again, yet, contrary to this, the spirit of his combat will began to wildly surge. Under tremendous pressure he advanced to level 6 in the blink of an eye. Bai Yi, with his mouth open, roared silently as he charged. Qin Hao, as before, delivered a straightforward punch, but this time Bai Yi's retreat slowed and he abruptly stopped midway, his legs deeply embedded in the ground. At this moment, the light from his combat will martial spirit was thick as blood, enveloping him, almost obscuring his human form. At this moment, there were faint signs of Bai Yi breaking through to level 7. With a push off his feet, like a blood-red meteor, he shot forward, whipping up a howling wind. Whoosh! Qin Hao crossed his arms to block Bai Yi's punch. However, in the next instant, thousands of fist shadows intertwined and came at him. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and the golden elephant stepped forward, blocking in front of him, and roared lowly. Bang! Boundless golden light exploded and Bai Yi's body shook as if struck by an invisible giant hammer, and he was smashed into the ground. But quickly he rose again, attacking fiercely. Like a mad demon, he did not stop. At this moment, Qin Hao's view shifted, suddenly appearing in the distance. Qin Hao was momentarily stunned, then realized it was Master Qin intervening. Indeed, where he had been standing, Master Qin's figure appeared facing Bai Yi. As Bai Yi came hammering down, Master Qin caught him with one hand and the void in front of him twisted inch by inch, trapping Bai Yi within it. Let's use this momentum to help you break through, Master Qin grunted softly, clenching his hand. Crack! The space around Bai Yi instantly collapsed and the blood-red light of his combat will, which seemed eager to burst from his body, was forced back inside. At the same time, the long-standing shackles within him were suddenly shattered. Bai Yi's clothes puffed out as his explosive aura burst forth, taking several minutes to slowly subside. Bai Yi quietly sensed the condition inside his body, and after a long while he finally bowed deeply with a joyful expression. Master Qin lightly raised his hand, motioning him to sit aside. Rest well and ease the overload on your meridians. Moreover, this is just the first time encountering such a barrier. The combat will martial spirit becomes harder to break through as you progress. As a descendant of the Bai family, you should be aware of this. Master Qin seemed to know something about the Bai family, hinting at something with his words. Bai Yi nodded and settled down to meditate in relief. Master Qin said no more, looking at Qin Hao. You're about to go on a mission and there's no time for slow training. Today let's directly teach you some martial techniques so that you can be more relaxed when facing your enemies. Qin Hao's face lit up and he bowed slightly. Please instruct me, Master Qin. Advice, huh? Let's see if you can still smile later. Qin Rumming's lips curled up slightly as he grasped at the air, conjuring a half-meter-long metal rod in his hand. He stepped towards Qin Hao. Boy, do you know the fastest way to master a martial technique? A sense of foreboding surged within Qin Hao. Qin Rumming flashed a fierce smile. It's by taking a beating. Buzz! Qin Hao's eyes twitched as he instinctively teleported away. Where he had stood, a nearly 2-meter-wide deep pit appeared instantly, web-like cracks spreading throughout. Holding the metal rod, Qin Rumming stood in the middle like a demon incarnate, exuding a terrifying aura. Don't hide. Feel this power with your heart, understand how it flows. Qin Rumming spoke indifferently, then vanished again, reappearing in front of Qin Hao. This time, Qin Hao didn't dodge, facing the violent force head-on. The consequence was that his arms were crushed in an instant, followed by his entire body bursting into pieces. Qin Rumming's rod swept from head to feet, finally slamming heavily onto the ground. massive cracks appeared on the ground. Seconds later, a flash of blue light, Xin Hao reappeared unharmed, his face trembling slightly. Here, as long as I wish you can't die, so let's continue. Qin Rumming's mouth twisted into a sinister smile, slowly spreading across his face.